The man heard the dull thud of wheels rolling over gravel, and his nostrils were filled with the smell of damp earth mixed with the stench of horses' sweat. The wooden plank above his head vibrated constantly with the bumps, each jolt feeling like a heavy blow to his temple, causing him to feel dizzy and his vision to blur. Li Wei suddenly opened his eyes. Inside the dimly lit carriage, an elderly man with a full head of white hair was bending over, looking at him with a panicked expression. "Young master? Young master, you're finally awake? How are you feeling? Does your head still hurt? Is there anything else that's bothering you?" Li Wei was stunned for a moment. "Young master? Who is this old man who looks like a Westerner?" He clearly remembered that he was still on Earth last night. He was dumped by his girlfriend and completely broke down. He went to a bar and got drunk. Later, he got into a fight with someone, who picked up a bottle and smashed it over his head. Before the blood blurred his vision, the last thing he saw was the glaring light from the bar's ceiling. But now, he's neither in the hospital nor the police station. He was lying in an old carriage, dressed in exquisitely tailored aristocratic attire. Occasionally, the figures of armored soldiers flashed past the car window, while in the distance stretched an endless wilderness. The withered grass on both sides of the road was pressed low by the cold wind, resembling a desolate graveyard. The next second, the carriage jolted violently. With a thud, Li Wei's forehead slammed hard against the carriage wall, causing him to gasp in pain. "Young master, the carriage is stuck in a ditch." The old man hurriedly helped him up. "It's not safe here. Let's get out of the carriage and let Walker get it out." The moment Li Wei was helped off the carriage in a daze, he froze completely on the spot. A desolate road, armored cavalry, guards with long swords hanging at their waists, rickety horses pulling carts, and distant, faintly visible mountain ranges. It all felt so real it sent chills down his spine. Just as he was filled with doubt and about to ask, a vast and unfamiliar flood of memories suddenly surged into his mind. After fully absorbing these memories, Li Wei finally understood his predicament. He was transported to a Western fantasy world where swords and magic coexist. In this world, extraordinary professions such as knights, warriors, and mages truly exist. Humans, monsters, elves, animal-eared girls, dwarves, sea creatures, undead, and even dragons, many races live together on this dangerous yet wondrous continent. The country he is currently in is called the Kingdom of Alpha, one of the more powerful kingdoms among the surrounding countries. It rose to prominence more than 1,000 years ago, and is located roughly in the northeastern part of the Noah continent. The original owner of this body was also named Levi. His full name was Levi Lewis. He was originally just the second son of a small baronial family in the south. But after his father died, his elder brother inherited the title and, because he refused to join the army, banished him directly from the family territory. With nowhere else to go, Livy could only take his old servant Charlie to the commercial city of Tulip City, hoping to find a way to make a living there. But no one expected that his excessively handsome face would catch the eye of the true owner of Tulip City. That person was none other than Angelus Tulip. She was a famous marquis in the Kingdom of Alpha. At the age of 21, she inherited the vast Tulip family, and defeated a group of uncles to firmly secure her marquisate. She was stunningly beautiful, and equally stunningly dangerous. The various noble families wanted to marry her in order to seize control of the Tulip family. The royal family wanted to interfere in her marriage in order to control the wealth of the south. Those within the Tulip family wanted to use her husband's status to reclaim family power. Then Angelus did something no one expected. She randomly chose a country baron's second son, who had no background, no connections, and only a pretty face, to be her husband. The original owner thought he had stumbled upon incredible good fortune. But Li Wei now understands that it wasn't luck at all, but rather the beginning of a chess piece being pushed onto the board. At the wedding banquet, the original owner got extremely drunk and lost control in public, turning the entire wedding into a laughingstock among the aristocratic circle. Angelus was utterly humiliated, and the next day she granted him a baronial title and a fiefdom. On the surface, this seemed like an enormous compensation. A second son who was driven out of his family suddenly became a baron with a real fiefdom, an opportunity that many minor nobles might not be able to obtain even after a lifetime of struggle. However, when the original owner went to the capital to complete the registration and saw the location of the fief, he was so frightened that he fainted on the spot. The territory assigned to him was Storm Territory, a border fiefdom teeming with monsters. It was located on the northeastern border of the Kingdom of Alpha. Stormlands is close to the Savage Mountains, making it the front line most vulnerable to attack when orcs march south. Several barons have died there in the past, some were torn to pieces by monsters, and some were never even recovered. That wasn't a fiefdom at all, it was a paradise for monsters. The original owner of this body couldn't withstand the shock and died while unconscious. It was at this moment that Li Wei from Earth took over this body. But he was just an ordinary person, with no chance of surviving in this strange and dangerous world. He might die on the way before even reaching the territory. Thinking of this, Li Wei felt a sense of despair. Just as he was sinking into despair, a clear system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, the system has detected that the host has transmigrated to another world with a harsh living environment. The predictive system has been activated. Basic Foresight 0-100. Passively foresees danger once a day, within a 1 kilometer radius, for 3 days, and can also sense any malice directed at you by others at close range. Uprating enhances the effects, granting you 1 freely distributable attribute point daily, allowing for rapid training in knight, archery, and magic professions. Slaying powerful opponents also yields essence, which can be used to strengthen your talents. After hearing the notification in his mind, Li Wei's despair gradually dissipated. At this moment, he finally saw hope for surviving in this strange world and rising rapidly to power. The next second, a plan quickly took shape in his mind. He would use the system to avoid all dangers in advance, get through the current crisis, and rapidly increase his strength to gain the ability to protect himself. He then recruited an army, created his own power, and used the modern knowledge in his mind to transform his barren territory into a powerful kingdom. He will defeat all the kingdoms step by step, become the sole ruler of this continent, and completely dominate this other world. Having identified his target, Li Wei began studying the system he had just activated. With a thought, a simple virtual panel, visible only to him, appeared before him. Name: Levi Lewis. Basic skills: Flame breathing technique. Beginner apprentice knight, 79 to 100, flame triple slash, beginner, 8 to 10. Riding skill, beginner, 3 to 10, attribute points, 2 energy essence, 0 special skills, super premonition, basic premonition, 0-100 passively predicts danger once a day, within a 1 kilometer radius, for 3 days. According to the description here, as long as the skill value of the flaming breathing technique is raised to 101, the life seed can be awakened, and the knight can be directly broken through to the formal knight level without the need for precious life source liquid. According to the original owner's memories, the life source fluid was an extremely precious item, basically controlled by the nobles and royalty, and could only be obtained through military merit. However, if a knight wants to awaken the seed of life, he must use the life source fluid, otherwise, he will not be able to stimulate the potential within his body, let alone generate extraordinary power. Of course, there are also some true geniuses who seem to be able to achieve breakthroughs on their own. Moreover, he can gain an attribute point every day, which means that as long as Li Wei lives long enough, there is no level he cannot break through, whether it is Sky Knight, Holy Knight, or even Legendary Knight. There are 9 ranks of official knights: Junior Knight, Intermediate Knight, Senior Knight, Grand Knight, Silver Knight, Gold Knight, Earth Knight, Sky Knight, and Holy Knight. Above these 9 ranks are Legendary Knights. And this innate talent, the panel can even awaken an innate talent. It is said that only one chosen one out of hundreds of knights will be born, thus awakening an innate talent. However, Li Wei has already possessed his innate talent even before being promoted to a formal knight, and he can continue to awaken it in the future. Within the Kingdom of Alpha, it seemed that no one had ever awakened more than 2 innate talents. Thinking of this, Levi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Young master, please calm down, you'll be alright. Once we reach Stormlands, we'll ask Lady Angelus for help, and she will definitely assist you. Old Charlie, thinking Levi was still frightened by the territory issue, quickly tried to comfort him. Old Charlie, don't worry, I'm fine. You don't need to worry too much about the territory problem, I'll handle it, Levi said, calming himself down. Now that we have this cultivation sheet device, what is there to worry about? Moreover, the first awakened innate talent is a life-saving talent that can foresee danger. 55 thieves lay in ambush in the bushes a kilometer ahead. Among them were 1 tier 1 professional, a junior warrior, 5 elite soldiers, and the rest were a rabble. After reading the warning, Levi immediately called out, "Old Charlie, stop the carriage!" Then, under old Charlie's puzzled gaze, Levi stepped down from the carriage. Upon seeing Li Wei alight from the carriage, Clay, the captain of the night squad who had been leading the way, immediately showed some dissatisfaction. "Baron, I told you this place isn't safe. There might be monsters around. If you want to rest, let's wait until we've passed this thicket." Levi wasn't angry at Captain Clay's attitude. This night squad originally belonged to the Tulip family. They were only assigned by Angelus to help Levi stabilize his new territory, and their term was only 2 years. This should have been an easy task, but it was secretly orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives, who moved Li Wei's territory to the dangerous place of Storm's End. This also means that the night squad is going to suffer along with Levi, so it would be strange if the other party had a good attitude towards him. "Captain Clay, didn't you notice how quiet the bushes ahead are?" Levi explained. Upon hearing Levi's words, Captain Clay paused slightly, then turned to look at the bushes on either side of the road ahead. It was indeed unusually quiet there. There wasn't even a single bird in sight. Clay immediately noticed the problem, then turned around and looked at Levi with some surprise, before saying apologetically, "I'm sorry, Baron, it was my oversight." He immediately ordered, "Roger, Sam, you two stay here to protect the Baron. The rest of you come with me to investigate." After saying that, Clay led 10 apprentice knights forward cautiously in battle formation to scout ahead. Levi actually wanted to follow as well. As his innate talent panel states, only by personally killing extraordinary professionals and absorbing their soul power can he generate energy essence points. Li Wei needs to use energy essence to awaken his talent, but the awakening result is random, and Li Wei doesn't know what innate talent he will awaken next time. At the same time, improving one's innate talent also requires energy essence. While other people's innate talents improve along with their own strength, Li Wei needs to use energy essence points to improve them. Therefore, the energy essence is extremely important to Li Wei, and among the thieves ahead, there happens to be a first-tier beginner warrior. Unfortunately, Li Wei didn't dare to go over. He was still just a rookie apprentice knight, no match for a first-tier beginner warrior. "I'd better just survive until I become a full knight." Meanwhile, in the bushes ahead, more than 50 bandits lay in ambush on both sides of the road, waiting for their prey to come to them. But suddenly they saw a troop of cavalry charging towards them in battle formation. Upon seeing this, one of the underlings immediately said to his leader, "Boss, they seem to have spotted us. Should we retreat? These cavalrymen look well equipped." "Bullshit. That lord said these people are just mercenaries, all for show. I'm a first-tier professional, how could I be scared away by them? Damn it, if you dare say such discouraging things again, I'll chop you up." The underling was immediately terrified and hurriedly flattered. Yes, boss is a professional warrior. Even a formal knight is no match for boss." Of course, this is pure flattery. In fact, warriors are generally weaker than knights. When the bandit leader saw the cavalry squad getting closer and closer, and their menacing aura, he knew they had indeed been discovered, so he stopped waiting. He gave the order, "Kill them! Those who perform well will be richly rewarded." At the command, the bandit leader charged forward. Seeing this, the other bandits, as if injected with adrenaline, also rushed towards the night squad. Captain Clay saw that the person charging down first was actually a first-tier professional warrior. So he immediately ordered his men to maintain formation, and then led 10 apprentice knights to charge forward. Crack! In a single exchange, the thief at the forefront collapsed in his excitement. A formal knight! The thief leader was shocked, realizing he might have been tricked. But running away at this point would only hasten their demise. So the bandit leader, enraged, immediately ordered his men to charge forward, attempting to break the enemy cavalry formation and find an opportunity to ambush the leading knight. Clay had been keeping a close eye on the bandit leader the entire time, also waiting for his chance. Soon, the bandit leader found an opening and prepared to ambush Clay, but Clay swung his sword backhand. Crack! The bandit leader instantly turned into a corpse. This first-tier warrior-level bandit leader was killed on the spot. This scene terrified the other bandits, who immediately began to flee in all directions. But 2 legs can't outrun 4. In the end, only 5 or 6 clever thieves managed to slip into the bushes. The rest were either killed or captured. Chapter 4 Grey Fortress. Watching the battle end in just a few minutes, Levi couldn't help but sigh at the difference between the regular army and the cannon fodder soldiers. They were simply not even in the same league. According to old Charlie, Clay and his knight squad participated in the Orcs' southward invasion 4 years ago and performed exceptionally well. It was in that battle that Clay distinguished himself and received the life essence bestowed by Angelus, thus successfully becoming a formal knight. Li Wei simply couldn't understand where this rabble of thieves got the audacity to attack a well-equipped squad of knights. Soon, Clay returned after dealing with the prisoners and reported, "Your Excellency, a total of 23 thieves were killed, 6 escaped, and the remaining 27 were captured." Perhaps because Levi was the first to spot the thieves, Clay's attitude was relatively normal this time. Levi then praised Clay's team, saying they were indeed warriors who had participated in the Orc Wars, and that they would certainly be rewarded once they reached their territory. Clay remained composed, simply stating that it was their duty. Levi, sensing a lingering distance between himself and the knights, decided to be direct. He told everyone that he knew they were going to that dangerous place, Stormy Cape, because of him, and it was normal for them to feel resentful. But the territorial exchange wasn't his fault. Someone was framing him, and everyone else as well. Levi added that the knights only needed to stay by his side for 2 years. If they continued to fight amongst themselves, it would only become more dangerous. If they could work together, they might be able to safely get through those 2 years. As soon as he finished speaking, silence fell over the surroundings. The knights exchanged glances, clearly beginning to agree with him. Clay gave Levi a deep look, his attitude finally softening, and respectfully indicated that they would fulfill their duties. Levi nodded, expressing his hope for a pleasant cooperation. He then spoke with Clay about the thieves and voiced his doubts. Clay realized that thieves would usually run away at the sight of a knight squad, so how could they possibly charge at it? He immediately grabbed a prisoner and interrogated him severely. These bandits were spineless to begin with, and when Clay intimidated them, they immediately begged for mercy, saying they had no idea that Levi was a noble lord, let alone that there were any official knights in his party. They claimed their leader was sent by someone to intercept and kill Levi. Upon hearing this, Clay and the surrounding knights understood. Levi's territorial change was indeed orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, not simply an impulsive act as they had previously assumed. Levi deduced that the one who orchestrated it was the very party that had given him the new territory. Clay was puzzled. If the real intention was to kill Levi, why send only these low-level thieves? Levi explained with a cold laugh that with Angelus around, he couldn't die within the kingdom. He could only die in Stormlands. The true purpose of these thieves was to wear down the knight squad. If they hadn't discovered the ambush beforehand, even with Clay present, there would likely have been casualties if they had actually walked into it. By the time they arrived in Stormlands with their depleted squad, Levi would have died even faster. Clay thought about it and admitted that if they were ambushed, that single Tier 1 warrior would have been enough to cause trouble. The knights, after hearing the discussion, began to murmur amongst themselves, and their gazes towards Li Wei changed. At this point, the rift between them was considered cleared up. After all, everyone was now in the same boat. No one could remain unaffected. Clay then suggested sending a knight back to Tulip City to report the matter to Angelus. Levi immediately stopped him, sneering. "They only said they wouldn't let me die within the kingdom, not that they wouldn't kill these knights. The person sent out probably won't even reach Tulip territory." Clay was taken aback, then gritted his teeth and cursed. "Despicable!" Levi said nothing more, only urging everyone to continue. They had no way back now and could only head towards Stormwind territory. As for the captured bandits, Levi planned to sell them to Viscount Leon ahead, thus supplementing his income. After all, he would need to purchase some things once they reached Grey Fortress. 5 days later, Li Wei and his party finally arrived at Grey Fortress. Grey Fortress was nestled in the Grey Mountains, in an extremely strategic location. In the past, the orcs had never allowed the Alpha Kingdom to build a fortress here, and would launch a major attack on it every time they marched south, so the fortress had never been built. It wasn't until 250 years ago, when a giant gold mine was discovered within the territory of Viscount Leon, that the royal family finally made up their minds to send 3 legions to guard the Grey Mountains and ultimately forcibly built this fortress. However, 100 years ago, the gold mines were exhausted, and with the Alpha Kingdom's army becoming increasingly skilled in warfare, the orcs shifted their main focus to other kingdoms, merely harassing and raiding the Alpha Kingdom's borders. Consequently, the royal family withdrew 2 legions, leaving only the Northeast Legion to defend Frostmoon Province. Normally, the Northeast Legion is stationed in Frostmoon City in the rear, with only 1 battalion stationed to guard Grey Fortress. Reinforcements are only sent in when the orcs invade from the south. At this moment, the 8th Battalion of the Northeast Legion is stationed at Grey Fortress. The battalion commander, Klein, is a 5th-tier Silver Knight, and he has 2 vice-captains and a 4th-tier Great Warrior-level cavalry company commander under his command. Upon arriving here, Li Wei's first task was to receive the supplies and people from the new lord. This was a special favor granted by the royal family to the new border barons, to prevent soldiers who had earned their fiefdoms through military merit from finding themselves unable to develop their careers on the border, and instead harboring resentment towards the merit-based system. Chapter 5 Trouble. Soon after Levi arrived at Grey Fortress, a man claiming to be the quartermaster approached him. The man saluted respectfully, introduced himself as Roland, and said he had been notified that Levi was heading to Stormwind Cape, so he had prepared the necessary supplies in advance, asking if he wanted to inspect them now. Levi nodded, signaling Clay and the others to follow. Roland glanced at the knights, then led the way, guiding them to a camp within the fortress. Even before approaching, Levi was assaulted by a pungent stench. Upon entering the camp, he found it in complete disarray, especially the group of serfs, all emaciated and weak. Roland pointed to the items in the camp and explained that they were prepared according to the kingdom's regulations: 1,000 serfs, 200 tons of grain, 6 sets of iron armor, 50 sets of leather armor, 10 bows, 100 arrows, 50 long swords and 50 spears, 20 wooden shields, 20 oxen, and 30 ponies. In addition, there were 50 elite soldiers, but Li Wei had to pay their own salaries, half a gold coin per person per year. Li Wei just sneered after reading this and didn't speak immediately. Clay, who was following behind, was so angry that the veins on his forehead were bulging. He suppressed his anger and questioned Roland. "Are these things really the quantity and quality stipulated by the kingdom? Are you sure they weren't picked up from the garbage dump?" The supplies were clearly problematic, the quantity was incorrect, and the quality was even worse. The so-called serfs were almost entirely elderly, weak, women, and children. There wasn't a single able-bodied man among them. The 50 elite soldiers were emaciated. Clay, of course, understood that someone was deliberately making things difficult for them. But these supplies were a matter of life and death for their entire knightly squad, and he couldn't help but be furious. Roland insisted that this was all the supplies available, and that he was simply following protocol. Clay was about to erupt in anger when Levi raised his hand to stop him. Levi knew that this was not a decision a mere quartermaster would dare make on his own. Moreover, he was a baron, yet neither the commander nor the deputy commander of the 8th Battalion had shown up. Their attitude was clear. Li Wei smiled, looked at Roland, and asked whether the supplies were prepared by the captain or the vice-captain. Roland panicked and quickly denied it, saying he was neither, and that he was simply following the kingdom's regulations. But a chill was creeping down his spine. Weren't the rumors that this baron was just an easily fooled gigolo? How could he be so perceptive and quick-witted? Seeing Roland trying to take the blame, Levi's smile grew even colder. He made Roland produce a list and sign it. Li Wei then deliberately mentioned that he was the newlywed husband of the Marquis of Tulip, and that he had been exiled here only because he had offended his wife. Strictly speaking, everything he owned still belonged to the Marquis of Tulip, including these supplies and people, and he had to report to her. Upon hearing the name of the Marquis de Tulip, Roland visibly panicked. He stammered, saying there seemed to be no such regulation. Of course, he dared not sign it. If a record were kept and the Marquis de Tulip were to pursue the matter, he, a quartermaster, simply could not afford the consequences. Clay was somewhat surprised by what he saw. He hadn't expected that Levi's few words would throw the previously defiant Roland into disarray. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Levi didn't press him further, simply saying that since Roland was in trouble, he wouldn't make things difficult for him. He would accept the goods for now, but since he didn't plan to leave the fortress immediately, he would have Roland continue to safeguard them. After saying this, Li Wei casually tossed Roland a gold coin as a safekeeping fee, reminding him to keep a close eye on it, otherwise his superior might cause him trouble. Li Wei then left with his men, leaving Roland standing there dumbfounded, holding the gold coin. He was completely confused. Had he accepted it, or had he not? Roland inwardly groaned. Why did this insignificant figure like him have to be dragged into the power struggles between such important people? In the end, he could only sigh and decide to report the truth. This new baron didn't seem to be as foolish as the rumors suggested. On the way back, Clay, full of doubt, couldn't help but ask Levi why he had let that wretched quartermaster go, and why he had said he would accept those junk items. Levi smiled and countered. When did he actually accept them? Aren't they still in the warehouse? As for Roland, he's just a lowly messenger. Dwelling on him would only be a waste of energy. What they really need to do is reclaim the supplies they're owed. There's no need to escalate things now and make the situation too ugly. The current situation actually gives both sides a way out. Clay is still worried that those people might not obediently replenish the supplies. Li Wei, however, was in no hurry. He had already stated that they would not leave the fortress for the time being, and would not go to Stormwind territory until the other side had prepared their supplies. Compared to Stormwind territory, Grey Fortress was clearly safer. As for the timeframe, the 8th Brigade had no say in that. That was a matter for the royal family and the Council of Nobles. If this caused a scene in the capital because he didn't arrive in Stormlands on time, Angelus would definitely find out everything that happened here. Clay's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Since the other party dared to make things difficult in secret, they certainly wouldn't dare let Lady Angelus know. Actually, Levi had another plan. He had already accumulated 7 attribute points, and in just 15 more days, he could be promoted to a full-fledged knight. He figured that by then, his ability to protect himself would be much better than when he went to Stormwind territory. So, no matter how the other side reacted, he planned to stay at Grey Fortress for more than 10 days. Afterward, Li Wei and his group rented a spacious courtyard at Grey Fortress and settled down temporarily. Chapter 6: The Slave Market. That evening, Levi had old Charlie buy a considerable amount of wine and meat as a reward for the troops. While everyone ate, drank, and rested, at the quartermaster's quarters of Auden, the deputy captain of the 8th Battalion, Quartermaster Roland was reporting on the day's events. Roland cautiously explained that Baron Levi ultimately accepted the supplies, only asking them to hold them temporarily until they left the fortress for Stormwind. Auden scoffed, his face full of disdain. "A pretty boy, quite the airs, actually making us watch his things so he can roam freely in the fortress? Did he say when he was leaving?" Roland wiped away cold sweat and stammered that Levi hadn't said it explicitly, but he should leave before his term ended. Auden sensed something was wrong, his gaze darkened, and he pressed Roland for details about the handover. Roland was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and quickly began to complain. It turned out that Li Wei had made him sign the list, saying that these items belonged to the Marquis of Tulips and that he would need to report to her later, so he dared not refuse. With a loud bang, Auden slammed his hand on the table, smashing it to pieces, and roared. "Is he threatening me? Using the Marquis of Tulips to blackmail me? That damn pretty boy!" Roland knelt on the ground, barely daring to breathe. Auden suppressed his anger and told him that since he was in charge of safekeeping, he should keep a close eye on things and see how long Levi could drag this out. Roland quickly agreed, got up, and left, afraid of being assigned any more tasks. After he left, Aden's expression grew even more grim. He hadn't expected Levi to bring up the Marquis de Tulip, which put him in a difficult position. Whether Levi's reluctance to confront him outright was due to cowardice or a desire to avoid escalating the situation, Auden wasn't sure. He could only wait and see, hoping that things were as Fez had described, that Levi was just a foolish and cowardly gigolo. Otherwise, he really didn't have many options. The next morning, Li Wei woke up and stretched comfortably. After traveling all the way here, he finally got a good night's sleep. He then checked his interface as usual. Name: Li Wei. Lewis. Flame breathing technique, beginner apprentice knight, 79 points of proficiency. Flame / beginner, 8 points. Riding skill, beginner, 3 points. Attribute points, 8 points. His innate talent is super strong precognition, at a basic level. He can passively foresee dangers within a 1 kilometer radius once a day for 3 days, and can also sense the malice others harbor towards him at close range. His energy essence remains at 0. Seeing the 8 attribute points, Li Wei felt more confident. With a few more points accumulated, he could use them to break through to the rank 1 knight level. Only then, with increased strength, would he have a chance to try and acquire energy essence. He had originally planned to improve his triple flame / first, but upon reflection, breaking through to the rank 1 knight level was more important. After all, the combat strength of a formal knight is far beyond what an ordinary apprentice knight can compensate for with swordsmanship alone. After putting away the panel, Li Wei washed his face and rinsed his mouth with salt water. Thinking about the terrible hygiene conditions in this world, he secretly decided that he must get a toothbrush out later. His personal hygiene could not be as perfunctory as some nobles. After a quick bite, Levi called old Charlie and Clay, and took 6 apprentice knights with him. Today he planned to go to the slave market in the fortress to see if he could buy any people useful to the territory. Stormwind territory was in dire need of rebuilding, and craftsmen such as blacksmiths, carpenters, stonemasons, and bricklayers were exactly what the new territory needed most. Although Li Wei possessed the knowledge of a modern person, he only understood many things theoretically. When it came to actually doing them, he wouldn't know how. The slave market was located at the westernmost edge of the fortress, a considerable area, but utterly chaotic. What bothered Li Wei even more was the extremely poor sanitation. Excrement was everywhere, making it almost impossible to walk. Most of the slaves in the cages were barely clothed and had blank expressions, as if they had lost all ability to respond to the outside world. Li Wei, as someone who had received a modern education, felt very uncomfortable seeing these scenes, but he could only suppress his discomfort and did not show it much. He covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, walked around the market, and roughly figured out the prices. Ordinary slaves here were about half the price of those in the interior. A healthy young male slave cost 10 gold coins, and a female slave cost 5 gold coins. Slaves over 35 years old, or under 10 years old, only needed 1 gold coin, or even half a gold coin. The former were mostly not as strong as young men, and the latter were too young to do heavy work for the time being, so they had to be raised for several more years. The skilled slaves that Li Wei needed typically cost twice as much as the able-bodied young slaves. As for the beautiful female slaves who had undergone special training, they were high-end commodities with no upper limit on price. What surprised Li Wei most was that there were even slaves who were extraordinary professionals. The slave market even offered contract services. Once the buyer and the professional agreed on the terms, price, and term of service, a contract could be signed. These people differed from ordinary slaves and were not entirely without human rights. Upon the expiration of their contract, they regained their freedom. Many of them were prisoners of war from noble families, forced to sell themselves to save their lives because they couldn't afford the ransom. For this reason, these professional slaves were mostly experienced on the battlefield and very popular. A single first-tier professional slave could command a 10-year contract for 200 to 300 gold coins. The price startled Li Wei, and he immediately abandoned the idea of buying a professional slave, instead continuing to inquire about skilled slaves. After all, he only had the 500 gold coins given to him by Angelus, plus the 270 gold coins he earned from selling 27 bandits to Viscount Leon, totaling 770 gold coins. Yesterday's food and rent expenses already covered some of the cost, and I still need to pay the knights and soldiers' wages. I only have about 500 gold coins left, which has very limited purchasing power. Chapter 7: Suspicious Demi-Human Slaves. After half an hour of searching, Li Wei finally found a group of suitable slaves in the slave market. He looked at the weasel-faced slave merchant in front of him and asked directly, "What kind of skills do your slaves possess?" As soon as a customer came to his door, the slave trader immediately became enthusiastic, smiling as he introduced his slaves, saying that he had a full range of skills and types of slaves, including veterans who had fought in battles, as well as those skilled in medicine, barbering, carpentry, tailoring, and cooking. Li Wei, unfazed by their words, simply asked, "Aren't there blacksmiths and stonemasons?" The slave trader nodded hastily, saying of course there were, but they were more expensive. Li Wei, unconcerned with price, directly stated his needs. "Blacksmiths, stonemasons, carpenters, bricklayers, veterinarians, what are the prices for each?" Hearing his arrogant tone, the slave trader smiled even more eagerly and immediately quoted prices: 20 gold coins each for carpenters, bricklayers, and veterinarians, 25 gold coins for stonemasons, and 30 gold coins for blacksmiths. Li Wei did some mental calculations and said, "I need 2 veterinarians, 3 carpenters, 5 bricklayers, 4 stonemasons, and 5 blacksmiths, for a total of 450 gold coins. I won't haggle. In return, you can give me a tailor, a cook, and a barber." The slave trader's face immediately fell. He had thought he had met a big customer, but it turned out to be a transaction for only a few hundred gold coins, and he was even asked to give away 3 people for free. So he couldn't help but persuade Li Wei to buy more, and even said that these slaves could be taken back to the mainland and resold for double the profit. Actually, the price Li Wei offered wasn't low. Of the 3 people he sent, only the tailor was worth something. The cook and the barber were still unsure if they were imposters. Seeing the slave trader's reluctance, Clay snorted and bluntly stated, "These are the leftovers from slave traders in the interior. If my master hadn't just taken over Stormwind territory and was in dire need of skilled slaves, who would buy these inferior goods?" Only then did the slave trader realize that the young man before him was actually the newly appointed Baron of Stormwind territory. A thought flashed through his mind. He figured this was just another person going to their death, so he didn't bother arguing any further and immediately agreed. He said with a beaming smile, "So it's Lord Stormwind. My apologies. Since you urgently need it, sir, then we'll do as you say. Those 3 slaves are yours, and their families are also yours." Li Wei was taken aback, not expecting such a good thing, and thanked the slave trader. The slave trader then led him to choose slaves. After Li Wei gathered the slaves he needed, the slave trader had someone bring over the supposed family members. There were only 2 middle-aged women and 2 thin children who looked about 6 or 7 years old. Li Wei's face immediately darkened. Is this all the family you're talking about? The slave trader smiled awkwardly and explained that these were the cooks and tailors' wives and children, and the others were all bachelors with no family. Li Wei immediately realized he had been tricked by this unscrupulous slave trader. He smiled grimly though. Very well, a truly generous slave trader. What's your name? I'll come back to cooperate with you again next time. The slave trader also sensed Li Wei's displeasure, but wasn't afraid. He had powerful backers, and in his opinion, this young baron might not return alive from Stormlands. So he smiled and replied, You flatter me, sir. My name is Quint, and I welcome you to visit again. Li Wei didn't say anything more, and casually tossed out a bag of gold coins. Here is a deposit of 250 gold coins. I will be staying in the fortress for another 10 days or so. You can keep an eye on these slaves here for now and make sure they are well fed. When we return to Stormwind territory, they will all have to work for me, and I will pay for their food expenses. When Quint heard that there were only 250 gold coins, he was immediately in a dilemma. Just as he was about to speak, Levi ignored him and led Clay and the others to another place. On the other side of the slave market, there were slaves from other races. As soon as Li Wei entered the alien race area, his eyes were opened. There were strange and unusual races everywhere. Not only had he never seen them before, but he also had almost no recollection of them in the original owner's memories. After Clay's explanation, he learned that the alien races here were roughly divided into 2 categories. The first category was orcs, such as goblins, pigs, goat-headed people, and hog-headed people. This place was originally the front line of the war against the orcs. Even though the war ended more than half a year ago, there are still many scattered orc tribes in the wild mountains, so the number of orc slaves is the largest. However, orcs are mostly unruly and have large appetites, so while they are cheap, they are difficult to sell. Those willing to buy them are usually only royalty, and some high-ranking nobles in the south, who mostly use them for magical experiments. The second category is demi-humans. Demi-humans have faces that are not much different from humans, except that their pupils, ears, and teeth have animalistic features, and they all have tails, such as the white wolf demi-human, the snow lion demi-human, and the red fox demi-human. Although demi-humans resemble humans more, they are considered cursed and ominous by human society, so most of them live in orc territory. The orc races are diverse, which ironically makes them more tolerant. However, certain demi-human females are highly sought after by nobles, their price second only to elven slaves. For example, the white wolf-like female demi-human that Li Wei saw at that moment, with her blue eyes, pointed ears, and white hair, almost made him unable to look away. Only one thought popped into his mind, a bastard girl. Even Li Wei, who was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, was almost powerless against this white wolf demi-human. Just as he was about to ask about the price with great interest, the panel in his mind suddenly issued a warning. Upon discovering that the white wolf demi-human woman was a 4th-tier great warrior, an extremely dangerous situation, Li Wei's hair stood on end. A 4th-tier great warrior, that's a mid-tier professional. In the entire Grey Fortress, there are only 4 mid-tier professionals openly acknowledged. At this moment, the slave trader was still smiling as he introduced. Sir, this beautiful white wolf demi-human is only 1,000 gold coins, absolutely a bargain. Li Wei immediately shook his head frantically. Can't afford it, can't afford it. After saying that, he pulled Clay and the others and quickly left the slave market without looking back. Chapter 8. After the panel suddenly issued a danger warning, Li Wei was so frightened that he immediately left the slave market. All the way, he kept thinking about the abnormality of the female demi-human. There was definitely something wrong with her. Her innate talent hadn't reacted before, but the moment he had the thought of buying her, the warning appeared immediately. In other words, if he bought her, his life would be in danger. More importantly, when he inquired about the price, he clearly sensed the female demi-human's intense hostility, as if she would kill him immediately if he dared to make the purchase. Back at his lodgings, Levi called Clay into his room alone, and told him about the discovery of a 4th-tier warrior demi-human in the slave market. He speculated that the female demi-human might have deliberately infiltrated the area to collude with the orcs outside and plot against Grey Fortress. Clay's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he asked incredulously, 4th rank? My lord, are you sure? Levi nodded and explained, half-jokingly. I am naturally sensitive to other people's hostility. The feeling she gave me was the same as the hostility a 4th-rank warrior official showed me when we signed the territory agreement in the capital. Clay was taken aback, then realized why Levi had sensed the danger before him when they encountered the bandits. It turned out this lord, besides his striking appearance, possessed such innate perception. Clay said in a deep voice, "Sir, this matter must be reported to the captain or vice-captain of the 8th Squad as soon as possible." "But—" He didn't finish speaking, and Li Wei understood his concerns. The safety of Grey Keep was crucial to Stormwind territory. If the fortress fell to the orcs, Stormwind territory wouldn't just be in danger, but a death trap. But now, someone in the fortress was targeting them, and reporting this to the person behind it might bring trouble instead. After a moment's thought, Li Wei realized that the only person he had contacted at Grey Fortress was the slave trader Quint, so he instructed, "Go find Quint tomorrow and gather some information. Here are 10 gold coins, keep them for future use." The next morning, Clay and 2 of his men went to the slave market to gather information from Quint. Levi stayed at their lodgings, practicing his breathing techniques and honing his skills as planned. He was too weak to rely solely on 1 attribute point per day. Although the panel quantifies his level, it still allows him to clearly understand his progress, so he can't neglect his training. In the morning, Li Wei practices the knight's breathing technique with the others. In the afternoon, he practices ranged archery alone. He was exhausted after a long day, but when he opened the panel, his flaming breathing technique was still at the beginner apprentice knight level with 79 points, and his flaming triple slash and riding skill hadn't changed either. Li Wei was somewhat helpless. It seemed he really wasn't a genius after all. "I've heard that true geniuses can master the breathing technique in 3 days and become full knights in 3 months. However, he has stats and attribute points, so he might not be any worse than those people in the future." That day, the danger warning remained silent, suggesting the orcs outside weren't ready yet. Clay finally returned that evening. Levi immediately asked, "How did it go? Did you find anything?" Clay nodded, his face grim. "These slave traders are really troublesome. I've served them good food and drink all day, and I've only managed to get a few things out of Quint." He didn't dare say directly who the quartermaster was working for, but only told me that Captain Klein came from the Duke of Lincoln's family, Vice Captain Odin came from a Viscount's family, and Vice Captain Corey came from the royal family's direct forces. After listening, Li Wei quickly made a judgment. Of the 3, Captain Klein was the least suspicious. The Lincoln Duke family was located on the northwestern border of the kingdom and was one of the 3 major dukes in the north, with little involvement with the southern nobles or the forces of the capital. So he decided, "In that case, let's visit this captain tomorrow." The next morning, Levi led Clyde to Klein's residence. After being announced at the gate, the 2 were led inside. When Klein saw Levi, his first thought was that he had come for supplies, and he said directly, "Baron Levi, if you are here for supplies, I'm sorry, but that's not my business, and I can't help you with that." He clearly didn't want to get involved in the troubles related to the Marquis of Tulip. Levi shook his head. "I'm not here today for something as trivial as supplies. There's something far more important." Klein became interested. "Please speak freely, sir." Levi glanced at the servants and soldiers in the reception room, a troubled look on his face. "Captain Klein, this matter is of great importance, so—" Seeing that he wasn't joking, Klein's expression also turned serious, and he waved for everyone to leave. Levi also told Klein to wait outside. Once only the 2 of them remained in the hall, Klein asked, "So what is it?" Li Wei said solemnly, "I discovered an orc mole inside Grey Fortress, and he's even a 4th-tier Grand Warrior." Klein suddenly stood up, his expression changing drastically. "Impossible! Where did you find him?" "This matter is extremely serious. As the captain of the 8th Battalion and the supreme commander of Grey Fortress, if a 4th-tier warrior were to infiltrate the fortress without his knowledge, he would inevitably bear the responsibility for dereliction of duty, regardless of whether any losses were incurred afterward." Chapter 9 Countermeasures. It wasn't that Klein didn't want to believe Levi, but rather that the matter seemed too impossible to him. Grey Fortress was a crucial frontline stronghold, equipped with magical early warning systems from its inception. Both the north and south gates had detection arrays, and all professionals entering the city had to register. If you lie under the magic circle, you'll be mistaken for an enemy spy and killed on the spot. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Li Wei simply stated clearly, "Captain Klein, I'm telling the truth. That 4th-tier warrior is a white wolf demi-human woman, currently lurking in the slave market. She should have a magical artifact to conceal her strength. If you don't believe me, you can investigate yourself." Seeing his certainty, Klein's expression also turned serious, and he immediately decided to go to the slave market to take a look. He stood up and said, "Then I'll trouble Baron Levy to wait here for me. I'll go and confirm it myself." Just as Klein was about to leave, Levi reminded him again. Captain, you'd better investigate secretly and not alert her. Otherwise, the slave market may suffer heavy losses, and if the fact that a fourth-tier warrior has infiltrated the fortress is exposed, you'll probably get into trouble too. Klein paused, glancing back at Levi. He hadn't really thought that far ahead. If a fourth-tier demi-human had infiltrated, he had intended to kill them outright. But if a fight broke out, the slave market would inevitably suffer, and those slave traders all had powerful backers, meaning he'd have to pay hefty compensation. What's more troublesome is that although the enemy was brought in by slave traders, the fortress's defenses were breached, and as the captain, he couldn't escape responsibility either. If his political enemy seized on this, he might not lose his position, but his achievements in resisting the orcs last year would likely be erased. Thinking this, Klein's opinion of Levi subtly changed. The rumored pretty boy Baron seemed to be more than he appeared. Could this man really have been specially arranged by the Marquis de Tulip? If so, he was worth befriending. After all, in the Grey Mountains, having a friend with connections and resources was always better than having an enemy. Klein nodded politely. Thank you for the reminder, Baron Levy. With that, he left the drawing room. Once he identified his target, even without resorting to force, he had ways to see through their disguise. He was gone for over an hour. When Klein returned, his face was extremely pale. Clearly, he had confirmed Levi's intelligence. He entered the drawing room and immediately gave Levi a solemn noble bow. Thank you for informing me, Baron Levi. There was indeed a fourth-tier warrior lurking in the slave market, and he was extremely well hidden. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have had a hard time spotting him. Baron Levi should possess magical detection equipment, shouldn't he? Li Wei rose to return the greeting, calmly saying, Captain Klein, you're too kind. I am indeed carrying magical equipment from the Tulip family. He was deliberately using the Tulip family's name to create a powerful backing for himself. This way, he would face fewer obstacles in his early development in Stormlands. As for whether the other party would investigate, Li Wei wasn't worried. Unless there was a direct conflict of interest, who would risk offending the Tulip family to investigate? Klein, after hearing this, became even more convinced of his guess. Otherwise, how could a novice knight, who wasn't even a formal professional, possibly discover a lurking fourth-tier warrior? Moreover, the previous barons of Stormwind territory were all at least fourth or fifth-tier knights or warriors, yet they all died there. The Marquis of Tulips couldn't possibly assign Li Wei only a first or junior knight as a bodyguard. That would be a complete waste of the family's military achievements. Therefore, Klein deduced that the Marquis must have a backup plan, but due to certain rumors, she was keeping her true arrangements hidden. This was exactly the effect Levi wanted. Levi then asked, Captain Klein, what are your plans for dealing with that fourth-tier white wolf demi-human? Klein shook his head, clearly still undecided. During his investigation, he had noticed the white wolf female demi-human was extremely wary. She immediately went on alert whenever someone approached to inquire about the price, as if ready to fight at any moment. In this state, it was virtually impossible to deal with her discreetly. But if things escalate, Deputy Captain Auden will definitely use the opportunity to complain to the capital. Li Wei saw his concerns and said directly, It seems the captain is somewhat wary. However, this matter is actually not difficult to resolve. Klein's eyes flickered. Baron Levy, do you have a solution? If you can help me resolve this matter smoothly, I will naturally reward you. Especially the trouble you are currently facing, I can handle it for you. In Klein's view, Levi's visit was most likely an attempt to use this incident as leverage to get him to resolve the issue of Stormwind territory's supply shortage. Given that the Marquis of Tulips might be backing Levi, he certainly wouldn't underestimate him. Li Wei said calmly, There is a way, but I need to know first who the captain is worried about. Klein understood what he meant and smiled. It's not a secret. I'm worried about the Vice Captain Odin. We are both fifth-tier professionals. I am a knight, and he is a warrior. In a real fight, I am slightly stronger. However, Auden has sided with a powerful figure in the capital, whose background is no less impressive than mine, and he's been eyeing my position as battalion commander. Coincidentally, he's also the one who embezzled Baron Levy's supplies. That quartermaster, Roland, is one of Auden's men. Li Wei was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, not expecting that the person who had been causing him trouble was also at odds with Klein. This actually made things simpler. He said, That makes things easier. We just need to transfer Odin and his men out of the fortress, and give him a reason he can't refuse. Klein looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Levi said, You can give the order directly, saying that a large number of orc tracks have been discovered outside the fortress, and order Auden to lead men out to investigate. This is a military order. Even if he disagrees, he has no choice but to leave the city to search. Klein frowned. But I don't have any intelligence on the orcs. If he returns and says he found no trace, I can still report him to the higher-ups. Li Wei shook his head. Just because we don't has it doesn't mean that 4th-tier White Wolf demi-human doesn't. As long as you have someone keep a close eye on her, any unusual movement from her will indicate that the time she agreed upon with the orcs outside is approaching. At that time, you can then order Auden to leave the city and search for any trace of the orcs. After he leaves, explain to the others that you deliberately let this 4th-tier White Wolf demi-human in, with the aim of lurking the orcs outside the city. As for sending Auden out, it was to cut off the orcs' retreat and complete the counter-encirclement. That way, all we need to do inside the city is deal with the White Wolf demi-human. If the orcs outside manage to escape in the end, it's Auden's fault. Who told him not to block their escape route in time? Maybe you can even use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Klein's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. This plan was indeed feasible. Chapter 10 Formal Night. Levi's solution for Klein was, frankly, to shift the blame. The 4th-tier White Wolf demi-human had already infiltrated the fortress. Concealing it any longer was impossible. The only option was to use an even bigger event to cover up Klein's dereliction of duty. What could have been a well-planned trap to lure the enemy into an ambush failed due to someone's mistake. Such an event was enough to divert the Legion's attention and make Klein's problem seem minor. As for why they didn't wipe out the orcs who came to launch the sneak attack, the reason is quite simple. Since the orcs were able to infiltrate a 4th-tier White Wolf demi-human into the fortress, the ambush outside would certainly not be weak. It would be too risky to rashly lure the enemy into the city, and Klein couldn't afford to gamble on that. Moreover, such large-scale operations must be reported to the Legion in advance. Otherwise, even if they are ultimately victorious, the credit will go to the executors, and Klein, the person in charge, may be punished for acting on his own initiative. Klein quickly thought of another problem. Baron Levy, if Auden really runs into orcs outside, his 3 squadrons will probably be finished. Then it will be my intelligence and command failure, and I will be more guilty. Li Wei reassured him. Since the orcs had their sights set on the fortress, there must be sentries outside. Seeing Auden lead his troops away, they would simply hide to avoid alerting the orcs, and would never expose themselves before capturing the fortress. Klein immediately understood. The orcs' goal was to capture Grey Fortress, and to confront Auden before that would be tantamount to prematurely exposing their strength. With their small numbers, once their whereabouts were revealed, a direct assault on the fortress would be a pipe dream. With a plan in mind, Klein immediately became much more friendly towards Levi, inviting him to lunch and even addressing him as Brother Levi. During the meal, Klein jokingly suggested that Levi stay at Fort Grey for a while. Anyway, the supplies for Stormwind territory weren't ready yet, and he still had more than a month left before his term ended. Once he dealt with Auden, he would personally arrange the supplies, ensuring they were even better than before. Li Wei hadn't expected this unexpected gain and was delighted. He thanked Klein. After lunch, he took his leave and returned to his residence. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early that morning, Li Wei woke up naturally as usual. This world without nightlife had somehow managed to regulate his sleep schedule remarkably. While having breakfast, he opened the control panel to check. Name, Levi Lewis. Basic skills, flame breathing technique, apprentice knight, 81 experience points. Basic archery, beginner. Attribute points, 20. Looking at the attribute points he had finally collected, Levi's heart stirred. Today, he could be promoted to a full-fledged knight, truly stepping into the ranks of extraordinary professionals. For the past 10 days, Li Wei has not left the courtyard once, practicing the knight's breathing technique diligently every day. Although the original owner's talent was average, after 10 days of perseverance, he still gained 2 points of experience in the flame breathing technique. More importantly, his previous guess was correct. 2 days ago, after he mastered the basic archery skills, they appeared on his character panel. With continued practice, he could quickly improve them by combining them with his attribute points. After breakfast, Li Wei first instructed old Charlie and the others that he needed to rest well today and that no one should disturb him. Any urgent matters should be discussed after noon. Then, he returned to his room to prepare for his formal promotion. Li Wei had already inquired with Clay and learned that it wouldn't take long for an apprentice knight to break through to become a full knight. Generally, it involves absorbing the medicinal power of the life source liquid and then awakening the life seed. The entire process wouldn't take more than half a day. Since he doesn't need the life source liquid, he naturally saves time absorbing the medicinal power, and he can most likely complete the process before noon. Awakening the life seed won't cause too much of a commotion. All the changes will occur within his body, and those outside won't notice. After adjusting his state, Li Wei immediately added all 19 attribute points to the blazing breathing technique. The next moment, a large amount of cultivation experience flooded into his mind, flashing through his mind like a revolving lantern, so real that it felt as if he had personally practiced it countless times. Once he had fully absorbed these experiences, his body began to change. His muscles gradually became firmer, and his skin shed a layer of old skin, like a molting process, to grow new, smoother, and more delicate skin. The new skin was covered with a layer of almost transparent substance, like natural armor, enhancing the body's physical defense and magic resistance. The biggest change occurred in the heart. Li Wei's heartbeat quickened, his blood flowed faster, and all the power in his body seemed to be drawn along with his blood, constantly converging on his heart. At that moment, he felt as if his heart was about to explode. Li Wei knew that this was the key to condensing the seed of life. As long as he could endure this excruciating pain, he would successfully advance. In the midst of the agony, time seemed to become chaotic. Sometimes it seemed to stand still, sometimes it seemed to fly by. Finally, the last wave of pain subsided, and his heart returned to normal. The extra layer of transparent substance on the surface became a sign that the seed of life had successfully condensed. Immediately afterward, the heart began to radiate a powerful force in reverse, circulating throughout the body via the bloodstream. At this moment, Li Wei finally truly stepped into the initial stage of a formal night. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body, and couldn't help but sigh softly. Is this what a formal knight is, a first-tier extraordinary professional? He's ridiculously strong. I feel like I could beat 10 of my past selves now. Even the strongest trainee knight is still considered an ordinary person, differing only in the degree of their strength. But once they become a first-tier professional, they can no longer be viewed as normal people. Killing a bull with a single punch would be an understatement. Li Wei glanced at the time and found that only a little over an hour had passed, indeed much faster than those who advanced using the life source liquid. He then opened the panel again to check the changes after the advancement. Name: Li Wei. Lewis. Basic skills: Flame breathing technique. Tier 1 beginner knight, 0 experience points. Attribute points 0. Chapter 11: The Null Squad. After successfully advancing to a formal knight, Li Wei looked at the data on the panel and quickly made a judgment. If he relied solely on accumulating attribute points daily, it would take about 3 years to advance to a second-tier intermediate knight. This speed might be acceptable for a lord in the safe interior, but he's currently a baron in the frontier Stormwind territory. He's only just arrived at Grey Fortress when he first encountered trouble from the 5th-tier Silver Warrior vice-captain, and then a 4th-tier demi-human set his sights on the fortress. The level of danger is unimaginable. Li Wei realized that he needed to find a way to acquire energy essence to awaken his second talent. Since his knight level couldn't be raised quickly, he could only start with his innate talent, which might awaken an ability to enhance his combat power. The upcoming orc attack presented just such an opportunity. However, he also knew that with his novice experience, it wouldn't be easy to kill a professional of the same level head-on. The original owner had no practical combat experience, and on Blue Star, he had never even killed a chicken, let alone a human. Therefore, Li Wei decided to focus his efforts on archery. Shooting arrows from a distance is always safer than engaging in direct combat. As long as basic archery skills are improved to the next level, even experienced archers have a chance to kill beginner-level professionals in the first 3 tiers. In the following days, Li Wei spent all his time practicing archery, except for occasionally practicing the triple flame slash. As for the knight's breathing technique, he never practiced it. Firstly, time was precious, and secondly, he wanted to conceal his true knight strength. After all, the person secretly targeting him hadn't shown up yet. Keeping his trump card would be crucial for survival in a critical moment. After 5 days of peaceful cultivation, the quartermaster Roland came to visit again. Upon meeting him, Roland cautiously reminded him, "Baron, your things have been with me for more than 10 days. If this continues, I will have trouble explaining myself." Li Wei understood that it was most likely Vice-Captain Odin who couldn't wait any longer and sent someone to test the waters. This time, he wasn't going to be polite, only replying calmly that his term of office hadn't ended yet, and to put it another way, pretend he hadn't come. With that, he immediately ordered Clay to throw the man out. Roland was just a first-tier beginner warrior, no match for Clay, and could only slink away. In the middle of the night, Li Wei was suddenly awakened by a danger warning. The panel displayed, 3 days later, in the middle of the night, 2 Null squads will join forces with White Wolf demi-humans to attack Grey Fortress, including 2 5th-tier Knoll warriors, 4 4th-tier warriors, and a large number of orcs below the 3rd tier. Li Wei sat on the bed, muttering to himself. 3 days later? The time wasn't long, nor short. If Odin still needed to organize the army, it might take a day or two, so he needed to give him the order now. Early the next morning, Li Wei found Captain Klein and told him that 2 Knoll battalions of orcs had arrived and were likely to move within the next 2 days. To make the information more plausible, he steered the investigation towards the Tulip family, explaining that the orcs couldn't have lurked near the fortress for too long. The risk would have been too great. Klein, after listening, agreed. If 2 large groups of orcs were truly lurking nearby, they wouldn't have stayed long. He quickly decided to send Odin with the 3rd, 5th, and 8th squadrons to the northeast to search for any trace of the orcs. Meanwhile, the 1st squadron leader, Rock, continued to keep a 24-hour watch on the 4th-tier White Wolf demi-human, waiting for him to make a move so he could give the orcs a surprise. Li Wei was somewhat worried when he heard that 3 companies were to be transferred. With only 700 men left in the fortress, could they withstand an attack from 2,000 orcs? Klein, however, smiled and reassured him. The 8th Battalion could hold Grey Fortress even against an entire orc legion. As long as they didn't leave the city to fight in the open, a mere 2,000 gnolls were nothing to fear. Levi then realized that orcs were not skilled at siege warfare, and that the Alpha Kingdom's fortresses were capable of withstanding orc armies several times, even 10 times, their size. Seeing that Klein understood the situation, Levi took his leave. Klein was also about to convene a military meeting. The northeast direction was chosen arbitrarily. The orcs were already in hiding, and Odin wouldn't run into them no matter where he went. Soon, the military meeting began. When Vice Captain Odin heard that Klein was sending him out to search for orcs at this time, he was instantly enraged. Odin coldly questioned how there could possibly be a large force of orcs at this time. The orc army had only withdrawn less than 6 months ago. Klein's actions were tantamount to disrupting military order. The Alpha Kingdom's military discipline was strict. Factional infighting was permissible, but anyone who dared to jeopardize military order, regardless of their background, would be severely punished. Klein, however, refused to back down. He stated directly that he was the highest military commander of Grey Fortress, and the order had been given. Odin had no choice but to go. As for whether it constituted a breach of military discipline, Odin could complain to the Legion commander after the mission was over. Odin was rendered speechless by the retort, and could only glare fiercely at Klein, uttering a curt, "I'll definitely report it," before storming off. The order had been given, and he had to carry it out no matter how dissatisfied he was. After Odin left, Klein turned to another vice captain, Corey, and instructed him to personally oversee the North Gate for the next few days. Corey, who had been dozing off, instantly woke up, speechless. He was just a 4th-tier warrior, not even qualified to compete for the position of battalion commander, so why had this trouble fallen on his head? Helpless as he was, a military order was a military order, and Corey could only accept the mission and prepare to go to the North Gate to take charge. Chapter 12 Elite Shooters. On the morning of the 3rd day after Klein gave the order, Deputy Captain Odin leisurely led the 3 squadrons close to him from the north gate of the fortress, heading northeast into the Wild Mountains. Seeing Odin finally leave, Levi finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't left today, it wouldn't just be Klein who would have been in trouble. Many of Levi's plans would have been forced to be postponed, or even made impossible to implement. Meanwhile, Gnoll scouts lurking in the western mountains immediately detected the movement at Grey Fortress, and quickly returned to the depths of the forest to report. Upon learning that 3 human squadrons had entered the northeastern wilderness, the 5th-tier Gnoll Dom was somewhat suspicious, wondering if the humans had discovered them and were preparing to outflank them. A Tier 5 Gnoll named Teague, however, immediately disagreed. He believed that if the humans had truly discovered the ambush, they would simply cower in their fortress and defend themselves, and would never willingly come out to their deaths. Dom then suggested taking advantage of the situation to act ahead of schedule, or at least eliminating the 3 squadrons first. But Teague still disagreed, believing that with only 2 battalions, they couldn't possibly take the fortress. They insisted on sticking to the original plan, waiting for the White Wolf demi-man to open the city gates at midnight before storming in. After discussing it, the 2 Jackal battalion commanders ultimately adopted Teague's suggestion and continued to lie in wait without taking any action. Meanwhile, Li Wei was still practicing archery with all his might. After shooting another arrow, he suddenly noticed a change and immediately opened his interface to check. His basic archery skill had reached the beginner level of 3 experience points, and he still had 8 attribute points left. Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had finally caught up. Without hesitation, he immediately added all 8 attribute points to basic archery. The next moment, a flood of archery practice memories rushed into his mind, as if he had experienced the changing seasons and personally shot thousands of arrows. Those movements, angles, and details of force application seemed to be etched into his brain and muscles. After absorbing the experience, Li Wei clearly felt he had a completely new understanding of archery. He checked his panel again. His basic archery skill had improved to level 1, and his attribute points were now 0. Li Wei immediately drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and fired it at the bullseye 20 meters away. With a whoosh, the arrow struck the bullseye, piercing through the target and embedding itself firmly in the back wall. He nodded in satisfaction, then fired 10 more arrows in quick succession, each hitting the bullseye perfectly. The night squad members practicing their swordsmanship nearby were all stunned. They clearly remembered that just a few days ago, the Baron could only hit the target 3 or 4 times out of 10. How could he have achieved a perfect score of 10 in just a few days? Night squad leader Clay stepped forward to remind Levi that, given his current archery skills, this range was no longer suitable for him. Levi shared the same thought, and then led Clay to the 8th Battalion's archery training ground to test his true abilities. The 8th Battalion was equipped with a squadron of archers. Most of the archers were only at a passable level, hitting the target about 3 or 4 times out of 10 at 50 meters. Ordinary professionals could also achieve this level with a little training. Among them, 7 or 8 squad leaders were considered elite archers, hitting the target 6 or 7 times out of 10 at 50 meters and 3 or 4 times out of 10 at 100 meters. They were already the elite among ordinary soldiers, requiring a certain talent. As for Captain Rice, the archer captain, he was a true sharpshooter. He could hit the bullseye 8 or 9 times out of 10 at 50 meters and 5 or 6 times at 100 meters. This level was almost the pinnacle that ordinary soldiers could achieve. Above sharpshooters were archers or masters, who not only had outstanding archery skills but also needed professional expertise and enchanted bows to complement their skills. However, with the magic crossbow becoming increasingly common, very few people are willing to specialize in it to this level. Reese was a prodigy in archery back in the day, becoming a sharpshooter even as an ordinary person. He then used his archery skills to acquire resources and focus on improving his professional level, and is now a second-tier intermediate warrior. After receiving Rice's permission, Levi entered the shooting range, first standing 50 meters away, and fired 10 arrows in succession. After a few swift shots, 7 out of the 10 arrows hit their mark. He then went to the 100-meter range and fired 10 more arrows, hitting the target 3 times. Levi made a judgment. First-tier basic archery was roughly equivalent to an elite archer. If he could improve to second-tier, he would most likely be a sharpshooter. However, his basic archery skills would probably only reach second-tier at most. Clay, following behind, was utterly shocked. He hadn't expected Baron Levi to already be an elite archer. Could the Baron truly be an archery genius? After practicing for another hour to confirm his current archery skills, Li Wei returned to his quarters to rest and ordered his night squad to cease training and conserve their energy, as battle was scheduled to take place that night. As midnight approached, Li Wei, who had been conserving his energy, suddenly heard the sounds of fierce fighting coming from the northern district. He knew that the 4th-tier White Wolf female demi-human had made her move. However, he didn't immediately lead his men over. Battles between mid-tier professionals were too dangerous. Approaching rashly could easily result in being caught in the aftershocks. After a while, the sounds of fighting seemed to shift eastward, then gradually faded away. Immediately afterwards, flames erupted from the direction of the north gate, accompanied by the sounds of horns and battle cries. Li Wei's eyes narrowed, and he immediately stood up and ordered, "It started! Let's go see!" Chapter 13 Fierce Battle on the City Wall. When Li Wei led his night squad to the north gate, the gate was still tightly closed, but many gnoll corpses lay nearby. Clearly, Klein had deliberately opened the gate to lure the gnolls in, then quickly annihilated them. At this moment, the sounds of battle cries shook the city walls. On the east wall, Captain Klein was fighting 2 5th-tier gnolls single-handedly, yet he still seemed to be handling the situation with ease. Li Wei, not wanting to approach the 5th-tier battlefield, led his team to the west side of the city gate. After scaling the city wall, he first found the deputy captain, Corey, who was directing the defense. Upon seeing him arrive with the entire night squad, Corey immediately assigned them to the 4th Company to assist in defending a section of the wall. When Li Wei arrived, he discovered that the 4th Squadron was understaffed, with only 70 or 80 men, and only 8 of them were professionals. The squadron leader, Pierre, was a second-tier intermediate warrior, while the other 7 were first-tier beginner warriors. At this moment, 4 Knoll professionals had already scaled the city walls, 2 Tier 2 and 2 Tier 1. Below, about a dozen more Knoll professionals were leading over 100 Knolls in a frantic charge upwards. While leading his 4 professional subordinates to hold off the enemies on the walls, Pierre directed his soldiers to repel the Knolls climbing up. As soon as Li Wei arrived, he saw another Tier 1 Knoll scale the city wall. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and fired an arrow. The arrow pierced the air and instantly pierced the Tier 1 Knoll's throat. The man, still excited about scaling the wall, hadn't even realized what was happening before he clutched his throat and fell backward, becoming the first professional to die on that section of the wall. After the Knoll fell off the city wall, a wisp of white light drifted towards Li Wei and entered his body. Li Wei immediately opened his panel to check and, sure enough, found he had gained a little more energy essence. Confirming that a first-tier professional could provide a little energy essence, Li Wei quickly closed the panel and refocused his attention on the battlefield. But when he came to his senses, he felt intense tension and unease. That arrow was just a subconscious reaction, and now that he truly realized he was on the battlefield, this novice couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Pierre, who was initially worried that more Knoll professionals would rush up, saw Livy kill an enemy with an arrow and immediately shouted, "Good archery! Take care of the 2 Tier 1 Knolls on the wall first, then worry about the ones below." This shout calmed Livy down a bit. He took a deep breath, responded with, "Understood," and then drew his bow again, aiming at a Tier 1 Knoll who was engaged in battle. Just then, a second-tier Knoll sensed the threat, shook off the 2 first-tier human warriors who were attacking him, and turned to charge at Levi. Squad leader Clay immediately went to meet him, and with the strength of a first-tier novice knight and his excellent equipment, he actually managed to force the second-tier Knoll back and even gained the upper hand. This sudden turn of events briefly distracted the first-tier Knoll. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wei fired another arrow, striking the Knoll squarely in the eye. With a scream, the first-tier Knoll died instantly. Another Tier 1 Knoll was quickly surrounded and killed by the Tier 1 warriors of the 4th Squadron. Seeing the situation was dire, the Tier 2 Knoll fighting Pierre immediately shouted in beast language. The Knolls below the city walls swung their slings, hurling stones at the walls. The first volley of stones fell, killing several soldiers instantly and causing chaos on the city wall. A novice knight beside Li Wei was also struck in the chest, but fortunately, the Tulip family's armor was sturdy enough that he only groaned in pain and was otherwise unharmed. Li Wei's legs still trembled with fear. The second and third waves of stones rained down, and the soldiers gradually couldn't withstand the onslaught and began to retreat. Seeing this, Pierre suddenly unleashed his power, risking a sword strike himself, and unleashed a holy light cross slash, instantly killing the second-tier Knoll. Then he roared, "Don't retreat! Retreating will only hasten your death. Summon your courage, follow me and kill all these orcs. Victory belongs to the 4th Company." This roar rallied morale. Li Wei also began to support the defense, firing arrow after arrow at the Knolls that were about to climb the city wall, and ordered half of the knight squads to move forward to assist in defending the line. After stabilizing the situation, Peel prepared to help Clay kill the last Tier 2 Knoll. However, seeing the situation was dire, the Knolls suddenly turned and jumped off the city wall to escape. Clay was a step too slow to stop him, but managed to deliver a powerful sword strike from behind, seriously injuring him. Li Wei witnessed this scene. He immediately turned and drew his bow, firing an arrow at the falling second-tier Knoll. Unable to dodge in midair, the Knoll, even hearing the whooshing sound, was pierced through the heart and slammed to the ground, dying instantly. Immediately afterward, an even larger ray of white light entered Li Wei's body. After the enemies on the city wall were cleared out, Pierre immediately shouted, "Medics, come up quickly and carry the seriously wounded soldiers down to treat them." But before everyone could catch their breath, another wave of Knoll professionals prepared to rush up the city wall, including a third-tier Knoll. Li Wei fired 5 or 6 arrows in succession, but failed to stop the enemy from climbing up. Seeing that the situation was about to deteriorate, Pierre suddenly took out a crossbow and aimed it at the third-tier Knoll. The crossbow glowed blue, and a blue arrow shot out instantly, followed by a loud explosion. The third-tier Knoll vanished from the city wall, leaving only a few pieces of clothing rolling on the ground. Chapter 14 Victory. Li Wei watched the third-tier Knoll vanish in an instant and couldn't help but exclaim, "Magic crossbow!" Clay was back beside him, explaining in a low voice. "Most of the magic crossbows equipped by ordinary squadrons are second-tier, but squadron leader Pierre probably used a third-tier explosive arrow, which is why he was able to kill that third-tier Knoll in one shot." With the death of the third-tier Knoll, the orcs' offensive immediately ceased. The first and second tier gnolls who were about to scale the city walls retreated back to the ground, leading their tribesmen in a retreat. Seeing this, Li Wei wanted to lean out and fire a few more arrows to collect more energy essence, but Clay pulled him back. The next moment, several volleys of stone projectiles pounded the city walls, sending a chill down his spine. If it weren't for Clay's timely intervention, he would probably have been hit by the stone bullets. Levi, still shaken, quickly thanked him. "Thank you so much!" Clay simply shook his head, and after the stone bullets stopped, he peeked out and immediately reminded him. "Sir, you can fire now!" Levi immediately drew his bow and began harvesting the retreating gnolls. Several qualified archers from the 4th Company also joined the firing, but by this time, professional gnolls had already blended into the crowd, and it was late at night with dim firelight. Most of those killed were just ordinary orcs. Pierre didn't allow the men to rest, but immediately led half the soldiers to the left side of the city wall. That was the 9th Company's defensive line, and quite a few gnolls had already charged up there. Deputy Captain Corey had originally planned to send the 10th Company as reinforcements, but upon seeing the 4th Company arrive, he immediately transferred the 10th Company to the eastern city wall. Li Wei also led his knight squad to the 9th Company's defensive line, where, in coordination with the 4th Company, they slaughtered all the orcs who had scaled the city wall. In the chaos of battle, Levi and Clay each killed a Tier 1 gnoll, and the knight squad also joined forces to take down another Tier 1 enemy. After experiencing battles on 2 sections of the city walls, Levi gradually adapted to the battlefield. Although he was still nervous, at least his legs were no longer as weak as they had been at the beginning. With the 2 defensive lines secured, the gnolls on the other walls were gradually driven back. Soon, the horns sounded again, the north gate opened, and a cavalry squadron charged out of the city, crashing directly into the retreating orc formation. This cavalry was the elite 1st Squadron of the 8th Battalion. The squadron leader, Rock, a 4th-tier great warrior, rode a 1st-tier flame steed, rampaging through the gnoll ranks, unstoppable in his path. In a short time, 6 or 7 gnoll professionals died under the charge of the 1st Squadron, including a 4th-tier gnoll deputy captain who was killed on the spot by Rock. As the 1st Squadron pressed their advantage, 2 5th-tier gnoll captains momentarily lost focus. Klein seized the opportunity and unleashed his full power, instantly killing one of them. Another 5th-tier gnoll, terrified, turned and jumped off the city wall to escape without hesitation, with Klein immediately giving chase. Corey, who had been overseeing the entire operation, saw that the orcs had scattered and fled into the darkness, and sounded his horn again, recalling the 1st Squadron in pursuit. After all, it was still the middle of the night, and continuing the pursuit beyond the range of the city wall's firelight would be too risky. After the gnolls fled, the soldiers on the city wall erupted in cheers. Although the 8th Battalion had also suffered casualties, compared to this victory, the losses were worthwhile. War is never without death. Having achieved a great victory in his first battle, Li Wei was understandably excited. But when he saw the equipment scattered on the city wall and smelled the pervasive stench of blood, he ultimately couldn't hold back. He crouched down and vomited violently, almost bringing up bile. Clay and the rest of the knight squad looked at him strangely. It was hard for anyone to connect the pale-faced man vomiting before them with the Baron who had just been shooting down gnolls on the battlefield. No one laughed at Levi. Their first battles had been far less successful than his. Instead, they admired his endurance. He had held out until the very end before showing the typical reaction of a new recruit. At that moment, Peel, having finished directing the cleanup, approached. He had wanted to see the archer who had displayed such amazing marksmanship, but instead found Levi pale and retching. Pierre was taken aback for a moment, then praised. "Such a performance on your first battlefield appearance is truly admirable." After emptying his stomach, Levi finally recovered and managed a forced smile. "Captain Pierre, you flatter me. If it weren't for the knight squad protecting me, I would have given up long ago." Only then did Pierre notice that Levi was not only accompanied by a guard squad, but also by a first or junior knight, who was clearly not an ordinary person. He immediately straightened his posture and said respectfully, "Thank you for your assistance. May I ask your name so that the military judge can record your merits?" Upon hearing about the merits, Li Wei immediately introduced himself. "I am Li Wei, the newly appointed Baron Storm." "Storm territory?" Pierre was taken aback, not expecting that this young man was the newly appointed Baron Storm. Although he was puzzled that Levi was only a junior knight, he dared not be impolite and immediately saluted. "Commander Peel of the 4th Company of the 8th Battalion greets Your Excellency, Baron." Levi smiled awkwardly. "Captain Peel, you're too kind." About this." Peel immediately understood. "Your Excellency, you can go back first." I will compile your battle merits. After thanking him, Levi led Clay and the others away from the North District. Since they were not military personnel, they could return directly to their residences after the battle. Chapter 15 Battle Achievements. Levi quickly left the battlefield. Coupled with the fact that he had been on edge throughout the entire battle, he fell asleep almost immediately upon returning to his quarters, unlike the other recruits who were kept awake all night by fear. As for battle achievements, neither Levi nor Clay were worried. The Kingdom of Alpha has extremely strict regulations regarding the recording of war merits. The military judges in charge are all directly appointed by the royal family from the capital, and are mostly commoners with no background, holding positions all the way down to the company level. After the military judges complete their statistics, they must publish the results throughout the entire army for mutual oversight. This is done to prevent officers from stealing or delegating credit. If such behavior is discovered, the officer will be executed without exception. Personal combat merits can also be exchanged for cultivation resources and techniques. After all, the army only provides military pay, basic food, and the basic techniques for cultivating to the first-tier professional level. The rest is up to the soldiers to earn. Of course, the most important value of combat merits is the conferment of noble titles. A commoner who accumulates a third-class merit can be conferred the title of baron and receive a baronial title. Accumulating a second-class merit can make him a viscount. If a family has 2 or 3 generations serving in the military and all of them cultivate to the intermediate level of a professional, they might have a chance to accumulate a third-class merit if they are lucky enough. However, most of these fiefdoms are located on the northern frontier, and the stable rear areas may not be vacant for decades or even centuries. That's why the kingdom provides various subsidies to newly promoted barons on the frontier. Otherwise, the newly rich nobles who rose to power through military exploits would be unable to hold on to their territories, the allure of military achievements would diminish, and the army's combat strength would naturally be affected. However, there are ways to acquire relatively stable territories in the south. By accumulating merits from third class to second class to first class, one can apply to the kingdom for a southern baronial fief. As for promotion to a high noble rank, one must either accumulate 10 first-class merits, or directly slay a legendary professional of rank 9 or above to be granted the title of Earl. The Alpha Kingdom, with its 1,000-year history, currently only has 5 dukes, 6 marquises, and 7 earls, plus the royal family, totaling 19 high noble families. In other words, in the Alpha Kingdom, as long as one has sufficient military merit, one has a chance to obtain any title except the throne. The merits of noble armies were tallied by the nobles themselves, who could award them to whomever they pleased. However, every 100 years, all nobles were required to submit a record of their military achievements to the royal family, which would provide a stipend. Therefore, the merits of noble sons serving in the military could be transferred to their families, but not to any individual within their families. Noble families train their sons without inheritance rights precisely to earn military merit for the family. Captain Klein was one such example. The standards for contribution were clear: a 5th-class merit for a baronial family, a 4th-class merit for a viscountshal family, a 3rd-class merit for an earlial family, a 2nd-class merit for a marquisal family, and a 1st-class merit for a duchial family. Failure to meet these targets resulted in a reduction in rank by 1 grade. It was this almost harsh system that made everyone in the Kingdom of Alpha, whether nobles themselves, collateral relatives, or families of officers who had served in the army for generations, brave and skilled in battle because of the value of their military achievements, thus forging the reputation of the kingdom's iron-blooded nobles. The next morning, Levi was still trapped in a nightmare. A sudden knock on the door by old Charlie startled him awake. He sat on the bed, shook his head vigorously, and after a while, finally asked, "Old Charlie, what is it?" Old Charlie replied from outside the door, "Young master, Lord Klein has arrived, specifically to see you." Seeing Klein arrive so early, Levi instinctively thought something had happened, so he immediately responded, got up, quickly washed up, and headed to the reception room. Upon seeing Klein, Levi apologized first. "Sorry to keep you waiting, I was really too tired last night." Klein, however, smiled broadly and waved his hand, saying, "It's all right, I was just too happy, so I came a little early." Judging from his expression, it was clearly not a bad thing. Levi then asked, "Did you have a great haul last night?" "I was too exhausted, so I came back to rest as soon as the battle was over." Klein laughed and praised him. "Brotherly Wei, you're truly exceptional. Not only are you an elite archer, but you also performed so well in your first battle like this, and you even slept so well afterwards. Impressive." Li Wei smiled bitterly to himself. He had just changed his clothes, and if Klein hadn't come over, he would probably still be struggling with nightmares. Klein then recounted the results, his tone filled with barely concealed excitement. Last night they had killed a total of 865 gnolls, including 35 professionals, 1 each of the 5th and 4th tiers, 3 of the 3rd tier, 10 of the 2nd tier, and 20 of the 1st tier. In addition, they captured 34 people, including 2 Tier 1 professionals. More importantly, their losses were minimal, with only 51 killed, including only 3 professionals, all of whom were Tier 1 beginner warriors. 8 others were wounded, including 1 Tier 1 beginner warrior. Such a casualty ratio can be considered a great victory. Fort Grey hadn't achieved such results in many years. This time, the collective merit of the army and the officer's command merit alone would easily amount to no less than 2 6th-class merits. Add to that the individual kills, and the 8th Battalion has reaped a rich harvest this time. Klein laughed again as he said this. Then he took out the statistics and said to Levi, "Your battle merits are also in. Take a look and see if there are any problems." Stormlords killed 5 Tier 1 professionals, 1 Tier 2 professional, and 30 ordinary soldiers, earning a total of 1 8th-class merit and 6.5 9th-class merits. Li Wei alone received 1 8th-class merit and 3 9th-class merits. Squad leader Clay received 1 9th-class merit. The Knight Squad collectively received 1 9th-class merit, and the rest of the team received 1.5 9th-class merits. Finally, Klein asked, "Should Captain Klein and his men's achievements be recorded under Storm Territory or Tulip Territory? Brother Li Wei, you decide. I'll record it and report it to the Legion." Chapter 16 Second Talent. Having experienced too much last night, Li Wei hadn't even had time to confirm the battle results before looking up at Clay beside him. Clay immediately understood, nodding slightly to indicate that the battle merit was not a problem. Li Wei pondered for a moment, then decided. 1.5 9th-class merits from Storm Territory will be exchanged for 15 first-tier explosive arrows. The 9th-class merit for the Knight Squad will be recorded under Vice Captain Rogers' name, and Squad Leader Clay's will be recorded under his own name. These words stunned everyone present. Clay quickly tried to dissuade him. "Sir, this is inappropriate. Our battle merits are usually—" Levi interrupted him directly. "I don't care about the past. Under me, the first year's battle merits belong to you all." Seeing that his attitude was firm, Clay said no more and immediately bowed respectfully. "Thank you, sir." Klein, standing nearby, nodded repeatedly and then said, "That's good. Also, the 8th Battalion's collective merit this time will earn at least 1 6th-class merit. If converted to gold coins, each person could get about 70. However, Li Wei and the others weren't part of the 8th Battalion, so they naturally wouldn't receive this merit. Klein then discussed with Deputy Battalion Commander Corey about taking 500 gold coins from the officer's command merits as compensation for Storm Territory. In addition, he would also provide extra support regarding resources in Stormlands to ensure Li Wei's satisfaction. Of course, Li Wei wouldn't refuse 500 gold coins for free. After all, he wasn't exactly flush with cash himself, and immediately thanked Klein. Klein quickly had his men bring over a small box containing 500 gold coins. Levi handed the document to Klein, then, recalling the battle that had taken them from the North District to the East District the previous night, he inquired about the whereabouts of the 4th-tier White Wolf demi-human. Klein shook his head. "We didn't catch her. That female demi-human was too fast. Although Rock severely injured her, she still managed to escape over the city wall," Levi said with some regret. "She got away? That's a pity." Klein, however, wore a knowing expression and chuckled. "What, Brother Li Wei, you like this kind of thing too? How about I send you a female demi-human? But just an ordinary demi-human, I don't have any 4th-tier ones." Li Wei was taken aback and quickly explained. "No, what I regret is a 6th-class merit." Of course, that female demi-human was indeed quite good, but what he was thinking about just now was battle merit. At least for now it had to be battle merit. Klein chuckled and didn't continue his teasing. He remembered that Levi had a powerful marquis wife, so he probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Before leaving, Klein reminded him. "By the way, Brother Levi, you should be promoted to a full knight soon, right? If you haven't prepared the life source fluid yet, I suggest you exchange it for one with that 8th-class merit." Li Wei was already a baron and didn't need to accumulate more merits. Life Essence was worth between 1,000 and 1,500 gold coins on the black market, while an 8th-class merit only earned 500 gold coins. Exchanging it for Life Essence was clearly the most cost-effective option. However, each person only had one such opportunity. Klein stated that if Li Wei needed it, he could sign a formal document now, and he could help with the exchange. Once the item arrived, he would send someone to deliver it. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. A dose of life essence only cost 1/8 class merit, clearly an encouragement from the kingdom for exchanging battle merits. So he nodded in agreement and added, "Also, use my 3 9th class merits to exchange for a first-tier magic crossbow." Klein nodded approvingly. "A wise choice. I happen to have some magic crossbows and magic arrows here. I can give them to you first." He then produced a military magical document, which Levi signed, and Klein left with the document. After everyone left, Levi turned to the knight squad and said, "Of the 500 gold coins, I'll take 300. 20 gold coins each for the 12 apprentice knights, and 60 gold coins for Klein." Everyone was stunned. The 500 gold coins weren't considered battle merits, but rather compensation from the 8th Brigade to Li Wei. They weren't originally entitled to a share. Yet Li Wei had not only just credited the battle merits to them, but now he was giving away a large portion of the gold coins. This generosity far exceeded their expectations. If they could return alive, their harvest this year would likely be more than 10 years' worth of work in Tulip Village. Faced with the gleaming gold coins, everyone naturally accepted, bowing and expressing their gratitude. Li Wei waved his hand. "We fight together, so naturally we all get rich together." He then instructed Clay, "Take a few men to the slave market and bring back the slaves we bought earlier. Remember, don't pay for their food. Find a place for them to be washed and cleaned, then put them in the courtyard." Klein had warned him that it would be best to leave Grey Fortress before Vice Captain Odin returned. Levi planned to bring the slaves back first, then make further arrangements. Klein accepted the order and led a squad of 6 knights to the slave market. Back in his room, Levi finally had time to check his stats. He was eager to know how much energy essence he had gained from last night's battle, and whether it was enough to awaken his second innate talent. After sitting down, he immediately opened the panel and, sure enough, found that the energy essence section had changed. Energy essence, 13, clickable for random awakening. Seeing 13 points of energy essence, Li Wei immediately understood that the second-tier knoll he had shot had actually provided 10 points of energy essence. If second-tier meant 10 points, would third-tier mean 100 points? It seemed that the rate of improvement for his innate talent might be faster than his base level. Awakening a new talent at 13 points is a really good deal. Li Wei didn't hesitate and clicked on Random Awakening, secretly praying for a powerful talent, otherwise things would get tough. The next moment, the panel data suddenly changed, and the new random talent finally appeared. Li Wei immediately checked it. Name, Levi Lewis. Basic skills, Flame Breathing Technique, Tier 1 Novice Knight 0 to 1000, Innate Talent, Super Precognition, Novice Precognition 0 100. Passively foresee danger once a day, within a 1 kilometer radius, for 3 days, and can sense the malice of others towards you at close range. Ultimate Speed. Basic Speed 0 100. Doubles current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility. Energy Essence 3. Requires upgrading base level for next awakening. Chapter 17. Departure. Ultimate Speed! Li Wei looked at his awakened second talent, and was immediately overjoyed. Speed-type talents not only enhance combat power but also improve survivability. The description clearly stated that both attack speed and movement speed would be doubled. Levi knew all too well what twice the speed meant. According to the information Clay had given him, the first 3 tiers of professionals were all in the initial stage, and the difference between them hadn't yet reached a qualitative level. In terms of speed alone, a second-tier professional of the same attribute and profession was only about 30% faster than a first-tier professional, and a third-tier professional was far less than twice as fast as a first-tier professional. Li Wei now possesses twice the speed, and coupled with the fact that knights are inherently far superior to warriors, he can now hold his own against a high-level third-tier warrior simply through speed alone. If he catches them off guard, he might even have a chance to instantly kill a high-level third-tier knight. Even if the opponent reacts quickly and has better equipment, he can still escape swiftly. This talent allows for both offense and retreat, making it more practical than simply increasing combat power. Li Wei was quite satisfied with ultimate speed. However, he soon discovered that to awaken his third talent, he needed to first reach the intermediate level of a second-tier knight. Fortunately, his existing 2 talents were unaffected. As long as he continued hunting Orcish professionals and raised his initial speed to intermediate speed, his strength would still increase significantly. As for his knight level, he couldn't just wait for the daily attribute point. In the future, besides adding points to enhance his skills, he would also need to diligently train. I've heard that some potions and materials can also help professionals level up faster. Once Stormlands stabilizes, perhaps I can start working on that. Having clarified his next direction, Levi continued practicing the flame breathing technique. In the evening, Captain Klein's personal guard delivered a Tier 1 magic crossbow and 15 Tier 1 explosive arrows. Although it was only low-tier equipment, the magic crossbow was easy to use and its accuracy was more consistent than a bow and arrow. If caught off guard, a first-tier professional would almost certainly die, and even second-tier professionals wouldn't dare approach easily. After inspecting the magic crossbow, Li Wei's personal guard told him that the supplies for Stormlands would be ready by tonight. Klein advised him to set off immediately tomorrow morning, as Odin had likely already received the message from the fortress and was on his way back. Li Wei had his personal guards thank Klein on his behalf and tell him that he would be leaving Greyhold the next morning and that he could visit Stormwind territory if he had time. After seeing his guards off, Li Wei immediately told everyone to get some rest that night and that they would set off for Stormwind territory early the next morning. The next day, Levi rose early. After breakfast, everyone split up. Old Charlie, with 6 apprentice knights and the purchased skilled slaves, went to wait at the north gate. Levi, with Clay and 6 other apprentice knights, headed to the warehouse. This time, guarding the warehouse was no longer Roland, the quartermaster, but the personal guard who had delivered the magic crossbow the previous night. Upon seeing Li Wei, the guard immediately said, "Baron, everything is inside. Please inspect it. If there are no problems, take it with you as soon as possible." Seeing his anxious expression, it seemed he had been guarding here all night. Li Wei became even more curious about what good things Klein had prepared for him. "All right, I'll check it right away." Levi led Clay and the others into the warehouse, and as soon as they saw what was inside, they couldn't help but be shocked. What Klein had given them was far more than just better quality supplies. The number of serfs remained the same, 1,000, but they were almost all able-bodied men, with only 200 young women assigned to them. There were 400 tons of grain, and over 20 tons of smoked meat and dried meat that could be preserved for a long time. There were 50 oxen, all of them strong and able-bodied, including 15 cows. There were also 100 draft horses, and Li Wei even found 12 military war horses among them. The weaponry was equally surprising. There were 12 brand new suits of iron armor, 100 suits of leather armor, 20 bows, 200 arrows, 100 longswords, 100 spears, and 50 wooden shields, all high-quality equipment currently in use by the army. Finally, there were 50 elite soldiers. These men were clearly veterans, exuding a chilling aura. However, 10 of them were noticeably disabled, drawing Li Wei's attention. His personal guard immediately explained, "Baron, these 10 are veterans of the 8th Battalion who retired due to injuries. Although they are disabled, their combat effectiveness is not weak, and they are experienced enough to help you train new recruits." The captain, considering them all old comrades, wanted to give them a way out, offering them a salary of 1 gold coin per year. "If you don't think it's appropriate, I can change it now." Looking at these battle-hardened veterans, Li Wei secretly admired Klein's thoughtfulness. 800 able-bodied serfs were excellent candidates for expanding the army. Now, paired with veterans as instructors, this favor was considerable. He immediately said, "We'll take them. These are all veterans, how can we replace them?" After saying that, Li Wei stepped forward, looked at the 50 elite soldiers, and said loudly, "Since you are all willing to follow me to Stormlands and fight for a way out in that dangerous place, I, Baron Li Wei of Stormlands, hereby guarantee that I will not let you down." His voice was firm as he continued, "Stormlands is indeed dangerous, but as long as we are brave and strong enough, we can take root there and leave the land to our descendants. If anyone is to perish on the way, I will ensure that his family lives out their remaining years in peace." Then, in his honor as Baron Stormwind, Li Wei immediately established a pension system. Ordinary soldiers who died in battle would receive a pension of 30 gold coins, paid in installments over 30 years, 1 gold coin per year. Professionals who died in battle would have one of their descendants trained as a professional free of charge. This announcement shocked the entire audience. This pension was 3 times the kingdom standard. More importantly, as long as one becomes a professional, even if they die in battle, their descendants are guaranteed a professional career. Such a promise is already quite generous and benevolent. The 50 elite soldiers immediately knelt on one knee and swore in unison, "We swear to serve you to the death, sir." Li Wei nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand. "Let's go!" Chapter 18 Unexpected Encounter. The straight-line distance from Grey Fortress to Stormwind territory is approximately 80 kilometers. When the kingdom established Stormwind territory, a wide road was already built, and normally, Levi could arrive in 2 days. However, this time the group had a large number of serfs, as well as supplies and provisions, slowing down their progress. It was estimated to take 3 or 4 days. If Clay's night squad were traveling alone, they could arrive in half a day, and with magical beast horses, it would be even faster. The first day's journey went smoothly. As evening approached, Li Wei chose a suitable spot to stop, and the group set up camp to rest. Old Charles immediately instructed the serfs to light a fire for warmth and prepare dinner. It was early spring, and the northern nights were still cold. Li Wei didn't have enough warm clothing, so the serfs had to rely on the fire to get through the night. The 50 soldiers were temporarily organized by Li Wei into an infantry company, responsible for guarding and defending the route. He selected 2 of the most senior and respected men from among them, appointing them as company commander and deputy company commander, respectively. The company commander was named Parker, who was blind in his right eye. The deputy company commander was named Jenkins, who had lost 2 fingers on his left hand. Both were in their early 30s, and if they couldn't advance to the professional level within the next 2 years, they would basically have no hope of advancement. On the Noah continent, the human race's vitality declines after the age of 35. While advancing to warrior level is simpler than to knight level, and the auxiliary medicine, the radiant potion, isn't too expensive, it still requires 3 9th rank merits, or 3 to 500 gold coins, making it difficult for ordinary people. After appointing the 2 men, Li Wei gave them a task, to select 182 of the strongest young men from the serfs along the way. 50 would be selected to fill existing infantry companies, bringing them to full strength. The rest would begin training once they reached Stormlands. After making these arrangements, Li Wei sat down to rest and immediately added his 2 existing attribute points to the combat skill. Triple Flame Slash. A familiar feeling washed over him again, as if he were practicing the sword technique repeatedly in his mind until he fully mastered it. When Li Wei opened his eyes, the panel displayed Triple Flame Slash Tier 1. This combat skill had finally reached Tier 1. After a simple dinner, Li Wei went to bed early. He didn't go to Clay to test his skills, because if he displayed the power of the proficient Triple Flame Slash, it might reveal that he was already a formal knight. The next day, just as dawn broke, the group packed their belongings and continued their journey. However, as noon approached, Li Wei's innate talent, basic foresight, suddenly issued a danger warning. 1,000 meters ahead, a human Tier 3 high-level knight was fighting a white wolf demi-human Tier 4 great warrior, a very dangerous situation. Li Wei's heart sank. A 4th Tier white wolf demi-human, could she be the one who escaped from Grey Fortress? And could the person she fought be one of Auden's men? Thinking of the large number of serfs behind him, Li Wei immediately pointed to the dense forest to the south and ordered, "Parker, Jenkins, there might be danger ahead. Take everyone into the forest immediately. People must hide deep inside, baggage train on the outer perimeter, livestock far away, and everyone keep quiet." Parker and Jenkins didn't hesitate for a moment, and immediately carried out the order. Some soldiers drove the draft horses and oxen back along the road, while others led the serfs into the dense forest to the south to hide. Seeing their reaction, Levi was satisfied. He then pointed to the woods to the north and said to Clay, "Let's hide over there first." Clay immediately agreed. After several incidents, he had great faith in Levi's perception abilities, and even felt that if Levi were to become a full-fledged knight, he might actually have a chance to awaken his knightly innate talent. Levi led Clay and the knight squad into the northern forest. Soon, he lowered his voice and said, "The battle ahead is fierce. That white wolf female demi-human who escaped from Grey Fortress should be among them, and she is seriously injured. If they reach this point, we might face a fierce battle. Have the knights prepare." Clay, who had also vaguely heard the sounds of battle, replied gravely, "Yes, sir. If we are outmatched, immediately return to Grey Fortress and seek reinforcements from Captain Klein." A few minutes later, 2 figures indeed rushed onto the road where Levi and his men had just been. The white wolf female demi-human was indeed a 4th-tier great warrior, but she was seriously injured and being overwhelmed by a 3rd-tier human knight, barely managing to hold her own. After assessing the situation, Clay whispered, "My lord, it really is that white wolf female demi-human. The one fighting her seems to be the 3rd company commander, Rig?" Levi nodded, his gaze slightly somber. It seemed the white wolf female demi-human had run into Auden's group again during her escape. It was strange that Auden hadn't taken action himself. Just as the two were talking in hushed tones, Rig suddenly exerted his strength, sending the white wolf female demi-human flying with a single blow. She crashed heavily to the ground and remained motionless for a long time, her fate unknown. Rig cautiously approached, and after confirming that there was no immediate danger, he took out a ring-shaped object from inside his armor and placed it directly around the white wolf female demi-human's neck. Having done all this, he quickly noticed fresh marks on the ground and immediately scanned his surroundings warily. Confirming the marks came from humans, he shouted, "Come out, you inside! I am Rig, the captain of the 3rd Squadron of the 8th Battalion of Grey Fortress. Li Wei knew he couldn't escape now, but he was more concerned about what that ring he'd just seen was. Clay explained in a low voice. It should be the enslavement ring, a magical artifact used to forcibly enslave others. My lord, what do we do now? Enslavement ring. Levi stared at the white wolf demi-human on the ground, then looked at Rig, who also seemed to be injured, and said after a moment of silence, Go out and check first, and remember to stay vigilant. Chapter 19 Speed. Seeing that their group had been exposed, Li Wei and Clay led the night squad out of the dense forest. Clay maintained the battle formation, and all the knights gripped their weapons, ready to fight at any moment. 3rd Company Commander Rig saw them, and then noticed the young man at the head. He immediately remembered something, and a malicious smile appeared on his lips. You're the Stormlord Baron, the pretty boy from Stormlord who made Lord Auden angry? Li Wei was taken aback at first, then realized that the words were an insult to him, and his face immediately darkened. I am Baron Li Wei of Storms. Captain Rig, now that you have completed your mission, hurry back to report. With that, he waved his hand. In the dense forest to the south, Parker and Jenkins immediately led 50 elite soldiers out, quickly forming ranks and blocking the retreat route. Rig's smile froze instantly. He stared at the elite soldiers, his expression growing increasingly serious. Didn't Lord Auden say this kid had no trump cards? Could it be that Captain Klein had pulled something behind the scenes? Thinking this, Rig decided to retreat and report, so he said coldly, Since Baron Levy says so, then I'll take my leave. He finished speaking and was about to carry the white wolf demi-human away. Li Wei, however, drew his long sword, his tone icy. I said you can leave, the white wolf demi-human stays. Rig was stunned, then his anger surged, and he said viciously, Since you're courting death, don't blame me. I'll use your head to vent Lord Auden's anger. Before he could finish speaking, Rig made the first move. He wanted to capture Baron Levi before his elite troops could fully surround them. Clay reacted quickly, immediately leading his squad of knights in a charge. Although most of them were only apprentices and first-rank knights, their combined strength as a knightly formation was still considerable, especially since Rig seemed to be injured. But Clay underestimated the strength of a 3rd-tier high-level knight. Rig had no warhorse, yet his speed was astonishing. He sidestepped the charge, and his armor blocked the knight's attacks. The next instant, Rig swung his sword, cleaving the last 2 apprentice knights away. The 2 crashed heavily to the ground, their armor cracking, blood flowing freely, their fate unknown. Clay quickly turned his horse around, staring at Rig's armor, his face grim. Enchanted armor! He hadn't expected his opponent to be wearing enchanted armor, but he didn't back down. Instead, he ordered 50 elite soldiers to surround him and charged again, swords in hand. Rig looked at the knight squad ahead and the elite soldiers pressing in from behind, knowing he couldn't afford to be surrounded. Even if he were a 3rd-tier high-level knight, he could still be hacked to death if surrounded by a hail of swords. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. The ground beneath Clay's warhorse suddenly sank, causing the horse to lose its balance and fall heavily forward. Clay's expression changed drastically. Mage! At this moment, his body was thrown towards Rig by inertia, while Rig raised his longsword, ready to kill Clay with a single blow. Just as Rig thought he had succeeded, his eyelids twitched violently, and a strong aura of death swept over him. Almost instinctively, he changed his sword stance, turning to block the source of the danger. Clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out, followed by a violent explosion. Rig, who had been about to kill Clay, was blasted away. Clay landed, cold sweat pouring down his face. He'd almost lost his life. He turned to look at Levi, who was holding a magic crossbow, reloading a Tier 1 explosive arrow. It was that very explosive arrow that had saved him. Clay immediately cried out, "Thank you, sir!" Li Wei didn't relax. He raised the magic crossbow again, aiming in the direction Rig had been blasted away. "He's not dead yet, don't let your guard down." Soon, a coughing sound came. Rig wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared intently at Li Wei, and gritted his teeth. "Magic crossbow? Damn it! If it weren't for his magic apprentice's mental perception, which allowed him to block the explosive arrow with his long sword in time, and the protection of his enchanted armor, that blow would probably have killed him." Seeing the elite soldiers closing in, Rig gritted his teeth and attacked again. Instead of continuing the direct confrontation, he cast another earth-shattering spell towards the knight squad and the elite troops, disrupting their charging formation. Taking advantage of the momentary lapse in formation, he immediately turned and charged straight at Levi. The distance between them was not far to begin with the speed of a third-tier high-level knight. As long as he dodged an explosive arrow, he could reach Levi and kill this pale-faced baron who wasn't even a professional. With Li Wei dead, the morale of these soldiers would surely collapse. Aside from the Knight Squad, most of the elite troops who had just joined Li Wei would likely halt their attack or even retreat back to Grey Fortress. Clay and the others paled, exclaiming, "My lord, be careful!" Clay immediately spurred his horse to give chase. Seeing Rig charging towards them, Li Wei also raised his hand and fired an arrow. But Rig was prepared. The instant Li Wei raised his hand, he anticipated the arrow's trajectory and dodged it. He then leaped high into the air, a sinister grin on his face, and slashed down at Li Wei. "Ha ha, die!" Just when Rig thought he had succeeded in killing him, he saw Li Wei actually smiling at him. Rig was startled. Had this kid been scared out of his wits? The next moment, his vision blurred. Li Wei, who had been so close, vanished from his sight, and his long-prepared sword strike missed its mark. Rig's pupils shrank, his face filled with disbelief. So fast! He immediately sensed someone attacking from behind and desperately tried to dodge, but a chill suddenly ran down his neck. How is this possible? Rig's neck was slashed open, blood spurting out. He was clearly beyond saving, yet he still tried to raise his hand to fight back. But just then, another long sword flew from afar, striking him precisely in the forehead. With a soft thud, Rig died instantly. Chapter 20 Harvest. Seeing Rig's body fall heavily to the ground, Li Wei finally came to his senses. That was close. Just now, he deliberately took advantage of Rig's moment of relaxation and leaping high to slash at him, suddenly bursting out of speed to flash behind his opponent, and then unleashing the first strike of the triple flame slash, trying to cut off Rig's head directly. But the dying reaction of a third-tier high-level knight far exceeded expectations. Even with half of his neck slashed open, Rig still tried to fight back. Fortunately, Clay reacted quickly enough, throwing his long sword in time to deliver the fatal blow, thus finally killing him. However, this meant the energy essence points from killing a third-tier professional would go to Clay, and Levi missed out, which was a bit of a pity. If he had successfully obtained that energy, he might be able to upgrade his innate talent right now. Clay rushed over quickly, his face still filled with disbelief as he looked at the corpse on the ground. Everything had happened so fast. He only saw Levi suddenly appear behind the enemy and nearly behead him with a single sword strike. However, in Clay's view, Levi's combat experience was still insufficient. When facing an enemy 2 levels higher than oneself, if a single blow fails to kill, the most correct course of action should be to retreat immediately. Otherwise, a last-ditch counterattack is extremely dangerous. "Sir, are you alright?" Li Wei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, shook his head to indicate that he was alright, and then pointed into the distance. "Go and see how Eric and Thomas are doing." Clay immediately turned around and shouted, "Roger, go check. They shouldn't be dead yet. Quickly give them the healing potions." Roger quickly led his men to check on the injuries. Clay walked over to Levi and couldn't help but ask about what had just happened. Li Wei stopped hiding it, and frankly admitted that he had broken through to the rank of formal knight. He explained that he hadn't retreated with the magic crossbow earlier to lure Rig over. Rig was unaware that he was already a first-tier beginner knight, and even less expected him to be so fast. Once Rig thinks he has a chance to kill him, he will inevitably lower his guard and rush forward. That moment will be the perfect opportunity for Li Wei to launch a surprise counterattack. At this point, Li Wei gave another wry smile. He simply hadn't expected that a third-tier high-level knight would be so difficult to kill. If Clay hadn't finished him off, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Clay's admiration for his master's courage and judgment grew even stronger, and he seized the opportunity to offer a few words of advice on practical combat experience. Then, he tentatively asked, "Sir, you've broken through to the rank of formal knight, haven't you?" Li Wei knew what he wanted to ask. After all, Clay was also a first-tier beginner knight, and that speed just now couldn't be hidden at all, so he nodded and admitted, "That's right, I've awakened my innate talent. Remember to keep it a secret." Although Clay had suspected it, he was still shocked to hear it confirmed with his own ears. Innate talent is something countless knights dream of. Only one in hundreds or even thousands of knights can awaken it. A knight with innate talent is comparable to a mage of the same level, not to mention other classes. Li Wei's awakened talent is speed-related, which is like adding wings to a tiger for a knight. Clay exclaimed sincerely, "My lord, you are truly blessed by the goddess of dawn. I thought you would awaken a talent in perception, but I never expected it to be speed." Li Wei smiled and said, "I didn't expect that either." Just then, a shout came from Roger's side. "Sir, Captain, Eric and Thomas are out of danger, they just need to rest for a while." Hearing that the person was still alive, Levi and Clay both breathed a sigh of relief. Levi immediately said, "Let them recover well, pay their salaries as usual, and cover their medical expenses." Then, Levi's gaze fell on Rig's corpse, and he immediately said to Clay, "Quickly check if there's anything good on him. This guy is a knight who also works as a magician." Li Wei hadn't expected that Rig was actually a mage. The danger warning about his innate talent didn't mention this, probably because Rig was just a magic apprentice, and magic abilities wouldn't truly threaten him, so it was automatically ignored. When Clay heard that the other person was a magician, his eyes lit up, and he even temporarily forgot that he had almost been killed by magic. After all, magicians are usually very wealthy, so he immediately squatted down and began to search. He first stripped Rig of his enchanted armor, then carefully searched inside the inner leather armor and found several valuable items. Among them were a gold note worth 1,000 gold coins, a magic bracelet, a swordsmanship technique, a magic spell scroll, and finally, a warrior's breathing technique. The warrior breathing technique was the Silver Wolf breathing technique, commonly used in the Alpha Kingdom's army, and could be mastered up to the 3rd tier advanced warrior level. The spell was the zero-ring spell Rig had just used, Earth Collapse. The swordsmanship technique was the Holy Light Cross Slash, widely circulated within the army. But the mage meditation method that Li Wei was most looking forward to was missing. He couldn't help but complain. "Isn't this guy a mage? How come he only has spells and no meditation methods?" Clay surmised that Rig's magic was mostly learned from others, and that a noble seal contract had been signed, making it impossible to copy and pass on. Just like how, despite being a knight, he didn't possess any knightly breathing techniques. Because the knight's breathing technique obtained from the military is usually restricted by the royal seal and can only be used by the individual who acquired it. If one wishes to pass it on to their descendants, they often have to wait until their deathbed. Many military families within the kingdom have passed it down in this way, and the royal family does not object to it. As for this warrior breathing technique, it was probably bought or stolen by Rig for his family's descendants. After all, becoming a knight is too difficult, and the life source liquid is much more expensive than the radiant elixir, so many knights would keep a separate warrior breathing technique. Li Wei then understood. The original owner had no interest in military affairs, and the Lewis family's flame breathing technique allowed him to cultivate to the 4th tier Grand Knight level, so he was unaware of these things. He immediately thought, "So this guy learned his magic from Odin?" Clay shook his head, his expression grave. "No. Only high-ranking nobles can possess noble seals. Odin is only from a Viscount family. They must have families of Earl rank or higher supporting them." Li Wei's face darkened upon hearing this. It seemed that this person was very likely the one who had secretly changed his territory in the capital. However, he quickly calmed down. There was no point in dwelling on these things now. The most important thing was to become stronger as quickly as possible. Otherwise, even if he knew who was behind it all, he wouldn't have the ability to deal with them. Finally, Li Wei asked about the purpose of the magic bracelet. Clay, holding the bracelet, said excitedly, "My lord, this seems to be a 4th tier magical artifact. It should be the enslavement ring controller that Rig put around the neck of that 4th tier white wolf female demi-human. As long as we control it, we can completely enslave that 4th tier white wolf female demi-human." Li Wei's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. "Completely enslave that beast-eared girl." Chapter 21 Stormwind. After learning the purpose of the magic bracelet, Levi immediately put aside his thoughts of meditation and high nobility, and hurriedly asked, "How do you use it? It can't only be used by magicians, can it?" Clay could tell he was excited because he was about to gain another 4th tier combatant, so he immediately explained, "No, any professional can use it. As long as you activate the bracelet with your knight's power, you can control that 4th tier white wolf female demi-human, and she will submit to you from the bottom of her heart." Li Wei hadn't expected it to be so simple. He immediately put on the bracelet and activated it with his knightly aura. The next moment, he indeed sensed the unconscious white wolf female demi-human through the bracelet. Her life force and consciousness were very weak at this moment, but Li Wei could still clearly sense the intense hatred in her heart. Strangely, she hated not only humans, but also the gnolls. This surprised Li Wei. Wasn't she with those gnolls? How could she hate them so much? It seems he would have to ask her properly after she wakes up. Livy then asked, "If we want to abolish slavery, or change the object of slavery, is that possible?" Clay replied, "Of course. This isn't a one-time use magical artifact. You can remove it by using the bracelet to remove the enslavement ring from the white wolf demi-human's neck. You can then put it on whomever you want to enslave. However, this is a 4th tier magical artifact, so it can only enslave professionals below the 4th tier. After figuring out how to use it, Levi immediately instructed Clay to dispose of the body, and then led the team to evacuate as quickly as possible to avoid being tracked down by Odin. After clearing the battlefield, they regrouped, took the unconscious 4th tier White Wolf female demi-human, and continued their journey via a wider path. They didn't stop to rest at noon, simply eating a little something before setting off again. It wasn't until nightfall, when the group crossed the Cane River and officially entered the Storm Point Peninsula, that Levi ordered them to set up camp and rest. The reason Stormwind Cape has always had a barony is that the kingdom wants to push the defenses against the orcs beyond the Grey Mountains. Once Stormwind Cape is strong enough, a new barony will be established between Grey Fortress and Stormwind Cape, connecting them to form a single entity that will keep the orcs out of the mountains. However, Stormwind Cape is located in a remote area. It is essentially a small peninsula, bordered by the sea to the north and south, with access only from the west, separated by the Cairn River. When the Orcish army marches south, they usually do not send their main force here. There are only 2 routes to Stormwind Point. One involves traversing the rugged mountains at the easternmost edge of the Savage Mountains, a route impassable for large armies. The other requires crossing the Cane River, which is equally time-consuming and laborious. Furthermore, they won't be able to plunder much here. The orcs will at most send a large force to loot, and incidentally, to prevent Stormwindhorn from harassing their supply lines. As long as Stormwindhold holds the castle, they can theoretically manage. But then something unexpected happened. A powerful pack of Gale wolves suddenly migrated from the easternmost part of the Savage Mountains, northwest of Stormwind Cape, and frequently attacked Stormwind City. Meanwhile, a group of Naga sea monsters migrated to the southern waters of the peninsula and harassed Stormwind City from time to time. Caught between 2 attacks, Stormwind territory found it difficult to cultivate its land in peace, resulting in unstable food supplies and hindering the territory's development. Previous Storm Barons were forced into conflict with either the Gale Wolves or the Naga, but all their attempts failed. They ultimately perished either in the jaws of the Gale Wolves or were killed by the Naga. Therefore, if Li Wei wants to gain a foothold here, he must first ensure a stable food supply, and then use his innate talent of rudimentary foresight to find a way to deal with the pack of Gale Wolves. On the 3rd day at noon, Li Wei and his party finally saw Stormwind City, the only castle in Stormwind Cape. Stormwind was built by the kingdom, constructed entirely to military fortress standards. Aside from its relatively small size, its structure and layout are quite sophisticated for a castle in this world. It is located at the southwestern tip of the Cape Storm Peninsula, about 5 kilometers from the sea to the south, 40 kilometers from the sea to the north, 55 kilometers from Cape Storm to the east, and 12 kilometers from the Cairn River to the west. There are no seasonal disasters like typhoons and hurricanes here, but it is hit by a storm every few years, which is why it is called the Storm Cape. The castle is built on a hill, surrounded by vast plains and forests. It is divided into an inner castle and an outer city, complete with walls, gate towers, and watchtowers. The outer wall is roughly circular, about 12 meters high and 1 kilometer in circumference, with an internal area of about 60,000 square meters. The Baron's residence occupies 10,000 square meters, the military barracks occupy 20,000 square meters, and the outer city is the serfs' living area, occupying 30,000 square meters. There is also a low wall separating the inner fortress and the outer city. After the previous Baron died, Grey Fortress took over the defense of the area and sent a reserve squadron to garrison it. However, these soldiers were only responsible for defense and not for developing the territory, so the original serfs were all taken away, leaving only 3 slaves to clean the Baron's mansion. Upon seeing Levi and his group arrive, Pete, the reserve squadron leader, was overjoyed and immediately led his men out of the city to greet them. Pete was only a Tier 1 warrior, as was the vice-captain. They were the only 2 professionals in the entire squadron. What's worse is that this reserve squadron is not at full strength, with only 60-odd soldiers, yet they have to guard such a large baron's castle without any reinforcements. The pressure they face is unimaginable. Therefore, after welcoming Levi and his party into the city, Pete immediately rushed to complete the handover. As soon as the handover was finished, Levi warmly invited them to stay for lunch, but they promptly declined. Pete and the others quickly packed their things and fled Stormwind City as if they were escaping. They clearly didn't want to stay there for even a moment longer. Chapter 22 Preliminary Planning. After seeing off the reserve squadron, Li Wei stood atop the city wall, gazing at Stormwind and the surrounding territory, a wave of emotion washing over him. This place now belonged to him. He was the true master of this castle and this land. Soon, Li Wei composed himself and turned to give orders to the group. Old Charlie was in charge of leading the inventory of supplies, putting them all into storage and keeping them safe. At the same time, he sorted out the farm tools left by the previous barons, and ordered the 5 blacksmiths to immediately make any that were insufficient or substandard. Next, he sent Jenkins with 10 men to settle the serfs, informing them that they would only have 3 days of rest before spring plowing had to begin. He warned that if they missed the planting season, everyone would go hungry the following year. Parker then led the rest of the men to inspect the entire castle, including the inner fort and the baron's residence. If any problems were found, they were to be immediately repaired by stonemasons and masons. After receiving their orders, the 3 men immediately descended the city walls and began their respective tasks. After arranging matters within the castle, Levi looked at Clay, preparing to survey the surrounding area while it was still early. His real purpose was to use his rudimentary precognitive abilities to check for any dangers near Stormwind and to inspect the condition of the farmland. Li Wei first went to the south. It was close to the sea there, and the Naga would sometimes venture several kilometers inland. They were also the ones who harassed Stormwind the most in the past, so the previous barons never dared to develop the southern frontier. He arrived at the seashore without encountering any danger warnings, indicating that there was nothing nearby that posed a threat to him. Those professional-level Naga and sea monsters were clearly a kilometer away in the ocean. Li Wei then observed the area and discovered that it was actually a small bay surrounded by several small islands. Except for the gaps between the islands, it was almost like a natural lake. He quickly realized that the kingdom had likely chosen this location to build Stormwind because of the bay. Unfortunately, the Naga's subsequent migration turned what was once an advantage into a problem. At this point, Li Wei could already see quite a few Naga and sea monsters in his line of sight. The Naga generally possessed the strength of elite soldiers, many of whom were professionals. The sea monsters were mostly cannon fodder, but their numbers were vast, and the stronger ones could also reach the level of professionals. Thinking of the resources in the sea, Levi asked Clay if the Naga and sea monsters would return if they were driven away. Clay replied that the Naga usually settled in family tribes, and once they controlled a patch of sea monsters, they would remain there for a long time. If they were driven away by external enemies, they would generally move to another place to live. However, Naga and sea monsters from other places might migrate here again. It all depends on luck. Having received this answer, Li Wei had an idea. As long as he drove away this group of Naga, even with bad luck, a new group might not arrive for 2 or 3 years. At that time, Stormlands will be able to weather the most difficult phase by utilizing the marine resources of this bay. Of course, this matter will have to wait until after spring planting is completed. After inspecting the seaside, Li Wei led his men to check the east, north, and west sides of the castle. Only after confirming that there were no danger warnings within a 5-kilometer radius of Stormwind did he begin to carefully inspect the farmland. About 1.5 kilometers north of the castle, there is a small tributary that flows into the Cairn River, which Livy named the Storm River. The previous barons cultivated more than 1,000 acres of paddy fields near the valley, while there were more than 1,000 acres of dry land to the west of the castle. Based on the yield of this world, each acre of dry land yields about 60 kilograms, and each acre of paddy field yields about 150 kilograms. With the current 2,000 acres of arable land, only about 210 tons of grain can be harvested per year. However, the consumption of the territory was equally enormous. Soldiers needed 1.5 kilograms of food per day, able-bodied serfs needed about 0.75 kilograms per day, and the elderly, women, and children needed about 0.5 kilograms per day. In addition, Li Wei planned to build an army of more than 200 people, more than 600 able-bodied men, 200 women, a cavalry squad, and slaves, so the annual food consumption would be about 350 tons. Based on this calculation, after deducting the grain needed for next year's planting, Li Wei's grain reserves will only be enough to barely last another year. A huge shortage is inevitable next year, and large-scale land reclamation now will not be able to keep up with this spring's planting season. Therefore, after the spring planting season, he had to find a way to obtain a batch of grain immediately. That night, Li Wei returned to Stormwind and sat alone in the castle study, beginning to make preliminary plans for his territory. The first task was naturally spring plowing. With over 600 able-bodied serfs and 200 women, plus 50 oxen and 90 ponies, completing the existing 2,000 mu of farmland was not difficult. Therefore, Li Wei planned to cultivate new land around the castle while simultaneously carrying out spring planting, with an estimated 2,000 acres to be reclaimed, half paddy fields and half dry land. He also planned to construct irrigation canals to convert as much existing dry land as possible into paddy fields. The second matter was the construction of the army. Livy planned to increase the number of new recruits to 182, from which he would select the 12 best men and, using the 12 war horses and 12 suits of armor that Klein had hidden among the nags, form a new squad of knights. This squad will train him in his flaming breathing technique, but only up to the first level. The rest must be earned through battle merits. Roger, the former vice-captain of the knight squad, will be reassigned as the new squad leader. Li Wei also planned to temporarily lend Roger the life source liquid he had exchanged for with his 8th class merit, and then return it to him after Roger was promoted to a full knight and earned an 8th class merit. As for the other 170 new recruits, they all practiced the silver wolf breathing technique, which they had seized from Rig, but were only taught up to the first level. Then, 18 people with archery talent were selected from them to form 2 archery squads. The remaining recruits were divided into 2 infantry companies. The infantry company led by Parker was equipped with 50 wooden shields, 100 leather armors, and 100 long swords, making it an elite infantry company. Jenkins was transferred to another company composed entirely of new recruits, where he served as company commander and formed a spear company, which was issued only 100 spears. In this way, the Stormlord will have 2 knight squads, 2 archer squads, an elite infantry company, and a spearman company. Once the life source liquid arrives, the territory will still have 3 more professionals, all of them knights. Add to that the still unawakened 4th-tier warrior, the White Wolf demi-human, and it should be enough to defend the castle against a large Orcish army. Chapter 23 Mia. On his second day in Stormwind, Livy summoned all the military commanders and Old Charlie for a brief meeting to arrange the affairs of the territory. The meeting focused on the preliminary plan he had devised the day before. The tasks of spring plowing and land reclamation for the serfs were entirely entrusted to Old Charles, but Levy also gave specific instructions. He instructed Old Charlie to meticulously record who each acre of land was allocated to. If any problems arose with any piece of land in the future, the person in charge would be directly contacted and punished according to the severity of the offense. A light lash could result in a whipping, while a more serious offense would involve a reduction in food rations. Anyone who performed exceptionally well would also be rewarded with a meal of meat. Next, he demanded that all serfs be divided into groups of 10, so that they would eat, live, and work together, supervising each other. If even one serf escaped, the other 9 would be punished. Old Charlie immediately rose to accept the order. This system of collective punishment seemed unnecessary now, given the small number of people and the surrounding environment that prevented serfs from easily escaping. But Li Wei knew that things might change when the population grew, so it was necessary to establish the rules in advance. As for other policies to motivate serfs, he planned to announce them publicly when spring plowing began the day after tomorrow. The meeting then turned to military construction and territorial defense. Li Wei looked at Roger and offered to lend him the life source liquid, which he had earned with an 8th class merit, until Roger became a full knight and earned more military merits. Roger was stunned for a moment, then excitedly stood up and bowed, agreeing without hesitation. In fact, he had already cultivated to the peak of the apprentice knight, but he had not obtained the life source liquid because he had not accumulated enough battle merits. Previously, Li Wei's announcement that their first year's achievements in Stormwind would belong to him had already given Roger hope. Unexpectedly, the Baron was now willing to lend him a share in advance, with only 1 share to be repaid later. Keep in mind that a single dose of life essence is enough to secure the service of a top-tier trainee knight for 10 years. Such a condition is far too generous for Roger. Seeing that he agreed, Li Wei immediately appointed him as the captain of the newly formed knight squad and demanded that the squad be combat-ready within 3 months. Roger pounded his chest with his left hand and solemnly promised to complete the mission. Li Wei nodded in satisfaction and continued making arrangements. Will and Lowry each led a small archery squad to train new recruits and patrol the city walls. Both were competent archers, enough to train a small archery squad. Although their leg injuries prevented them from running quickly, they were perfectly capable of defending the city walls. Afterwards, Jenkins was transferred to the newly established Pike Company as its commander, and Li Wei assigned him 3 veteran soldiers, demanding that the Pike Company quickly establish basic combat capability. During the spring planting season, they were also responsible for patrolling the fields to protect the serfs and prevent escapes. Parker continued to command the infantry squadron, stationed south of the castle to guard against the Naga and sea monsters disrupting spring planting. Any large-scale enemy landings had to be reported immediately. Parker and Jenkins calmly accepted the order. Then, Levi ordered Clay to lead the Knights squad to patrol the area where Stormhorn Peninsula meets the Savage Mountains. If they spot a pack of swift-wind wolves or orcs, they should immediately return to report. Li Wei specifically reminded them that their mission was only to patrol, and they should not engage the enemy unless absolutely necessary. Clay immediately indicated that he understood. Then, Levi took out several pieces of parchment, on which he had compiled a recruit training manual based on the military training model from his previous life. These training exercises mainly consist of simple drills. While they cannot directly enhance individual soldiers' combat capabilities, they can improve cohesion and execution, making future command smoother. Although the group didn't quite understand, they still accepted the parchment. As for flags, semaphores, and horns, this world already had a complete system, so Li Wei didn't need to worry about them. Finally, Levi left Clay behind, while the rest of the men immediately went to select soldiers. The knight squads and archer squads were given priority among the recruits, and the remaining men were then assigned to infantry and spear companies. He demanded that the teams be assembled within 2 days, and that he would personally inspect them before the start of spring plowing. The group bowed respectfully and quickly departed to form their respective teams. After everyone left, Levi asked Clay about Eric and Thomas's injuries. He was relieved to learn that the two had only been stunned by the knight's aura and had not suffered any internal or bone damage, and would probably recover in about 10 days. These knights who followed Clay were all quite capable in both combat and talent. The Tulip family had intended to train them into formal knights, and Levi naturally did not want any of them to be lost. After understanding this situation, he ordered Clay to set off immediately to patrol. The Gale wolves in the Wild Mountains must be kept a close watch at all times, and they must not be given the opportunity to suddenly approach the territory. After arranging these things, Li Wei was about to check on the castle when he suddenly sensed that the White Wolf woman had awakened, so he immediately rushed to her room. At this moment, the White Wolf female demi-human was lying on the bed in a daze. When she saw Li Wei enter, she instantly revealed a wary and fierce expression. But the next moment, the magic bracelet on Li Wei's wrist lit up. The White Wolf female demi-human was initially confused, but then her aura quickly became docile, and she respectfully called out, "Master." Hearing this title, Li Wei felt a surge of secret pleasure, but he quickly suppressed those thoughts. Clearly, now was not the time to dwell on such things. He then told her to address him as Master from now on. The White Wolf woman immediately nodded in agreement. Li Wei asked her what her name was. She respectfully replied, "My name is Mia, sir." "Mia, that's a nice name." Then, Li Wei asked about her background and why she hated gnolls so much. Mia then began to tell her story. She came from the White Wolf tribe at the easternmost end of the Wild Mountains. 2 years ago, a pack of Gale wolves migrated there, and the White Wolf tribe was forced to move to a misty valley to the west. The valley was shrouded in mist year-round, and almost no magical beasts or other orcs ventured there. The White Wolf tribe originally thought it was relatively safe. About half a year ago, 3 gnoll tribes strayed into a suddenly expanding fog and wandered inside for more than 6 months. It wasn't until 2 months ago, when the fog contracted, that they emerged and unexpectedly discovered the White Wolf tribe. Afterwards, the gnolls seized control of the tribe, killed Mia's father, and threatened her with her people, forcing her to infiltrate Grey Fortress. Comia ultimately failed. Severely wounded, she escaped from Grey Fortress only to encounter human cavalry. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, her emotions shifting between sadness, anger, and helplessness. Chapter 24: The Terrifying Gale Wolf Pack. After listening to Mia's account, Li Wei roughly understood the White Wolf subhuman's plight. She was originally the daughter of a talented tribal chief, but she was first forced to flee her home by the Gale Wolf pack, and then attacked by jackal people, making her fate truly unfortunate. However, Mia also brought a lot of important intelligence. The gnolls originally had 3 large groups, but when the orcs marched south last year, they got lost and delayed their mission. They dared not return to the Orc Plains, so they risked attacking Grey Fortress in an attempt to atone for their mistake. The reason why only 2 groups attacked the fortress was that the other gnoll tribe had no intention of returning. Instead, they occupied the White Wolf tribe and planned to become the Mountain King there. Mia later encountered Rig because the retreating Tier 5 gnolls ran into Auden's group. A fierce battle ensued, and the gnolls who had scattered in the middle of the night eventually only managed to gather a little over 500 men. Although Auden's 3 squadrons suffered heavy losses, they still managed to rout this group of fleeing soldiers. But the 5th tier gnoll escaped, and Auden was seriously injured. So in the end, it wasn't Auden who chased Mia, but Rig. Mia also overheard Auden saying he wanted to capture her alive, saying he would offer her to a certain lord, but unfortunately, she didn't hear his name. Aside from the news about the gnolls and Auden, what concerned Li Wei most was the Gale Wolf pack. According to the White Wolf tribe, the Gale Wolf pack at the easternmost end of the Wild Mountains was extremely large, numbering over 500. Even more terrifying is that the Wolf King is a 7th-tier magical beast, and he commands dozens of 4th, 5th, and 6th-tier Gale Wolves. Rumor has it that they offended a 9th-tier dragon deep within the Savage Mountains, forcing them to migrate to the easternmost point. As soon as the pack of Gale Wolves arrived, they began to drive away orc tribes, demi-human tribes, and other magical beasts, quickly alarming the original overlord of this area, an 8th-tier black and white giant bear. The black and white giant bear had just reached adulthood and its strength was not yet at its peak, but it was said to be a close relative of the earth bear, normally reaching the 9th rank, with some even reaching the legendary level. It was lazy and had low aggression, but seeing the Gale Wolf pack's domineering behavior, it still decided to teach them a lesson. As it turned out, the cunning wolf pack lured the black and white giant bear into a narrow canyon, then attacked it from both sides. The bear, with its massive body, couldn't maneuver effectively in the canyon and was ultimately severely wounded, forced to flee. Of course, the Gale Wolf pack also paid a heavy price. Their numbers were halved, with only a dozen or so high-level Gale Wolves remaining. Even the 7th-level Wolf King was seriously injured and is still recovering. But after this battle, no one dared to provoke them at the easternmost end of the Wilderness Mountains, and the Wolf King became the new overlord. Upon learning this, Li Wei immediately sent men to pursue Clay, ordering him not to attack any of the Gale Wolves he encountered, not even if they were alone, and to return immediately to report. These Gale Wolves were too ferocious. They were simply not to be trifled with. Li Wei's head throbbed with worry. Most of the previous barons had been killed in attacks while out on patrol, having offended the swift-winged wolves. But if the wolves came again, he couldn't just hide in the castle every time, abandoning even his land cultivation. Unable to think of a solution at the moment, he could only choose to temporarily back down. Afterwards, Li Wei inquired about Mia's injuries and learned that she had damaged her internal organs and would need at least a month to recover. This was only because the subhumans were physically strong. If a human had suffered such an injury without medicine, they would have been bedridden for a year or two, if not killed. Li Wei then instructed the slaves and servants in the castle to take good care of Mia and to prepare plenty of meat for her to replenish her strength. After dealing with Mia's matter, Li Wei summoned the blacksmiths, stonemasons, carpenters, and bricklayers, these skilled slaves, and explained to them the methods of mixing clay and firing bricks that he remembered, hoping to give them some inspiration. He was overthinking it. Although these people had been reduced from civilians to slaves due to the war and possessed skills, their thinking was extremely rigid. They simply followed what they were taught, without any ability to apply their knowledge to new situations. Li Wei tried to persuade them to have their own ideas, but the group shook their heads repeatedly, saying that their fathers or masters would beat them to death if they did. Li Wei was on the verge of collapse. Without mortar and bricks, many projects simply couldn't proceed. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to put it aside for the time being and try it out with them personally when he had more time. Right now, the more important thing was to get the blacksmith and carpenter to make the water wheel and curved plows so that they could be ready in time for the upcoming spring planting. These two items aren't too difficult to make once a sketch is drawn. After looking at the drawings on the animal hides, several carpenters and blacksmiths understood a bit about them, and with a few more tries, they should be able to make them. Li Wei stated directly that as long as they hurry up and produce these things so that they can be used for spring planting this year, their civilian status will be restored, and they will become civilians of Stormlands City. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously dull carpenter and blacksmith widened their eyes, immediately knelt down and kowtowed, thanking Li Wei repeatedly, saying that he was a benevolent lord. Li Wei, however, solemnly reminded them not to thank him too soon. If they couldn't accomplish it, they would be slaves for life, and their descendants would be slaves of Stormwind as well. Then he looked at the stonemason and the bricklayer, telling them to go back and carefully study the methods of mixing mortar, lime, sand, and clay and firing bricks. He suggested that several people try it together in their spare time, and after a few tries, they might be able to figure it out. Whoever succeeds first will not only regain their commoner status, but Li Wei will also assign them a wife, who will also be a commoner. Everyone immediately agreed loudly and rushed back excitedly, eager to start trying it out right away. Li Wei looked at their eyes, which had brightened again, and muttered to himself, "That's more like it. Those lifeless people are unpleasant to look at." Chapter 25 System. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On March 16th, 6637 of the Dawn calendar, it had been 5 days since Li Wei arrived in Stormwind. In the past few days, the blacksmiths finally finished forging the curved plow, and now all they had to do was rush to complete more. However, a problem arose. The iron in the territory was clearly insufficient, so Li Wei had to have some old and useless iron farm tools melted down and remade to barely make up the amount needed for spring plowing. However, this would mean there wouldn't be enough iron to forge weapons if the army were to expand later. After the spring planting season, Li Wei had to find a way to obtain a batch of iron. The carpenters, responsible for the water wheel, were not making good progress, and the finished products were unsatisfactory to Li Wei. He could only offer suggestions for improvement on the failed attempts and urge the carpenters to continue working. He estimated that this batch should be ready for use. Besides helping the blacksmiths and carpenters improve their tools, Li Wei has also been working on the territorial system for the past 3 days, including military and serf policies. Today is the day he set for spring plowing, and the newly formed army has been completed. He is preparing to announce the regulations to the public. Early in the morning, Li Wei arrived at the military camp. The Stormwind camp was spacious enough, so he summoned everyone in the city. Apart from the 3 slave servants in the castle, the White Wolf woman Mia, the injured Eric and Thomas, and the Clay Knight squad that was out on patrol, there were a total of 233 soldiers and 818 serfs in the training ground. This is the current total population of Stormwind. But as soon as Li Wei stepped into the training ground, his face darkened. The serfs stood timidly and crookedly, and the army wasn't much better. What displeased him even more was that the camp was a mess, reeking of stench, and the sanitation was simply appalling. So the first thing he did upon arriving was to target the army and issue 3 sanitation regulations. First, urination and defecation are prohibited in military camps. All must use specially constructed toilets. Violators will be punished. Officers and civilian soldiers will have their pay docked, serf soldiers will be given 5 lashes, and those who repeatedly fail to mend their ways will be expelled from the army and sent back to farm. Secondly, everyone in the military camp must take a bath every 2 or 3 days, wash and change their clothes frequently, and fold the bedding and animal hides on their beds neatly. Third, soldiers take turns cleaning the barracks dormitories and training grounds every day. Subsequently, Li Wei appointed special officers to oversee daily inspections. If there was no significant improvement after a month, all personnel would be punished. He had long been fed up with the world's terrible hygiene. Now that he was on his own turf, he had to thoroughly reform it. He would start with the army, and once the soldiers were disciplined, he would let them manage the serfs, using force to solve the sanitation problems of his territory. Following the health regulations, Li Wei went on to announce the military's reward and punishment system, pay standards, retirement benefits, and the previously promised pension system. Tier 1 professional officers receive 10 gold coins annually, and upon retirement due to injury, they receive an additional 2 gold coins per year. Their territory is responsible for arranging work for them. Sharpshooters receive the same treatment. Ordinary officers receive 5 gold coins annually, and upon retirement due to injury, they receive 1 gold coin per year. They are also provided with work. Elite archers are subject to the same treatment. Elite soldiers and apprentice knights receive 1 gold coin per year, and those who retire due to injury receive 30 silver coins per year, plus job placement. Ordinary soldiers receive 50 silver coins per year, which is half a gold coin, and those who retire due to injury receive 10 silver coins per year, also plus job placement. The currency ratio in this world is 1 gold coin equal to 100 silver coins, or 10,000 copper coins. The price of grain is mostly between 1 and 3 copper coins per kilogram. If the price exceeds this, the Alpha Kingdom will intervene to suppress it, so no one dares to hoard grain and raise prices within the kingdom's territory. As for battle merits, aside from those of Clay and others, the merits of the Stormwind soldiers were still attributed to Li Wei. However, he also stipulated a reward system. 1/3 of the gold coins earned from battle merits would be given to the soldiers. The announcement of these policies excited the 50 elite soldiers and newly promoted officers. Compared to the kingdom's army, which only paid wages and pensions, Stormwind's welfare system practically covered all their worries. They only needed to train, fight, and defend their territory. However, these benefits did not yet apply to the new serf recruits. Those serfs still looked blank and timid. Li Wei then announced a new system for serfs. Anyone who earned half a 9th class merit, or mastered the breathing technique to the level of an elite soldier would be immediately restored to civilian status, and would immediately enjoy military benefits without delay. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the more than 100 newly recruited serfs lit up instantly, and they were even more excited than the elite soldiers, praising Li Wei's benevolence and magnanimity. After everyone calmed down, Li Wei raised his hand to lower his voice, and his expression became stern. He said in a deep voice, "The generous system and rewards have already been given to you, But if anyone fails to complete military tasks, neglects training, slacks off, or even deserts in the face of battle, the most severe punishment awaits them. At best, they will be expelled from the military system and their family members will be barred from employment for 3 generations. At worst, they will be beheaded and their families will be enslaved for generations without ever being pardoned. After he finished speaking, he gave everyone another chance to choose. Those who do not wish to join the army can withdraw now, and he will not pursue the matter further. The Lord, who had just seemed so benevolent, suddenly turned so cold and ruthless that it chilled all the soldiers to the bone. Yet, even so, no one chose to leave. Survival is already difficult in this world, especially for serfs and commoners on the northern frontier. Whether they join the army or not, the risk of death is not much different. Rather than continue being slaves, they might as well take a chance. Seeing that no one was leaving, Li Wei nodded in satisfaction, and then ordered officers of all ranks to lead their soldiers to carry out the assigned tasks. After the army left, Livy turned to the even more timid serfs and announced another system. As long as you cultivate the land continuously for 5 years and complete the tasks assigned by the territory, even if you encounter natural disasters or beast calamities, you will have met the requirements, and be able to regain your civilian status after 5 years. Upon becoming commoners, they will be allocated land in the territory. Men will receive 5 acres of paddy fields, while women and children will receive 3 acres. Only 50% of the land will be taxed, with the remainder belonging to the commoners. Furthermore, Stormwind will abolish the head tax for commoners. At the same time, serfs can also enthusiastically sign up for the next army expansion. Once selected, they can enter the army's assessment system. Chapter 26 First Battle of the Territory. After Livy enacted incentive systems for the army and serfs, Stormwind finally regained some vitality. No longer like before, the outer city was lifeless and filled with the walking dead. Now Stormwind, with its 1,000+ residents, finally resembled a village or town. The serfs traveled between the fields and the castle every day. Perhaps it was because they had hope for the future, or perhaps it was because Livy never skimped on their rations, but smiles gradually appeared on their faces. This change also directly improved work efficiency. In just 3 days, 2,000 acres of farmland were plowed over, and the gravel and weeds were cleared away. The subsequent deep plowing, ridging, sowing, and watering only took a little over 10 days. Since fewer people were needed afterward, Li Wei left a small group to finish up, while the rest continued cultivating new land. On the 15th day after spring plowing began, Li Wei had accumulated 21 attribute points again. Without hesitation, he added them all to basic archery. After absorbing a wealth of experience, Li Wei opened the attribute panel. Name, Levi Lewis. Basic skills, flame breathing technique, Tier 1 beginner knight. Basic archery, Tier 2 limit. Attribute points 0. Li Wei let out a soft breath. His basic archery skills had reached their limit. It seemed he needed to find higher-level archery manuals as soon as possible. As for him now, he could already be considered a sharpshooter. He then went to the military camp's shooting range. The new recruits were all incredibly energetic, training with exceptional effort, which pleased Li Wei greatly. Among this batch of new serf recruits, 2 showed considerable talent. One was named Hill, who had already mastered the knight's flame-breathing technique and become a trainee knight. The other, Martin, also mastered the Silver Wolf warrior breathing technique and became an elite soldier. The 2 were subsequently freed from their serf status, and their treatment improved accordingly. This made the other serf recruits envious, and they trained even harder. There were also 2 promising young archers in the archery squad, Ron and Yuri, but they hadn't even mastered the breathing techniques yet. After watching the training for a while, Li Wei began testing his own archery skills. Before long, he was certain that his archery skills had indeed reached the level of a master archer. Before he could even rejoice, Parker sent someone to report that the Naga sea monsters on the beach had become unusual, and some of them had already come ashore and were heading towards Stormwind. Li Wei immediately ordered Jenkins to recall all the serfs who were out working, while he himself led a newly formed squad of knights, 2 squads of archers, and 50 spearmen to the south of Stormwind to support Puck. However, the so-called Knight Squad can only be used as infantry for now. After all, they were just serfs before, and it will take them at least 3 months to master basic horsemanship. However, squad leader Roger successfully broke through to become a formal knight 2 days ago using the life essence sent by Grey Fortress, becoming the 3rd Tier 1 beginner knight professional in Stormwind City. When Levi and his men arrived at a point 1.5 kilometers from the sea, Parker's elite infantry squadron had already engaged the sea monster. In fact, these sea monsters were the last thing Li Wei wanted to fight, This was because in the Alpha Kingdom's war merit system, only the heads of enemy soldiers, orcs, and key enemies could be exchanged for war merits. The Naga sea monsters are not among them. This means that the rewards for killing these sea monsters will have to be paid out of Li Wei's own pocket. The kingdom will not provide any subsidies. Therefore, Li Wei could only stipulate that the Naga sea monsters' battle merits would be calculated at half that of the orcs. As for the magical beasts, they could be treated the same as the orcs. At this moment on the battlefield, more than 200 sea monsters were attacking the Parker Squadron's position. Most of them were just cannon fodder, about 1.45 meters tall, thin and weak, carrying stone knives, shell weapons and wooden sticks. A small number of sea monsters are elite soldiers, but overall they are no match for fully armed infantry. 20 or 30 cannon fodder sea monsters have already been killed. Parker lacked command experience, and half of the squadron consisted of serf recruits who had only been trained for a little over 10 days. The entire squadron was disorganized and seemed to be fighting their own battles. Li Wei noticed that the Naga elites and professionals behind him were not in a hurry to move forward, seemingly deliberately wearing down these cannon fodder sea monsters. Seeing this, he decided to take command personally. Li Wei took over command and immediately ordered the 50 shield bearers of Parker's squadron, along with the 50 spearmen he had brought, to reorganize into 2 long ranks. The remaining 50 infantrymen will serve as a reserve force for the time being. He shouted the order. Shield bearers on the right, protect the spearmen. Spearmen, thrust forward in unison. After the first rank thrusts out, the second rank immediately takes over. Follow my commands. 1. Kill. 2nd. Stab. 1. Kill. 2nd. Stab. The sounds of flesh being pierced rang out one after another. Under Li Wei's command, the team moved in unison, their efficiency in killing enemies instantly increased, and the new recruits were no longer as panicked as before. Parker and Roger were stunned, never expecting that Levi would have such outstanding battlefield command skills. The group advanced step by step, slaying every sea monster that attacked along the way. Some sea monsters finally became frightened and tried to escape back into the sea, but were forced back by the Naga professionals who arrived from behind. Soon, more sea monsters attacked from both sides. Li Wei immediately ordered, Archery squads, prepare! First squad, fire from the right. Second squad, fire from the left. Shoot! With a whoosh, arrows shot through the air, pinning down the sea monsters on both sides. Levi then instructed the reserve team to intercept any sea monsters that broke through the arrow blockade. He then told Parker to continue commanding in his own way. As for Roger, he was ready to fight the Naga professionals at any time. Levi would support him from the rear with bows and magic crossbows. Parker excitedly took command and continued leading the team forward. Levi and Roger, on the other hand, kept a close eye on the Naga professionals. When a Tier 1 Naga professional entered within 100 meters, Li Wei raised his hand and fired an arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow left a trail of afterimages and struck the Naga directly in the face, killing her instantly. The next moment, a beam of white light flew out and entered Li Wei's body. Seeing the energy essence appear, Li Wei finally felt a little relieved. Killing Naga professionals is the only way to truly make a profit. Chapter 27 An Unexpected Battle. With the first Tier 1 Naga professional shot down by Li Wei, the other Nagas immediately became vigilant, shrinking back into the charging ranks and daring not to expose themselves rashly again. However, the strength of the Naga race is usually linked to their size. The taller and stronger they are, the stronger they are. Li Wei quickly locked onto another second-tier Naga professional, drew his bow, and aimed directly at him. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the air. But the second-tier Naga had already anticipated the hidden archers, and raised her spiked club to block the arrow. Li Wei cursed his bad luck under his breath, and then fired 2 more arrows in quick succession. The first arrow was blocked again, but the second arrow followed closely, accurately piercing the opponent's throat. The second-tier Naga collapsed and struggled, but soon fell silent. Li Wei then gained another ball of second-tier energy essence. Originally, there were only 10 Naga professionals, 3 Tier 2 and 7 Tier 1. In less than a minute, 2 of them were shot dead by Li Wei, and the rest were so frightened that they lay on the ground, no longer daring to move. They finally realized that a true sharpshooter was hidden among this group of humans. Roger, watching this scene, was also stunned into a daze. To kill 2 Naga professionals from 100 meters away, one of whom was at the second tier, this level of skill was definitely not just that of an ordinary elite archer. Seeing the Naga warriors begin to retreat, Li Wei immediately shouted to Roger, "Go help! Take care of the sea monster! They'll definitely call for reinforcements, so we need to get back to the castle as soon as possible. Although the Naga are not as ferocious as the Gale Wolves, they had previously killed the human lords here, and they would never easily swallow this insult. Just as Levi returned to the castle after dealing with the sea monster, Clay's team unexpectedly returned, bringing news of the appearance of the Gale Wolves. Li Wei immediately felt a headache coming on and couldn't help but curse. Nothing happened for 10 or 20 days, how come it all happened at once today? Did they plan this? What worries him even more is the farmland outside the city that has just been sown. If it is destroyed, Stormwind, which is already struggling financially, will only face even greater difficulties. He immediately asked Clay, "How many Gale Wolves are there? What's their strength?" Clay replied, "Sir, there were about 20 or 30 of them. They were very fast, so I didn't dare get too close. The leader was a 5th-tier Gale Wolf." Upon hearing that there were still 5 more tiers, Li Wei's expression turned even more grim. Just then, Roger arrived to report that the Naga army had already arrived, consisting of 2 4th-tier, 3 3rd-tier, and more than a dozen 1st and 2nd-tier Nagas, plus nearly 500 sea monsters. Li Wei laughed after hearing this, and said coldly, "How can we play like this? Never mind." He immediately instructed Clay and Roger to guard the city walls and leave the outside affairs alone for the time being, while he went back to rest. If they couldn't win, they had to endure it. Even the strongest 5th-tier Gale Wolves couldn't cross a 12-meter-high city wall, let alone one on a slope. As for the Naga, they weren't skilled at siege warfare and had no way to deal with Stormwind City. Clay and Roger watched Levi leave, resigned to their fate. The newly planted fields outside the city would likely be destroyed, but they were powerless to stop it. Especially knowing the terror of the Gale Wolves, they didn't even dare to test the waters. Half an hour later, the Naga army arrived at the foot of Stormwind City and sent sea monsters to symbolically attack the city twice. The result was that they made no progress, except for consuming some stones and logs from the city walls. The Naga themselves dared not attack the city. After lingering outside the city for more than 10 minutes, they decisively led the sea monsters around Stormwind and headed north. Roger looked in the direction they left and sighed. The land is finished being plowed. This winter and next year will probably be tough. Clay shook his head and said, "The real problem is the Gale Wolves. If we don't deal with them, there will be trouble all the time, not just next year." Roger could only pray quietly, hoping the black and white giant bear would return soon. The two then continued to keep watch outside the city, preventing the Naga from launching a sudden counterattack. An hour later, Clay suddenly heard a series of enormous wolf howls coming from the direction of the northern valley, and more than one howl. Immediately afterwards, there were also screams of the Naga and sea monsters. He immediately called Roger over. "Listen, isn't it the Gale Wolves and the Naga fighting?" Roger, after hearing this, confirmed his judgment, and immediately ran to find Li Wei. "My lord! My lord!" Roger rushed into the Baron's mansion, shouting so loudly that Levi thought something had happened to the city wall. He immediately rushed out and headed for the south gate without even asking any questions. Roger quickly shouted, "Sir, it's not south, it's north. Go check the north city wall. It looks like the Gale Wolves and Naga are fighting." Li Wei paused, clearly taken aback. "What did you say? The Gale Wolves and the Naga are fighting?" Roger nodded. "It's in the direction of Storm Valley. You can hear wolf howls and screams from the north city wall." Li Wei immediately rushed to the north wall. As soon as he reached the top of the wall, he no longer needed to confirm with Clay, because to the west of Stormwind, Naga and a large number of sea monsters were frantically fleeing towards the sea, with a pack of swift wolves in hot pursuit. The group followed the city wall to the west, and then came to observe the area near the south gate. There were fewer than 10 Naga professionals who had fled to the sea, only 1 4th-tier Naga remained, and only a little over 100 sea monsters were left. The pursuing Gale Wolf pack still numbered about 20, and the leader, a 5th-tier Gale Wolf, had a deep scar near its eye. Seeing this, Li Wei couldn't help but laugh and said, "They hit pretty hard." He then called Clay and Roger to go out and check, and told Parker and Jenkins to guard the castle. 10 minutes later, the three quietly arrived at a grove of trees on a hill about a kilometer from the beach, gazing at the fierce battle unfolding on the shore. The distance was too great to see clearly, and Li Wei thought to himself that he needed to find some time to get the binoculars out. However, it is certain that the Naga race also dispatched 5th-tier Nagas to fight the Gale Wolves. At this moment, the two sides are engaged in an extremely fierce battle on the beach, with blood almost staining the sea red. Although there are only about 20 Gale Wolves left, almost all of them are at least tier 2 in strength. It's very likely that the Tier 1 Gale Wolves were all killed in the battle in Storm Valley. Chapter 28 Giant Panda? Damn, these Gale Wolves are insane! They're fighting like this and they still won't retreat. They're practically trying to take everyone down with them. Li Wei hid in the woods and watched for over half an hour, but the Gale Wolves continued their fierce battle. The fighting on the beach only temporarily ceased when the Naga tribe seemed to have been frightened and retreated back into the sea. At this point, only 5 Gale Wolves remained. Besides the 5th tier leader, there was 1 3rd-tier wolf and 2 2nd-tier wolves. The situation was even worse for the Naga. The beach was littered with the corpses of sea monsters, numbering at least 500. The Naga professionals also suffered heavy casualties, with even 1 5th-tier Naga lost. Li Wei thought the Gale Wolf had won, but unexpectedly, a trident suddenly flew out of the sea, instantly pinning a Tier 3 Gale Wolf to the ground. The Tier 5 Gale Wolf finally showed fear and began to slowly retreat, but its ferocity remained undiminished. The next moment, the owner of the trident leaped out of the sea, landed beside the corpse, and casually drew his weapon. Li Wei was completely stunned when he saw the Naga's size. 6th rank? His heart sank, and he couldn't help but curse himself for running into such a terrible place. First, a pack of 7th-tier Gale Wolves, then a pack of 6th-tier Naga. This place was no place for a human to live. He had to move, he absolutely had to move. Just as he was planning to leave, a danger warning suddenly sounded in his mind. Danger! Extreme danger! There is an injured level 8 black and white giant bear 1 kilometer to the east, and it is heading this way. Before Li Wei could react, a deafening roar came from the east. He snapped back to reality and shouted in a low voice. Don't move! It's an 8th-tier black and white giant bear! Clay and Roger were initially wondering what kind of magical beast had arrived, but upon hearing that it was an 8th-tier beast, their faces turned deathly pale, and they immediately lay down on the ground, too afraid to move. The 3 of them were hiding in a grove of hills, just northeast of the beach battlefield. The 8th-tier black and white giant bear passed right by them, heading straight for the Gale Wolf pack on the beach. Upon hearing the roar, the Gale Wolves immediately turned and fled, but the black and white giant bears were clearly heading straight for them. The 5th-tier Gale Wolves hadn't gone far before they were cornered on Li Wei's side. In just a few minutes, the remaining 5th-tier, 3rd-tier, and 2 2nd-tier Gale Wolves were all killed by the black and white giant bear. After dealing with the wolf pack, it roared to the sky, as if venting its anger. Hiding in the woods, Li Wei froze when he finally saw the so-called black and white giant bear. He couldn't believe his eyes, rubbed them, and looked again before finally blurting out. A giant panda? That's right, with its black and white fur and striking black eye circles, it looks just like a giant panda. However, this giant panda is ridiculously large, nearly 5 meters tall, with a massive and imposing body that exudes a powerful presence. Li Wei couldn't help but ask again. Is this the black and white giant bear? Clay explained in a low voice. Yes, sir. The black and white giant bears are high-level magical beasts comparable to dragons. When they grow up, they are at the 8th order sky level, and when they are fully grown, they can reach the 9th order saint realm. The Bear King can even reach the legendary level. Roger said worriedly. My lord, what should we do? Stormlands City probably can't stop them at all with this size. Clay replied weakly. Stormwind? Let's pray we get back alive first. The 3 fell silent. They couldn't run away, and they couldn't fight back. They could only pray that the black and white giant bear wouldn't discover them, these small fry. What you fear most is what happens. After venting its rage, the black and white giant bear suddenly turned its head and looked at the grove where they were hiding. Li Wei and his 2 companions instantly felt their hair stand on end and broke out in a cold sweat. It's over. The black and white giant bear seemed to have truly spotted them, and strode straight towards them. Halfway there, it roared towards the sea again, startling the 6th-tier Naga who immediately dove into the water. The other Nagas and sea monsters followed closely behind, disappearing completely in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the sea calmed down again, as if nothing had happened. Only the blood-stained seawater and the mountain of corpses testified to how fierce the battle had just taken place. Seeing that the sea had calmed down, the black and white giant bear continued towards Li Wei and his companions. Taking advantage of the moment it roared over the shore, the 3 of them mounted their war horses and fled in different directions. Although they knew they couldn't outrun an 8th-tier magical beast, splitting up might allow 1 or 2 of them to survive. The black and white giant bear watched the 3 disperse, tilted its head and thought for a moment, then locked its gaze on Li Wei and leaped into the air. With a deafening crash, the massive body slammed into Li Wei's front, creating a large crater in the ground. Li Wei's warhorse immediately went limp, too afraid to move. When Clay and Roger saw the black and white giant bear fixated on Levi, they turned around and rushed back without hesitation. But as soon as they got close, they were stunned into place by the giant bear's roar. Just when Li Wei was almost in despair, a young man's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Human boy, don't be so nervous. If I wanted to kill you, you would be dead already." Li Wei stared in shock at the black and white giant bear before him. The voice rang out again. "Yes, it's me talking to you." The black and white giant bear remained docile, quietly watching him. Li Wei asked in surprise and doubt. "Brother Bear, aren't you an 8th tier cultivator? How come?" Only monsters that reach the 9th tier Saint realm can communicate with other races using their mental powers. This one, which is clearly only at the 8th tier, can directly converse with him, which is truly illogical. The black and white giant bear interrupted him. "You'd better tell your men to stop. If you continue to provoke me, I won't hold back." Li Wei nodded quickly. "Yes, yes, yes." Having finally found a way out, he dared not provoke this bear brother, and immediately waved for Clay and Roger to stop and not come any closer. Then, forcing a smile, he said respectfully and ingratiatingly, "Brother Xiong, what are your orders? As long as it's within my power, I will definitely help you solve it." The black and white giant bear seemed to chuckle, its tone mocking. "I have a grudge against those Gale Wolves. How about you go and kill the Gale Wolf King for me?" Li Wei's expression froze instantly, and he could only manage an awkward smile. Chapter 29 Shock. Surprise? Li Wei knew that this giant panda was deliberately making fun of him, but he could only force a smile and say, "Brother Bear, I know you have a grudge against the Gale Wolf pack, but I really can't beat them." The black and white giant bear countered. "How do you know that the Gale Wolf pack has a grudge against me?" Li Wei had no choice but to explain that he had heard it from a white wolf subhuman, who said that it had been tricked by the Gale Wolf pack while trying to uphold justice. After listening, the giant bear seemed to remember something and nodded. "It seems there is such a tribe. Since you know about it, that makes things easier. My name is Storm Panda. You can just call me Panda, don't call me Brother Bear, it sounds like those clumsy earth bears." After saying that, its tone changed, and it directly proposed cooperation. "I came to you today to give you a chance. You do a few things for me, and I'll spare your life. How about it?" Li Wei almost cursed aloud in his heart. This wasn't cooperation, it was clearly being forced to sign a contract of servitude. But with his life in their hands, he could only continue to smile obsequiously. "Of course, Brother Panda, please give your orders." Panda nodded in satisfaction and extended its paw to make its demands. The first thing it asked was for Li Wei to bring it some human liquor, the more the better. Li Wei was taken aback. He hadn't expected this terrifying giant bear to have such a taste. Immediately afterward, Panda added, "Second, get me some fire tribute magical beast cores, at least 6th rank. I need them to restore my strength. Third, keep a close eye on the Gale Wolf pack. That Wolf King used to be at the peak of 7th rank, and I estimate it's about to break through to 8th rank. If it breaks through first, we'll be in big trouble." After saying the 3 things, Panda thought for a moment and added, "That's all for now. I'll come find you again if I need anything else." Li Wei's lips twitched, his heart filled with bitterness. This wasn't cooperation. It was worse than murder and robbery. He could only bite the bullet and try to bargain. "Brother Panda, I can find a way to get you the strongest liquor. I guarantee it will be the best I can get you. But a 6th tier magical beast core? I'm just a 1st tier minor lord. I really can't get one." He quickly added, "And the area around the Gale Wolf King is full of magical beasts, orcs, and demi-humans. As a human, I can't get in at all, let alone gather information." Panda glanced at him and bluntly uttered 2 words. "Useless." Then it added matter-of-factly, "I'm not asking you to kill monsters yourself. You can buy the crystal cores from your human kingdom. You can also send your men to gather intelligence." Li Wei suddenly felt a sense of helplessness, like a scholar encountering a soldier, and could only explain with a bitter face. "Brother Panda, I don't have any money either. As for my subordinates, those 2 over there are my strongest subordinates, and they were borrowed. There is also a 4th tier demi-human in the castle, but he is still injured and lying in bed." At this point, he pointed to Clay and Roger, who were frozen in place in the distance. The 2 dared not approach and could only stand far away, their faces pale. Panda stared at Li Wei for a long time, making his hair stand on end. After a moment, Panda coldly commented again, "Truly useless, truly poor, truly worthless." Li Wei inwardly scoffed. This wasn't about being poor or not. A single 6th-tier magical beast core costs 2 to 300,000, or even 500,000 gold coins, something even ordinary nobles might not be able to afford, let alone a newly established lord like him. But now the situation was beyond his control, and Li Wei had no choice but to admit defeat. To make matters worse, Panda added, "Since you can't do anything, then we can't cooperate." Upon hearing this, Li Wei was nearly scared out of his wits. If they couldn't cooperate, wouldn't that be a death sentence? He quickly said, "We can cooperate. I can brew wine, and I can definitely brew the best and strongest wine in the human world. Besides, I can make money. As long as the territory is safe, once I've earned enough, I'll help you buy monster cores." Upon hearing the best and strongest liquor, Panda's eyes instantly changed. He crouched down, his massive body brimming with surprise. "Really? You can make liquor?" Li Wei immediately assured him. "Really, just give me time, and I'll definitely make the best liquor. Otherwise, you might as well eat me." Having received confirmation, Panda simply sat down on the ground, grinning sheepishly. "Come on, tell me how long it will take. Do you have any now? Let me try some first." Upon hearing about the wine, Panda seemed to transform into a different bear, temporarily forgetting about the crystal core and the Gale Wolf. Li Wei quickly said, "Brother Panda, I haven't been here long and haven't started brewing wine yet. In a month at most, I'll go to Grey Fortress to buy some wine, process it a bit, and I guarantee it will be better than anything you've tasted before." Li Wei knew very well that most of the alcohol in the Alpha Kingdom was just cheap beer, low-alcohol beverages, and fruit wines. What Panda had been drinking was most likely orc-brewed fruit wine, which would only taste worse. If he bought some low-alcohol liquor and distilled it, he should be able to satisfy this giant panda. Panda said with some regret, "Another month? I haven't had a drink in over a year. You'd better hurry. Let's go back to the castle first." Li Wei was taken aback. This bear wanted to come back to the castle with him? Looking at Panda's enormous size, he hesitated and said, "Brother Panda, what? If it were really allowed into the castle like that, those timid serfs would probably faint on the spot." Panda looked down at himself, and immediately understood what Li Wei meant. The next moment, to Li Wei's astonishment, the black and white giant bear's body shrank rapidly, becoming only the size of a human head in the blink of an eye, and it looked surprisingly cute. Immediately afterwards, Panda lightly leaped and sat directly on Li Wei's shoulder. "Is this okay? Let's go." Li Wei was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses and quickly nodded. Okay, let's go." He was secretly shocked. Was this a high-level magical beast? It was one thing for an 8th-tier beast to be able to communicate mentally, but it could also freely change its body's shape. Then Levi approached Clay and Roger. His warhorse was paralyzed on the ground and unable to move for the time being, so he instructed Roger. "You stay and watch the horse until it recovers, then take it back to the castle. Clay and I will go back first." Clay and Roger stared at the teddy bear on Levi's shoulder, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Though filled with questions, they dared not ask any more, and could only stammer in response. Levi mounted Roger's warhorse, preparing to return to the castle with Clay. But suddenly he noticed the corpses of the Gale Wolves and Naga on the ground and quickly asked, "Brother Panda, do you still want these?" The little bear on the shoulder looked disgusted. "No. Gale Wolves are wind attribute, Nagas are water attribute, and they're not magical beasts. They don't have magic cores, so they're useless to me. But save the meat from that 5th-tier Gale Wolf for me. I eat some meat occasionally." Upon hearing this, Li Wei was overjoyed. This was truly an unexpected bonus. Chapter 30 Distilled Spirits. The corpses of these Gale Wolves and Nagas are all valuable, and even the professionals among those sea monsters are worth the same. The hides, bones, and magic cores of the Gale Wolves are all valuable magical materials, especially the magic cores, which are more valuable the higher their level. Their flesh and blood also contain magical power, which can accelerate the cultivation of knights and warriors, but they should not consume too much, otherwise their blood and chi will surge, damaging their meridians or life seed. Although Naga and sea monsters are scaled humanoids, they don't have magic cores and their flesh is not eaten, but their scales are good materials for making enchanted leather armor, and they are quite expensive. Since the black and white giant bears didn't want these things, Li Wei naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. In their eyes, he was just a penniless wretch, so he might as well take whatever he could get. He immediately ordered Clay to go back and call people to transport all the swift wolves, as well as the useful Naga and sea monster corpses, back to Stormwind City. He also instructed him to send people to Stormwind Valley in the north to collect the corpses there as well. After listening, Clay glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground, his eyes lighting up, but he quickly looked at the little black and white giant bear on Levi's shoulder, clearly hesitant. Li Wei knew what he was worried about, so he said, "It's alright," Brother Panda agreed. "We just need to leave the flesh and blood of that fifth-tier Gale Wolf for it." Clay was relieved and quickly prepared to return to the city. But just as he was about to leave, he remembered that there were still many mid-level Naga by the sea and couldn't help but remind Levi that it might be dangerous to collect corpses there. Before Li Wei could speak, Panda's voice echoed in their minds. "Don't be afraid. I just warned those Naga that this is my territory. If they don't want to die, they'll move out soon. If they dare to cause trouble when you go to collect the corpses, just mention my name." Levi and Clay were taken aback, then felt a surge of joy. This is more than just scavenging corpses. With this bay, the potential food crisis caused by the destruction of farmland can be significantly alleviated. Without the Naga and sea monsters causing trouble, farmland can continue to be cultivated, and population expansion is possible. Next, if we can appease this giant panda, the threat of the Gale Wolves might also be resolved. Only then will the development of Stormlands truly be on the right track. Levi told Clay to hurry back to the city and call for help. After he left, he tentatively asked Panda, "Brother Panda, how long will it take for your injuries to heal?" Panda, completely unguarded, said directly, "Without fire-type magic cores, it could take 5 or 10 years. If I had 30 or 50 6th-order fire-type magic cores, I could recover to the 7th order within a year, and return to the 8th order in 2 years. If it were 7th or 8th order fire-type magic cores, it would be even faster, and I might even be able to enter the complete form ahead of time and step into the 9th order Saint Realm." Li Wei trembled upon hearing this. 30 to 50 6th-tier fire-type magic cores? How could he possibly afford to raise them? It would be more realistic to quickly produce the distilled liquor. By the time Li Wei was almost at Stormwind, Clay had already led his men to the seaside to collect the bodies and reported that Jenkins had also led his men to Stormwind Valley in the north. Afterwards, Li Wei returned to Stormwind with the miniature black and white giant bear. As soon as he entered the Baron's mansion, Panda yawned and was about to ask him to prepare some things, but halfway through his sentence, he suddenly remembered that he didn't know Li Wei's name. It asked, "By the way, what's your name, kid? It's not very polite to keep calling me human kid. Levi gave a wry smile, not expecting this bear to be so polite, and replied, "My name is Levi Lewis, Brother Panda. You can just call me Levi." Panda nodded. "Okay, Li Wei, go and get me some fresh, tender bamboo shoots. There's a large bamboo forest about 10 kilometers to the east. Also, get some honey. You should have some, right?" Li Wei was speechless. What's the difference between Li Wei and a human kid? This isn't exactly polite either. Seeing his expression, Panda assumed he didn't even have honey and immediately became dissatisfied. "If you don't have any, then hurry up and send someone to look for it. I just saw that you have quite a few people in your castle. Even if they're all weaklings, surely they can find some honey, right?" Li Wei readily agreed, letting Panda rest in the yard first, and said that the whole yard would belong to him from now on, and that he would plant a bamboo grove in the yard in a few days. Panda was finally satisfied and lazily lay down on the ground, saying he wanted to sleep. Li Wei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, carefully withdrew from the courtyard, and arranged for a team of spearmen to guard outside, preventing anyone from approaching. Afterwards, he immediately arranged for Parker to cut bamboo and find honey, and then found old Charlie, instructing him to lead the serfs to clean up the damaged farmland the next day, and to plant as soon as possible, while the reclamation of new land could be postponed. At the same time, he reassured the serfs, explaining that the destroyed farmland was still considered to have met their targets for this year. Just as old Charlie was about to do so, Levi stopped him and asked again if there was any wine or honey left in the castle. Old Charlie paused for a moment, thinking that the young master still wanted to drink, so he replied that there was no honey, but there was still a barrel of inferior wine left by the lord. Li Wei didn't have time to explain. He directly ordered him to move the barrel of wine to the kitchen, and to prepare a few earthenware jars, hollowed-out bamboo tubes, animal hides, and mud. He was to get to work on it immediately. Half an hour later, Li Wei came to the kitchen, preparing to use the knowledge he had learned on Blue Star in his previous life to try to purify the low-alcohol, inferior wine. He poured water into a large iron pot, put the earthenware jar containing inferior wine inside, connected the mouth of the jar with a bamboo tube, sealed it with animal hide and mud, then attached another bamboo tube at an angle downwards, sealed the joint as well, and wrapped the bamboo tube with a wet cotton cloth to cool it down. After everything was ready, Levi started a fire to boil water. Since there was no thermometer, he and old Charlie had to keep trying different heat levels, working until late at night, and finally distilled a spirit of about 40 or 50 degrees. Although the ingredients are of poor quality, and the taste is still not very good, it should be enough to satisfy that giant panda. Ignoring the late hour, Li Wei immediately picked up 2 jars of distilled liquor, preparing to deliver them to the black and white giant bear. Chapter 31 Getting Rich. It was past midnight when Levi emerged from the kitchen carrying the distilled liquor. He first had old Charlie seal off the kitchen, forbidding anyone from approaching, then summoned Clay, who had just finished transporting the corpse, and had him drag along the tender bamboo that Parker had cut, and together they went to the black and white giant bear's yard. Li Wei entered the courtyard alone and found the black and white giant bear still fast asleep. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This guy really doesn't take me seriously at all." He tried calling out a few times, but the bear didn't respond. Left with no other choice, Li Wei opened the wine jar and continued to call out, "Brother Panda, the wine is here, would you like to try some?" Whether it was hearing the word, wine, or smelling the aroma, the black and white giant bear suddenly sat up, staring with its black eyes searching around. Li Wei quickly said, "Brother Panda, the wine is here. I've been brewing it all night, and just brought it over as soon as it was ready." Seeing the black and white giant bear's reaction, he immediately felt reassured. Without uttering a single word, the black and white giant bear snatched the jar and began gulping down the liquor. With a few gulps, the 5-pound jar of distilled spirit was quickly emptied, and it immediately asked, "Is there any more?" Li Wei said, "There's only 1 jar left, brother, drink slowly. There's no more wine in the castle. If it suits your taste, I'll send someone to Grey Fortress in a couple of days to buy a few cartloads and then process it for you." As he spoke, he gestured for Clay to bring over another jar of wine. The black and white giant bear immediately burst into laughter. "This is just to my liking. I've never tasted such delicious wine before. Levi, you'll be with me from now on, and I guarantee no one will dare bully you." Li Wei chuckled and handed over the wine. The black and white giant bear took it and wanted to drink it all, but then remembered that the rest of the wine would be a few days away, so he decided to sip it slowly and asked Li Wei to bring in some bamboo. Watching the black and white giant bear drink and gnaw on bamboo, Levi and Clay quietly slipped out of the courtyard. Once they were out of sight, Levi let out a long sigh of relief. "Finally, we've got it sorted out. Stormwind is safe for now." Clay wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still feeling like he was dreaming. "Sir, that's an 8th tier black and white giant bear, and it can communicate mentally at the 8th tier. It might even have the potential to become a bear king, and could become a legendary bear king in the future." Li Wei smiled wryly and said, "Don't think too much. It's good enough that we're alive. You can count the bodies we collected today tomorrow. I'm going back to sleep now, and you should get some rest too." Having said that, he turned and returned to the Baron's mansion. Too much had happened today. First, the battle with the Naga, then the retreat to the castle, next, the surprise attack by the swift wolves, which unexpectedly led to a fight with the Naga. Finally, the black and white giant bear appeared and ended the battle, even coming after him. In the end, it was hard to say whether it was luck or bad luck. The night passed peacefully, and Li Wei slept until the morning. After getting up, he first checked his stats. Flaming Breathing Technique Tier 1 Beginner Knight, Flaming Triple Slash Tier 1, Horsemanship Basic, Basic Archery Tier 2 Limit, Attribute Points, 1. Regarding innate talents, Super Precognition is still at the beginner level, passively predicting danger once a day within a 1 kilometer radius for 3 days, and also allowing for close-range detection of malice. Ultimate Speed is also at the beginner level, doubling attack, movement, reaction, and agility. He had 14 points of energy essence. Li Wei couldn't help but sigh after reading it. He was still quite a ways off from upgrading his talent. It was a pity the Gale Wolf interfered yesterday, otherwise he might have been able to shoot down some Naga professionals. However, the thought that there was a 6th-tier Naga among them filled him with some relief. If that 6th-tier Naga had truly been lured out, Stormwind City would have been utterly unable to withstand it. Afterwards, Levy summoned old Charles and the army officers for a meeting. Inside the Baron's meeting room, he first asked, "Old Charles, what is the situation regarding the damage to the farmland?" Old Charlie replied, "Young master, more than half of the paddy fields in Stormwind Valley have been destroyed, but the dry land in the west is fine." Li Wei felt heartbroken upon hearing this. Stormwind City relied on those paddy fields for its food production, and now that most of them were destroyed, it was uncertain whether they could be replanted this year. Then he looked at Clay. "Have the results from yesterday been tallied?" Clay replied excitedly, "Sir, the results are in. The harvest exceeded our expectations. They obtained a total of 28 Gale Wolves corpses, including 1 Tier 5, 6 Tier 3, 10 Tier 2, and 11 Tier 1. They also obtained 36 Naga professional corpses, including 1 Tier 5, 3 Tier 4, 7 Tier 3, 10 Tier 2, and 15 Tier 1. In addition, there were 12 corpses of sea monster professionals, 1 at level 4, 2 at level 3, 3 at level 2, and 6 at level 1. Upon hearing these numbers, everyone present gasped in shock. These guys, while alive, could have wiped out Stormlands City a dozen times over. Li Wei quickly said, "Keep all the flesh and bones of the Gale Wolves, keep the magic cores of the 5th tier Gale Wolves too, and roughly how much are the rest worth?" Clay had clearly calculated the prices beforehand and immediately quoted them. At Grey Fortress, animal hides and scale armor were 30 gold coins for Tier 1, 80 for Tier 2, 150 for Tier 3, 500 for Tier 4, and 2,000 for Tier 5. Magic cores were even more expensive, 50 for Tier 1, 150 for Tier 2, 500 for Tier 3, 10,000 for Tier 4, and 50,000 to 100,000 for Tier 5. As per Li Wei's request, the magic cores, scales, and animal hides to be sold were worth approximately 15,100 gold coins in total. This figure left everyone speechless with astonishment. Most of them came from humble backgrounds and had never seen so much money in their lives. Even Roger from Tulip Territory was no exception. After all, he had only ever been a novice knight before this. Chapter 32 Military Expansion Plans. Li Wei finally experienced what it felt like to become rich overnight. Yesterday he was a penniless wretch with only a few hundred gold coins left, and today he suddenly became a millionaire. This feeling was simply amazing. He quickly suppressed his excitement, and immediately gave orders. "Parker, Jenkins, you two organize the veterans to skin the animal hides and scales as soon as possible, marinate the swift-winged wolf meat, and properly preserve the tendons and bones. Old Charlie, lead the serfs to replant the destroyed farmland. Roger, you go to the seaside and keep a close eye on the Naga's movements. Come back and report as soon as you're sure they've left." Everyone acknowledged the order and dispersed. Levi then left Clay behind alone, instructing him to take a squad of knights and retrieve the ordinary purifying water from the warehouse to cleanse the area around the castle and the farmland in the valley of the remaining swift wolf scent, while leaving the seaside untouched. Ordinary purified water is a common item in the frontier territories, specifically used to erase various scents and traces. Knowing that the Gale Wolves might catch up at any moment, Clay dared not delay and immediately led his men to collect the supplies. After processing them, they would continue patrolling the west, returning immediately to report if they spotted any orcs or Gale Wolves. After everyone left, Li Wei began to plan how to spend this windfall. This world is a dog-eat-dog world. Simply hoarding gold coins will only invite danger. Only by turning gold coins into combat power can he protect his wealth and even earn more. Since the goal is to increase strength, the first step is naturally to expand the army. Li Wei plans to form 2 more companies, 1 infantry company and 1 spear company. This requires purchasing 100 sets of leather armor, 100 longswords, approximately 5,000 gold coins, and 100 spears, another 500 gold coins. In addition, he wanted to expand his archery squads by 3, purchasing 30 bows and 1,000 arrows, costing approximately 610 gold coins. Considering that combat is most dangerous for professionals, he also planned to buy a set of Tier 1 enchanted armor for both Clay and Roger, which would cost 400 gold coins. As for himself, he already possessed the Tier 2 enchanted armor he had previously captured from Rig. As the army expands, the population of the territory must keep up, otherwise, with everyone in arms, even military pay will eventually be impossible to pay. Li Wei plans to buy another 500 able-bodied serfs and 500 young female serfs, for a total of 7,500 gold coins. These expenses added up to about 14,000 gold coins. With the remaining money, he planned to buy a batch of grain and, most importantly, cheap, low-alcohol liquor. The grain was to provide rations for the newly recruited serfs, while the cheap liquor was a matter of life and death for him. After all, the 8th tier black and white giant bear panda has a particular fondness for this. If he can't satisfy it, Li Wei estimates he'll soon be sent to the Savage Mountains to keep company with the Gale Wolves. He had just finalized the purchasing plan when a small panda suddenly flew in. It was none other than Panda, the 8th tier black and white giant bear. It plopped down on the table and asked, "Li Wei, is that kind of wine from yesterday really gone?" Li Wei was both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected that monsters were even more craving alcohol than humans. He could only explain that Stormlands City was currently out of alcohol, and brewing new wine wouldn't be a quick process. However, he was preparing to send someone to Greyhold to purchase about 10 tons of ordinary wine, intending to process it into more than a ton of the fine wine he had last night, more than enough for Panda to drink. As he spoke, Li Wei handed over the purchase list. Panda looked at it for a while, nodded in satisfaction and praised him, then asked, "How much is 1 ton? I drink about the same amount as last night." Li Wei's lips twitched. He finally realized that it couldn't read at all and drank 20 caddies of wine a day. Nevertheless, he replied that the wine he bought this time would probably last it for 2 months. Panda seemed satisfied after hearing this, and said that once the wine was ready, it would all be sent to the bamboo grove to the east, along with some honey. Upon hearing that it was leaving, Li Wei quickly asked, "Brother Panda, aren't you staying here?" Panda said it wasn't used to constantly shrinking its body, and reverting to its original form made it inconvenient to stay in the castle. However, it reassured Levi that if any Tier 6 Gale Wolves or other Tier 6 magical beasts came looking for trouble, it would sense it immediately and definitely come to help. Li Wei then asked what to do about 5th tier enemies, since there were no 5th tier experts in the castle. Panda, however, gave him a disdainful look and told him not to treat himself like a magical beast pet. Stormlands City was capable of holding off ordinary 5th tier magical beasts. Of course, if Li Wei insisted on its assistance, it wouldn't be impossible, but payment would be required. Considering the quality of the wine, Panda was willing to offer a discount. Killing a 5th tier enemy would cost a 6th tier fire-type magic core, and killing a 6th tier enemy would cost a 7th tier fire-type magic core. Li Wei was speechless. To have it kill a 5th tier enemy, while he himself would have to obtain a 6th tier magic core, specifically a fire-type one, it just didn't seem like a worthwhile deal. So he decisively stated that he wouldn't trouble Brother Panda. He then asked what would happen if the 7th tier Gale Wolf King came knocking. Panda casually replied that if that despicable wolf did come, it would be waiting for Li Wei on the small island outside the bay. 7th tier magical beasts can't fly. The Gale Wolf King can't get there. If the wolf breaks through to the 8th tier, then quickly send all the wine over. Li Wei looked puzzled. You run away when a 7th tier enemy comes, why are you drinking when an 8th tier enemy comes? But Panda had already yawned, urging him to prepare the wine quickly, otherwise Li Wei would be in big trouble if it didn't have any by the time it woke up. With that, it flew away. Watching Panda leave, Levi felt a pang of regret. If that bear had stayed, Stormwind would certainly be much safer. Of course, that was assuming the panda didn't suddenly go berserk. Over the next 3 days, Parker and Jenkins, along with the veterans, disposed of all the corpses of the magical beasts, nagas, and sea monsters. With the help of the Gale Wolf's flesh and blood, Mia, the 4th tier White Wolf female demi-human, also recovered ahead of schedule, and was able to fully unleash her 4th tier strength. So Levi immediately sent Roger to relieve Clay of his patrol duties and recalled Clay. He planned to take Clay, Mia, and a squadron of soldiers to Grey Fortress to sell the magic cores, animal hides, and scale armor they had and exchange them for the urgently needed supplies for the territory. Chapter 33 Auden's Fury. The day after the animal hides and scales were processed, Li Wei selected 50 men each from the infantry company and the spear company to temporarily form a 100-man squad, preparing to head to Grey Fortress. This unit was led by the deputy company commander, Creel. Creel was originally one of the 40 elite soldiers that Klein assigned to Levy, and later distinguished himself when the infantry company was formed, and was recommended by Parker to be the deputy company commander. He is only 20 years old this year, but his strength has already reached the peak of elite soldiers, on the same level as Parker and Jenkins. He only needs 1 dose of Phaeton potion to break through to become a first-level junior warrior. After packing up all the animal hides and scales, Li Wei led the team to set off. As for the most valuable magic cores, he carried them all with him personally. The journey went smoothly without any unexpected incidents. After half a month of training, the soldiers were also quite fast-moving, and they arrived near Fort Grey in just 2 days. However, Li Wei did not enter the city immediately. Instead, he found a secluded spot 3 kilometers away from the fortress and left behind 25 infantrymen and 25 spearmen, commanded by Mia, a 4th tier White Wolf female demi-human. Li Wei said to Mia, "Going to Grey Fortress might cause you unnecessary trouble, so take them here and hide for a few days. We'll go back together after I've finished my business." Mia obediently accepted the order. "Yes, sir." After settling her in, Levi led Clay, Creel, and the remaining 50 soldiers toward the north gate of Grey Fortress. Today, the 4th Squadron was on duty at the north gate, the same squadron that had fought alongside Li Wei before. Squadron leader Pierre immediately came out from a side gate to greet Li Wei as soon as he saw him. Pierre bowed respectfully. "Your Excellency, Baron!" Li Wei recognized him and replied with a smile. "So it's Captain Peel, what a coincidence." Pierre, following protocol, inquired about his purpose. Levi explained that he had come to see Captain Klein to handle some business, instructing them to register as usual, and casually added, "That supply wagon is full of animal hides. By the way, I've already broken through to become a formal knight, so don't make any mistakes when registering." The carriage was covered with ordinary animal hides on the outside, but underneath were the hides of the Gale wolf and the scales of the Naga sea monster. The city gate soldiers usually only registered the number of people and had no right to search the goods, so they did not find anything unusual. Upon hearing that Levi had been promoted to a full knight, Pierre was visibly taken aback. Even before his breakthrough, Levi was already a formidable elite archer. Now that he was a full knight, even Pierre himself might not be a match for him. Pierre quickly realized what was happening and offered his congratulations. Meanwhile, his men completed the registration of Levi and his party. A few minutes later, the city gates opened, and Levi successfully led his men into the fortress. Pierre wanted to see him off, but Levi stopped him. "You're still on duty, so don't see me off. I'll treat you to drinks after I've finished talking to Captain Klein." Peel smiled and thanked him, watching Livy leave through the north gate. Livy and his party then headed directly towards Klein's residence. The sudden arrival of half a company of soldiers at Grey Fortress could not be kept secret from the higher-ups, including the deputy battalion commander, Odin. Upon hearing the news, Odin's face darkened. "What's that kid doing back at the fortress? He came straight for Klein. It seems he's really gotten involved with Klein." He immediately ordered his personal guards to keep an eye on Levi and his party. He didn't care what happened at Klein's residence, but he needed to know what Levi did elsewhere in the fortress. In particular, he needed to report back as soon as Levi left. The guards obeyed and left. Odin watched their retreating figures, then suddenly coughed violently a few times, before gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath. "Damn Knowles, damn Klein, damn pretty boy." Last time, Klein deliberately sent Odin out of Fort Grey, which resulted in him and his 3 squadrons not only failing to gain any credit, but also getting themselves into a lot of trouble. They were initially quite lucky on their way back, encountering a severely injured 4th-tier White Wolf female demi-human. If they could capture her alive and present her to some important figure, they could still make a fortune. Unfortunately, during their pursuit, they ran into a fleeing gnoll. A battle quickly broke out between the two sides, and Odin, in order to capture the White Wolf female demi-human, single-handedly held off a 5th-tier and a 4th-tier gnoll. He then sent Rig to continue the pursuit, and gave Rig a precious 4th-tier enslavement magic ring, intending to directly control the White Wolf female demi-human. The result was disastrous. The 3 squadrons and the gnolls fought to a standstill, and Odin himself was seriously injured. Although they eventually repelled the enemy, Rig was gone forever, the White Wolf female demi-human was not captured, the 4th-tier enslavement magic ring was lost, and a 3rd-tier high-level knight squadron leader was also lost. Worse still, his 3 companies suffered as many as 60 casualties, either killed or wounded. Upon returning to the fortress, Odin was not only reprimanded by Klein, but also reported to the Northeast Army headquarters, resulting in the deduction of a 6th-class merit. To keep the troops in line, he had to come up with an extra sum of compensation. Otherwise, the soldiers' morale would likely collapse. Later, he learned through his own channels that the pretty boy Baron had actually achieved considerable merit in the battle against the Gnoll invasion. This deepened Odin's hatred for Klein and Levi. He sneered, "I was planning to deal with you later, but since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me." After drinking a potion that barely suppressed his injuries, Odin got up and headed to the slave market in the west of the city. Meanwhile, Levi and Clay had arrived at Klein's mansion with the magic core and orc scale armor. Klein and the soldiers were then assigned to the personal guard camp by the mansion's steward. Li Wei had been waiting in the reception room for a short while when a hearty laugh came from outside. "Ha ha ha, brother Li Wei, you've missed your brother so soon?" "Klein is back." Levi quickly got up to greet him and said politely, "I hope Captain Klein doesn't mind that I bothered you again." After Klein entered, he invited him to sit down again and said with a smile, "You're too kind. You helped me a lot last time, not only resolving the crisis but also giving Odin a good dressing down." Ever since Odin was transferred to Fort Grey as deputy commander, he had caused Klein no shortage of trouble. This time, Odin suffered a major setback, and Klein was clearly in a good mood. Li Wei also became interested and asked, "What happened to Odin afterward?" He only knew from Mia that Odin had encountered defeated orcs, but he didn't know the specific outcome. Klein chuckled and then told Levi about the miserable state of Odin's squadrons, and the punishments they received upon returning to the fortress. After hearing this, Li Wei couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Odin. Not only had that guy suffered heavy losses, but he had also given him a 4th-tier white wolf female demi-human for nothing. Chapter 34 Klein's Shock. After chatting for a while, Levi learned from Klein that many changes had occurred at Grey Fortress since he left. Odin himself wasn't the only one to suffer. His 3 squadrons were also implicated. The strongest squadron, the 3rd Squadron, was particularly affected. Because of Rigg's disappearance and Klein's immense prestige following his resounding victory, the squadron leader's position ultimately fell into the hands of someone arranged by Klein. Upon assuming office, the newly appointed commander of the 3rd Company immediately began purging the ranks. Anyone still loyal to Odin was transferred to other companies under normal transfer orders. Odin ultimately only received a 6th-class merit citation, and it was only thanks to powerful backers that he survived. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have even been able to stay at Grey Fortress. After finishing their conversation, Klein suddenly remembered that Levi had just gone to Stormwind territory. Why was he back so soon? So he asked, "Brother Levi, is there trouble in Stormwind territory?" Li Wei smiled and shook his head, saying that he hadn't come to ask for help, but rather to sell some goods. However, he had no connections at Grey Fortress, and Frost Moon City was too far away, so he could only trouble Klein. Klein was somewhat surprised, then laughed, and said, "You've already made a purchase so quickly? Take it out and let me see. If it's suitable, I'll buy it for you." Li Wei didn't speak immediately, but looked around. Klein immediately understood his meaning and said, "Don't worry, the servants have already been sent away. These are all my personal guards, absolutely reliable." Hearing this, Li Wei finally felt relieved. After all, the items he was selling this time were of considerable value, and if the news got out, it would inevitably attract attention. In the eyes of outsiders, Storm territory was still just a weak territory. Then, Li Wei took out 3 packages from his pocket, opened them one by one, and said, "Here are 27 Gale Wolf Demon cores, including 6 3rd-tier cores, 10 2nd-tier cores, and 11 1st-tier cores." Klein stared at the magic core on the table, his eyes widening instantly, speechless for a long time. Had Li Wei already resolved the threat of the Gale Wolves that previous Storm Barons had failed to eliminate? Before he could recover from the shock, Li Wei took out another list and continued, "There are also some monster hides and scales on the supply wagons outside. There are 28 Gale Wolf monster hides, including 1 Tier 5 Gale Wolf monster hide in addition to the wolf hides corresponding to these magic cores. Besides these, there are also Naga and sea monster scales, ranging from Tier 5 to Tier 1, making the total quantity quite astonishing." Klein was completely stunned. His mouth was agape, almost big enough to fit an egg. After reciting the list, Levi looked up and asked, "Captain Klein, how much do you think these can sell for?" He was startled to find Klein staring at him with a look of utter disbelief, and called out twice more. Klein then snapped out of his daze and hurriedly asked, "Brother Li Wei, have you dealt with the Gale Wolf pack and the Naga?" Li Wei nodded, then immediately shook his head and explained, "I don't know either. Most of them were picked up. Only a few 2nd and 3rd-tier ones were killed by us." He didn't want outsiders to think that Stormwind territory already possessed the strength to slay a 5th-tier Gale Wolf pack and a Naga tribe. If word got out, it would only create more trouble when dealing with orcs in the future. Klein listened with a strange expression, clearly not believing it. Seeing this, Li Wei felt somewhat helpless, thinking that even if he had said the truth, Li Wei himself would probably have found it hard to believe. So he had to continue explaining that he had just finished cultivating the land a few days ago when the Naga and the sea monsters came ashore. Li Wei organized an army to intercept them, but then even stronger Naga appeared, forcing him to retreat to Stormwind to defend the city. Just as the Naga were destroying farmland, a pack of Gale Wolves suddenly appeared, and a fight broke out between the two sides for unknown reasons. The Naga were no match for them and fled back into the sea, but the Gale Wolves chased them all the way to the shore, where another great battle ensued. When Li Wei arrived, only some 2nd and 3rd-tier Naga and Gale Wolves remained on the battlefield, so these things ended up in his hands. At this point, Li Wei shrugged, indicating that he also felt like he was dreaming. Most of what he said was true, except he omitted the 6th-tier Naga and the 8th-tier black and white giant bear. Seeing that he was serious and didn't seem to be lying, Klein couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, Brother Li Wei, you must be blessed by the goddess of dawn! The trouble that the previous barons couldn't solve until their deaths has just disappeared like this." Li Wei secretly thought to himself that he was indeed quite lucky. Not only did he encounter a 6th-tier Naga, but he also encountered an 8th-tier black and white giant bear. In the mountains, there was also a large pack of Gale Wolves and a 7th-tier Wolf King. He was simply too lucky. However, not wanting to dwell on the topic any longer, he took out another purchase list and said, "Besides selling things this time, I also want to buy another batch of serfs and expand the army, so I need weapons, equipment, food, and wine." Klein took the list, glanced at it, and immediately summoned the butler, instructing him to calculate the value of the items Levi had sold and the supplies that needed to be purchased. Klein then said to Levi, "These are all good stuff. I'll take advantage of this and buy them all. Don't worry, the prices will be fair. As for what you want to buy, I can take care of that for you, so you don't have to go through all that trouble." Li Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was exactly the result he wanted. Selling the goods to Klein was both safe and convenient, and it would also prevent him from being targeted by others. Not long after, the butler brought over a detailed breakdown of the prices of various items. Klein glanced at it and handed it to Levi, saying, "Brother Levi, what do you think of these prices?" Li Wei took the list and saw that the prices were roughly the same as what he and Clay had estimated. After deducting the cost of purchasing the supplies, Clay would have to give him a surplus of 1,000 gold coins. This result was already quite good, and Li Wei agreed on the spot without hesitation. Chapter 35 Ambush. After agreeing to Klein's offer, Levi made another request. He hoped that the deal would not be leaked, and that the items he needed would not be sent directly to the outskirts of Grey Fortress, but rather that Klein would help transport them out, with the handover taking place near the Cane River. Upon hearing this, Klein immediately guessed that Levy was wary of the Marquis de Tulip's political enemies. The young baron was indeed cautious, but he didn't care. The Lincoln family wasn't someone anyone dared to provoke, and he wouldn't interfere in those aristocratic squabbles. Klein readily agreed, but with a small condition: if Li Wei had any good stuff in the future, he should be shown it to him first. After all, Stormland territory was close to the Wild Mountains, and magical beast materials were plentiful. Long-term cooperation would benefit both sides. Li Wei readily agreed. He didn't have many trading partners to choose from at the moment, and Klein's background was strong enough to make him a suitable candidate. Klein was in high spirits, and pulled him aside for drinks, saying they'd make a fortune together someday. This deal would not only allow Klein to make a profit, but also secure a batch of decent magical materials for the Lincoln family, who would also credit him for it. Both sides would get what they wanted, making it a win-win situation. However, the so-called fine wine of this world left Li Wei with mixed feelings after drinking it. The next day happened to be the day of the 4th Squadron's captain, Pierre, to rest. Li Wei first treated him to lunch, and then had him show him around the Grey Fortress. Although Grey Fortress was a war fortress, it still had quite a few merchants, unless the orcs marched south. However, most of these merchants were there to buy goods rather than sell them. Li Wei took the opportunity to inquire about the prices of various supplies, preparing for his upcoming money-making plans. While Li Wei was researching the market, Auden had already taken action. He not only hired people from the slave market but also dispatched his personal guard captain to the depths of the Grey Mountains east of the fortress. After arranging everything, Auden continued to recuperate with a cold smile. He had been seriously injured in the last attack by the gnolls, and without high-level healing potions, it would take at least 2 or 3 months to recover. That evening, Creel came to report that Odin had sent his personal guard captain out of the fortress that afternoon. The man was a mid-level second-tier warrior, and after leaving the city, he dared not follow him. He only saw the man heading east, and he had not yet returned. In fact, when Li Wei left Klein's mansion, he sent several men with malicious intent following him, guessing that they were most likely Auden's men. Therefore, he had already sent Creel with a few elite soldiers to secretly keep an eye on Auden's mansion. After hearing the report, Li Wei judged that Auden had most likely contacted forces in the Grey Mountains. Deep in those mountains were many thieves and savages. The savages were mostly runaway serfs or criminal commoners, while the thieves were mostly nobles' private armies. The fact that these people have survived in the mountains until now suggests they must be connected to certain individuals within the fortress. Auden's purpose in sending men into the mountains is quite clear: to ambush them on their return journey. However, Li Wei wasn't too worried. The bandits in the Grey Mountains couldn't be outrageously strong, otherwise the kingdom would definitely hold them accountable. The Alpha Kingdom had learned a painful lesson from harboring bandits to enhance its own power, only to be betrayed and killed by them in the end. From then on, the kingdom dealt with such matters extremely severely, even implementing a system of collective punishment. If a major problem occurred in a certain area, everyone from the legion commander to the squad leader would be punished. Therefore, no matter how rampant the bandits in the mountains became, they dared not truly let things spiral out of control. Levi waited at Grey Fortress for 2 more days before Klein finally sent someone to inform him that all the necessary supplies had been prepared. Early the next morning, Levi went to Klein's residence to say goodbye and arrange for the items to be delivered to the Cane River the day after tomorrow. Afterward, he left Grey Fortress with his men. However, after leaving the fortress, Li Wei did not immediately reunite with Mia. He first secretly changed his clothes, and then had a similarly built elite soldier wear his clothes to impersonate him and continue the journey. The real Levi took a detour through the dense forest to find Mia and the others. Afterwards, Clay led half a squadron along the main road ahead, while Levi led the other half along the side road behind, maintaining a distance of about 500 or 600 meters between them to look after each other. The first day went smoothly without any incidents. But Li Wei didn't relax, because he knew very well that since Odin had taken action, he wouldn't just sit idly by. Sure enough, a danger warning suddenly appeared the next day at noon. 200 thieves lay in ambush a kilometer ahead. Among them were one Tier 3 advanced warrior, one Tier 2 intermediate warrior, 2 Tier 1 beginner warriors, and 50 elite soldiers. Li Wei's eyes turned cold. They'd actually brought in a 3rd-tier professional. Odin's audacity was far greater than he'd imagined. If this were to be discovered, Odin wouldn't have enough heads to go around. A 3rd-tier professional is already quite powerful. Generally, only the captain of an elite squadron possesses such strength. Such a bandit leader is capable of attacking an ordinary squadron. If things escalate, the Northeast Army will definitely investigate, and Odin will find it difficult to escape. At this moment, Levi was about 600 meters away from Clay, and Clay and his men were approaching the ambush. Levi immediately sent a soldier to inform the troops ahead. Upon receiving the message, Clay immediately halted his advance and organized a defensive formation on the spot. As they suddenly stopped, the thieves lying in ambush ahead also realized that something was amiss. A bandit leader hurriedly looked at the masked man in black and whispered, "Lord Kent, it seems we've been discovered. What do we do now?" The masked man in black frowned. He hadn't expected the young baron's knightly subordinates to be so vigilant. Even though they hadn't shown any obvious flaws, they had still been detected in advance. However, he wasn't panicked. Since the enemy hadn't fled, there was still a chance. With their strength, wiping out this team wouldn't be difficult. He quickly gave the order. "Now that we've been discovered, charge straight in and kill them." Chapter 36 Shooting down a 3rd-rank individual. On the main road leading from Grey Keep to Stormlands, Clay and 50 soldiers stood ready. Under the command of the masked man in black, the thieves emerged from the dense forest on both sides of the road and charged straight at Clay and his group. Clay had already arranged his troops according to the formation that Levi had used to deal with the sea monster, with shield infantry and spearmen alternating between each other. However, most of these soldiers were new recruits who had only experienced one battle against sea monsters. When faced with real combat with humans, they were inevitably nervous. Looking at the ferocious-looking thieves, some of them subconsciously took a half-step back. Clay immediately shouted, "Hold your ground! They're just a bunch of rabble-out thieves. You've even killed sea monsters, what are you afraid of? And think about the Baron's system of merit-based rewards, this is a chance to rack up merits for free." Hearing this, the recruits felt much more at ease. The veterans beside them smiled and reminded them that thieves always prey on the weak and fear the strong. Soon, their eyes hardened again, they gripped their weapons, and waited for the enemy to approach. At this moment, Li Wei had already led Mia and the others to infiltrate the woods south of Clay. He quickly ordered Mia to rush out and deal directly with the Tier 3 advanced warrior. If they could cripple him, they should capture him alive, otherwise they should kill him. He then ordered Creel to lead 50 soldiers down to coordinate with Clay's pincer attack, but to maintain formation. After receiving their orders, everyone held their breath, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As the thieves charged closer, Li Wei drew his bowstring taut, aimed at a 1st-tier beginner warrior, and fired an arrow. With a whoosh, the thief screamed and fell to the ground, dead on the spot. Li Wei immediately shouted, "Kill!" The soldiers in the woods responded in unison, and Mia charged out first, followed closely by Creel and his men. Li Wei knocked an arrow again, this time aiming at the 2nd-tier man in black, but unfortunately, the man dodged to the side, and he was only shot in the shoulder. The sudden attack immediately exposed the thieves' ragtag nature. Upon hearing the shouts of battle from the flank, most of them instinctively stopped in their tracks, with those running faster at the back knocking down those in front, and the formation instantly descended into chaos. Clay seized the opportunity, immediately abandoning defense and shouting, "Kill!" The veterans led the new recruits, shouting in unison, and charged forward from the front. The bandit leader was momentarily stunned. They were the ones who had ambushed the others, so how did they end up being surrounded? Without a second thought, he immediately ordered a retreat. But the man in black, clutching his shoulder, sternly stopped him. "Don't retreat! Retreating now will only lead to faster deaths. The enemy isn't numerous. You lead the elite troops to break through the enemy lines. We still have a chance. Don't forget the Master's mission. If we fail, we're both doomed." Puff. Before he could finish speaking, an arrow pierced his throat. Blood gushed from the man's mouth and neck, and he staggered a few steps before collapsing dead. The third-tier bandit leader was still hesitating whether to retreat when Mia had already closed in and slashed at him with her sword. The leader reacted quickly, parrying with his sword, but was still knocked back several meters. After landing, he shouted 2 words in horror. "Fourth tier!" The next moment, he lost all will to fight and shouted urgently. "Retreat! Retreat now!" With their leader's order, the already chaotic thieves completely collapsed. Clay led his men into the fray, and the thieves scattered in all directions, colliding and trampling each other. After shooting down the last Tier 1 professional, Li Wei began to specifically target and eliminate the elite thieves wearing leather armor, relieving the pressure on the new recruits. He knew that fierce battles could help soldiers grow faster, but that required a sufficient supply of troops. Stormwind territory only had these men left, and couldn't afford to lose more, so as long as they could slowly grow stronger, there was no need to risk their lives for experience. As Li Wei continued to shoot down the elite thieves, more and more cannon fodder couldn't withstand the pressure and surrendered, throwing down their weapons. This was like a domino effect. Once the first one fell, it quickly spiraled out of control. Taking advantage of the situation, Li Wei shouted, "Those who surrender will not be killed!" At that sound, most of the thieves immediately surrendered. Only those who had committed heinous crimes and knew that surrendering would not save them from death continued to fight desperately, trying to break through the encirclement. Meanwhile, the third-tier bandit leader, suppressed by Mia, saw that the situation was hopeless and immediately fled desperately towards the forest. But Mia, as a fourth-tier great warrior, was not about to let him escape. If Li Wei hadn't previously instructed her to capture him alive, she would have already killed him. From a distance, Li Wei seized the opportunity and fired several arrows in succession, each aimed at the bandit leader's vulnerable spots such as his face, throat, and legs, forcing the enemy to be on guard. Ultimately, the leader made a mistake, and Mia severed his sword-wielding right hand, rendering him completely incapable of resistance. Seeing this, Li Wei didn't bother to keep him alive for interrogation, and with another arrow, sent him to his death. The next instant, a ball of energy much larger than a second-tier energy essence flew out of the corpse and entered Li Wei's body. The battlefield had largely calmed down by then. After reuniting with Mia, Li Wei immediately opened the panel to check how much energy essence he had obtained from killing the third-tier professional. Name, Levi Lewis. Innate talent. Super precognition. Basic precognition 0-100 passively foresee danger once a day, within a 1 kilometer radius, for 3 days, and can sense the malice others may harbor towards you at close range. Ultimate speed. Basic speed 0-100 doubles the current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility. Energy essence 126, requires upgrading base level for next awakening. Li Wei was shocked. It really is 100 points. My innate talent can finally be upgraded. Chapter 37 Intermediate Precognition. After reviewing the panel information, Li Wei immediately decided to upgrade his innate talent Super Precognition. His base level is still low, so even if he continues to increase his maximum speed, his strength will only grow to a limited extent. Right now, double speed is enough. His precognitive abilities are more suitable for survival. If he can sense danger in advance, it could save his life in a critical moment. With this in mind, Li Wei didn't hesitate to add 101 points of energy essence to the basic foresight skill. This upgrade didn't bring in experience and memories like upgrading basic skills, and there were no obvious changes to his body. Li Wei had no choice but to open the panel again to check. Name, Levi Lewis. Innate talent. Super precognition, intermediate precognition, passively foresee danger twice a day, within a 2 kilometer radius, for 3 days, and be able to sense others' malice towards you at close range. Energy essence, 25, requires upgrading base level for next awakening. The intermediate level of prediction has been achieved, with increased frequency and range, but the duration remains unchanged. Looking at the introduction, Li Wei thought that although the changes were not exaggerated, twice a day over a range of 2 kilometers, when used at a critical moment, would be enough to help him avoid a fatal crisis, which was definitely worthwhile. If he could, he would certainly like to continue farming energy essences to further enhance his super foresight. However, the subsequent values were not displayed on the panel, clearly indicating that his upgrade was limited. It's likely similar to awakening a talent. He needs to raise his base level first, and the talent level cannot be too far below the base level. Next, the focus is on raising the knight's rank. When Li Wei put away the panel, the battle was completely over. Except for a small number of bandits near the north who escaped, the rest of the bandits were either killed in the initial charge or captured. Ultimately, most of these thieves were just serfs. They were good at fighting when things were going well, but once the situation turned against them, they would immediately kneel down and surrender. Clay was leading his soldiers to clean up the battlefield and loot valuables. He divided his men into 4 groups, 1 to guard the perimeter, 1 to collect spoils, 1 to guard the prisoners, and the rest to care for the wounded. Li Wei immediately went to the area where the wounded were gathered to inquire about the casualties. The elite soldiers in charge of the area immediately reported, "Sir, only 12 people were injured, 5 of whom may be disabled, and none of them died in battle." "Not a single one died." Li Wei was somewhat surprised. The soldier explained that it wasn't just good luck. The main reason was that Li Wei's formation was effective, and he had also shot down many elite bandits beforehand, which prevented his side from being killed in battle. However, Li Wei knew that in a battle with cold weapons, it was extremely difficult to achieve 0 casualties in a fight involving hundreds of people. No matter how good the formation or how timely the archer's support, it was impossible to completely guarantee that no one would die. This time, it was truly a stroke of incredible luck. He nodded and instructed, "It's good that they didn't die in battle. Take good care of the wounded, and try to prevent them from becoming disabled if possible." He then said to the wounded soldiers, "Don't worry about your injuries. The territory will cover your medical expenses. If you become disabled, don't fret. The territory will arrange work for you. As long as the territory exists, you won't starve." The soldiers were deeply grateful upon hearing this, especially the few who might be disabled, whose eyes welled up with tears. After treating the wounded, Levi saw that Clay's side was almost finished, so he went over to ask about the statistics. Clay replied, "That's about it. The spoils haven't been fully tallied yet. Other results are in: 67 thieves were killed, 109 were captured, and the rest escaped from the north. Also, you shot and killed 4 professionals, 2 Tier 1, 1 Tier 2, and 1 Tier 3. At this point, Clay added, "The identity of that second-tier man in black has also been confirmed. He is the captain of Odin's personal guard who was tracked out of the fortress by Creel." After he finished speaking, he ordered the soldiers to bring over the body of the man in black. Levi looked at the corpse and sneered. "It really was Odin's doing. Clay, do you think if I send the bodies of the bandit leader and this captain of the personal guards to Klein, I can bring down Odin?" Clay thought for a moment and said, "It's difficult to completely bring him down. Not only will it damage the reputation of the 8th Battalion, but the higher-ups of the Northeast Army will also be unwilling to escalate the situation. However, if Captain Clay handles it well, he can definitely make Odin suffer a great loss, and he will certainly be transferred away from Fort Gray." Li Wei nodded. This was roughly what he had predicted. As long as Odin got out of Gray Fortress and stopped causing trouble, that would be enough. Clay asked, "Shall we send the body to Fort Gray now?" Li Wei shook his head. "No need. Isn't Klein just about to deliver supplies to us? We can just hand them over to the person delivering the supplies. There's no need to make another trip, lest we run into Odin's men at the fortress gate." At this point, Li Wei suddenly remembered something else and asked, "Did those professionals have any good stuff on them? Especially the man in black and that third-tier thief leader?" Clay shook his head. "No, there's nothing there except the iron armor." Li Wei frowned. A third-tier bandit leader carrying absolutely nothing of value was clearly unusual. Either he hadn't brought it with him, or he had hidden everything in his lair. He immediately ordered, "Interrogate the prisoners immediately, and find out how far away their stronghold is and how many people are still inside." Clay realized it too. A thief gang with a third-tier professional couldn't be too poor, especially the leader, who must have some hidden wealth. Not long after, Clay returned with the interrogation results. "Sir, we got the information. Their stronghold is deep in the mountains, about a day's hike away. Right now, there's only 1 Tier 1 beginner warrior in the stronghold, who is the younger brother of the Tier 3 bandit leader, along with about 10 elite bandits and 40 or 50 ordinary bandits." At the end, Clay's tone changed noticeably. "And they even have more than 600 serfs there." Chapter 38 Divine Vision Meeting. When Li Wei heard that a bandit stronghold had more than 600 serfs, he was immediately shocked and couldn't help but ask, "How can bandits keep so many serfs?" Clay immediately explained that in such frontier areas, there were few travelers and merchants, and thieves couldn't steal much on a regular basis, so they would keep serfs to cultivate the land or mine. It was indeed somewhat unexpected that a single mountain stronghold had more than 600 people. After listening, Li Wei secretly understood that this was actually quite similar to a refugee settlement. Apart from a few vicious criminals, most people had fled into the mountains simply because they couldn't pay taxes and couldn't survive. Even so, they were still exploited by bandits. With this in mind, Li Wei decided to rescue the serfs. The territory was short of manpower, and if these people could be settled, they would be a good source of manpower. So he ordered Clay to speed up the cleanup of the battlefield and prepare to continue to the mountain stronghold. Before he could finish speaking, a danger warning suddenly rang in Li Wei's mind again. There is a Tier 3 high-level knight who also works as an archer on the mountaintop 2 kilometers to the north. He is extremely dangerous. Li Wei's heart sank. The words archer and enchanted bow immediately put him on alert. He forced himself not to turn around, but instead moved silently to Mia's side, letting Mia shield him from the north. Nowadays, magic crossbows are prevalent, and have gradually replaced archers on the front lines. However, for assassins, enchanted bows and arrows remain the most stealthy and dangerous means of killing. They are quiet, have a long range, and a high accuracy rate. Even if a shot misses, the assassin can easily retreat. A Tier 1 enchanted bow has a kill radius of 200 to 300 meters, a Tier 2 reaches 500 to 600 meters, and a Tier 3 can cover over 1,000 meters. The enemy in the warning is a Tier 3 high-level knight, fully capable of using a Tier 3 enchanted bow. Li Wei secretly rejoiced, thankful that his precognitive talent had been enhanced. Otherwise, if the opponent had attacked from outside his original perception range, he might not have even known how he died. He lowered his voice and said to Mia and Clay, "What I'm about to say is very serious, but you must not show it." Mia and Clay were taken aback, not understanding why Levi's expression had suddenly changed. Levi emphasized again, telling them to relax, and the two nodded slightly. Li Wei whispered, "I sense a powerful archer watching me from the north. I'm a sharpshooter now, so I can't be wrong. The opponent is definitely stronger than me, and their professional level is higher, at least a second or third tier archer." Mia wasn't familiar with the concept of an archer, so her reaction was relatively calm. But Clay's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, before he quickly forced himself to return to normal. He subtly turned to face away from the north and whispered, "The Divine Eye Society! It must be assassins from the Divine Eye Society! That damned Auden, daring to ask the Divine Eye Society for help!" Li Wei frowned. He had no memory of this organization. Clay then explained that the Divine Eye Society was a professional assassination organization that possessed secret methods for cultivating eyesight. Once mastered, these methods granted the ability to see extremely far, making them ideal for archers. Therefore, most of the assassins in the Divine Eye Society are archers, or even higher-level archery professionals. This underground organization was once very active in the Kingdom of Alpha and surrounding kingdoms, and had an extremely dangerous reputation. 50 years ago, the Divine Eye Society became embroiled in the power struggle within the Alpha royal family, assassinating several important members of the royal family and ultimately enraging the royal ancestors of the 9th rank and above. A massive purge ensued, not only eradicating Divine Eye Society strongholds and assassins, but also severely punishing nobles who had hired them. This purge has continued to this day, which is why the Divine Eye Society rarely appears in the Alpha Kingdom anymore. For Odin to dare to enlist the help of such an organization is clearly audacious. Li Wei's expression grew increasingly grave. Auden had actually managed to mobilize such a mysterious and powerful assassin organization, one that possessed abilities akin to clairvoyance. Even more troublesome was the fact that this time, the one targeting him was a high-ranking third-tier knight. At this moment, Mia suddenly spoke up. "Since they are archers who can see very far, then hide in the woods. Our White Wolf tribe used to deal with powerful archers in the same way, using the branches and leaves of the trees for cover, and then engaging in close combat after getting close." Levi and Clay exchanged a glance. This method worked for ordinary archers, but it might not be reliable against the assassins of the Divine Eye Society. But they had no better option at the moment. Clay whispered, "That's the only way. If it doesn't work, sir, you should quietly leave the forest and return to Grey Fortress for reinforcements." Levi nodded in agreement. Clay then began rallying the group to speed up the cleanup of the battlefield, deliberately shouting that they were going to continue the purge of the bandits' stronghold. The group, escorting the prisoners, crowded into the dense forest to the south. After entering the dense forest for about a kilometer, Levi immediately began his operation. He ordered Creel to lead the main force deeper into the forest without stopping, while he, Clay, and Mia stayed behind to lie in wait for the assassins to approach. Li Wei took out a Tier 1 magic crossbow and handed it to Clay, whispering a reminder. The opponent's level is higher than both of us. Even in close combat, we may not be his match. He himself continued preparing to use a regular bow and arrows. The three then each chose a position to lie in ambush, about 50 to 100 meters apart. This distance allowed them to conceal their movements and provide immediate support if the enemy appeared, enabling them to work together to surround and kill them. Chapter 39 Thrilling Siege. Just after Li Wei and his two companions had finished their ambush, a man wearing a cloak and a hat emerged from the dense forest on the north side of the road. He quickly crossed the road and stopped at the edge of the dense forest on the south side. Looking into the forest, he muttered to himself. That Baron was hiding behind the fourth-tier demi-human the whole time. Did he find me? The assassin from the Divine Eye Society quickly chuckled self-deprecatingly. Even with his current Divine Eye, he could only barely see 2 kilometers away. How could an ordinary first-tier knight possibly detect him hiding in the distant forest? Over the years, the Divine Eye Society had been relentlessly pursued by the Alpha Kingdom, its strongholds within the country almost completely wiped out, leaving only remnants on the border. Thinking of this, he dismissed it as mere nervousness, composed himself, and plunged into the dense forest, slowly following the tracks left by Li Wei's army. A few minutes later, the assassin arrived at the ambush position of Li Wei and his companions. He paused only briefly before continuing forward. Li Wei and his two companions, hidden in the shadows, all stared intently at him. As the assassin slowly approached Clay's position, Clay immediately pulled the trigger of his first-tier magic crossbow. The distance was too close. Even with the magic crossbow making a considerable noise, there was simply no time to dodge. The moment the assassin sensed the danger, he immediately unleashed his knightly aura, desperately wielding his short sword to deflect the exploding arrows. With a loud bang, the assassin was blasted several meters away. After firing his arrow, Clay didn't linger. Using the cover of the trees, he immediately retreated to create distance and reload. After being blasted away, the assassin's expression tightened noticeably, but he didn't pursue Clay. He could tell that Clay was only a first-tier, low-level knight. The real danger lay with the fourth-tier demi-human. Since Clay was here, the fourth-tier demi-human must be nearby as well. Watching this scene, Li Wei's heart grew increasingly heavy. This assassin was indeed cautious, unwilling to move rashly, wanting to wait for Mia to appear so he could confirm the direction and escape in the opposite direction. After loading his arrows, Clay realized the enemy wasn't pursuing him and understood his plan. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his magic crossbow in his left hand and his long sword in his right, and charged at the assassin once more. The assassin's eyes turned cold. He quickly retreated to create distance, sheathed his short sword, nocked an arrow, and prepared to deal with this suicidal first-tier knight. Clay's hair stood on end, but he did not back down, and raised his hand to shoot another arrow. Whoosh! The 2 arrows were fired almost simultaneously. But the assassin had no intention of taking Clay down with him. Before firing, he dodged to the side, successfully avoiding the exploding arrow. Because of this, his arrow missed slightly, only piercing Clay's left shoulder. Clay dropped his magic crossbow and fell backward. But the assassin couldn't finish him off, because just as the two were exchanging fire, Mia rushed out from the shadows and instantly appeared on his left. Mia swung her sword horizontally, aiming straight for the assassin's waist with fierce momentum, as if she wanted to cut him in half. However, the assassin had been focusing most of his attention on his surroundings, and at the crucial moment, he unleashed his fighting spirit, narrowly avoiding the sword strike. Mia wasn't annoyed by her missed attack. After all, her opponent was a high-level third-tier knight, and he couldn't be killed so easily. She immediately engaged in close combat, constantly depleting his battle aura and the defense of his enchanted armor, while relentlessly suppressing him and preventing him from creating distance to use his enchanted bow and arrows. The two fought fiercely for nearly half an hour, and the assassin already had several sword wounds. At this rate, Mia would be able to kill him sooner or later. Just when Li Wei thought victory was assured, the assassin's eyes suddenly turned blood red, with blood seeping from the corners. The instant his gaze met Mia's, the blood-red light in his eyes caused Mia to momentarily lose her composure. The assassin seized the opportunity and slashed at Mia's throat. But the strike was blocked by the enslavement ring hidden under her collar. Damn it, the enslavement ring! The assassin recognized what was on Mia's neck and immediately slashed at her chest with his sword, cleaving through her armor and leaving a wound on her chest. The excruciating pain instantly brought Mia to her senses. Seeing the assassin looking at her again, she gritted her teeth against the pain, swung her sword back, forcing him back, then flipped backward to the ground, her right hand on her sword, her left hand clutching her chest, kneeling on one knee, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. Just now, she had almost died. This sudden turn of events shocked both Levi, who was hiding in the shadows, and Clay, who was not far away. Li Wei cursed inwardly, wondering what kind of ability this guy's eyes had. Seeing that the assassin had been forced back by Mia and was about to pick up the enchanted bow and arrow to continue shooting at Mia, Li Wei did not wait any longer and raised his hand to shoot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow failed to wound the assassin, but it interrupted his firing, giving Mia a chance to catch her breath. Clay, who was injured and fell to the ground, also put down his long sword, picked up the magic crossbow with his right hand, quickly loaded it, and fired at the assassin to continue to harass him and create opportunities for Mia. Mia gritted her teeth and charged forward again. But the assassin had already located Li Wei and immediately turned to charge at him. He was now surrounded by archers, magic crossbowmen, and fourth-tier demi-humans, making it difficult for him to have a chance to calmly shoot arrows. Rather than be worn down, he decided to kill Li Wei directly. Once Li Wei dies, the fourth-tier demi-human will lose control, and he will have a chance to turn the tide. Seeing the assassin charging, Li Wei fired a series of shots with his bow. However, the dense forest made long-range arrows ineffective. Soon, he drew his long sword and prepared for battle. He has a double speed boost, and may only have one chance to kill his opponent by surprise. The assassin drew closer, and Levi suddenly shouted, "Mia, Clay, attack together!" The two immediately understood. Clay fired an explosive arrow at the assassin's left, while Mia unleashed her full speed, slashing with her sword from the right. Seeing this, the assassin suddenly accelerated, charging straight at Li Wei. He was confident that his third-tier enchanted armor would be enough to block the two attacks from behind. But that's exactly the result Li Wei wanted. Just as the assassin charged at full speed, Li Wei also unleashed twice the speed to meet him. The next moment, the two passed each other. The assassin's pupils contracted sharply, and only one thought flashed through his mind. Innate talent. Immediately afterwards, his head fell off his neck. Chapter 40 Potion Recipes and Archery Secrets. This time, Li Wei was well prepared. Even though his opponent had the reaction speed of a third-tier high-level knight, he was unable to dodge the sword and was directly beheaded. Unlike last time when he dealt with Rig, when only half of his neck was cut, this time Li Wei was not beheaded. Almost simultaneously, Mia rushed forward and abruptly stopped her attack. Clay's first-tier explosive arrow also grazed past Levi's right side, struck a large tree behind him, and then exploded with a bang. After successfully striking, Li Wei immediately planted the arrow on the ground, panting heavily. A ball of white light appeared on the Divine Eye Society assassin and flew into his body. Another 100 points of energy essence. With this, extreme speed can be upgraded to the intermediate level, and the speed can be increased even further. However, Li Wei couldn't afford to upgrade his talent at the moment. Mia was seriously injured. After taking a few steps back, she crashed into a tree and slowly sat down against the trunk, the long wound on her chest still bleeding. Li Wei immediately got up and went over, took out 2 bottles of potion, first feeding Mia the first-level healing potion, and then preparing to tear off her shattered armor and clothes to treat her wounds. Mia quickly covered her chest and whispered, "My lord, I can do it myself." Li Wei then realized what had happened, gave an awkward smile, and handed over the hemostatic medicine. "Oh, I forgot, here you go." After he finished speaking, he immediately turned around, his throat moving involuntarily a few times. Just then, Clay arrived. His arrow wound in his shoulder had already been treated, and he quickly asked, "Sir, are you all right?" Li Wei shook his head. "It's nothing. Go and see what good stuff that Divine Eye Society assassin has on him." Clay ran to the body and began searching it. Mia took the medicine, which stopped the bleeding, and she managed to stand up. Li Wei asked her, "Are you all right?" Mia was pale, but still replied, "Don't worry, sir. It's just an external injury, nothing serious. I'll recover in a few days." Li Wei nodded, then walked with her towards the headless corpse. Looking at the assassin on the ground, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The opponent was clearly only a third-tier high-level knight, yet he had almost crushed 1 fourth-tier and 2 first-tier knights on their side. At this moment, Li Wei remembered that Mia had suddenly lost focus, which allowed the other party to seize the opportunity to seriously injure her, so he asked, Mia, why did you suddenly lose focus just now? Mia frowned and recalled for a moment before saying, My lord, I can't explain it either. I only saw his eyes suddenly flash red, and then I felt like I was falling into hell, stunned by a terrifying aura of bloodlust. Li Wei's heart sank upon hearing this. It seemed to be a mental attack. The Divine Eye Society's Divine Eye Manual actually possessed such an ability. No wonder this organization was so troublesome. Even if you're a level higher than your opponent, you could be instantly killed if you're not prepared. If it weren't for the enslavement ring around Mia's neck taking effect, the outcome of this battle would have been very different. This world is far more dangerous than I imagined. Li Wei secretly decided that he should try to stay away from home as much as possible until his strength improved. Staying in Stormwind City and clinging to the black and white giant bear's coattails meant that at least no one below the high-level professional level should be able to kill him easily. Soon, Clay finished his search, stood up, and said, Sir, everything has been found. Li Wei immediately went over, his eyes filled with anticipation. How is it? It should be quite a lot, right? Clay nodded, his tone barely concealing his excitement. That's quite a lot. This guy is very rich. All his equipment is at the 3rd tier enchantment level. A 3rd tier enchanted bow, 11 arrows, a set of 3rd tier enchanted armor, a 3rd tier enchanted short sword, and 3,000 gold coins and gold notes. He paused, then continued, There's also a manual and a potion recipe. The manual is called Wind Chasing Arrow Technique, and the potion recipe is Wolf Fighting Fire Potion. But he doesn't seem like a magician, nor does he have meditation techniques, so I don't know why he would carry the potion recipe. Li Wei's eyes lit up. Archery manual and potion recipes? Let me see them quickly. Enchanted equipment and gold coins were valuable, but that was to be expected. What truly concerned Li Wei were the manuals and recipes. Clay immediately handed him the item. Li Wei first opened the archery manual, which read, Wind Chasing Archery Technique, Tier 3 Manual. It uses the power of wind to make arrows as swift as the wind and as fast as lightning, making them difficult for enemies to dodge. After reading the manual, he opened the potion recipe. The Wolf Fire Potion was a Knight's Battle Aura training potion, capable of increasing the training speed of a 1st-tier beginner knight by 30% and a 2nd-tier intermediate knight by 10%. The main ingredients were the blood or bone marrow of a 2nd-tier magical beast wolf, as well as bananas, red mushrooms, and other similar items. Li Wei was overjoyed. Both of these were excellent items. He could now practice the Wind Chaser archery technique, and before advancing to the 4th-tier Grand Knight, he wouldn't need to consider changing his archery manual. The Wolf Fire Potion was a cultivation aid he had always desired. However, to concoct potions, he first needed to find a meditation method and become a mage. Li Wei could only hope he possessed the talent of a mage, otherwise he would have to seek Klein's help. After putting away the manual and recipe, Li Wei looked at the enchanted equipment. Clay cautioned, My lord, aside from enchanted armor, it's best to use enchanted bows and enchanted short swords with caution. You are only a 1st-tier novice knight now, and forcing yourself to use 3rd-tier attack equipment will be very strenuous. You might even become exhausted, which would be dangerous on the battlefield. Li Wei nodded to indicate that he understood. Active attack-type enchanted equipment requires the use of Knight's Battle Aura to unleash its power, and using 1st-tier Battle Aura to power 3rd-tier equipment naturally places a huge burden on it. For example, with that level 3 enchanted bow, he might be exhausted after firing only 3 arrows at most. In normal combat, he would need to take a recovery potion immediately after firing 1 or 2 arrows. However, it was more than enough as a finishing move. Li Wei then removed his 2nd-tier enchanted armor and put on this 3rd-tier enchanted armor. With the increased defense, his sense of security also increased considerably. Then, he handed the 2nd-tier enchanted armor and the 3rd-tier enchanted short sword to Mia. Mia, you can use these 2 pieces of equipment. Mia did not refuse and immediately accepted it. Thank you, sir. Li Wei then looked at Clay and said, Clay, I already ordered a set of Tier 1 enchanted armor for you as a reward. Also, for this battle, I'll award you an 8th class merit in the territory. If you need to exchange it for anything, you can come to me. Clay immediately bowed and said, Thank you, sir. Clay contributed the least in this battle, and he was already quite satisfied to receive an 8th class merit. Moreover, Levi had previously ordered him a 1st-tier enchanted armor, which was more than enough for him. As for Mia, she was originally Li Wei's slave. The equipment given to Mia was, in the end, still Li Wei's own. Chapter 41 John the Merchant. After searching the Divine Eye assassins for their loot, Li Wei immediately ordered Clay to dispose of the bodies. Clay was puzzled and couldn't help but remind him. My lord, the kingdom has a way to find out the assassin's identity. As long as we send him, the thief, and the body of Odin's personal guard captain back to Grey Fortress, Odin will surely die this time. Besides, being an assassin of the Divine Eye Society can earn you a 7th-class merit. Li Wei's expression was grave. He was certainly aware of these benefits, but compared to Odin, the Eye of God was the truly terrifying trouble. Stormwind was too weak at the moment. They absolutely could not openly offend them. Handing the assassin over to the kingdom would be tantamount to telling everyone that Li Wei killed the members of the Divine Eye Society. This is a remote frontier area, difficult for the kingdom to manage, and the consequences of the Divine Eye Society's retaliation would be unimaginable. Clay quickly realized what was happening, and his expression changed. The Divine Eye Society would definitely send more assassins, and they would likely be at least tier 3, whom they wouldn't be able to stop. Li Wei sighed. Bringing down Odin and the 7th-class merit were tempting, but compared to his life, they were insignificant. Clay was also worried that if the assassins didn't return soon, the Eye of God might become suspicious. Levi had no better option than to gamble on the Eye of God assassins' patience during missions, hoping they wouldn't be exposed anytime soon, and to use this time to quickly expand their territory. Clay nodded and quickly packed up the body and carried it away. He thought it was too risky to leave it there, since they had just wiped out a gang of thieves. It would be safer to take it with them and then dump it in the Cane River. Li Wei secretly admired Clay's thoughtfulness. The three of them then immediately set off to catch up with Clay's group. After they met, Levi ordered Creel to detach half of his forces, with Clay in command, to stay behind and guard the prisoners. He and Mia, along with the other half of their troops, headed straight for the bandits' stronghold. The bandits left behind at the mountain stronghold were no match for them, and were quickly dealt with. In the end, Li Wei captured 31 more bandits, rescued 682 serfs, and seized approximately 200 tons of grain, as well as money worth less than 500 gold coins. The money wasn't much, most of it had probably already been given to Odin. But what Li Wei truly valued was population and equipment. From the more than 200 thieves, 50 long swords, 100 spears, 20 leather armors, and 6 sets of iron armor were seized. There was also a batch of damaged ironware, which could be melted down and forged into at least 50 more long swords. This equipment is enough for Li Wei to form 2 more squadrons. For Stormwind, which is desperately short of troops, this is the greatest gain. Li Wei then returned with all the spoils of war, but did not burn down the bandits' stronghold. There was already a lot of cultivated land around, which could be left for those who would be desperate in the future, and might even come in handy when fighting the orcs. 2 days later, Levi and his men waited on the banks of the Cairn River. Around noon, the team sent by Klein finally arrived. During the handover, Li Wei handed over the bodies of the bandit leader and Odin's personal guard captain to the other party. The captain recognized Odin's men and was visibly surprised upon seeing the bodies, immediately assuring them that he would hand them over to Captain Klein for disposal. Klein had long wanted to get rid of Odin, and now with these 2 corpses, even if Odin didn't die, he would definitely be badly injured. After seeing them off, Li Wei led everyone back to Stormwind. This trip could be described as a fruitful return. Upon returning to the city, Li Wei immediately added all 101 energy essence points to his basic speed stat. His stat panel changed accordingly. His innate talent, ultimate speed, was upgraded to intermediate speed, tripling his current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility. Li Wei felt a surge of excitement. His speed had now surpassed that of a 3rd-tier advanced knight, while a 4th-tier Grand Knight's speed was typically only about twice that of a 3rd-tier advanced knight. In other words, his speed was approaching 75% of a 4th-tier Grand Knight's. As long as I upgrade the triple flame slash skill and combine it with my tier 3 enchanted armor, facing off against the tier 3 high-level knight should no longer be a problem. The next day, Li Wei summoned the infantry company deputy commander, Creel, and the spear company deputy commander, Russell. He ordered each of them to take 10 veterans from their original squadrons, and then select men from the existing serfs to reorganize an infantry squadron and a pike squadron. Creel became the commander of the new infantry squadron, and Russell became the commander of the new pike squadron. Afterwards, Li Wei summoned the archery squad leaders Will and Lowry, and asked them to select 30 people with archery talent from across the territory to form an archery company. Although it only amounted to half a squadron including reserves, Li Wei received 3,000 gold coins from the Divine Eye Society assassins, enough to buy enough bows and arrows to complete the unit. The new archery squadron was led by Will as the squadron leader, and Lowry as the vice leader. By this time, Li Wei had been in Stormwind for less than a month, and his territory already had nearly half a battalion of troops. As for the infantry and spear equipment seized from the bandits, Li Wei temporarily stored them away, intending to expand the army once the population grew. For now, the remaining population was better suited for territorial development, cultivating farmland, and expanding the castle. However, another problem remains. Stormwind City lacks a stable income, and Li Wei's current gold for territory expenses relies entirely on windfall gains. He must find a way to earn money as soon as possible. Just as he was pondering what business to pursue, old Charlie suddenly came to report that among the serfs he had brought back yesterday, one claimed to be a merchant, and wished to meet him. Li Wei was somewhat puzzled. Serfs brought back from the bandit stronghold? Old Charlie nodded, and the other person said that he had been robbed by thieves and taken to the mountains. Levi then had old Charlie bring the man over, and also called Clay. A little over 10 minutes later, the two entered the hall together, followed by a dark-skinned middle-aged man. The man bowed to Li Wei. Li Wei looked at him, and went straight to the point. You say you're a merchant who was robbed by bandits? What kind of caravan came from this place? Tell the truth. Clay and old Charlie's gazes immediately turned cold. The middle-aged man's shoulders hunched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and respectfully replied that he was not lying. He was indeed a merchant, but not from the kingdom of Alpha, nor from any neighboring country, but from the kingdom of Geralt in the southern part of the continent. Li Wei and the other two were stunned. The kingdom of Geralt in the southern part of the continent was an absurdly distant place, one they had never even heard of. Li Wei frowned and questioned. Southern mainland? Did you fly here to do business? The middle-aged man bowed with a wry smile and said, Your Excellency, I dare not lie to you now. My name is John Chris, and I am indeed from the kingdom of Geralt, but I am a maritime merchant. My merchant ship encountered an accident, and eventually drifted here. Later, I tried to seek help in a human city, but I was unfortunately captured by that group of thieves. Upon hearing this, Li Wei and the other two widened their eyes simultaneously. Sea Trade Merchant. Chapter 42 The Potions Master. Li Wei and his companions were indeed taken aback by the middle-aged man's words. He actually claimed to be a merchant from the sea, which was almost impossible in the kingdom of Alpha, or even in the kingdom of Philo and the coastal duchies to the south. The ocean is the Naga's territory, and humans rarely venture deep into it. Even the kingdoms of Alpha and Philo only pool their national resources to build coastal fleets to compete for some important resources. For a merchant to organize a maritime trade fleet is simply a pipe dream. Clay was the first to react, immediately denying it. That's impossible. How could a businessman go to the open sea? If you're going to lie, you should at least come up with a plausible reason. The Marquis of Tulips is also located by the sea, and the Tulip family is a magical family with no shortage of mid to high-level mages. Even so, they lack the ability to develop the ocean independently, demonstrating just how dangerous it is. Levi and old Charlie didn't know much about this, and their reaction wasn't as intense as Clay's, but they also felt that what he said made sense. Levi then stared at the middle-aged man and asked, Since you say you come from the Geralt kingdom in the south of the continent, how far is your place from the Alpha kingdom? And how long have you been at sea? John, the middle-aged man, paused for a moment. Seeing Levi's eyes turn cold, he quickly replied, I don't know the exact distance. I've only heard nobles say that there's a type of orc on the continent who are excellent materials for magical experiments. Unfortunately, they're tens of thousands of kilometers away from Geralt's kingdom. There seems to be some barrier between our side and your north, making travel difficult. That's why orcs are expensive slaves in our country. As for how long I've been adrift at sea, it's been about 3 years, but the calendars are different on both sides, so I can't calculate it accurately. Tens of thousands of kilometers? Li Wei was quite shocked. On Earth, the distance from China to France is only a little over 10,000 kilometers. This continent is ridiculously large. He then asked, You were adrift at sea for 3 years, how did you survive? The fact that you were captured by thieves and forced into serfdom shows that you weren't very strong, right? John quickly explained, Your Excellency, I am not alone. When we set out, there were more than 100 of us, including a 7th-tier Earth Knight, 2 6th-tier Gold Knights, a 6th-tier Archmage, and quite a few 4th and 5th-tier Knights and Mages. Later, they encountered a natural disaster. Their merchant ship was severely damaged, and they could only drift with the wind. Only with the help of the magic cannon on their ocean-going merchant ship and a bit of luck did they manage to drift from the open sea to this coastal area. They suffered heavy casualties along the way, and by the time they reached the vicinity, only about 20 people remained, and the magic cannon was completely destroyed. Just then, they encountered an 8th-tier sea dragon. The surviving 7th-tier Earth Knights and 6th-tier Archmages fought it fiercely, and more than 10 of the remaining people died on the spot. The already dilapidated ocean-going merchant ship was also completely destroyed. John said he was only a 2nd-tier potion master, and had been hiding in the cabin from the beginning, which is why he wasn't killed on the spot by the sea dragon. After the ship broke apart, he clung to the wreckage and drifted towards land, eventually landing near the mouth of a river to the west. Unaware of the castle there, he headed west, only to fall into the hands of thieves. After John finished recounting his experience, Clay and old Charlie were both stunned. Clay, who had initially been adamant in his disbelief, began to waver. When Li Wei heard that there were 7th-tier and 6th-tier professionals in the opposing team, he became more wary. After John said that he was a 2nd-tier potion master, Li Wei even had Mia stand to his side and in front of him. Although his precognitive talent didn't give him any warning, Levi didn't dare to be completely careless, given the lesson he learned from Captain Riggs' magic apprentice. After a moment of silence, he pressed on. "Tell me your specific identity, the more details the better. That way I can decide how to treat you, so it's best not to hide anything." John immediately bowed his head and said, "I understand, Your Excellency. My name is John Chris, and I am a free merchant from the Kingdom of Gerald. To be precise, I am a 2nd-tier potion master, and I also do some potion trading." He said he has a wife and 2 children, an adult son and a 12-year-old daughter. John's eyes reddened when he mentioned his family, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. He set sail this time to the Sapphire Islands to purchase a batch of potion ingredients, but he didn't expect to encounter such an accident. Although he was a 2nd-tier potion master and a 2nd-tier mage, he was not good at combat. In Gerald's kingdom, his status as a potion master was enough to make him live comfortably, and he didn't need to waste his limited energy on combat spells. Therefore, he only knew a few 0-level spells and 1 1st-level spell, and hadn't learned a single 2nd-level combat spell. When John was discovered by the thieves, he didn't resist, hoping they would mistake him for a lost merchant so he could escape later. Unexpectedly, before he could even act, he was rescued by Levi. Hearing this, Li Wei and the other 2 were speechless. A 2nd-tier mage hadn't even learned a 2nd circle combat spell. Such a comfortable environment really could breed complacent people. However, Levi had already decided to keep John. This potion master was too important to him right now. Not only could he provide him with introductory knowledge of magic and potions, but he could also help him concoct potions. Selling general-purpose magical potions in the future would be like opening up another source of income. More importantly, John could also try to refine the wolf fire potion that he desperately needed. Thinking of this, Li Wei asked one last question. "John, when you drifted to land, how many of your companions were still alive? What happened to that 8th-tier sea dragon in the end?" John shook his head and said, "I don't know. After the ship broke apart, I only saw a 7th-tier Earth Knight and a 6th-tier Archmage still fighting the sea dragon. Later, the Archmage used a flight scroll to take the Earth Knight to the other side of the land, and the sea dragon chased after them. I didn't see the others surface. They must all be dead." Li Wei pondered to himself. It seemed there was still 1 7th-tier and 1 6th-tier cultivator alive. However, people at that level probably wouldn't care about a mere 2nd-tier alchemist. Chapter 43 Magical Talent. After confirming that this 2nd-tier potion master named John would be useful to him, and would not pose any danger in the short term, Li Wei decided to keep him. As for whether John was planted by someone else, Levi wasn't worried. After all, Levi Lewis was still a minor figure. No one would go to such lengths to scheme against him. Then, Levi assigned tasks to old Charlie and Clay. Old Charlie was to redistill the low-alcohol, inferior spirits they had bought from Fort Gray. The 2 had already determined the optimal temperature, and the process wasn't complicated. Old Charlie would soon be able to get the hang of it. However, this matter concerned the secrets of distilled spirits, and Levi dared not entrust it to an unreliable person. Therefore, the task of reclaiming farmland could only be temporarily entrusted to Jenkins and his spear squadron. Clay was sent to explore the southern bay. The Naga had already left, and Levi needed to find out what resources were around the bay in order to prepare for future development. As for patrolling the wild northwestern mountains, Roger was still in charge. After assigning the tasks, Levi specifically reminded the 2. The matter concerning John must be kept absolutely secret, especially the news he came from overseas. No one can tell anyone. Old Charlie and Clay immediately said they understood, and then each went off to do their own thing. After the two left, Levi looked at John and said seriously, "Since you've decided to stay in Stormwind, you'll only serve me from now on. If other nobles find out about your background, I'll have no choice but to silence you, understand?" John quickly bowed his head. "Understood, Your Excellency Baron." Li Wei added, "However, I can guarantee that you only need to serve me for 10 years. After a while, I will obtain a contract magic scroll, and then we will officially sign the contract. After 10 years I will find a way to send you back to the kingdom of Geralt. If I cannot do that, I will compensate you with 50,000 gold coins, which is enough for you to do whatever you want." Although signing the contract meant John would become a bond slave, he didn't resent it. In fact, he felt much more at ease. After all, he didn't have the gold coins to redeem himself, and exchanging service for freedom was a common practice in this world. Then, Li Wei began to inquire about the mage's meditation method. Upon hearing this, John knew that Levi had designs on magical training, and advised, "Baron, you are already a full-fledged knight, and still very young. At your age, you certainly have a bright future ahead on the path of knighthood. If you are distracted by magical training now, it may hinder your knightly cultivation, which would be a loss." He went on to explain that generally only people who find it difficult to advance further in their main profession choose to pursue other professions in order to improve their strength. Li Wei had already considered this, so he said, "I know, I'm just keeping it in reserve. I don't necessarily need to start practicing it right away. If you can offer your meditation method, I'm willing to exchange it with you. Think about what you want, and then tell me." Seeing that he had made up his mind, John stopped trying to dissuade him and nodded, saying, "My meditation technique can only be cultivated to the 3rd level at most, which I will write down later. As for the issue of magician cultivation, I will explain it to you first, sir." According to John, to become a magician, one must first possess magical talent. And magical talent is mainly divided into 2 types. The first is mental strength. A magician's mental strength must be higher than that of an ordinary person, and it will continue to increase after practicing meditation. If one's innate mental strength is insufficient, it will be difficult to enter a meditative state, and naturally, one will be unable to practice meditation. The second is elemental affinity. Mental strength determines whether one can begin learning, while elemental affinity relates to the upper limit of a mage's potential. If your mental strength meets the requirements, but your elemental affinity is extremely low, there's little point in cultivating. Others might become magic apprentices in a year, while you might not make any progress for decades, unless you have a lot of resources poured into it. Furthermore, everyone has a different affinity for different elements. For example, some people are naturally affinity for fire, making them more suitable for cultivating fire-based meditation techniques and fire-based spells. If they forcibly cultivate other attributes, the effects will be much less. After listening, Li Wei immediately asked, "Then how do I test whether my mental strength meets the standard? And how do I know which element I am compatible with?" John replied, "To determine the specific value, you would need specialized magical tools or a magic circle, which I do not have here." Li Wei again was somewhat disappointed, but John said again, "However, I can judge whether you are suitable for practicing magic, or whether you are suitable for practicing fire magic." John explained that he was most compatible with the element of fire, so he practiced a fire-based meditation technique called lava meditation. This meditation method is a dual-attribute meditation method with fire as the primary element and earth as the secondary element. It can be practiced by people who are affinity for fire or earth elements, with fire being the most effective. He can set up a simple magic circle. As long as Li Wei can withstand the mental suppression within the circle and resonate with the fire element, he can cultivate this meditation technique. If he can only withstand mental suppression but cannot resonate with the fire element, it means that Li Wei has mental talent but not fire talent, and needs to find meditation methods of other attributes. However, if he can't even withstand mental suppression, it means he doesn't have the talent to become a magician, and he can only give up completely. Li Wei then asked, "Is it possible to cultivate multi-attribute magic?" In his view, it would be too monotonous for a magician to only have one attribute. John nodded first, then shook his head. "It's possible, but generally no one does it. A person's energy and lifespan are limited. If you spread too much out, you often end up losing more than you gain." Li Wei didn't care, as long as the rules allowed it. After all, he still had extra points in his abilities. The real key was whether he could complete the introductory magic course first. So he asked directly, "What do I need to set up a magic circle? Can you set it up now?" John said, Just give me an enchanted piece of equipment. I also have a tier 1 fire magic core here. Those thieves thought it was just a stone, so they didn't take it. Without hesitation, Li Wei immediately had Mia take off her second-tier enchanted armor and hand it to John. He didn't take out his bow and arrows or his short sword. Offensive weapons, of course, shouldn't be easily handed over to others. Chapter 44 Phaeton Potion. After receiving the second-tier enchanted armor, the potion master John immediately began setting up a magic circle. He took out several materials that Levi didn't recognize at all, carved complex patterns on the ground, and then placed the armor into the circle. Then, John chanted an incantation in a low voice, and the magical runes on the ground lit up one by one. He then put a first-tier fire magic core into it, and the entire magic circle immediately emitted a strong fiery red light, with a faint scorching aura emanating from the surroundings. Li Wei, watching from the sidelines, was completely bewildered, but cautiously stood behind Mia. John continued casting the spell. The fiery red light quickly subsided, and the heat lessened considerably. At this moment, John respectfully said, "Your Excellency, the magic circle has been set up. If you can stay inside for more than 10 minutes, it means you possess the mental talent required to cultivate a magician. If you can also resonate with the fire element, it proves that you have an affinity for the fire element." He added that this magic circle can only roughly determine whether someone has talent. As for the level of talent, it still needs to be tested with professional magic equipment. Li Wei looked at the magic array and asked, "What happens if you don't have spiritual talent?" John understood his concerns and replied that he would only experience a splitting headache and be unable to get up from his knees. He had already reduced the power of the magic circle to the level of a high-level magic apprentice, and Levi, as a first-tier knight, would not suffer any real harm. Levi didn't go in immediately, but gestured for Mia to try first. John didn't stop her, only reminding Mia not to unleash power higher than the first tier, otherwise the magic array wouldn't be able to withstand it, and would be destroyed. If Levi couldn't hold on later, he could also use the power of a first-tier knight to break through the array. After receiving Levi's nod, Mia immediately stepped into the magic circle. 10 minutes later, she emerged unharmed, confirming that the mental suppression inside was below the first-tier level and posed no danger. Li Wei was about to go in when he realized that if the magic array was destroyed, would the second-tier enchanted armor inside also be ruined? That was worth a lot of gold coins. John quickly explained that he was only using the magical energy from his enchanted equipment because he lacked magic crystals. He assured her that even if the magic circle was broken, it wouldn't damage her armor. Only then did Levi feel relieved enough to enter the circle, while Mia immediately became alert, her eyes fixed intently on John. As soon as he entered the magic circle, Li Wei felt an invisible force stimulating his brain, causing waves of dizziness, nausea, and discomfort. Although he felt terrible, he could still endure it. Time slowly passed, and Li Wei gritted his teeth and persevered, sweat constantly beading on his forehead, clearly enduring immense pain. Lost in the midst of the battle, he had no idea how much time had elapsed. John, seeing that 10 minutes had passed, prepared to step forward and stop the magic circle. Mia, thinking he intended to harm Levi, immediately stopped him. John quickly said, "It's been more than 10 minutes, you can let the Baron out now." Mia then stepped forward and pulled Levi out of the magic circle. After leaving the magic circle, Li Wei immediately felt the pressure disappear. He rested his hands on his knees, panting heavily, and it took him a while to recover before he immediately asked, "How was it? Do I have the mental talent to cultivate a magician?" John smiled and said, "Congratulations, sir, you do indeed possess the mental talent of a magician." Then he asked, "Did you feel any fire element fluctuations in your mind just now under mental suppression? You mean those red energy spots?" Li Wei nodded. "I felt it, and there was also a burning sensation." John was slightly taken aback. He had only asked casually to test the waters, since everyone has different elemental affinities, but he hadn't expected that this young baron would be like him, affinity with the fire element. He then said, "Then you possess an affinity for fire elements. If you wish to cultivate into a mage in the future, you can indeed practice my lava meditation technique." Li Wei was overjoyed. His plan to become a mage was finally settled. He wasn't too concerned about his talent level. After all, he had a skill panel. Once he mastered the basics, it was simply a matter of adding points to improve. More importantly, now that we not only have the magician's legacy, we also have a ready-made potion master, so we can start cultivating by taking potions. Subsequently, Levi and John officially reached a deal. Levi provided John with security guarantees and unconditionally handed over to John the fourth-tier knight's flame-breathing technique, the 3rd tier warrior's silver wolf breathing technique, the flame triple slash, the holy light cross slash, the 3rd tier archery manual wind chaser archery, the 0 ring spell earth fall spell, and the 1st tier knight's magic potion wolf fire potion recipe. If John still cannot find his way back after 10 years, he can use these items to rebuild his family in the kingdom of Alpha and continue his bloodline. John also brought out his 3rd tier lava meditation technique, 3 0 ring spells, illumination, minor healing, and energizing, 1 1st ring spell, small fireball, and his knowledge of potions. In addition, the recipes for Tier 1 healing potions, Tier 1 recovery potions, Tier 1 purification potions, Tier 1 warrior potion radiant potion, Tier 1 meditation potion narcissus potion, and Tier 2 warrior potion saffron crystal potion were all unconditionally given to Li Wei. After the transaction was completed, John immediately took the wolf fire potion recipe to study. Although it was only a Tier 1 potion, it was a knight's potion he had never encountered before. Knight's potions were far more precious than warrior's potions, second only to meditation potions. Levi looked at the various formulas John had brought out, his excitement almost uncontrollable. Because among them was Phaeton's potion. In the kingdom of Alpha, the recipe for the radiant potion is only known to the highest nobles. Although it is only a Tier 1 potion, it is more precious than some Tier 3 or even Tier 4 recipes because warriors must use it to advance to the next profession. Mastering the art of refining the radiant elixir is equivalent to cultivating a large number of warrior professionals. However, according to John, the southern part of the continent is mainly inhabited by mages and knights, while warriors are mostly serfs and lower-class commoners who cultivate. Therefore, low-level warrior potions are almost commonplace, and not valuable. Of course, recipes for warrior potions of level 5 and above are still very precious. Chapter 45 Sea Salt. After reviewing the recipe for the radiant elixir, Li Wei discovered that the auxiliary ingredients were all quite common, adding up to less than 5 gold coins. The real trouble was the main ingredient, the radiant fruit. He had never heard of this name in the kingdom of Alpha. John said that radiant fruit was not uncommon in the southern part of the continent, and that a single radiant tree could bear 50 to 100 fruits a year. He even described the characteristics of the tree in detail, but Levi still had no recollection of it. Since the formula is monopolized by the powerful nobles, it's highly unlikely that the radiant fruit will be available on the market. As for the radiant elixir, we'll have to wait until we find the radiant tree. The other 2 cultivation potions also have their own problems. The 1st tier meditation potion, Narcissus Elixir, requires a 1st tier magical herb, Narcissus, which lives in the sea. John had found traces of it at the mouth of the Cane River in the west, but he was in a hurry to escape and didn't investigate further. As for the saffron crystal potion used for training 2nd tier warriors, its main ingredients are 2nd tier saffron and 2nd tier crystal. Li Wei recognizes both, and they are available on the market at reasonable prices, which he can afford. However, this potion is only suitable for mid-tier 2nd tier warriors, and currently, the only thing he can do after refining it is to sell it for money. What really gave Levi a headache was the knowledge of potions. Of what John gave him, apart from some brewing techniques, he had to buy the basic books himself for the rest. Potions masters need to learn magical materials science, biology, and mathematics, as well as how to draw magic circles, which involves a host of advanced knowledge such as geometry and materials science. Hearing about these so-called basic courses, Li Wei almost collapsed. He had transmigrated, become a wealthy landowner, and even had a cheat-like ability, yet he still couldn't escape the fate of learning. But he also understood that if he wanted to truly master potion making, he would have to bite the bullet and learn these basics sooner or later. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to record anything on the panel, let alone improve further. As for 1st tier healing and recovery potions, they are all relatively common formulas, and the materials are easy to obtain. Once mass production is possible, they can be supplied to the entire army, reducing casualties and enhancing combat effectiveness. After clarifying these points, Li Wei began trying the lava meditation method, hoping to enter a meditative state. However, after a whole day, he made no progress whatsoever. However, it took John 3 whole months to first enter meditation. Levi wasn't in a hurry. He didn't need to be a genius, he just needed to gradually get the hang of it, since attribute points also needed time to accumulate. The next day, Li Wei first inspected the castle, showing his face to the soldiers of each company, and then checked the progress of the new recruit selection. Afterwards, he went out of the city to check the farmland and confirmed that everything was normal. Finally, he found Old Charlie and checked on the distilled spirits. Things went smoothly, except Old Charlie was exhausted. So Levi instructed old Charles to select a few honest serfs and train them to become family servants, sharing the workload. He was already planning to send someone to Grey Fortress to buy contract scrolls anyway, so he could just buy a few more. Old Charlie finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He was already overwhelmed managing the territory's supplies and farmland by himself. Now, with the addition of distilled liquor, he was simply too busy to keep up and couldn't even take care of the farmland. Moreover, there was a problem with supplies in the territory. Old Charlie hurriedly reminded him. "Young master, why didn't you buy salt when you went to Grey Fortress last time? The previous stock was only enough for 1,000 people to eat for 3 months. Now that there are so many more people in the territory, there is definitely not enough salt." Li Wei was taken aback. "Buy salt? The territory is almost out of salt? Isn't the sea right outside? Why do we need to buy salt?" He immediately asked. "Where does the kingdom get its salt from?" Old Charlie explained that salt comes from salt mines. As long as there are salt mines, it's like having inexhaustible wealth. Unfortunately, Stormwind territory has no salt mines, and it seems none have been found in the entire Frost Moon province. They can only buy salt from the neighboring province of Raffi, so the price has always been high. Li Wei was even more confused, but then suddenly became excited. He pressed for details about the price of salt at Grey Fortress. Old Charlie said, "Coarse salt costs 3 copper coins per 100 grams, and fine white salt costs 10 copper coins per 100 grams, which is much more expensive than in the interior. The kingdom does not control the price of salt. We're rich! We're rich!" Levi suddenly shouted, startling old Charlie. Before he could ask any questions, Levi had already ordered, "Take this big iron pot, and some cotton cloth and a wooden basin too." He never imagined that the people of this world didn't know about sea salt. Those magicians research so many things, yet they overlook the simplest thing, making salt from seawater. But this is exactly what benefits him. There are no salt mines in Frostmoon Province, and once sea salt is produced, it will be difficult for him not to become rich. Old Charlie asked suspiciously what they were going to do with all that. Levi simply told him not to ask and to just follow him. Soon, the two arrived at the beach. This wasn't the same bay as before, so they didn't see Clay and the others. Levi prepared to try extracting salt from the seawater using steaming and filtration, based on his basic knowledge of Earth. Under his direction, old Charlie set up a makeshift stove, placed a large iron pot on it, gathered firewood, and filled a wooden basin with seawater. Then flames were lit, and the seawater in the pot began to boil. Old Charlie became increasingly confused and couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what are we cooking?" As Li Wei added firewood, he said, "Just keep an eye on things. From now on, you'll be in charge of this matter. It's just as important as the distilled spirits." Upon hearing that it was as important as distilled spirits, old Charlie immediately became serious. Once the pot of seawater had been boiled down to 1/3 of its original volume, Li Wei repeatedly filtered it with a cotton cloth to remove most of the impurities. He then continued to boil the filtered seawater. Before long, reddish-white crystals began to appear around the edge of the pot. Li Wei's eyes lit up, and he scraped off a little with a stick and tasted it. It was a success. He immediately offered some to old Charlie. Old Charlie took a sip, puzzled, and the next second his eyes widened in disbelief. "Young master, this is coarse salt! My goodness, there's coarse salt in the sea!" Chapter 46 Cannibal. Old Charlie tasted the red and white crystals. They were bitter, astringent, and salty, with a texture similar to coarse salt. But Li Wei shook his head, saying that this coarse salt couldn't be used yet. It was poisonous, and long-term consumption would harm one's health. It wouldn't be competitive to sell, and it needed to be filtered and boiled again. There was no clean water here, so they could only take it back and process it. Old Charlie had no choice but to scrape all the coarse salt out of the iron pot and put it into a wooden basin. The two of them took the iron pot and the wooden basin back to the distillery kitchen, poured the coarse salt into water to dissolve it, then filtered it, boiled it, and repeated this process several times. The resulting salt was still bitter and astringent, and its color was nowhere near as clear and bright as it had been back on Earth. Li Wei was immediately frustrated. This was exactly how it was explained in the 100,000 Whys book he read as a child, so why didn't it work in his hands? Old Charlie was quite satisfied, thinking it was much better than ordinary coarse salt. He figured he could sell it at Grey Fortress, and even if he didn't get 10 copper coins per 100 grams, 5 copper coins would be fine. Li Wei disagreed. This stuff was still poisonous. It certainly couldn't be eaten within the territory, and selling it outside would cause trouble if something went wrong. Between nobles, resolving disputes meant either paying compensation or a duel, and with his current strength, he had no advantage in either. More importantly, Levi's stubbornness kicked in. He wouldn't feel right until he understood why he had failed. After a moment's thought, he asked Old Charlie to fetch the magician John. Old Charlie was clearly reluctant, worried that the secret of salt production from seawater would be revealed to outsiders. Levi reassured him that John was a magician and might be able to help. Only then did Old Charlie leave, seemingly without remorse. Half an hour later, Old Charlie brought John to the kitchen. John first bowed to Levi, then glanced at the utensils in the room, and asked directly, "Your Excellency, are you refining sea salt?" Old Charlie was startled, never expecting that this magician from overseas would also know about salt in the sea. Levi, however, brightened, knowing he had found the right person. He admitted that he was refining sea salt, but after repeated filtering and boiling, the salt still had a bitter taste, indicating that there were still many toxic substances that had not been removed. John was also somewhat surprised after hearing this, praising Levi for not being a magician but already knowing about steaming, filtering, and toxic substances. He even suggested that Levi temporarily set aside his chivalry and focus on cultivating magic, perhaps achieving even greater things in the future. Levi simply nodded and said he would consider it, but the sea salt problem needed to be solved first. John then carefully examined his process and the finished product, and quickly pointed out the key issue. Levi had come close to success by this point, but his filtration method was too crude to truly remove the toxic elements from the sea salt. John suggested adding a white stone to make the filtration more thorough, and also controlling the temperature during dissolving and boiling. The solubility and boiling points of refined white salt and toxic elements are different. Only by understanding these differences can qualified white salt be produced in large quantities. At this point, John asked Levi if he understood these concepts. Levi was speechless for a moment. He had heard of melting point and boiling point, but he didn't understand many of the details. His lack of diligence in his studies in his past life was now paying off. Mastering math, physics, and chemistry was indeed not only useful for navigating the world, but also for traversing to other worlds. Afterwards, Levi discussed many details of salt refining with John and learned that the so-called white stone was actually limestone. He had found this before when he was preparing to make rammed earth, and there was a considerable amount stored in his territory. The two experimented together for 3 days and finally succeeded in purifying fine white salt. Levi also simplified the production process to facilitate large-scale operations in the future. After resolving the issue of sea salt, Levi urgently needed a group of absolutely loyal subordinates, while also trying to appease John. So he summoned Clay back and handed him the 3,000 gold coins he had seized from the Divine Eye Society assassins, as well as his own Tier 1 magic crossbow. Levi ordered Clay to take half a squad of knights and immediately head to Grey Fortress to purchase a voluntary contract scroll from Klein. This contract required complete voluntariness from both parties, otherwise it would fail. He had inquired about the prices when he visited the slave market before. A regular contract cost 10 gold coins, a first-tier contract cost 100 gold coins, a second-tier contract cost 300 gold coins, and a third-tier contract cost 800 gold coins. As for the fourth tier and above, he didn't even bother to ask. This time, Levi had Clay spend all 3,000 gold coins to buy 3 second-tier contract scrolls, 11 first-tier contract scrolls, and 100 ordinary contract scrolls. In the 2 days following Clay's departure, Levi continued to practice lava meditation and wind chaser archery whenever he had a spare moment. He hadn't even mastered the lava meditation technique yet, but he had finally made progress in wind chaser archery. He opened the panel to check, and found that his basic archery skills had reached the second-tier limit. His wind chasing archery skills were at the beginner level, and he still had 20 attribute points left. Levi didn't rush to add attribute points. Since he had already mastered the second-tier basic archery, he could quickly learn similar martial arts in the early stages. He could easily improve his wind-chasing arrow technique to the peak of the first tier on his own, so there was no need to waste attribute points. Shortly after Levi mastered the wind chaser archery technique, Roger suddenly returned to Stormlands City with important news. Levi's heart tightened, instinctively thinking it was another pack of swift-winged wolves, and he quickly went out to inquire. But Roger shook his head, saying that this time it wasn't swift-winged wolves, but a group of ogres approaching Stormlands City. This group of ogres consisted of 11 ogres. Judging from their size, 1 was a 4th-tier ogres, 2 were 3rd-tier ogres, 3 were 2nd-tier ogres, and the remaining 5 were 1st-tier ogres. Everyone's expression changed upon hearing this. Ogres were a powerful race in the Wild Mountains, and almost every year before winter, they would raid human territory to capture serfs for food. But it was springtime, and food was plentiful in the mountains. Why would they come at this time? Just then, Mia reminded them from behind that they might have accidentally wandered into the territory of the Gale wolves and been driven out by them. In the past, when the black and white giant bears ruled the easternmost part of the wild mountains, ogres would often come to the east to hunt at this time of year. Upon hearing this, Li Wei thought the explanation was quite plausible. But regardless of why these cannibals had appeared, his remaining farmland absolutely could not be destroyed. Li Wei immediately assembled his army, preparing to leave the city to confront this ogre tribe. Chapter 47 Annihilation. Ogres are large humanoid creatures that reach first-tier strength upon reaching adulthood. In terms of brute force alone, they are even stronger than second-tier human professionals. These monsters have an extremely strong survival ability, and can survive no matter how harsh the environment. They eat anything, including weeds, fruits and vegetables, and meat. When there is nothing to eat, they will even eat their own kind. However, what ogres love most is the flesh of humanoid creatures, especially their brains. Legend has it that they become smarter after consuming the brains of intelligent beings. What's more troublesome is that cannibalistic mages occasionally emerge from the ogre tribe. These beings are born with both magical and martial arts skills, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the tribe that invaded Stormhorn Peninsula this time did not include two-headed ogres, and therefore no cannibalistic mages. To wipe out these monsters, Levi mobilized almost all of Stormwind's strongest forces. Roger led half a veteran knight squad, Parker led an infantry company, Jenkins led a spear company, Will and Lowry each led a veteran archer squad, and Levi and Mia also personally led the mission. Even John, the potion master who had just joined the territory, volunteered to join the battle after hearing about the ogres. Although he was only a second-tier mage who didn't know second circle spells, he could at least cast a first-tier small fireball spell, which could come in handy in critical moments. John's reason for joining the war was simple. Ogres were almost extinct in the southern part of the continent, and many parts of their bodies were valuable materials for magical potions, especially their brains. If they could capture a first-tier ogre alive, it would be even more valuable for research. He hoped Li Wei could catch one for him to study. Li Wei just chuckled and didn't take it to heart at all. When the group arrived at a point 8 kilometers northwest of Stormwind, Li Wei immediately received a warning from his intermediate-level precognitive abilities. 11 cannibals have been spotted 2 kilometers ahead, including 1 Tier 4, 2 Tier 3, 3 Tier 2, and 5 Tier 1. Danger. Li Wei noticed that the warning only indicated danger, not extreme danger. With his current strength as a first-tier beginner knight, coupled with his intermediate speed talent, this ogre horde was not yet in a hopeless situation for him. He then surveyed the terrain. On both sides were high ground and forests, providing good cover, while in the middle was a low-lying valley, perfect for an ambush. Li Wei immediately ordered Roger to lead half a squad of knights to lure the enemy, and then ambush 2 companies and 2 archer squads in the woods on the high ground on both sides, and used a purifying potion to remove the smell. After everything was arranged, everyone waited quietly. About half an hour later, Roger returned with half of his knight squad at breakneck speed. Levi, noticing the commotion, immediately gave orders to Mia and John. He instructed Mia to keep an eye on the 4th-tier ogre. Ogres lacked powerful equipment, and relied mainly on brute force. Mia was responsible for keeping the ogre occupied while he provided support with arrows. When an opportunity arose, Mia would use his 3rd-tier enchanted short sword to kill it, and then deal with the 3rd-tier ogre. Mia nodded in agreement. Levi then instructed John to support the ordinary soldiers. Whenever the ogres attempted to break through the infantry formation, he was to use small fireballs to push them back. Roger and his men charged past Levi, then immediately stopped, turned their horses around, and prepared for a countercharge. The ogres chasing behind became even more excited at the sight. They loved head-on confrontations and were fearless even against cavalry. The next moment, the cannibal charged into the valley with a howling voice. Li Wei immediately shouted, "Attack!" The archer squads lying in ambush on both sides opened fire first, shooting down into the valley from their higher position. The distance was short, and the rain of arrows was dense. In just 2 volleys, almost all the ogres except for the 4th-tier ogres were wounded, and 2 unlucky 1st-tier ogres were shot in the head and died on the spot. Li Wei fired 3 arrows in quick succession, killing a Tier 1 and a Tier 2 ogre. He then switched to a Tier 3 enchanted bow and aimed at the Tier 4 ogre. Under the fierce suppression of the archer squad, the ogre horde, led by a 4th-tier ogre, immediately attempted to retreat and break out of the ambush. However, as soon as they ran, Their formation completely broke apart due to the difference in strength. Mia seized the opportunity and charged down to intercept the fourth-tier ogre. The ogres behind her tried to provide support, but were pushed back by the infantry and spearmen on both sides, while archers continued to fire from behind. Roger, along with half of his knight squad, quickly surrounded the two lagging Tier 1 ogres. In the center of the valley, two Tier 3 and two Tier 2 ogres, finding themselves surrounded, immediately swung their bone clubs and smashed the soldiers in front. The shield-bearers tried to parry, but their wooden shields were shattered, and they were sent flying, their fates unknown. The surrounding spearmen immediately swarmed forward, using their dense spears to force the ogres back. John then unleashed a small fireball, forcing several ogres to defend themselves in place. On the other side, Li Wei had already drawn his level 3 enchanted bow and fired an arrow at the level 4 ogre. Although his wind-chasing archery was only at the beginner level, he already possessed second-tier basic archery skills. Combined with the power of third-tier enchanted arrows, the fourth-tier ogre instantly felt a strong sense of crisis and immediately unleashed its full power to dodge. Mia had been waiting for this moment. Just as the fourth-tier ogre narrowly dodged Li Wei's arrow, Mia unleashed her great warrior aura, activating her third-tier enchanted short sword and slashing straight at its neck. When the ogre sensed the danger, it was too late to dodge, and it could only raise its bone club to block. But this short sword was specifically designed for assassination and was exceptionally sharp, instantly severing the bone club and the head in one fell swoop. The fourth-tier ogre stared wide-eyed, then collapsed, filled with resentment. By this time, casualties had already occurred among the ordinary soldiers. Seeing that the fourth-tier ogre was dead, Li Wei immediately shouted to John, "Attack the third-tier ogre!" John immediately conjured a small fireball and hurled it at a third-tier ogre. Although the ogre blocked the fireball with its bone club, its vision was obscured by the flames. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wei drew his third-tier enchanted bow again and fired an arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the head of the third-tier ogre, killing it instantly. Li Wei then drank 2 bottles of Tier 1 recovery potions, barely regaining some of his strength. Using a Tier 3 enchanted bow and arrow was indeed still somewhat difficult for him in his current state. At this moment, Mia had already charged towards the last Tier 3 ogre. Before Li Wei could even fire an arrow to finish it off, the ogre was slain by Mia. Li Wei couldn't help but feel a little regretful, as it meant losing a full 100 points of energy essence. He then switched back to his regular bow and continued firing at the 2 remaining Tier 2 ogres in the encirclement. Before long, Li Wei killed one, while the other was slain by Roger, who had arrived at the scene. Another 10 points of energy essence were wasted. At this point, all 11 cannibals had been annihilated. Chapter 48 Valhalla. After the battle, Li Wei immediately ordered his soldiers to clear the battlefield and treat the wounded. Not long after, Parker rushed in to report that the battle had resulted in heavy casualties. 7 infantrymen and 8 spearmen were wounded, 3 of whom were unlikely to survive, and 2 others might be crippled. Hearing that 3 were dead and 2 were wounded, Li Wei's heart sank, but he didn't wallow in grief. This world was cruel enough, and he had to adapt as quickly as possible. More people would die for him in the future, and all he could do was keep his promise, give these people hope, and help more people survive. He had Parker lead the way and then ordered John to be summoned. John knew a low-level, attribute-less healing spell, which could only treat minor injuries, but Levi wanted to give it a try, even if there was only a sliver of hope. When he arrived at the 3 dying soldiers, he found that all 3 had been struck in the chest by ogre bone clubs, their ribs and internal organs mostly shattered. John arrived and only glanced at them before shaking his head helplessly, saying that only a 6th circle grand healing spell could save them from such injuries, and that he was powerless to help. Li Wei sighed, not blaming him, but simply telling John to check on the other wounded, especially the 2 soldiers who might be crippled. He said if John could fully recover even one of them, he would award him a 9th-class merit. John was slightly taken aback. He knew these soldiers had only followed Li Wei for a little over a month, and most of them were still serfs. In the Kingdom of Alpha, a 9th-class merit was equivalent to killing a first-tier professional, a very significant honor. Giving such a reward for 2 ordinary soldiers was simply unbelievable in the eyes of the nobles. John thought to himself, "This Baron might truly be a benevolent lord." So he immediately accepted the order respectfully and turned to treat the other wounded. Levi knelt before the 3 dying soldiers, asking their names and whether they had any family. Parker quickly replied that the 2 elite soldiers were named Lant and Lucky, and both had families, currently residing at Grey Fortress. Lant had a mother, wife, and a son and a daughter, while Lucky had a wife and a son. As for the serf soldier, his name was Kenby, and he had no family. Li Wei paused for a moment, then solemnly told Lant and Latchet that their families would receive the best care in Stormwind, and that their compensation would be exactly what they were entitled to. Once Stormwind was safe enough, he would bring their families to live with him, and their children would have priority access to the military in the future. After saying that, he looked at Kenby. Levi told him that although he had no family, he died for Stormwind, for Levi Lewis, and would receive the respect he deserved. Li Wei then publicly announced that Kenby was no longer a serf, but a legitimate commoner of Stormwind. The valley would be named after him, henceforth called Kenby Valley, and would serve as the burial ground for all those who died fighting for the territory. At the same time, a Hall of Heroes will be built in Stormwind. The names and souls of all the soldiers who died for the territory will remain in the Hall of Heroes, to be worshipped by Stormwind for generations to come. Li Wei whispered, "Lant, lucky Kenby, I hope we can fight side by side again in the next life. Rest in peace." Whether the three of them truly heard his promise is unknown, but at the same moment, a smile appeared on their faces, and they passed away peacefully. Hearing all this, many of the surrounding soldiers had tears in their eyes. For the first time, they felt that being Stormlord soldiers was not just about having enough to eat and receiving pay, but also about having honor and a sense of belonging. Especially those serf soldiers, who had never considered themselves human beings in the past, only thinking about surviving. But after joining Stormlands, they first saw hope in the army's benefits, and now, witnessing Li Wei giving dignity to the fallen, they were deeply moved. Parker and Jenkins were the first to kneel down and shout, "We swear to serve you to the death, sir!" The other soldiers also reacted quickly, kneeling down and shouting in unison, "We swear to serve you to the death, sir!" If before they were willing to fight for Li Wei for money and benefits, at this moment, many of them truly felt a sense of belonging. Of course, only they themselves know how many people truly felt a sense of belonging. Li Wei's decision was neither prearranged nor a deliberate attempt to win people's hearts. He simply made this choice on the spur of the moment, seeing 3 soldiers about to die. He then announced again that today is April 18th, and from now on, every April 18th will be Stormwind Territory's Day of Heroes. Everyone should pay tribute to the soldiers who died for the territory, like Lant, Ratchet, and Kenby. Everyone agreed in unison. Afterwards, Li Wei ordered the soldiers to get up and continue cleaning up the battlefield. John was dumbfounded by this series of actions. He had never seen a noble lord like this before. If it was merely to win people's hearts, Livy had gone too far, wasting both energy and money, and completely contradicting the principle of prioritizing the interests of the nobility. But if all of this came from the heart, then this baron was even less like a proper noble lord. John couldn't help but wonder whether following such a benevolent yet eccentric nobleman was a good thing, or a bad thing. After the battlefield was cleared, Li Weilong solemnly buried the 3 fallen soldiers, Lant, Lachi, and Kenby, in Kenby Valley. Only then did Li Wei have time to open the panel and check it. Name, Levi Lewis. Among the basic skills, Wind Chaser Archery has been mastered to a 1:10 ratio. 20 attribute points remain. Innate talents include intermediate foresight and intermediate speed, and energy essence has reached 146 points. The next awakening will require further upgrades to the basic level. Seeing the result, Li Wei was fairly satisfied. This battle had increased his energy essence points by a full 121. Chapter 49 Arrow Tree. Seeing over 100 more energy essence points on the panel, Levi was in a good mood. Unfortunately, he had nowhere to use them for the time being. It seemed he had to urge John to refine the wolf fire potion as soon as possible. At the same time, an additional skill point was added to the wind-chasing arrow technique section. Li Wei understood that martial arts training was indeed improved fastest through actual combat. After dealing with the Kenby Valley graveyard, Li Wei first tallied the spoils. Ogre hides, like those of scaly creatures, are excellent materials for crafting enchanted armor. The hides of 11 ogres are worth approximately 1,000 gold coins. Besides, the heart, stomach, and brain of ogres are also magical materials, especially the brain, which is a key ingredient in many potions. However, Levi was unaware of the market prices in the Kingdom of Alpha, and John only knew the prices in the Kingdom of Geralt. Finally, at John's request, Levi decided to keep all the magical materials. After all, John knew how to preserve them, and it would be more suitable for future use or trade than to sell them off casually now. After disposing of the bodies, Li Wei publicly announced the battle achievements and rewards. This battle was considered a great victory, and he directly awarded everyone a collective 8th class merit, equivalent to 500 gold coins, to be distributed according to rank and contribution. Mia received the most, a full 100 gold coins. Roger received 50 gold coins, John 20 gold coins, Parker, Jenkins, Will, and Lowry each 10 gold coins, and the remaining soldiers received at least 50 silver coins. Subsequently, individual and squad achievements were announced. No one objected. Li Wei's distribution was fair. Several archer squads, in particular, were awarded their merits, successfully escaping serfdom and becoming legitimate civilians of Stormwind territory. After announcing the victory, Li Wei ordered Roger to lead half of the Knight squad back to patrol the vicinity of the northwestern Wilderness Mountains. He himself led the army back to Stormwind. However, shortly after setting off, Li Wei changed his plans again, ordering Jenkins to lead the spear squadron to escort the older corpses back to the city first. He himself would lead the infantry squadron and archer platoon to take a detour north, taking the opportunity to inspect the northern region. The Knight squads have been busy with missions lately, and haven't patrolled the north for a long time. As for the east, with that 8th tier black and white giant bear around, there's no need to go there for the time being. The group circled around to about 5 kilometers north of Stormwind before starting their return journey. Passing a small grove, John suddenly stopped and quickly walked to a small tree to examine it closely. After a moment he said with some surprise, "Your Excellency, these saplings must be arrow trees." Li Wei looked in the direction he was pointing and saw that the trees in this grove were all very thin, some no thicker than a child's arm, others as thin as a little finger, and all growing straight. He couldn't see anything special about them. Seeing Levi's confusion, John quickly explained, "Your Excellency, the arrow tree is a second-tier magical material." Second tier? Li Wei was taken aback, not expecting these inconspicuous saplings to be magical materials. He immediately asked, "What exactly is this used for?" John said, "Arrow trees are mainly used to make magic arrows. First and second tier magic arrows mostly use them. In our Sicilian kingdom, one tree can sell for about 30 to 50 silver coins." Upon hearing that it was material for making magic arrows, Levi immediately became excited. Although he didn't recognize the arrow tree, he knew that materials for first and second tier magic arrows were very valuable in Grey Fortress, costing far more than a few dozen silver coins, at least 1 to 3 gold coins per tree. The arrow trees before him numbered roughly 1,000, worth about 2,000 gold coins. Li Wei couldn't help but laugh. This was another windfall. He immediately asked, "John, can this arrow tree regenerate? How long is its growth cycle?" John replied, "As long as the root system is not damaged, the arrow tree can grow repeatedly, and the cycle is very short, so it can be harvested once a year." Li Wei was even more delighted after hearing this. If they could harvest it once a year, this grove of arrow trees alone could bring Storm territory an income of about 2,000 gold coins. He immediately ordered, "Parker, take some men and harvest this grove of arrow trees. Remember, don't damage the roots." Hearing that this thing was so valuable, Parker didn't dare to make a move and hesitated. "Sir, how should we acquire this? Should we just cut it down?" Levi looked at John and said, "John, go and instruct them on how to harvest the arrow trees." John nodded and led Parker and the others into the woods, demonstrating how to harvest the arrow trees and teaching them how to distinguish their sizes. The method wasn't complicated, and after watching a few times, Parker and the others quickly mastered it. After John returned to Levi's side, Levi looked at the busy crowd, thought for a moment, and said, "When Clay and the others return, I'll have them protect you and carefully patrol the area around Stormwind to see if there are any important resources left. After all, none of us are as knowledgeable as you." John immediately replied, "Yes, Your Excellency." Half an hour later, Parker and his team finished harvesting all the arrow trees that met the required size, totaling 862 trees. Among them, 523 were of the first tier and 339 were of the second tier. Levi originally wanted the first tier arrow trees to continue growing to the second tier, but John explained that these arrow trees were inherently deficient and lacked sufficient nutrition, so they basically couldn't grow to the second tier. If they wanted to cultivate them all to the second tier, a lot of magic crystals would have to be buried in the forest. Li Wei thought about it and decided to give up. It was already good enough as it was. First tier arrow trees were valuable enough, and there was no need to invest too much extra cost. He then instructed Parker, "2 squads must be stationed here every day to guard this arrow forest and prevent wild animals or unsuspecting serfs from causing damage. It's only 2 kilometers from Stormwind, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. If anything happens, immediately return to the city for reinforcements." Parker immediately replied, "Understood, sir." He quickly left 2 squads of soldiers to guard the arrow forest. The rest of them followed Li Wei, returning to Stormwind with their unexpected spoils. Chapter 50 Introduction to Magic. Upon returning to Stormwind, Li Wei immediately instructed Old Charlie to distribute rewards to all the soldiers who had participated in the battle. He then selected a suitable location between the outer city and the inner fortress, and arranged for stonemasons, carpenters, and masons to build the Hall of Heroes, entrusting the task to the newly appointed infantry company commander, Creel. The following morning, Clay returned safely to Stormwind with half of his knight squad. After obtaining the contract scroll he brought back, Levi immediately found Old Charlie and selected 50 serfs from the chosen pool, signing ordinary contracts with them. From that day forward, these serfs became servants of the Stormwind Baron family, their actual status equivalent to that of retainers. Newly ennobled families usually cultivate their ranks in the same way, except that others mostly choose commoners, while Li Wei had no one else to use, so he had to start with serfs. In any case, their main responsibility was to follow Old Charlie in refining sea salt and distilling high-proof liquor. As long as they were loyal enough, their background didn't matter. Once the manpower was in place, the salt-making workshop and the distillery could be officially built, and Li Wei handed over all these matters to Old Charlie. After arranging the salt and wine matters, Li Wei found the magician John, took out a second-tier contract scroll, wrote down the term and requirements, and signed a contract with him. This scroll originated from the Church of Dawn, and its power comes from the goddess of Dawn. Any party that dares to violate its contents will be punished by the goddess, with extremely severe consequences. After the signing, the last remaining rift between the two parties disappeared. From then on, Li Wei could finally confidently assign John tasks, such as refining the wolf-fighting fire potion. Clay not only brought back contract scrolls from his trip to Grey Fortress, but also purchased a considerable amount of auxiliary materials for brewing potions. These items weren't expensive. The truly valuable ingredient was the main ingredient, monster wolf marrow, which Stormwind territory had no shortage of. After handing over all the magical materials to John, Levi returned to the Baron's mansion and looked through the basic magic books that Klein had brought back. Although these books weren't particularly rare, they were hard to find on the market. Fortunately, Klein had some, so he simply gave them to him. The contents of the book gave Li Wei a headache, but since he still harbored a dream of becoming a magician, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue learning. 3 days later, Li Wei finally finished reading the book on basic magic. After reading it, he had a completely new understanding of magicians. Magic is not simply supernatural power, it is more like a science derived from mastering profound knowledge. Every spell requires complex calculations and structures to be constructed. To cultivate magic and meditate on spiritual power, one must also master the methods of mental construction and build a magical model in one's own spiritual world. No wonder John couldn't give him a coherent answer when he asked him about meditation experience. John was just a second-tier rogue mage from a common background, who had learned everything on his own. Asking him to systematically summarize his experience was indeed a bit difficult. Following his own train of thought, Li Wei then attempted to practice the lava meditation technique once more. When he fully opens his spiritual world and accepts the spiritual forces he considers stable, he quickly enters a state of selflessness. Before he knew it, a day had passed, and a strong feeling of hunger woke him up. Cluck cluck. Li Wei had just opened his eyes when his stomach growled loudly. He couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, why am I so hungry?" Then, he looked at Mia, who was standing guard beside him, and asked, "Mia, how long have I been cultivating?" Mia replied respectfully, "My lord, you have been cultivating for more than a day." Li Wei was startled. More than a day had passed, and he hadn't noticed at all. In other words, he might have actually entered a meditative state just now. Being able to enter meditation means that one has entered the basics of magical cultivation and has reached the standard of a magical apprentice. Thinking of this, Li Wei immediately opened the panel to check. Name, Levi Lewis. Basic skills, flame breathing technique. Tier 1 beginner night lava meditation technique. Beginner magic apprentice flame // Tier 1 basic riding skills. Tier 2 extreme wind chasing archery. Attribute points, 25. Energy essence, 146. His innate talents remain superhuman precognition, extreme speed, and energy essence. Seeing that the lava meditation method had been recorded on the panel, Li Wei felt a surge of joy. Haha, I've actually mastered the basics of magic. It seems my magical talent isn't bad at all, at least much better than John's. Chapter 51 Iron Ore. After confirming that he had mastered the basics of magic in Chapter 51, Li Wei also noticed that the experience points for the lava meditation technique were already 2. It seems to be the result of me entering a meditative state for a whole day. Then, just as Li Wei was trying meditation again, my stomach suddenly protested again. Only then did Li Wei realize that he hadn't eaten or drunk anything all day. So when she was about to go find something to eat, Mia respectfully brought over some bread, meat, and milk. While Li Wei was in a meditative state, the servants had brought him food several times, but Dumia had put it away. She knew that Li Wei was at a crucial moment in his cultivation and should not be disturbed. "My lord, I haven't dared to wake you because I was afraid of disturbing your cultivation." Upon seeing the food, Li Wei immediately began to wolf it down. Then he mumbled something indistinctly. "It's alright, Mia. You did a good job. Keep it up in the future." After saying that, Li Wei focused on the food in front of him, and in less than 10 minutes, he had finished off the large piece of bread and meat. He then let out a satisfied burp, and comfortably finished the last bit of milk. Unfortunately, it wasn't sweetened, and Li Wei didn't quite like the taste. "Next, we can start thinking of ways to get some sugar out." Seeing that Li Wei had finished eating and drinking, Mia immediately reminded him. "Sir, Captain Clay came to see you earlier. It seems he had something urgent to discuss. Would you like to go and take a look? Clay urgently needs to see me?" Li Wei was taken aback upon hearing this, and immediately put aside the matter of magic training. After Clay returned, he continued his investigation in the southern bay. His sudden visit to me must be related to what happened in the bay. Then he immediately took Mia out to look for Clay, only to find out that Clay had waited for him for 2 hours before returning to the bay. So Li Wei and Mia mounted their warhorses and rode towards the bay. When the two arrived at the beach, the soldiers there told Levi that Captain Clay had already boarded a small boat and headed to the nearest, largest island to the east. "An island? What would he be doing up there?" Li Wei asked curiously. A trainee knight who remained at the seaside answered respectfully. "Reporting to you, sir, after Captain Clay finished surveying this bay area, he then proceeded from west to east to inspect the 5 small islands outside the bay one by one. Today we just explored the last and largest island, and discovered exposed iron ore on it. Then, to confirm the true condition of the iron ore, Captain Clay ran back to Stormwind and brought back the mage John. They're currently scouting the situation on the island." "Iron ore?" Li Wei was startled for a moment, then asked urgently. "Is there a lot of iron ore? Is that confirmed?" "My lord, we didn't know." "Come on, let's go up and take a look." Seeing that the soldiers were also unaware of the situation up there, Li Wei was in no hurry to wait any longer. He immediately took Mia onto a small boat and had the soldiers row towards the island. In this bay, Stormwind has a total of 5 such small boats, each capable of carrying about 10 people. These small boats were all taken from the island that the black and white giant bear had told Li Wei last time. They explained that the 7th Gale Wolf King couldn't fly, and if they encountered the Wolf King, they should quickly run to the island for refuge. Furthermore, knowing that the Naga in the bay would retreat, they could then begin developing the bay. Therefore, when Levi went to Grey Fortress last time to buy serfs from Klein, he specifically emphasized that he needed serfs who knew how to fish and build ships. After these serfs arrived in Stormwind, Livy immediately ordered them to begin building ships. However, these fishermen and serfs who knew how to build ships only had experience with large lakes or small rivers, which wasn't very useful at sea. Fortunately, Levi had seen what the little fishing boats of the monkeys on Earth looked like in a video, and with John's help. Finally, they managed to build a small boat that could barely be used in the bay. After it was completed, they handed it over to Clay to use for exploring the bay. When Li Wei arrived at the nearest island, he discovered that it was larger than he had imagined, and that in the center of the island was a dense forest. Following the trail left by Clay and his companions, Levi eventually found them on the south side of the island. Upon seeing Levi's sudden arrival, Clay, John, and the soldiers immediately saluted respectfully. "Greetings, Your Excellency." "My lord, what brings you here?" "I heard that iron ore has been discovered on this island, so I came here to take a look. What do you think? Is there iron ore here?" Li Wei asked expectantly. "Haha, sir, there really is an iron ore mine, and the magician John said that this iron ore mine is very large and of very high quality," Clay excitedly introduced. "Really? John, tell me what you found out." After receiving confirmation, Li Wei could no longer contain his excitement. "Your Excellency, as I am a fire mage, I am not particularly skilled at prospecting for mineral veins. However, fortunately, this island is not large, so I can still get a general idea of what it is. The entire southern part of this small island should be a single iron ore mine. Judging from the quality of the ore, the iron ore mine on this island should be considered a medium-sized one. However, I have a feeling that there might be an even larger iron mine on the seabed south of the island, and this island is probably just an extension of it. The magician John explained in detail. A medium-sized iron ore mine. And there's an even larger one beneath the seabed. A large one? Or a giant one? This was completely beyond Li Wei's expectations. I originally thought it was just a small iron ore mine of decent quality, but it turned out to be such a big surprise. Then Li Wei looked at the entire southern part of the island, his eyes gleaming with gold. It was all money. John then added, "Your Excellency, the initial mining of iron ore on this small island isn't too difficult, as it consists mostly of exposed iron ore. However, it might be difficult to mine later. After the surface is mined out, continuing to dig deeper will encounter a major problem due to the seawater. With the current mining technology of the Alpha Kingdom, it will be very difficult to mine there." Li Wei didn't take it to heart. These were future worries. For now, he should just think about happy things. Such a large area of exposed ore is more than enough for Li Wei's needs in the early stages of developing his territory. After learning about the island's iron mine, the first thing Levi did upon returning to his territory was to summon Old Charlie and Russell, the newly formed Lance Corps commander. He ordered Old Charlie to immediately assemble 300 able-bodied serfs to go to Iron Ore Island to mine iron ore. Russell's newly formed spear company was ordered to be divided into 2 groups of 50 men each, taking turns to guard Iron Ore Island. After arranging the mining and guard duties on the Iron Ore Island, Li Wei instructed the shipbuilders and carpenters to work overtime immediately to build 20 small boats. Chapter 52 Modifying Iron-Making Equipment. Chapter 52 Modifying Iron Smelting Equipment. Now that there are iron mines within the territory, the smelting issue must be addressed immediately. Because these iron ore deposits can first meet the territory's weapon needs, and then they can be sold elsewhere. You should know that in this world, arms dealers and slave traders are the most profitable businesses, and the market demand is endless. Therefore, Li Wei would certainly not be foolish enough to sell any iron ore. Even in a remote area like Storm Territory, the cost of transporting iron ore is incredibly high, so there's practically no money to be made selling it. Li Wei then prepared to go to the castle blacksmith shop to see if he could expand or improve it. Because the blacksmiths in this world do more than just forge iron. A qualified blacksmith also needs to know how to extract refined iron from iron ore. Therefore, Li Wei doesn't need to worry about the lack of talent in this area within his territory. As Li Wei was on his way to the blacksmith shop, he happened to run into Jenkins, the captain of the spear company on duty, and asked him to accompany him to the blacksmith's shop. When the group arrived at the blacksmith's shop and saw the simple thatched huts, Li Wei was speechless. Isn't the blacksmith's shop an important department of the castle? And it's located near the inner fortress, yet the environment is almost like that of serfs. Blacksmiths are extremely important skilled workers. In this frontier territory, they not only have to work hard at farming, but also endure countless wars. Therefore, both agricultural tools and weapons have a very high damage rate. If blacksmiths don't repair them in time, it will be difficult to maintain the territory. Given that this is such an important place, according to Li Wei's logic, shouldn't this place be made a little more dignified? How come it's so shabby? Just as Li Wei was lost in thought, a series of clanging sounds of hammering metal suddenly came from the blacksmith's shop, confirming that it was indeed a blacksmith's shop. Li Wei then entered the small courtyard of the thatched roof house from which the sound had come. At this moment, a shirtless young man was huffing and puffing as he hammered a red-hot iron block. Even after the group entered, the blacksmith remained oblivious, continuing to intently forge the iron in his hands. Upon seeing this, Jenkins immediately shouted, "Derek the blacksmith, the Baron is here!" Dirk, the blacksmith who was concentrating on forging, was startled when he heard Jenkins' voice. He turned around to look. Upon discovering that it was actually the Baron, he immediately dropped what he was doing, excitedly ran to Li Wei, and bowed. "This humble man, Dirk, pays his respects to the great Baron." Dirk's excitement, rather than fear, stemmed from the fact that the Baron before him had freed him from his slave status. Now he is a commoner blacksmith of distinguished status. All he needs to do now is work diligently for the Baron and earn his wages. He could then marry a wife and have several sons. In the future, one would inherit his mantle, while the others would join the army to serve the Baron and find a better future. Just thinking about it excited Dirk. Get up, Dirk. Levi waved his hand. Thank you, Baron. Did you make all these things? Li Wei asked, pointing to the long swords and spearheads hanging in the courtyard. Dirk the blacksmith shook his head, then pointed to the farm tools behind him and said, No, Your Excellency, these troops were sent here for maintenance and repair. The farm tools over there are the ones made by us. Can you forge weapons like long swords or spearheads? Li Wei continued to ask. A little. Both Zack the blacksmith and I can forge basic long swords and spearheads. Dirk the blacksmith nodded. Blacksmiths are also divided into different levels. Ordinary blacksmiths can only forge farm tools, or simply do repairs. Only a few highly skilled blacksmiths could forge technical weapons and tools such as long swords and spearheads. There is an even more skilled blacksmith, one who can forge iron armor. Such blacksmiths are generally considered masters and would never appear in the slave market. Nobles and armies would be vying for them. Even blacksmiths like Dirk and Zack, who could forge basic weapons, should have been in high demand, but for some reason they didn't sell. In the end, they were sold to Li Wei along with other ordinary blacksmiths. Haha, as long as you know how to forge it, you'll have plenty of iron ore to transport over. You'll be very busy then. I came here today to check on your equipment. If it's not working, we need to replace it immediately. Upon hearing that there was a large amount of iron ore, the blacksmith Dirk immediately realized that an iron mine must have been discovered in his territory, and he was overjoyed. With the addition of iron mines to the territory, the blacksmith's status will certainly rise, and more importantly, they will be able to earn a lot of money. Then, the blacksmith, Dirk, led Levi on a tour of the rudimentary iron smelting equipment. Looking at this extremely primitive hearth-style stove, which didn't even have bellows or blowers, Li Wei found it hard to imagine how they melted the iron. Even heating it until it was red-hot must have taken a long time. He then asked, Dirk, your equipment is really bad. Are the other blacksmith's equipment the same as yours? The blacksmith was stunned after hearing this. Is it that bad? I think the equipment at Fort Grey is similar. Reporting to Baron, that's how it is. We only know how to build this kind of equipment, Dirk replied nervously. Upon hearing this, Li Wei exclaimed, How can this be? With these rudimentary stoves, how can we possibly keep up with the pace I want? He immediately turned to Jenkins beside him and said, Go and call over the stonemason, the bricklayer, and the carpenter. Wait, just send one carpenter. Li Wei suddenly remembered that the carpenter seemed to be working overtime to build a ship, so he changed his mind and said that one ship would be fine. Yes, sir. Jenkins immediately went out to find someone. Then Li Wei said to the blacksmith Decker, Derek, your furnace equipment needs some modifications. Go and call the other blacksmiths over, and I'll explain it to you all together. Upon hearing this, Dirk's anxiety immediately turned to delight. He knew the Baron was no ordinary man. The farm tools he had designed last time had already broadened their horizons. This time, we're going to design new stove equipment for them, which I'm sure will be very useful. So he immediately went out to call for help. Before the craftsman arrived, Li Wei found some animal hides and began to draw a model of a forging furnace that he had seen in videos from his previous life, using charcoal. Then he clarified the concept of the bellows blower. Li Wei couldn't draw a diagram, so he could only describe it to the carpenter verbally, hoping the carpenter could get the hang of it. Li Wei also wanted to build a simple water wheel so that some tasks could be semi-automated using water power. However, Stormlands City had no flowing rivers or streams, only deep wells. So we'll have to wait until the castle is expanded in the future to discuss this further. Chapter 53 Bipolar Affinity. Chapter 53 Dual Affinity. By the time Li Wei had completed his design and drawn all the possible blueprints, the blacksmiths had all arrived one after another. Li Wei then explained to the blacksmiths how to use these items. These blacksmiths were clearly knowledgeable, and their eyes lit up when they heard Li Wei's idea. And so they admired their Baron even more. After explaining the instructions to the blacksmiths, the stonemasons, bricklayers, and carpenters all arrived. Li Wei first showed the furnace blueprints to the stonemasons and bricklayers, telling them to ask immediately if they had any questions, as they needed to understand it today. He then explained his idea for the bellows blower to the carpenter, letting the carpenter figure it out on his own before drawing up blueprints for Li Wei to see. They worked like this until nightfall, and only after all the craftsmen had understood Livy's plan did Livy and Mia return home. Before leaving, Li Wei instructed the craftsmen that all of these items must be replaced within 7 days. If there were not enough people, he should contact Captain Jenkins and ask him to make the necessary arrangements. After returning to the Baron's mansion, Li Wei rested. He had just become a magic apprentice today and hadn't even had a chance to properly celebrate before getting busy with matters concerning Iron or Island. He was certainly swamped with work. This made Li Wei realize that his territory was severely lacking in talent. He currently had 50 ordinary contract scrolls and 11 first-tier contract scrolls, and he needed to find some useful personnel as soon as possible. If all else fails, we must start cultivating literacy ourselves. We should quickly set up a literacy training class, because only by learning to read can we cultivate talent. For the next few days, Li Wei spent his time learning how to construct zero-ring magic and practicing his wind chaser archery technique. As for the work in the territory, I don't need to do it personally for the next few days. The refining of sea salt and the processing of distilled spirits were handled by old Charlie and his 50 indentured servants. Until problems arose, Livy only needed to manage the harvest. The newly built Valhalla, under the command of the 2nd Infantry Company's commander, Creel, has taken shape, and Li Wei expressed his satisfaction upon seeing it. The newly established Lance Company, namely the 2nd Lance Company, under the command of its Captain Russell, has begun preliminary preparations for mining on Iron Island. These preparations include transporting food to the island and constructing accommodations for the miners, serfs, and garrison soldiers. There's also a series of other tasks, such as building small ocean-going vessels, which probably won't be completed in less than half a month. 7 days later, the renovation of the blacksmith shop, which Jenkins was in charge of, was completely completed. Jenkins also came to report that the brick-making work that the stonemasons and bricklayers had been researching seemed to be making some progress. But Li Wei didn't have time to check at the moment. Because Li Wei occasionally meditated on the lava meditation technique while learning to construct zero-ring spells, he wanted to examine the different structures of the fire illumination spell and the earth-based earth collapse spell on this particular day. As a result, during meditation, I actually sensed fluctuations of the earth element in my mental consciousness. This startled Li Wei. Could it be that I myself am also an element of affinity? So they immediately called John over to ask him questions. John was quite surprised to learn that Levi might also have an affinity for the earth element. John, is it a good thing or a bad thing that I have an affinity for both elements? Levi couldn't help but ask. Well, it's impossible to judge whether this is good or bad. The key is to look at the adult's elemental affinity. The higher the affinity, the better. However, generally speaking, the fewer types of elements the adult is compatible with, the higher the affinity. For example, people with a single element affinity often have a very high aptitude for elemental affinity. The more elements one is compatible with, the lower one's elemental talent will be. For example, I have affinity for fire, wind, and earth, but only fire is barely acceptable. Wind and earth are very poor, and there's absolutely no need to cultivate them, John explained. Li Wei immediately understood that the fewer types of affinity elements, the better. Since he didn't have professional measuring tools for magic, he couldn't know exactly which element he had affinity with, but he had already discovered two. Then Li Wei asked, should mages with multiple elemental affinities cultivate together, or should they cultivate with just one? Of course there is one. It's best to focus on cultivating the element you have the best affinity with. This is because a person's energy is limited. Rather than spending more time cultivating an elemental attribute that you don't have a high affinity with, it's definitely more worthwhile to spend your time on the element with the best affinity, John answered matter-of-factly. After listening, Li Wei thought about it for a while, then said he understood. Only then did John try to ask a question. Lord Li Wei, have you already mastered the basics of meditation? Oh yes. I got the basics down a few days ago. Okay, that's all, you can go ahead and get busy, Li Wei said. John then took his leave, though he was inwardly quite shocked. He hadn't expected Lord Levi to become a magic apprentice so quickly. You should know that the environment for practicing magic here is much worse than in the south of the continent. If Lord Li Wei were in the kingdom of Geralt, he might have mastered it much faster. After John left, Levi began to think things over, and finally decided to cultivate everything. Although you only get 1 attribute point per day now, who knows if that will change in the future? Even if it remains unchanged, then attribute points can be used specifically to break through bottlenecks in the future. Anyway, the training is usually done with data displayed on the panel, so it's not very difficult. Plus, you can take pills to speed up the training. Most importantly, if you cultivate everything, you'll have more methods in the early stages, making you stronger and naturally gaining more. It's a direct proportional relationship. After thinking it through, Li Wei continued meditating, and this time he specifically focused on sensing the elements. Because Li Wei planned to first learn the Earth Elemental Zero-Ring spell, Earth Trap, which could play a supporting role in crucial moments of battle. Just like when Rig fought Clay's Knight Squad before, a single ground trap spell almost killed Clay. 5 more days passed, and while meditating, Li Wei successfully constructed the magical structure of the Earth Collapse technique within his mental sea of consciousness. At this point, Li Wei had finally mastered his first Zero-Ring spell. I immediately checked the records on the panel. Name, Levi Lewis. Basic skills. Earth Collapse spell, Zero Circle spell beginner, ultimate. Attribute points, 37. Innate talent. Super precognition, intermediate precognition. Ultimate speed, intermediate speed. Energy essence, 146, requires upgrading base level for next awakening. Chapter 54 The Making of Magic Potions. Chapter 54 The Making of a Magic Potion. Li Wei was a little confused when he saw the information on the panel. This Zero-Ring spell was the limit? What's the point of recording it? Li Wei couldn't help but complain about the panel. Then he took Mia to the east side of Stormlands City to test the Zero-Ring spell, Earthfall. Ever since his encounter with the Divine Eye Society assassins, Li Wei has been taking Mia with him everywhere he goes, otherwise he doesn't feel safe. After arriving at a deserted clearing, Li Wei began to construct a spell model in his mental consciousness using mental magic, as instructed in the basics of magic. Once the spell was complete, Livy, following Rig's example, gathered magical energy at his feet and then released the magic. Boom! Suddenly, a large pit, about 3 meters in diameter and 40 to 50 centimeters deep, appeared 5 meters in front of Li Wei. This pit is quite something. If used suddenly, it's really hard to defend against. Let's see how far it can go. Li Wei thought to himself as he looked at the big pit in front of him. Li Wei then reconstructed the spell model, gathered more magic power, and tried to release the magic as far as possible. Boom! Another sound of the ground collapsing. Another large crater appeared 15 meters away, but this time it was only about 2 meters in diameter and 30 centimeters deep. Not bad! Levi then conducted further experiments, such as the number of consecutive uses and the speed of rapid spellcasting. Finally, after learning his current magical level, he realized he could only use the Earth Collapse spell about 5 or 6 times consecutively. Then the magic will be depleted, and to continue using magic, you will need to use a magic restoration potion. Levi doesn't have a mana restoration potion right now, and John doesn't have the recipe either. They'll have to find a way to get one later, otherwise magical combat will be too restrictive. As for the speed of casting spells, this is closely related to both talent and proficiency. Li Wei's current casting speed is about 1 spell every 4 to 5 seconds. I wonder how much it can be improved later? Li Wei is very dissatisfied with this speed. It would be best if it could be instantaneous, so that he could fight more easily. After completing the Zero-Ring spell, Earthquake, Li Wei went to check out the nearby brick-making experiment site. Jenkins had previously mentioned that the brick-making experiments were progressing well, and Levi was going to check it out. If they can actually produce qualified bricks, then they can begin large-scale infrastructure construction within the territory. Li Wei finds the current castle buildings quite displeasing. When Li Wei arrived at the brick firing test site, several kilns used for experimental brick firing were belching thick black smoke. These experimental brick kilns were built based on Li Wei's ideas, combined with the bricklayer's experience in charcoal kilns. There are 5 or 6 in total, and each one is a little different. In the end, we'll see which one works best. After arriving at the experimental site, Li Wei went directly to Toby, the stonemason in charge of the area. Toby, how's it going? What kind of bricks have been fired? Let me see. Toby, the stonemason who was busy working in the brick kiln, heard the Lord's voice and immediately ran out excitedly. First, they bowed respectfully. Grown-ups! Then he took Li Wei to some finished bricks and introduced them to him. Sir, these are the best bricks we've made so far. Because they turn red after firing, we call them red bricks. Li Wei looked at the red brick in front of him, then picked it up and tried to break it, finding it wasn't hard enough. These red bricks are probably only suitable for building houses. It would be impossible to build docks and castles with them. Then he shook his head. Toby, these red bricks are enough for building houses, but they're definitely not enough to replace stone for repairing docks and castles. We need to keep experimenting. Toby looked bitter after hearing this. Sir, can things made from this clay really be as hard as stone? Don't be discouraged. Bricks are naturally not as hard as stone, But as long as they reach a certain hardness standard, they can still be used to build castles. By the way, you're still experimenting with air cooling, right? If air cooling doesn't meet your requirements, try water cooling. But that makes it much more difficult, you'll have to think about it more carefully, Li Wei encouraged. In fact, Li Wei's original purpose in making bricks was for the renovation of houses, so he only allowed the craftsmen to use the simplest air cooling method, which was simple to make and cheaper. The reason they're considering using water-cooled blue bricks to build the castle is because they now have an iron mine in their territory. With the iron ore, producing some steel bars shouldn't be a problem. Then, we can find John to work together to produce cement. At that time, reinforced concrete combined with sufficiently hard water-cooled bricks might be even more sturdy than a stone castle. And the speed at which the castle is built must be incredibly fast. Hearing Li Wei's encouragement, the stonemason Toby could only nod reluctantly. Li Wei then offered some appropriate estimates. However, the fact that you were able to fire such red bricks is quite an achievement. Therefore, I hereby declare that Toby the stonemason is now officially a legal civilian of Stormwind, and you can start receiving a salary from now on. Next, go find old Charlie and ask him to arrange for people to build a proper brick kiln for these red bricks, and then start mass production. Upon hearing that he was now a legal civilian and could receive wages, the stonemason Toby was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, and he thanked Livy incoherently. Li Wei helped Toby up, then encouraged the others, saying that as long as they worked hard, they would be the next to be promoted to commoners. Li Wei then went to the nearby mortar factory, now run by Mario, a bricklayer who had been promoted to commoner status. The red bricks were now being manufactured. Li Wei then gave Mario the order to completely renovate the houses in the castle, replacing all the wooden and earthen houses with red brick houses. After inspecting the brick kiln and the rammed earth along the way, Li Wei returned to the castle and began to continue practicing meditation and the wind chaser archery. After cultivating for 3 consecutive days, Li Wei prepared to return to the iron ore island to check on his progress. Just then, John suddenly came over and said that the knight's potion, Wolf's Fire Potion, had been successfully prepared. Therefore, Li Wei immediately abandoned his plan to inspect the iron ore island. John, how many were successful? Levi looked at the Wolf Fire Potion that John had brought over and asked about it. Last time, Levi had Clay bring back 100 doses of auxiliary materials for the Wolf Fire Potion from Grey Fortress. Reporting to you, sir, since this was my first time refining Knight's Potion, I wasted about 20 portions of materials before I finally succeeded. Now that we've mastered the trick, we've achieved a success rate of 30 to 40%, and in the end, we successfully refined a total of 28 doses of the Wolf Fighting Fire Potion. John reported the facts truthfully. Chapter 55 Battle in the Ocean. Chapter 55 The Battle in the Sea. After John finished speaking, he gave all the remaining Wolf Fire Potions to Li Wei. Looking at all these potions, Li Wei was overjoyed. His knight rank could finally be raised. He had been focusing on other things lately, causing his night breathing technique to stagnate for quite some time. Seeing Levi's excited expression, John then offered a reminder. My lord, a normal first-to-cultivation potion typically only increases the skill level by about 20%, and it won't be effective for the next level. This Wolf Fighting Fire Potion can increase the cultivation rate of the first tier by 30%, and even the second tier can achieve a 10% increase. Therefore, its medicinal effects are extremely potent, so it cannot be taken in large quantities, otherwise it will increase the difficulty of the transformation of the fighting spirit seed. Li Wei was taken aback upon hearing this. Huh! What do you mean? It's just a regular cultivation potion. Each person can use it about 10 times. Using it more than that will affect subsequent breakthroughs. And this medicine can only be used about 5 times, after which it absolutely cannot be used again, John explained. Then isn't this potion as good as those potions that increase performance by 20%? Yes, sir, John affirmed. After hearing this, Li Wei picked up the potion again and gave it a strange look. Okay, I understand. After saying that, he sent John back, while Levi himself couldn't wait to go back and take the potion to cultivate. Regarding John's mention of the limited number of attempts and its impact on breakthroughs, Levi felt it didn't seem to have much of an effect on him. When Li Wei broke through to the first tier, he discovered that he needed 1,000 attribute points to break through to the second tier. He knew he definitely didn't have enough attribute points, so he planned to use them for the most difficult breakthrough. Therefore, Li Wei was not worried at all about the potion affecting the breakthrough of his Do Chi seed. After all, even the life source liquid could replace attribute points, so the influence of a mere potion was naturally negligible. This kind of potion, which might not be very effective for others, is a perfect match for me. Perhaps I could collect some of these kinds of potion recipes in the future. They must be much cheaper than normal potion recipes. After arriving at his cultivation courtyard, Li Wei immediately took out a bottle of wolf-fighting fire potion and swallowed it. Immediately, Li Wei felt as if his heart was on fire, and his battle chi suddenly began to circulate automatically at an extremely fast speed. Li Wei immediately began practicing the blazing breathing technique, and then focused on cultivating it in the courtyard. Before he knew it, a day had passed, and the effects of the medicine on Li Wei gradually wore off. This was the first time Li Wei had practiced the blazing breathing technique continuously for such a long time. Practicing breathing techniques is incredibly tiring. Every improvement is essentially a struggle against one's own body. Therefore, without the aid of medicine, the daily cultivation time is generally between 0.5 and 5 hours. The higher one's talent, the longer the training time, but it's impossible to train every day, otherwise one might become a mad knight. If that's the case, the potion's greatest effect isn't just increasing cultivation speed, but rather increasing a person's cultivation time. Li Wei's talent is relatively poor. He can only cultivate for a maximum of 1 hour a day, gaining only 2 experience points. After finishing his cultivation, Li Wei immediately opened the panel to check his progress. Name, Levi Lewis. Basic skills. Flame breathing technique, Tier 1 novice knight, 41 to 1000. Wind chaser archery, beginner, 10 to 10. Attribute points, 40. The fiery breathing technique increased by 31 points at once. It seems these 28 potions aren't enough to break through to the second tier. After Clay finishes exploring the entire area around the bay, and after old Charlie produces some salt. Let Clay take the salt and arrowwood to Grey Fortress to sell, and while he's at it, he can buy all the potion ingredients he needs. After testing the efficacy of the wolf-fighting fire potion, Li Wei used the potion to cultivate for 3 more days. This brought his experience points for the flame breathing technique to 134. Considering the need for a balance between work and rest, and the time allotted for managing his territory, Li Wei planned to spend 2 months advancing to the second-tier intermediate knight level, after which he would focus on the lava meditation technique. Li Wei is now experiencing the pain brought by the control panel, which makes people too greedy and want to learn everything, making Li Wei feel more tired than working on Earth. After cultivating continuously for 4 days, Li Wei wanted to take a rest. And then John came knocking on our door again. My lord, I would like to visit the mouth of the Cane River in the west. What are you doing there? Checking on the Narcissus potion? Li Wei asked, somewhat puzzled. Narcissus potion is a Tier 1 meditation potion, which John can no longer use. Li Wei hasn't reached the first tier mage level yet, so there's no need to rush. Checking on the daffodils is one thing, but mainly I want to go there and see if I can still find my magic wand. I was worried that the 8th tier sea dragon would chase after me, so I didn't dare to look for my magic staff after it fell into the sea, and just ran away. John explained awkwardly. John even has a magic wand. Those things are hard to come by in the Kingdom of Alpha, and they probably won't be cheap in the Kingdom of Sicily either. Looks like this guy's doing pretty well in business. A magic wand can both increase a mage's casting speed and enhance the power of magic, making it arguably the most desired equipment for a mage. Moreover, I've heard that magic wands are extremely difficult to forge, so they are very rare in the Kingdom of Alpha, and Levi doesn't even know where to buy one. Alright, it's still early anyway. Go find Parker and have him gather half of the 1st Infantry Company at the castle gate. I'll go with you. Since it involved finding a magic wand and could also solve the Narcissus potion problem, Li Wei decided to go himself. Just consider it a chance to relax. After entrusting the castle matter to Jenkins, Levi led half of Parker's 1st Infantry Company toward the mouth of the Cane River. The main task of the infantry company was to carry 2 small seagoing vessels, but it was unclear whether these things would be useful at the river mouth. Half a day later, when the group arrived at the mouth of the Cairn River, the scene before them left everyone speechless. They were so frightened that they quickly hid in the woods. The seawater turned blood red, and every now and then, enormous beasts would burst from the water. The scene was truly terrifying. Clearly, a fierce battle is taking place in the nearshore area at this moment, with blood and flesh corpses scattered all over the sea. Chapter 56 Narwhal. After the narwhal discovered the change on the sea surface, Li Wei and his group quickly hid in the woods. Then Levi and John simultaneously took out their monoculars, and carefully observed the situation on the sea surface. Li Wei had originally planned to make a telescope later, since he didn't have any concave or convex mirrors. But later, John used magic to create several monoculars, and these monoculars were even more effective than the ones Levi had envisioned. Because John had imbued it with magic, Levi almost mistakenly believed that John could also create magical artifacts. John said that this was a basic skill for a maritime trader. According to him, if you couldn't make telescopes and navigation needles anytime and anywhere, then you shouldn't go to sea as a maritime trader. After Li Wei saw the situation on the sea, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "Holy crap, what's going on here? Why are these guys fighting in the waters near the coast?" In the sea, groups of sharks and whales were engaged in a fierce battle. Then he asked John, "John, you've been trading at sea for many years, have you ever seen anything like this?" John did not answer Levi's question immediately, but stared intently at the sea, seemingly lost in thought. Levi waited for a while, but didn't hear John's reply. So he turned his head away. "John?" John seemed to snap out of his daze at this moment, and then said regretfully, "My lord, there must be some treasure down there, which is why these two groups of whale sharks are fighting here." Moreover, the narwhals and saw sharks below are almost all extraordinary magical beasts, mostly second and third tier, with some fourth tier, and perhaps even fifth tier underwater. I've encountered battles between marine monsters of this level before. Back then, there was a 6th-tier water coral there, which was the main ingredient in the coral potion used to break through to the 6th-tier archmage. If only we had come sooner, we might have discovered some treasure here. Oh, is that so? Li Wei immediately perked up. Then we. Before he could finish speaking, two enormous saw sharks and a narwhal burst forth from the sea. Moreover, the narwhal fought two sharks at once, knocking them flying. 7th rank! 3 heads, 7th rank! Seeing this terrifying scene, Li Wei swallowed back the words he was about to say, then shrank his head further down, afraid of being discovered by the 7th-tier enemies. Although they couldn't come ashore, their sheer numbers were terrifying. "John, with this level of monster battle, what kind of treasures are coming up?" Levi couldn't help but ask after seeing the 7th-tier monsters return to the seabed. I don't know either," John stammered in response. He had never seen such a scene before, let alone heard of it in the kingdom of Sicily. Seeing that John seemed equally shocked, Levi didn't ask any further questions. Then the group lay there at the edge of the woods, taking turns watching for a whole day and night. During this time, Li Wei ordered the infantry company to retreat deep into the forest, where they set up makeshift tents. He also sent someone back to inform the people in the castle, lest they worry. They were also instructed to prepare all the castle's carriages, wagons, oxen, and draft animals, ready to be deployed at any time. The reason Li Wei went to such lengths to lie on the beach eating watermelon was he was mainly eyeing the things in the sea, not to mention competing with high-level magical beasts for them. Li Wei didn't even have the guts. But Levi was really eyeing the carcasses of the megalodon and narwhal in the sea. These corpses not only provide plenty of monster meat, but also monster cores and monster hides, which are all money. The next day at noon, Li Wei, who had stayed up most of the night, was still resting. Suddenly John ran over and shouted, "Sir, go and see! The sea seems to have calmed down." Upon hearing this, Li Wei immediately got up and ran towards the sea. Sure enough, the sea was calm at this moment, and apart from the pungent smell of blood and the hundreds of corpses floating on the surface, there was nothing else. "Are they still fighting on the seabed?" Li Wei asked worriedly. "Probably not. The water here isn't deep. Even if they were fighting underwater, there would be noise on the surface. The question now is who won, and whether the winner has left yet?" John analyzed. Li Wei nodded after hearing this, agreeing with the assessment. "So what do we do now? Send someone down to check?" "That works too," John answered offhand. He immediately realized what was happening, looked around, and found that there were only 3 professionals here: Lord Li Wei, who was at the 1st rank, himself, who was at the 2nd rank, and Mia, who was at the 4th rank. Mia was Lord Li Wei's slave, although she didn't look like it. So he asked cautiously, "Who should we send?" Then Levi turned to look at John, which made John even more wary. The two looked at each other for a while. "Forget it, let's wait and see." Li Wei ultimately gave up the idea of sending someone to investigate. There was no one available. As for danger warnings, forget about them. A 2-kilometer warning distance is completely useless in the ocean. "Yeah, right, let's wait. There are so many corpses, we can't possibly collect them all. Let's go collect the corpses after those ordinary sea monsters come back. John agreed. While waiting, Levi sent someone back again, ordering Clay to bring along Creel's 2nd Infantry Squadron, along with all the wagons, horses, and cattle. As evening fell, Clay arrived with his men. In the last glimmer of light, he saw the scene on the sea and was so shocked that he was speechless for a long time. But the sea was still calm, with no sign of any sea creatures. They could only continue to wait. A night passed, and no one got much rest, because no one could fall asleep. Just as dawn broke, Li Wei finally spotted movement on the sea through his telescope. So he immediately called everyone up. At this time, schools of fish were already feeding on the carcasses of whales and sharks on the sea surface, and some seabirds had also returned. John immediately volunteered. Sir, I'll go take a look first. Without waiting for Li Wei's agreement, he had the small boat carried to the seashore and then set sail. John the magician is really bold. Clay couldn't help but praise after seeing it. Li Wei's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. Then he gave the order. Let's go take a look. We can have the soldiers start pulling up those corpses, prioritizing those at the professional level. Let's not wait any longer. What if there's danger? Clay said worriedly. Don't worry, John spends most of his time at sea. Would he not know if there's danger? While Levi and Clay were still arguing, John on the sea suddenly shouted something and waved to them, signaling them to hurry over. Because it was quite far away, I couldn't hear very clearly, but judging from John's anxious look, he must have discovered something important. Realizing it might be some kind of treasure, Levi immediately told Clay to do his job, and then took Mia in another small boat to John's location. What's wrong, John? Sir, look quickly, this narwhal is still alive. John pointed excitedly at a small narwhal that was about 2 meters long. Chapter 57 Mental Contract. In Chapter 57, when Levi suddenly heard that a narwhal was still alive, he almost kicked John off the stage. Damn it, why did you call me over if there are any narwhals alive? Want to travel together? Fortunately, when I looked in the direction John was pointing, I found that it was just an ordinary small narwhal, so I held back. This little narwhal, which is no more than 2 meters long and has a row of huge bite marks on its body, was obviously badly injured. It's a miracle it didn't die. John, do you want to save this baby narwhal? And then keep it as a pet? Levi asked calmly. It's just a dying narwhal, why are you so excited? My lord, you may not know, but adult narwhals can reach the 5th rank and exceed 15 meters in length. They're the best mounts on the sea, practically a small magical warship. John kept explaining. However, Levi remained uninterested after hearing this. The sea was simply too dangerous, and he had no intention of developing his career there. Besides, the Alpha Kingdom's navigation technology was too poor. A mere second-tier John couldn't change anything. Of course, Levi wouldn't say it out loud, since John was still thinking about going home, and it wasn't good to discourage him. So he generously said, John, since you like it so much, you can have this little narwhal. By the way, I didn't know you could use contract magic. How are you planning to tame the little narwhal? Give it to me? Really? Thank you so much, sir. You are the most generous lord I have ever met. When John heard that Levi had given him the little narwhal, he couldn't help but praise Levi profusely. Then he went on to explain the contract. My lord, there is another way for magicians to form contracts with magical beasts without needing contract magic. That is to use mental power to leave an imprint in the sea of consciousness, thereby signing a mental contract. However, this requires the other party's consent, so this method often involves both parties mutually signing an equal and morally binding contract. The biology book I recommended you should have an introduction to it. Oh, this? I forgot. Li Wei replied awkwardly. He hadn't even had a chance to read that book yet. Then you should try it, Li Wei urged, trying to ease his embarrassment. At that moment, John was only focused on the baby narwhal, so he didn't notice Levi's embarrassment. Upon hearing Li Wei's urging, they immediately and carefully rowed the boat over and then dragged the small narwhal to the shallow waters. Then he asked Mia for help. Ms. Mia, please keep a close eye on this baby narwhal. If it suddenly wakes up and does anything untoward, please subdue it immediately. After hearing this, Mia looked at Levi. Li Wei nodded in agreement. Seeing this, John felt relieved and went to the baby narwhal's head, placing his hand on its head. Then close your eyes and concentrate on circulating your mental magic. Levi, meanwhile, carefully observed John's actions, learning from his experience. John did nothing further after that. It seems they are communicating in their mental consciousness, but getting the other party's consent will probably be quite difficult. After watching for a while, seeing that John still didn't move. So he left Mia to keep watch here while he went to check on Clay. At this moment, Clay was directing over 100 soldiers to continuously cut and move meat. Li Wei thought to himself, "Luckily, I made the sea salt beforehand, otherwise all this fish would have been wasted." "Clay, how's it going? How many magic cores have you found?" Clay paused for a moment upon hearing the adult's voice behind him. Then he stammered, "My lord, I suspect you may be disappointed." "What?" "Not much of a haul. Although there don't seem to be any above level 3, I did see quite a few level 1 or 2 megalodon and narwhal carcasses." Li Wei asked in confusion. "Yes, sir, we're currently moving first and second tier monster meat, but the heads of these corpses have all been bitten, and there are no magic cores inside," Clay explained. Li Wei's face darkened immediately upon hearing this. "I don't know which side won, but they were so stingy that they didn't even leave behind any first or second tier magic cores." "Then let's get more monster meat and hides. So much first and second tier megalodon and narwhal meat should speed up the soldiers' training. And don't waste these tier 1 and 2 shark and whale hides. They're great items. Even without enchantments, they make excellent leather armor." "Yes, sir." Seeing that there were no magic cores, Levi became too lazy to continue looking at Clay's place and returned to John's. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, John took several breaks to recover his energy before continuing, without even having time to speak. John opened his eyes this time, then shook his head with a regretful expression. "No, this little narwhal won't talk to me." "Oh, it's almost dead, and you're trying to save it, but it's ignoring you?" Li Wei was very puzzled. "Yes, I've promised countless tempting conditions, it's really strange." John was also somewhat frustrated. "Then what should we do? If all else fails, should we just kill him?" Li Wei suggested. "Oh, this isn't good. This is a rare opportunity. Why don't you give it a try, sir? Maybe you can do it. After all, your talent is better than mine," John suggested finally. It's so rare to find a baby narwhal that has broken away from its paw that John is still reluctant to give up. Li Wei's lips twitched upon hearing this. He was somewhat speechless. If a second-tier mage like him couldn't handle it, how could a magic apprentice like himself, who had just begun to learn magic, possibly manage it? So he refused outright. "Sir, why don't you give it a try? I can also teach you how to use mental imprints, and how to sign a mental contract. You'll definitely have a chance to use this in the future anyway," John advised again. "Okay, let's give it a try." Since John has said so, let's give it a try and treat it as a hands-on learning experience. Under John's guidance, they learn how to use mental power, how to enter the other person's mental consciousness, and how to communicate using mental power. Following John's instructions, Levi tried several times and finally succeeded in entering the little narwhal's mental consciousness. As soon as he entered, Li Wei heard a child's voice. "Get away! I'm not going with you. I'm waiting for my father and mother. If you don't leave, they'll beat you to death when they get back." Li Wei chuckled upon hearing this, thinking, "What a little brat," and then began to coax him. "But your parents can't come back right now because of something. How about I take you to find them? Besides, I have lots of delicious little fish and shrimp here." "No, go away. I don't want to go with you. When my parents come back, they'll beat you to death, you liar," the little narwhal said angrily, clearly knowing that Li Wei was lying to it. This won't do, that won't do, and Li Wei's temper flared up immediately. "Whatever, I'm just here to learn how to use the mental contract." "Hee, since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. I happen to need a whale skin as a cushion, and yours looks pretty good." You dare! My parents are." The little narwhal seemed a little scared and prepared to continue threatening Li Wei. But Li Wei interrupted him. "Forget about your parents, I'm a human being who lives on land. After I skin you and use your skin as a cushion, gouge out your eyes to use as marbles, dig out your heart to make soup, cut off your flesh to barbecue, and after I've eaten and drunk my fill, I'm going back to land now. Do you think your parents will be able to find me?" "Hee. You. The baby narwhal hesitated for a long time, clearly genuinely frightened. "Now release your mental sea so I can leave my mental imprint, or I'll stew you alive," Li Wei continued to threaten. Me. Finally, the little narwhal was too frightened and, under Li Wei's tyranny, opened its spiritual sea, allowing Li Wei to leave his mark. Whether they were frightened or not, they didn't mention any conditions and just signed an unequal spiritual contract in a muddled way. This left Li Wei somewhat dumbfounded, feeling like he was some kind of evil old man. Chapter 58 Firetail Duck. Chapter 58 Firetail Duck. After Li Wei successfully signed a spiritual contract with the little narwhal, he became amiable again. Little whale, do you have a name? No, I was just born. Before I even swam into the deep sea, I was attacked and bitten by a shark. I feel like I'm going to die, the little narwhal said pitifully. Wow, giving birth on the battlefield, that's amazing, Li Wei exclaimed in amazement. He then began to comfort the little narwhal. Don't worry, you won't die. I have many medicines here that can definitely save you. Since you don't have a name yet, I'll give you one. From now on, you'll be called Xiao Kun. By the way, my name is Li Wei. You can just call me Lord Li Wei. Really? Thank you so much. Upon hearing that it wouldn't die, the baby narwhal happily thanked Li Wei, completely forgetting that Li Wei had just been about to skin it. After calming the baby narwhal, Li Wei withdrew from its mental sea, where his imprint now remained. From now on, Li Wei will no longer need to go through such trouble to communicate with it. The two can communicate mentally over short distances. Moreover, if Li Wei so desires, he can use the mental imprint here at any time to attack the little narwhal's mental sea, causing it unbearable pain, or even shattering its sea of consciousness and causing its death. Therefore, Li Wei now has direct control over the life and death of the baby narwhal, and doesn't need to worry about the baby narwhal rebelling against him. Outside, after Li Wei withdrew from the little narwhal's spiritual sea, he opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. I never expected that I could contract a 5th-tier nasty whale so easily. Once it grows up, it can protect Stormy Bay. My lord, please rest for a while before continuing. Establishing a spiritual contract with a magical beast requires gradual communication. It cannot be rushed. Seeing that Lord Li Wei withdrew from his spiritual sea so quickly, he assumed that Li Wei was impatient, and hurriedly explained. Levi turned and gave John a strange look, completely at a loss for words. This guy must be fawning over the little narwhal, which is why it completely ignores him. He could easily scare the little narwhal into submission, and it was an unequal treaty that Li Wei had complete control over the little narwhal's life and death. However, in order not to discourage John, Levi embellished his words slightly and said, No need to rest anymore, I've succeeded. This little guy seems to click with me. We chatted for a bit, and it agreed to sign the contract. Ah. John listened, exclaimed, Ah, and then remained silent for a long time. That's it? They hit it off? Is there such a thing as signing a spiritual contract? Then John suddenly remembered something and quickly asked. Sir, you didn't promise the little narwhal any harsh conditions, did you? Signing a mental contract must not be detrimental to yourself, otherwise you can easily be controlled by the other party. Haha, no, don't worry. By the way, this little guy is badly injured. You should treat him first. And this little guy was just born. How are we going to get him back to Stormwind Bay? Levi suddenly realized that Stormy Bay was still about 10 kilometers away, so he asked John about it. Knowing that Levi hadn't promised the little narwhal any unfavorable terms, John felt much relieved. He then treated the baby narwhal while answering Levi's questions. Sir, it's alright. Although this little narwhal hasn't reached the professional level yet, it's still a relatively powerful magical beast in the ocean. Ordinary or low-level sea beasts wouldn't dare provoke it. We'll wait until it recovers a bit. We'll just follow it back to Stormy Bay along the coast. Li Wei nodded after hearing this. It seemed that this was the only way, otherwise he couldn't just carry it back. He didn't have a fish tank that big. A day later, Clay and his team had retrieved nearly 50 tons of narwhal and megalodon meat from the sea and loaded it onto trucks. They also skinned nearly 20 first and second-tier narwhals and megalodons, whose hides were much larger than those of swift wolves and naga. After cutting, there would be enough to make over 100 pieces of leather armor. Levi planned to have John process them slightly before keeping them for the soldiers of Stormwind. Although John doesn't craft enchanted armor, these first and second-tier monster hides already offer very high defense, much stronger than ordinary leather armor. In addition, I collected many megalodon teeth and the horn from the head of a narwhal, which are also usable magical materials. Although there were still many first and second-tier narwhal and megalodon carcasses on the sea surface at this time. But the corpses were too far from land, and Li Wei and his small boat dared not venture that far. Besides, the sea was not calm at this time. Many ferocious sea beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, have already entered these waters, and battles frequently erupt between them over the carcasses and flesh. Upon seeing this, Levi ordered Clay and the others to stop the salvage operation. Then, he ordered Creel to lead the 2nd Infantry Company to drive the convoy back as quickly as possible so that he could give it to old Charlie to cure. Levi and Clay, along with the remaining half of the squadron, escorted John, who was still treating the baby narwhal, eastward along the coast for 2 kilometers. They stopped only after finding a suitable place. Then, as evening fell, the little narwhal, Xiao Kun, finally woke up. When little Kun woke up and saw so many people with swords staring at him, he almost fainted again from fright. Fortunately, Li Wei reassured Xiao Kun in time, which put Xiao Kun at ease. At the same time, Xiao Kun was amazed by how powerful Li Wei was, having so many subordinates, just like its parents. After Xiao Kun awoke, Li Wei ordered Clay to stay with 20 people to take care of the baby narwhal and to give it a healing and recovery potion every 4 hours. Then Levi and John led the remaining 30 people westward again, heading towards Cain and the west of the estuary, to find John's magic wand and the Narcissus potion. 3 days later, Levi and John searched the sea for nearly 3 kilometers but couldn't find John's magic circle. This made John somewhat frustrated. It seemed his magic wand was completely lost. Fortunately, the Narcissus potion was found, and John dug them all up from the seabed, roots and all, and soaked them in a special potion before storing them away, intending to plant them in Stormy Bay later. These daffodils can also be cultivated at home, and their growth cycle is short, requiring only 6 months. After loading the Narcissus flowers, John took one last look at the sea. "Should we look again?" Li Wei couldn't help but ask. John shook his head. "Forget it, we've searched very thoroughly, it's probably not here anymore. Let's go back." Seeing this, Li Wei said nothing more and could only think of a way to get a magic wand for John and himself later. Then, just as everyone was preparing to cross the river back, a soldier suddenly spotted a flock of ducks he had never seen before, about 100 meters upstream. The feathers on the tails of these ducks were extremely bright red, a beautiful and vibrant color. After hearing the soldier's murmurs, Levi and John glanced in that direction. He was immediately taken aback. What was going on? Had he been followed by the goddess of dawn this time? How lucky I am! I was about to head back when I ran into a flock of fire-tailed ducks. We must catch them. I've heard these ducks taste really good. Chapter 59 Clay is kidnapped. Chapter 59 Clay is kidnapped. Fire-tailed ducks are common-level magical beasts. Some can even reach Tier 1. As its name suggests, its tail feathers are like flames, extremely beautiful. In the original owner's memory, these fire-tail feathers were extremely popular in the mainland. High-quality fire-tail feathers cost 5 silver coins and were highly sought-after decorations for evening gowns by wealthy women. Furthermore, the meat of this fire-tail duck is very delicious and extremely nutritious, making it very valuable for children who have not yet begun their cultivation. It is also not cheap in the mainland, costing 1 silver coin per duck. However, figuring out how to capture them and bring them back proved to be a bit of a challenge for Li Wei. Although Livy was a skilled archer, fire-tails could not only fly but also dive. Livy could only fire 2 arrows at most before the other fire-tails would dive away and escape. Seeing Li Wei's troubled expression, John couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sir, what's wrong? Are these ducks any good to look at? The duck meat is tough, and the duck eggs are fishy. They're useless." After listening, Levi shook his head, then told John about the fire-tailed duck and his idea of capturing it alive. "Fire-tailed duck? The meat is delicious?" John's eyes lit up when he heard this. He then said, "Sir, I have a way to catch these fire-tailed ducks." "Oh, tell me quickly." John then took out a vial of medicine and said, "My lord, this is a sleeping potion I developed myself. Although it's not entirely successful yet, its effect on first-tier magical beasts is not obvious. However, it is extremely effective against common-level monsters like fire-tailed duck. All you need to do is attach this potion to an arrow and shoot it at the flock of ducks. It will definitely stun some of the fire-tailed ducks." "You have such a good thing? What level are you planning to develop it to?" Levi asked after taking the sleeping potion from John. "Naturally, it's Tier 2. My goal is to put a Tier 2 magical beast to sleep within half an hour," John said confidently. "Very good, then keep up the good work," Li Wei encouraged. He then attached the sleeping potion to the arrow. "How am I supposed to detonate this potion? I can't fire a barrage of arrows from this distance." "It's alright, sir, just shoot it. I've left some spiritual energy on it, and I'll detonate it when the time comes," John replied. Seeing that John had a solution, Levi aimed at the spot where the ducks were most concentrated and fired an arrow. Swoosh. Bang. Once the archery skills reached the ducks, John successfully used his mental powers to detonate the sleeping potion. Such a commotion immediately caused all the fire-tailed ducks to dive into the water. "It's okay, it'll be fine in a few minutes," John explained as soon as he saw all the fire-tailed ducks submerge in the water. Li Wei nodded, then instructed the soldiers to row the rafts they had built earlier to the waters where the fire-tailed ducks were located. Sure enough, when Li Wei and his group rowed to the spot where the sleeping potion had exploded, they saw one fire-tailed duck after another surfacing. Li Wei immediately ordered the soldiers to carefully retrieve them and then tie them up securely. Half an hour later, Li Wei and his team had pulled up a total of 16 fire-tailed ducks. Then John said, "Let's go, half an hour has passed, no more fire-tailed ducks will float up." Afterwards, Li Wei and his group crossed the Cairn River and arrived at the place where the little narwhal, Xiao Kun, was resting. They then called Clay and the others and together they returned to Stormwind City along the coastline. The baby narwhal, Xiao Kun, also swam successfully to Stormy Bay. Li Wei arranged for several soldiers to take care of the little guy and provide him with plenty of food. Upon returning to Stormwind, the first thing Li Wei saw was whale and shark meat drying everywhere in the city. Then they summoned old Charlie to inquire about the fish marinating process. "Young master, you brought back far too much fish. I've used all the salt, but it still isn't enough." Fortunately, some serfs suggested that the fish could be smoked and then air-dried, which would allow it to be preserved for a long time. "So now most of the fish is taken to a grove of trees to the east to be smoked," old Charlie replied. When Li Wei heard that a serf had started to offer opinions, he was immediately pleased and rewarded the serf with 20 caddies of ordinary shark meat as a sign of commendation and also to encourage the serfs to think more deeply. Knowing that the fish meat could be processed properly, Li Wei also handed over the fire-tailed ducks to old Charlie, who then raised them all in captivity. After dealing with all this, Levi rested for one night, and the next day he first arranged for Clay to have a hard time. Carrying the arrow trees harvested earlier, I made another trip to Grey Fortress. The salt I had prepared was now all gone, unavailable for sale. As for the ogre hides and materials, John wouldn't allow them to be sold. Levi instructed Clay to use the gold coins earned from selling arrow trees to purchase auxiliary materials for 100 doses of wolf fire potion and 100 doses of narcissus potion, as well as materials for 1,000 doses of Tier 1 healing, recovery, and purification potions. 2,000 gold coins should be enough for these items. In addition, Li Wei gave Clay 500 gold coins to buy some blacksmiths, carpenters and other skilled slaves. He then resumed his cultivation by taking the wolf fighting fire potion. Li Wei had originally planned to cultivate arduously for 7 consecutive days, but he only managed to cultivate for 5. Levi then received Clay's plea for help. On their return, they encountered pig-headed men, and all the skilled slaves they had bought were stolen. Clay led half of his night squad in a hasty retreat, avoiding the main force of the pig-headed men, before beginning their pursuit. At the same time, he sent someone back to ask Li Wei for reinforcements. Chapter 60 Support. Chapter 60 Support. Just as Levi heard that Clay had been robbed by the pig-headed man, he had finished cultivating a potion of wolf fire. They immediately went to the council hall. At this time, apart from Russell, the captain of the 2nd Spear Company, who was on duty at the mining island, and Roger, the captain of the 2nd Night Squad, who was patrolling the northwestern wilderness mountains. All other officers of the rank of company commander were already present, and waiting. The 1st Infantry Company, led by Company Commander Parker and Deputy Company Commander Irving. The 2nd Infantry Company, commanded by Company Commander Creel and Deputy Company Commander D'Amico. 1st Spear Company, Company Commander Jenkins, Deputy Company Commander Ram. 2nd Spear Company, Deputy Company Commander Diarra. 1st Archery Company, Company Commander Will, Deputy Company Commander Lowry. Apart from Lowry, who was a disabled veteran, the other deputy company commanders were all elite soldiers originally assigned from Grey Fortress. After a period of training in combat, he finally stood out and was promoted to deputy squadron leader. When Li Wei arrived, everyone stood up and bowed. "Please sit down, everyone. Tell me the details," Li Wei asked after gesturing for everyone to sit. So Eric, the apprentice knight who had returned from Clay's mission, immediately stood up and said, "My lord, 2 days ago, on our return from Grey Fortress, about 20 kilometers west of the Cairn River, we suddenly encountered a group of pig-headed people, about 300 of them. Because the enemy had too many people, we had to abandon the 20-odd skilled slaves we had just bought. The pig-headed men, seeing that we were cavalry, did not pursue us. However, after capturing the 20-odd skilled slaves, these pig-headed men did not head north but returned to the Wild Mountains. Instead, they headed south into the Grey Mountains, leading Captain Clay to suspect that these pig-headed men might be on their way to attack a bandit stronghold. So they decided to go and track down these pig-headed men, and then sent me back to ask the Lord for instructions on what to do next. More than 300 people? Li Wei muttered to himself, then immediately asked. How many professionals do they have? What level is the strongest among them? I'm sorry, sir, we haven't been at war with them, so we haven't been able to gather any intelligence on them. However, the captain of the pig-headed vanguard is a second-tier pig-headed man, Eric replied, bowing his head. If the vanguard captain is a second-tier soldier, then the leader should be a third-tier soldier, or at most a fourth-tier soldier. We can make some plans about it, Li Wei decided after some thought. Then they began assigning tasks. Diara, half of your second spear company is still on duty at the mining island, so the rest of you will stay in Stormwind. Also, you will take over the Arrow Forest in the north. Until I return, you will be the highest military commander of Stormwind. Stormwind is in your hands now. If you encounter any difficulties, you can seek help from the Mage John. Yes, sir! Diara stood up and accepted the order. Will, Lowry, you two have difficulty walking, so you will stay behind in Stormwind with the 3 newly formed archer squads to help Diara defend the castle. Yes, sir! The 2 men stood up and accepted the order. By the way, do those 2 veteran squads have any outstanding talents? I recommend 2 to lead those 2 veteran archer squads on this expedition. Will and Lowry exchanged a glance after hearing this, and then Will stood up to answer. My lord, Ron and Yuri can lead the team. Although they were born serfs, they have excellent archery skills and are now qualified archers in the army. Alright, then let them do their best this time. The 1st and 2nd Infantry Companies and the 1st Spear Company, proceed to assemble immediately. Assemble at the city gate in 1 hour. Meeting adjourned. Yes, sir! Immediately, everyone went to prepare. Li Wei then opened the panel to check his own strength. Let's see if there's anything that can immediately boost our strength. Name, Levi Lewis. Basic skills. Flame breathing technique, Tier 1 Novice Knight, 2891000. Lava meditation, Novice Magic Apprentice, 11 to 100. Triple Flame Slash, Tier 1, 3 to 20. Earth Collapse Spell, Zero Circle Spell Beginner, Ultimate. Riding Skills, Beginner, 4 to 10. Basic Archery, Level 2, Maximum. Wind Chaser Archery, Beginner, 10 to 10. Attribute Points, 55. Innate Talent. Super Precognition, Intermediate Precognition. Passively foresee danger twice a day, within a 2-kilometer radius, for 3 days, and be able to sense others' malice towards you at close range. Ultimate Speed, Intermediate Speed, increases current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by 3 times. Energy Essence, 146, requires upgrading base level for next awakening. Let's upgrade the Wind Chasing Archery skill to level 1 first. This will increase both the shooting speed and the arrow speed. As for the Triple Flame Slash, let's upgrade it when we need to. After checking the panel, Li Wei spent 1 attribute point to upgrade Wind Chasing Arrow technique to Tier 1, but not Flame Triple Slash. Because Li Wei really doesn't like close combat, and he also has a 4th-tier Mia by his side, so close combat is usually handled by Mia. An hour later, Li Wei arrived with 2 infantry companies, 1 spear company, and 2 archer squads. Led by Eric, they marched at full speed to support Clay. That evening, Livy's army arrived at the place where Clay had been kidnapped. Eric then ran alone into a dense forest, and returned a moment later with 6 warhorses and 2 apprentice knights, clearly left behind by Clay, since the Grey Mountains were not suitable for mounted combat. Sir, Captain Clay has gone in with 2 men and hasn't returned yet, but he left markers along the way, Eric reported upon his return. Li Wei glanced at the sky and then said, Let's set up camp and rest for the night, and set off again tomorrow morning. Creel, tomorrow your squadron will leave 10 men to guard the warhorses. Upon hearing Li Wei's order, the group immediately began to set up camp. The next day at dawn, Li Wei led his team into the depths of the Grey Mountains, following Clay's markings. When the group reached noon, they happened to run into Clay, who was returning. My lord, you've finally arrived! You've come just in time! Clay exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Levi's group. What do you mean? What's going on with those pig-headed men? Li Wei asked, puzzled. Sir, those pig-headed men are returning now. It's about a 3-hour journey from here. Yesterday they stormed a bandit stronghold, stole some grain, and captured over 300 serfs, Clay explained. Returning? Have you ascertained the strength of the pig-headed man? Li Wei asked hurriedly. Because as long as the pig-headed man is not strong, Li Wei will immediately set up a trap to ambush him. We've investigated thoroughly. The pig-headed leader is a Tier 3, along with 1 Tier 2 vanguard captain and 2 Tier 1 pig-headed men. They're not very strong, we can handle them. In addition, in the bandit stronghold they breached, there was 1 Tier 2 warrior and 2 Tier 1 warriors. The Tier 2 warrior has been killed, and the 2 Tier 1 bandits have been captured, Clay replied. Then let's start setting traps and ambush points. These are all battle achievements. Li Wei excitedly issued the battle order. Chapter 61 The Thief Who Doesn't Rob. Chapter 61 The Thief Who Doesn't Rob. After giving the order, Li Wei immediately set to work. Clay led his knight squad back to investigate the whereabouts of the orc army. Creel and his 2nd Infantry Company remained in place to begin digging traps. Parker and Jenkins then regrouped the team, each leading half of it, and circled around the path the pig-headed men had taken, searching for suitable ambush locations on the left and right sides ahead. Ron and Yuri also led their respective teams, one on each side. After giving some instructions to Creel, Li Wei also followed the main force to set up an ambush. Once everyone found a suitable spot 200 meters away from the trap that Creel had dug, they immediately hid. 2.5 hours later, Clay returned as well. The report said the pig-headed men were expected to arrive in less than half an hour, and that they would be taking the same route they had come from. Where do those captured serfs stand in their ranks? Li Wei asked. These serfs were also his property, so Livy didn't want to harm them unintentionally. If the serfs run amok in the middle of the ranks when a fight breaks out, then there might not be any way to deal with it, Clay replied. Alright, we'll do our best. Once the fighting starts, shout a few words to make all the serfs lie down on both sides of the road. If they don't listen, then forget it. That was all Li Wei could do. After all, the fate of these serfs who were captured by the pig-headed men was to be used as food. After more than 10 minutes, Li Wei, standing behind a large tree, could already see the pig-headed men's procession through his binoculars. He then immediately signaled to everyone to get ready. Once the pig-headed man was fully inside the ambush area, Li Wei took out his enchanted bow, drew it fully, aimed at the 2nd-tier orc vanguard captain, and fired an arrow. Whoosh! Puff! The 2nd-tier pig-headed vanguard captain fell to the ground with a thud. Li Wei then immediately ordered the archer squad to fire. The 2 archer squads immediately fired simultaneously at the rear of the pig-headed men's formation. Because Livy shot and killed the pig-headed vanguard captain, and the archer squad attacked the rear of the pig-headed army. This immediately threw the entire group of pig-headed men into chaos. Clay immediately ordered the teams on both flanks to attack. Kill! Upon hearing the sounds of battle, Parker and Jenkins immediately led their team down the slope. Kill! Kill! Meanwhile, Mia had already set her sights on the 3rd-tier orc leader. The already chaotic pig-headed men became even more disorganized upon hearing the shouts of battle from both sides. The pig-headed leader tried to stabilize his troops' formation, but was interrupted by a common arrow shot by Li Wei. At this point, Parker and Jenkins were already engaged in close combat with the pig-headed man. Clay shouted the order for the human serfs to lie down on both sides several times, and then led his knight squad to attack the 2 first-tier professionals of the pig-headed man. This time, Li Wei didn't steal any kills because he needed to keep the pig-headed leader occupied until Mia engaged him in battle. As long as the pig-headed leader was kept occupied, the pig-headed army would become increasingly chaotic, thus reducing the pressure on Parker and Jenkins. Then, enraged by Li Wei's refusal to fire, the pig-headed leader charged out of his army, attempting to kill Li Wei, the sharpshooter. As soon as he escaped the army, Mia found him. Upon discovering that the opponent was a 4th-tier professional, the pig-headed leader turned to run, but was shot through the chest by Li Wei, who had switched to an enchanted bow and arrows. Then, Mia severed both his legs, rendering him completely incapable of fighting. Li Wei immediately followed up with an arrow, successfully collecting 100 energy essences. He was about to advance to the 2nd-tier intermediate knight level, so he needed to save up more energy essences. With the death of the orc leader, Clay also successfully killed the 2 first-tier orcs. This completely threw the pig-headed army out of control, and they all began to flee for their lives. Their retreat was blocked by a squad of archers. Human armies and powerful warriors were on both sides. So the pig-headed men swarmed forward. A few minutes later, almost all of the pig-headed men who were running forward fell into the trap that Creel had dug. Creel then led his men to charge forward, killing all the pig-headed men who hadn't fallen into the trap, and then surrounded the trap to prevent the pig-headed men from escaping. Meanwhile, Li Wei and his group had dealt with the pig-headed men behind them and caught up. Seeing that everything was going well at Creel's place, they were relieved. Next came the task of cleaning up the battlefield, which Li Wei didn't need to worry about. At this moment, Li Wei was standing in front of the bodies of 2 fallen soldiers, mourning them. In war, there are always deaths, so everyone can only accept this as a matter of course. After arranging the necessary matters, Clay brought 2 people to Levi. Grown-ups! Have the list of those rescued serfs been compiled? Li Wei asked. Yes, sir, there were 312 people in total, 32 of whom died, leaving 280, Clay replied. Such low casualties? It seems someone is directing those serfs. Is it those thieves? Li Wei was somewhat surprised that so many serfs had survived. On such a chaotic battlefield, these timid serfs would be difficult to obey orders unless there were people watching over them, which was undoubtedly the thieves. Your Excellency is wise. It was indeed those bandits from the original mountain stronghold who, during the battle, desperately directed the serfs to find a place to lie down. Fight to the death? Li Wei asked, somewhat puzzled. Sir, these thieves seem a bit different from the ones we've encountered before. According to them, they've never robbed anyone. They've always lived by farming and gathering in the deep mountains, Clay explained. Oh, is that so? Li Wei immediately became interested. There were thieves who didn't rob? So he whispered something in Clay's ear, and after Clay left, he went to the 2 bound thieves. What are your names? My name is Gady, sir. My name is George. The 2 answered truthfully. I heard you were just desperately trying to save those serfs, and then you didn't rob them? Li Wei continued to ask. Sir, we are not thieves, so naturally we wouldn't rob anyone. As for saving those serfs, that is our promise, the man named Guddy replied. Ha ha, if you're not thieves, then what are you? With your professional status, you could do well anywhere. So why are you hiding in the deep mountains? Didn't you do something illegal? Li Wei said with amusement. Although some people are indeed forced to enter the deep mountains and have not done anything wrong, once they reach the lawless land, it is difficult for those with power to maintain their integrity. Sir, there's nothing funny about this. We were framed by our superior and had no choice but to hide in the Grey Mountains. We have never done anything immoral, the 2 thieves said firmly. Then Clay came back again and whispered to Levi. Sir, what they said is true. These guys have been in the mountains for less than 2 years, and they have not gone out to rob anyone. They have also been protecting the safety of the serfs. Chapter 62 Incorporation. After receiving Clay's approval in Chapter 62, Levi was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected there to be thieves who didn't rob. Just now, Li Wei sent Clay to the serfs to inquire about the thieves. During separate interrogations, the serfs' accounts were completely consistent. So unless these thieves are some kind of cult that brainwashed all the serfs, it can only prove that these thieves were not lying and that they did indeed stick to their principles. This gave Li Wei some ideas. So he asked, Tell me about your background. If there are no problems, I might consider not making things difficult for you. Gady and George exchanged a glance, then sighed and slowly recounted their experiences. It turns out they were from the original 3rd Company of Grey Fortress. The company commander, Hildy, was the 2nd-tier bandit leader who had been killed by the pig-headed men. Gady and George were both elite squad leaders. 2 years ago, Odin was suddenly transferred to the 8th Battalion, and he brought with him Rig, a 3rd-tier high-ranking knight. Later, it's unclear how Odin managed it, but Rig became the squad leader of the 3rd Company, while Hilda was demoted to deputy squad leader. Rig then tried to win over Hildy, hoping he would serve Odin, but Hildy didn't want to get involved in the factional struggles within the army, so he consistently rejected Rig's attempts to win her over. This greatly displeased Rig, so he continued to cause trouble for Hildy and his men. But Hildy remained unmoved. He felt that as a 2nd-tier warrior of commoner origin, getting involved in a large-scale factional conflict would only make him a pawn in the end. Therefore, he prepared to request a transfer from Captain Klein. Rig interpreted this behavior as a serious provocation, so during a mission, he plotted to frame Hildy and her 2 elite squads. Thus, although Hildy ultimately escaped death from the 3rd-tier thief, she was branded as a traitor and unable to return to Grey Fortress. In the end, he had no choice but to take Gady, George, and the remaining 10 elite soldiers and hide in a bandit stronghold in the Grey Mountains. After learning about Gaddy and George's experiences, Levi and Clay were also quite surprised. Unexpectedly, there was such a coincidence. Rig, who framed them, was killed by Li Wei and his group. The third-tier thief who was chasing them should also be the third-tier thief who was killed by Li Wei and his group. Since you haven't done anything wrong, then I won't make things difficult for you. Thank you, sir. Gaddy and George immediately expressed their gratitude. Then Levi waved to signal Clay to untie the two men. Then he invited her again. Since you can't return to Grey Fortress, and you can't go back to the thieves' stronghold either, how about I invite you to join Stormlands? Oh right, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Levi Lewis, Baron of Stormlords. Of course, if you join, you must sign a 10-year contract with me, but you will still receive the same military pay as everyone else. So, are you willing? Gaddy and George had long realized that Levi's identity was not simple, but he was definitely not an officer of Grey Fortress, because military officers were prohibited from bringing professional slaves, and Levi had a fourth-order demi-human slave with him. Neither of them expected the other to be the Baron of Stormhold. So the two of them said, "While Stormlands is dangerous, it's safer than the bandit stronghold, so we're naturally willing to go. But Greyhold is too close to Stormlands. If Odin and Rig..." After hearing their concerns, Li Wei chuckled softly. "You don't need to worry about that. Rig is already dead, and as for Odin, he'll be gone soon too. My lord, I forgot to report to you, Odin has been transferred away, he is no longer at Grey Fortress." Clay interrupted immediately upon hearing Odin's question. "Oh really? That's pretty fast," Li Wei said, somewhat surprised. Then he said to the two of them, "How about that? All the problems are solved now." At this point, Gaddy and George were completely stunned. Riggs was dead? Odin had been transferred? A moment later, the two immediately came to their senses and knelt down, saying, "Gaddy is willing to pledge his loyalty to you, sir. George is willing to pledge his loyalty to you, sir." The fact that Baron Levy could still think about the safety of the serfs while fighting the hog-headed men suggests that he must be a benevolent lord. Following him would definitely be better than staying in the bandit stronghold. Seeing that the two were willing, Li Wei was very satisfied, and then asked, "How many people are left in your team?" After a moment of silence, Gaddy and George spoke, their voices choked with emotion. "Of the old brothers from the 3rd Company back then, only the two of us are left. Captain Hilda and the other brothers all died in the battle against the pig-headed men. We now have 8 new recruits under our command." Li Wei remained silent for a moment after hearing this, then sighed. "What a pity, they were all brave and skilled warriors." Then he sent the two men to appease their men and serfs. An hour later, Parker and Jenkins came to report after cleaning up the battlefield. "My lord, we have killed a total of 206 pig-headed men, including 1 3rd-tier, 1 2nd-tier, and 2 1st-tier. Their battle achievements have been tallied and are available for your review." Li Wei took it and glanced at it, finding no problem, and then said, "I have no problem with this. Go ahead and publish it. Also, this collective achievement is worth 5 9th-class merits. The reward money will be distributed when we get back." "Yes, sir." Jenkins then reported, "Sir, in terms of supplies, we have captured a total of 65 long swords, 124 spears, 53 pieces of leather armor, 3 pieces of iron armor, about 100 other damaged weapons, and more than 50 tons of grain." Li Wei nodded after hearing this, then looked at Creel. "Sir, a total of 71 pig-headed men have been captured." Creel immediately reported, "Okay, not bad, you've all worked hard." Li Wei then ordered a return trip, and by the time the group emerged from the Grey Mountains, it was already dark. They could only rest for another night in the makeshift camp they had been staying in before. Chapter 63 Personal Guard. Chapter 63 After resting for a night, Li Wei and his personal guards packed their things and prepared to set off at dawn the next day. This time, however, the troops split into 2 groups. Clay needed to return to Grey Fortress to retrieve the pig-headed man's head in exchange for battle merits. Clear's 2nd Infantry Squadron will also accompany Clear, as they will be escorting prisoners. The 206 pig-headed people killed and the 71 pig-headed people captured can be exchanged for a total of 15.6 9th-class merits, 1 8th-class merit, and 1 7th-class merit. Of these, 2.5 9th-class merits will go to Clay and his Knight Squad. Including their collective merits, they can receive 3 9th-class merits this time, as Li Wei had promised them beforehand. The remaining 12.6 ninth class merits, 1 8th class merit, and 1 7th class merit. I'm planning to exchange 12 ninth class merits for 12 vials of Phaeton potion, but I'll just save the remaining 0.6. 8th class and 7th class merits need to be registered under Clay's Knight Squad, that is, Eric and his group, in order to exchange for 11 vials of Life Source liquid. Both Radiant Potions and Life Essence are strategic resources for territory-creating professionals, and for Li Wei at this point, the more the better. Li Wei isn't going to accumulate any century-long military achievements right now. He doesn't even have any children yet, so what's the point of accumulating them? He'd rather focus on becoming stronger first. As for the 71 pig-headed captives, they should be able to be exchanged for 100 or 2 gold coins. Levi instructed Clay to use all of them to purchase ordinary grade contract scrolls. After seeing Clay and his men off, Levi ordered the remaining men to take the captured supplies and people and return to Stormwind. In addition, there were the potion supplements and craft slaves that Clay had purchased. These slaves were all quite lucky, not one of them died. That evening, upon arriving in Stormwind, Li Wei first signed a pact with Guddi, George, and their 8 elite soldiers for a period of 10 years. This contract primarily guarantees their loyalty and does not restrict anything else. They will enjoy all the benefits they are entitled to. After signing the contract, Levi appointed Gaddy as his personal guard captain and George as his vice captain. This was something Li Wei had planned out when he confirmed the 2 men had no criminal record and was preparing to recruit them. Then, have the 2 select 42 of the better serfs from all the serfs in Stormwind, and use the remaining 42 common grade contracts. They formed a personal guard unit with 2 Tier 1 novice warriors and 8 elite soldiers at its core, along with 42 new recruits. These 52 people will all follow Li Wei from now on, and will all live in the Baron's mansion to protect Li Wei's safety at all times. Then Levi gave Gaddy and George their first order, to improve the combat effectiveness of the personal guard as soon as possible, and he would personally inspect it 2 months later. After resolving the matter of the personal guard, Levi then gave John the 100 doses of Wolf Fire Potion and the 100 doses of Narcissus Potion that Clay had bought, instructing him to hurry up and refine them. He then began inspecting the territory and assigning tasks. Firstly, regarding arable land, this task returned to Old Charlie's hands. According to Old Charlie's report, in addition to the 1,000 mu of paddy fields and 1,000 mu of dry land already planted, 1,500 mu of new paddy fields have been reclaimed. This year, we plan to reclaim another 1,500 mu of paddy fields, which will complete our task. Because there aren't many serfs currently responsible for cultivating farmland, the majority are drawn away from the rammed earth workshops, brick kilns, Stormwind city building renovations, mining on the mining islands, and fishing in the bay. In addition, once the mining island begins normal operation, the blacksmith shop will also need manpower. This led to a shortage of serfs in the territory once again, and Livy planned to continue increasing the population once the fishing industry had become successful. After inspecting the farmland, Li Wei also inspected the arrow grove, the rammed earth factory, the brick kiln, the replacement of buildings in the outer city, and the fishing in the bay. After correcting all the shortcomings, he also gave all the staff a pep talk, making them feel valued. Furthermore, while patrolling the bay for fishing operations, they also took the opportunity to see the baby narwhal and its young calf, fostering a closer bond. Just because you've controlled it through a mental contract doesn't mean you can completely ignore it. After all, it's still a newborn little creature and needs companionship. The little guy's injuries have almost fully healed now. No wonder he's a monster cub. His physique is amazing. After playing with the little guy for half a day, Levi arrived at the mining island and, accompanied by Russell, began to tour the entire mining area. The makeshift shelters for the miners, serfs, and soldiers on duty have been completed. They are simple wooden houses with rather rudimentary conditions. That's why Li Wei implemented the rotation system. Otherwise, people might not be able to stand living on the island all the time. At this time, initial mining work had already begun on the mining island, which involved clearing obstacles from the iron ore surface and constructing a road connecting the mining area to the island's makeshift dock. Then, when Li Wei saw that all the serfs were carrying things on their shoulders and in their hands, he immediately thought of something. The wooden ox and flowing horse invented by Zhuge Liang were later transportation tools such as wheelbarrows, rickshaws, and wheelbarrows. This thing is simple in structure and not difficult to make, so after finishing the inspection of the mining island, Li Wei immediately found 2 carpenters, sketched a rough draft of a rickshaw, and after explaining it to them, the 2 carpenters immediately knew how to build it. The most difficult part is the wheels, and the carpenter said that they could simply refer to the design of a horse-drawn carriage. This round of inspections took 3 days. By this time, Clay and his men had returned, bringing with them 12 vials of phaeton and 11 vials of life source fluid. Clay's next task was to take turns with Roger, one of them responsible for patrolling the Northwest Wild Mountains, and the other responsible for training the second night squad. After obtaining the potion, Levi first summoned Parker, Jenkins, Will, and Lowry. The 4 of you are all at the peak of elite soldiers, and I just happened to have exchanged for a batch of phaeton potions. You all displayed great bravery in the wars against sea monsters, ogres, and pig-headed men. You've accumulated a 9th rank battle merit, so you can now exchange it for the phaeton potion. Of course, it's okay if you don't want to exchange them. You can continue to save your battle merits. However, I still recommend you exchange them, because it will be much easier to earn battle merits after becoming a professional. The 4 of them were incredibly excited. They would naturally choose to exchange their items, as this would elevate their status to a new level. Among the working class, professionals naturally hold a much higher status than ordinary people. Furthermore, once they become professionals, according to the territory's policies, one of their descendants will inevitably become a professional as well, which is precisely what they strive for. The 4 of them then happily took their respective phaeton potions and went back to their secluded cultivation to advance their cultivation levels. Next, Liwei summoned Eric and Thomas, who had also reached the peak of the apprentice knight level. However, their battle merits were not enough to exchange for the life source liquid. So Liwei gave them the same option as Roger: lend them the money first, and they could return it later when they earned merit. Chapter 64 Intermediate Knight. After the intermediate knights exchanged 4 hoiding potions and 2 life source fluids in Chapter 64, the number of professionals in the territory should be able to increase by a few more. I hope they can all succeed on their first try. Taking the radiant elixir and the life source liquid does not absolutely guarantee that one will be promoted to a professional. Failures happen all the time. Sometimes things go wrong during a breakthrough, sometimes the foundation isn't solid enough, sometimes it's just bad luck. In short, there will always be some unexpected events. However, each person can use the radiant elixir and life essence 3 times, and the chance of failing all 3 times is still very small. So even if Parker and his team fail, they can still advance to the next level by continuing to earn battle merits and exchanging them for potions. After dealing with everything, Li Wei resumed his drug-fueled cultivation journey. After taking a dose of the Wolf's Fire potion, he began practicing the blazing breathing technique to continue his nightly training. During this period of rigorous training, Li Wei would occasionally listen to old Charlie's reports about the territory. For example, after only 3 days of cultivation, Li Wei learned that of the 6 people who used the potion to break through, 5 had succeeded, with only Lowry being slightly less fortunate and failing to break through. However, it said that Lowry wasn't discouraged. He had a feeling that as long as he used the Phaeton potion just once, he was 100% certain he could break through. Moreover, as the deputy captain of the archery squadron, he was also a relatively experienced and qualified archer. Earning a 9th rank merit in later battles should not be a problem. The other 5 successfully advanced to the ranks of Tier 1 Beginner Warrior and Tier 1 Beginner Knight. At this point, the number of professionals in the territory had reached 12. You should know that when Li Wei first transmigrated, he only had Clay, a knight professional, by his side. After practicing for another 7 days, Li Wei decided to rest for a day because he felt his nerves had reached their limit, and continuing to practice might lead to something bad. So Li Wei went to Stormy Bay to rest and spend some time with the little narwhal, Xiao Kun. Fishing had already begun in the bay, with 10 small fishing boats towing huge homemade nets as they sailed around the bay. Fortunately, the bay was large enough, and John had personally explored it. Because the bay had once been inhabited by the Naga, it had undergone Naga transformation. Therefore, there is a lot of coral and seaweed below, which results in relatively abundant fish resources in the bay. As long as Levi fishes reasonably, he will not damage the ecological environment here. After resting, Li Wei continued his arduous training, practicing intermittently for another month. Li Wei sensed that the blazing breathing technique had likely reached its first limit. So I opened the panel to take a look. Name, Levi Lewis. Basic skills. Flame breathing technique, Tier 1 Novice Knight, 1000 to 1000. Triple Flame Slash, Tier 1, 11 to 20. Attribute points, 99. Finally reached the limit. The last potion didn't even give me 31 experience points. It seems that relying on cultivation potions really won't help me break through my cultivation realm. Li Wei consumed a total of 23 Fighting Wolf Fire potions during this training session. Adding to the 9 he had used previously, he consumed a total of 32 Fighting Wolf Fire potions. John brewed 28 potions of Fighting Wolf Fire potion on his first attempt, and 33 potions of Fighting Wolf Fire potion and 13 potions of Narcissus potion on his second attempt. Because the main ingredient of the Narcissus potion, the Narcissus magic potion, has not yet been expanded to a larger scale, the original 13 Narcissus plants can only provide enough for 30 servings of the potion. Therefore, John only refined 30 portions of the Narcissus potion and succeeded in making 13, which is a higher success rate than the Wolf Fire potion. During this time, in addition to taking drugs and practicing the blazing breathing technique, Li Wei also practiced the triple blazing slash. After all, the knight's breathing technique is unlike a mage's meditation technique, which only requires sitting and meditating. The knight's breathing technique requires intense and arduous practice, so Li Wei figured he might as well practice the triple flame slash since he was going to practice it anyway, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In addition, Li Wei would occasionally practice the lava meditation technique to relax his body, thus improving his lava meditation skills as well. As for the wind-chasing arrow technique, I had absolutely no time to practice it. Mainly, my hands were so tired that I could barely lift them, so I couldn't practice even if I wanted to. Now that Li Wei has reached the first level limit of the blazing breathing technique, he did not immediately add points to break through. The main reason was that he had just finished cultivating a potion of wolf fire, and was really too tired. Li Wei decided to go back and get a good night's sleep first. Perhaps the intense training of the past month had truly exhausted Li Wei. Levi slept for a whole day and night. Old Charlie almost called John over. Fortunately, Mia stopped him in time. With his strength as a 4th-tier warrior, he could naturally tell that Li Wei was indeed too tired, which led to his deep and prolonged sleep. Given his professional physique, there shouldn't be any major problems. Once his body functions adjust automatically, Li Wei will naturally wake up. Sure enough, Li Wei woke up on his own the following evening and was quite surprised to learn that he had slept for a whole day and night. But he quickly lost his surprise, because Li Wei's stomach began to protest wildly. After solving his own basic needs for food and clothing, Li Wei began to calm down and adjust his state of mind. Then, an attribute point was added to the flame breathing technique. Immediately, Li Wei's battle aura automatically emerged, and his life seed heart began to transform, though only slightly, not as dramatically as when he broke through to the 1st tier last time. After the breakthrough ended, Li Wei opened the panel again to check. Basic skills. Flame breathing technique, 2nd tier intermediate knight, 0 to 10,000. Basic archery, level 2, can be fused. Wind chasing arrow technique, tier 1, 0 to 20, can be fused. Attribute points, 98. Innate talent. Super precognition, intermediate precognition, 0 to 1000 passively foresee danger twice a day, within a 2-kilometer radius, for 3 days, and be able to sense others' malice towards you at close range. Ultimate speed, intermediate speed, 0 to 1000 increases current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by 3 times. Energy essence, 256, click to awaken. Base level increased, panel functions improved, 10 attribute points gained daily, and skills of the same type can be fused. Chapter 65 Melee Enhancement. Chapter 65 Melee Enhancement. After breaking through to the 2nd tier intermediate knight level, Li Wei was momentarily stunned by the changes on his character panel. The panel can be improved? That's amazing. Skill fusion? 2 archery skills can be fused together? And the attribute points have increased to 10? You should have said so earlier. I was so frugal before, unwilling to spend an extra attribute point. Li Wei muttered to himself. After thinking for a moment, he immediately combined basic archery with the wind-chasing archery technique. Immediately, Li Wei's knowledge and memories of archery began to gradually increase. Once all the knowledge had been absorbed into his mind, Li Wei immediately opened the panel to check the changes. Basic skills. Wind-chasing arrow technique, tier 4, 1 to 10 tier 1, 15 to 20. Energy essence, 256, click to awaken. Basic archery skills have been integrated into wind-chasing archery, and the experience points for wind-chasing archery have also been increased. This is actually a good thing for Li Wei, because in this way, the attribute points spent on cultivating those low-level skills in the future will not be wasted. But what does tier 4 1 to 10 mean? Isn't my Wing Chaser archery a tier 3 skill? Could it be that the skill level cap can also be increased through fusion? Does 1 to 10 mean you need 10 second tier archery skills? Looks like I need to collect some low level skills. I'll see how they go when I try them out. Anyway, I get 10 attribute points every day now, so it only takes a few days to train those first and second tier skills. After mastering archery, Li Wei went to his training courtyard. Come on, Mia! Let's have a go. But sir, Mia exclaimed in surprise. It's alright. Use half your strength first, and then follow my instructions to gradually increase your strength. Li Wei wanted to test his current strength as a mid-level second-tier knight, and see just how powerful he was with the triple speed boost. According to standard knight stats, my current speed should already surpass that of a 4th-tier grand knight, right? However, this is just the standard data. Once professionals reach the 4th tier, they have already mastered various skills, so their scores are generally higher than the standard data. Mia then used half her strength to fight Levi, but she couldn't keep up with his speed and was instead suppressed by him. However, Mia's experience and swordsmanship are clearly superior to Levi's. Therefore, no matter how fast Li Wei was, he could not break through Mia's defenses. Then Levi had Mia gradually increase her strength. When Mia had reached more than half of her full strength, Levi's speed was still much faster than Mia's. However, Li Wei was clearly no match for them, and could only rely on dodging and running away to barely hold on. But in the end, Mia knocked the long sword out of his hand with a single blow, and he was defeated. After the battle, Mia immediately pointed out Levi's weaknesses. My lord, although your speed is very fast, your movements are chaotic and disorganized, and you haven't made full use of your speed advantage at all. Also, your swordsmanship level seems to be only at the 1st tier, which is completely insufficient to deal with 3rd or 4th tier professionals. It means that when someone is unaware of your speed, they might launch a surprise attack. If that fails, you might not have a second chance. Upon hearing this, Li Wei immediately picked up his longsword. He had also realized the problem Mia had mentioned. With his current combat strength, he indeed only had one chance to launch a surprise attack against a 3rd or 4th tier expert. Therefore, I still need to improve my swordsmanship. He then added 10 attribute points to the triple flame slash. Once the memory fusion is complete, open the panel to view it. Basic skills. Triple flame slash, tier 2, 0 to 50. Attribute points, 88. It only takes 51 attribute points to advance to the 3rd tier? Then let's keep adding them. Li Wei is preparing to fully enhance his melee capabilities this time, not only in terms of sword skill level, but also by frequently sparring with Mia to improve his experience in unexpected situations during battle. The skill memories provided by the panel are based on the experience of the skills themselves, which is rather rigid. After consuming another 51 attribute points, Li Wei directly cultivated the triple flame slash to the 3rd tier limit. Then he said to Mia, Go again, use the same level of strength you used to defeat me. After saying that, he drew his sword and charged forward. First strike. Li Wei channeled his knightly aura, gripped his sword with both hands, and after a thrust, slashed diagonally upwards. Mia was startled and instinctively stepped back. But after Li Wei made his first strike, he did not stop. The second strike. The knight's aura flared once more, and Li Wei spun around, slashing horizontally again. This time, Mia had no time to dodge and could only raise her longsword to parry. With a clang, both of them were forced back by the shock. Li Wei then used his toes to touch the ground, blasting his battle chi into the air, propelling himself high into the sky. With a loud shout. The third strike. He gripped the sword with both hands and cleaved it down from above with a force as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Boom! Mia, who had been forced to defend after being hit by 3 consecutive sword strikes, was sent flying by the final heavy blow and crashed heavily into the wall. Cough, cough, cough. Several violent coughs followed. Li Wei was taken aback, then quickly ran over and helped Mia up. Mia, are you alright? After Li Wei upgraded his triple flame slash to the 3rd tier, he knew that to unleash the full power of this skill, 3 consecutive slashes were required. This is how the power of each move increases, especially the final strike, which is a combination of the power of 3 swords stacked together. But Li Wei didn't expect it to be so powerful, it actually sent Mia flying. Sir, I'm fine. Mia coughed a few times to indicate that she was alright. Then he exclaimed in surprise. My lord, what was your swordsmanship just now? It's the sword technique we used in our previous fight. However, this technique requires a 3-hit combo to unleash its full power, so I couldn't resist trying it out. I didn't expect it to be so powerful, Li Wei explained. My lord is truly remarkable. Although this sword technique is only at the 3rd tier, the power of those 3 consecutive strikes was already approaching that of the 4th tier, and you have only just been promoted to the 2nd tier mid-level knight. If you had an adult speed, even a typical tier 3 knight would likely be no match for an adult in a head-on confrontation. A 3rd tier warrior is definitely no match for an adult. Mia recalled the power of the sword technique Levi had just used, and then analyzed it. Li Wei now understands his current close combat capabilities. However, his goal was to deal with the 4th tier opponents, so he then prepared to awaken a new innate talent to see if he could improve his strength again. Chapter 66 Absolute Defense. Chapter 66 Absolute Defense. After confirming that his melee strength had approached the 4th tier, Li Wei then used 6 attribute points to raise his fused wind-chasing arrow technique to the 2nd tier. Then, consume energy essence points to awaken your innate talent. After losing 10 points of energy essence, Li Wei noticed a change in the panel data. Name, Levi Lewis. Basic skills. Wind-chasing arrow technique, Tier 4, 1 to 10, Tier 2, 0 to 50. Attribute points, 31. Innate talent. Absolute defense. Basic defense 0-100 increases current physical defense, battle aura defense, and magical mental defense by 2 times. Energy essence 246 requires upgrading base level for next awakening. Absolute defense? Is this a defensive innate talent? Basic defense can be improved by 2 times in all aspects, which should be the same as ultimate speed. Intermediate defense should also be improved by 3 times. Thinking of this, Li Wei directly consumed 101 points of energy essence in the absolute defense. The panel then displayed that the intermediate defense had indeed increased by 3 times. Absolute defense, intermediate defense 0 to 1000 increases current physical defense, battle aura defense, and magical mental defense by 3 times. That really is 3 times the original price. Looking at his 3 innate talents, Li Wei couldn't help but think. Of my 3 innate talents, 1 is a mental talent of precognition and 2 are physical talents of speed and defense. Surprisingly, unlike most knights who awaken their innate talents, they didn't awaken elemental attack type innate talents. Judging from this trend, will the next awakened innate talent be something like strength? Li Wei then had Mia help him test the specific effects of the intermediate level defense. The test results showed that Li Wei's current pure physical defense was sufficient to withstand the slashes of elite soldiers and to reduce the damage from ordinary arrows. With the addition of battle aura defense, a 3rd tier enchanted inner armor, and an outer layer of iron armor, the 4 layers of defense combined would make it difficult for a 4th tier warrior like Mia to break through her defenses in a short time. Indeed, among all martial arts, layered armor is the best. After knowing their specific defensive capabilities, Li Wei checked all the data on the panel again and found that he had already improved almost everything he could. I only need 20 more attribute points to max out the wind-chasing arrow skill. I should be able to get it in a couple of days. In that case, the only one who can improve in a short period of time is a magic apprentice. Then there's nothing to improve, which is definitely not good for Levi, who already has a stat panel. Therefore, Li Wei plans to learn the Holy Light Cross Slash, which is also a 3rd tier sword skill. This is also a sword skill and should be able to be fused with the Triple Flame Slash. Then the next step was to find a way to obtain the recipes for 2nd tier night training potions, 2nd tier magic training potions, and 1st and 2nd tier earth and fire spells. Next is to save money and accumulate battle merits. If we can't buy it from Klein, we'll have to exchange it with battle merits. However, the items exchanged with battle merits are quite troublesome, as they can only be used by ourselves. We should try to buy them as much as possible. Li Wei actually wanted to form his own caravan to travel to Frostmoon City, or other major inland cities to buy what he needed. However, we don't have such talent under our command right now, nor do we have a strong security force. In the end, it might not be going out to trade, but rather sending money and people away. After clarifying his plans, Li Wei's first priority was to go back and rest. The prolonged period of intense training had left him extremely fatigued. Knowing he might sleep for a long time this time, Li Wei ate half a firetail duck in advance. The firetail duck breeding program hadn't fully begun yet, and after finishing this one, the next one might not be available until the end of the year. After a hearty meal, Li Wei instructed Mia not to wake him unless it was something important. Just as Li Wei had expected, he slept for a full day and 2 nights, finally waking up naturally on the morning of the 3rd day. Upon realizing he had slept for so long, Li Wei immediately used up all his stored attribute points to upgrade his wind-chasing archery technique to level 3. Wind-chasing arrow technique, Tier 4, levels 1 to 10, Tier 3, limit. Attribute points 0. Mia, has anything happened in the territory these past few days? No, sir. It's good that you're alright. Li Wei then prepared to go to the brick kiln. A little over 10 days ago, while Li Wei was in deep meditation, he heard that the brick kiln had already started producing blue bricks. After leaving the Baron's mansion, Li Wei noticed that the castle buildings had all been replaced with uniform red brick houses, which looked much more comfortable. These red brick houses were built by Livy free of charge for the serfs. He did not charge them any fees. These serfs had never imagined in their lives that they would one day live in such beautiful houses, especially since they had never gone hungry since arriving in Stormwind. Therefore, all the serfs Li Wei encountered along the way would bow respectfully to him. Looking at all this, Li Wei was quite satisfied. Upon arriving at the brickyard, Li Wei picked up a brick that Toby and his team had made and snapped it in two with force. Then he nodded. Great job, Toby, your brickyard is doing a great job. Toby was incredibly excited to hear Li Wei's praise. It's all thanks to the adults' guidance. We're just doing things according to their instructions. Li Wei smiled after hearing this. This guy's not bad. He's only been freed from serfdom for a short time, but he's already mastered the art of flattery. Toby, let's focus on producing these blue bricks from now on. We can stop making red bricks. Furthermore, the stonemasons at your brick kiln can now be promoted to commoners. And for you, the manager, I'll give you a gold coin as a reward. After saying that, he tossed the gold coin to Toby. Toby excitedly took the gold coin and couldn't help but examine it closely. He had never touched a gold coin before in his life. The other stonemasons were even more excited when they learned that they were no longer slaves, and they all knelt down to thank Li Wei. Then, as Li Wei continued to inspect the brick-making process, Eric rode up at full gallop, shouting as he went. Sir, something has happened at the Arrow Forest. Huh? Something happened in the Arrow Forest? Is there a World of Warcraft? Chapter 67 Crimson Flame Porcupine. Chapter 67 Crimson Porcupine. Since Eric and Thomas were promoted to first or junior knights, their main task was to train the 2nd Knight Squad, while also patrolling the northern part of the territory. Because of the Gale Wolf Pack, quite a few low-level magical beasts are now hiding in the dense forests of the northern part of Stormhorn Peninsula. However, these magical beasts rarely dared to venture near Stormwind City, since the previous Stormwind Barons were all 4th or 5th tier professionals. Stormwind City also lacked the resources to hunt these magical beasts in the dense forest. So upon hearing about the incident at the Arrow Forest, Li Wei immediately guessed that a magical beast might have come to cause trouble. As Eric approached, Levi immediately asked, Are there magical beasts coming from the north to cause trouble? Yes, sir. And it's a powerful 3rd-tier magical beast, the Crimson Flame Boar. 2 men from the 2 squads of the 2nd Spear Company stationed at the Arrow Forest have already died at the hands of the Crimson Porcupines. Thomas has already lured the Crimson Porcupine away by himself, Eric hurriedly reported. A 3rd-tier magical beast. Damn it. Mia, Gady, let's go. Eric, lead the way. Upon hearing that it was a Tier 3 Crimson Flame Boar, Li Wei immediately took Mia and Gady to rescue Thomas. This was the first time a magical beast had caused trouble, and it was a 3rd-tier magical beast at that. Now 2 soldiers had died, which infuriated Li Wei. George, immediately inform Parker and Will to take the 1st Infantry Squadron and 2 Archer Squads to support Arrow Forest. Don't forget to have them take a large cart with them. Before leaving, he also instructed George to return to Stormwind to fetch reinforcements. Since this Crimson Boar had killed Stormwind soldiers, Li Wei naturally had no intention of letting it go. Although Mia and Levi could handle a level 3 Crimson Flame Boar, the 2 of them could manage it. However, magical beasts have great vitality and defense, and these creatures are also very intelligent. They will flee when they encounter powerful human professionals. A dozen minutes later, Levi and his 3 companions arrived at the Arrow Forest. Eric immediately dismounted to check Thomas's direction. After confirming that they had gone east, Levi and his 3 companions gave chase again, and Gady left a mark on George as they pursued him. Half an hour later, Li Wei and his 3 companions finally spotted the Crimson Porcupine chasing Thomas 3 kilometers northeast of the Arrow Forest. Thomas was in grave danger at this point, because the Crimson Porcupine was a magical beast with both earth and fire attributes. Its earth-based innate spell, Earth Spikes, blocked Thomas's escape route. Seeing this, Li Wei picked up his enchanted bow and arrow and fired a shot, hitting the Crimson Flame Boar squarely in the hindquarters, causing the boar considerable pain. He immediately abandoned his pursuit of Thomas, and angrily charged at Levi. Even with Li Wei's current Tier 3 Wind Chaser archery skill combined with the power of a Tier 3 enchanted bow, he still couldn't pierce it. The arrowhead only sank into the Crimson Flame Boar's rump. Pig-type magical beasts are inherently strong defensively, and with the addition of Earth-type defense, this Crimson Flame Boar's defense is far stronger than that of a Tier 3 enchanted armor. Seeing the Crimson Flame Boar charging towards them, Li Wei immediately gave the order. Eric, Gady, you two go and meet Thomas, then head a little north to intercept this wild boar. Yes, sir. The two then headed northwest, calling Thomas to join them. After the two left, he instructed Mia to prepare for battle, then raised his hand and fired another arrow at the Crimson Flame Boar. With Li Wei's current strength as a second-tier intermediate knight, he could easily fire 5 or 6 arrows in succession using this third-tier enchanted bow. Puff! Another hit to the Crimson Flame Porcupine's neck. Li Wei had originally intended to aim the arrow at the Crimson Boar's eye, but the creature was incredibly sharp, as if it knew Li Wei would shoot it in the eye. So this guy kept running with his pig head down, and even swayed his pig head slightly as he ran. After being hit by another arrow, the guy went even crazier. Suddenly, it looked up and spat out a fireball the size of a bull at Li Wei. However, Li Wei was prepared. He leaped off his horse and successfully dodged the fiery attack of the Crimson Porcupine. Li Wei's horsemanship is only at a beginner level. He is not yet proficient in mounted combat. After landing and regaining his footing, Li Wei fired another arrow. This time, the attack struck the porcupine squarely in its left foreleg, causing it to stumble and fall to the ground, rolling 5 or 6 meters away. Mia, who had been waiting in the wings, immediately seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and thrust her third-tier enchanted short sword into the soft belly of the Crimson Flame Boar. Puff! Ah! The porcupine's abdomen was pierced directly, and the intense pain caused it to howl in agony. She immediately used earth magic to cover the area around the wound, preventing Mia from using her short sword to further damage it. Then, in a fit of rage, he turned and unleashed a fireball at Mia. Komia also lived in the wild mountains year-round, and she had slaughtered at least 8 or 10 crimson porcupines. The Crimson Flame Porcupine's tricks were utterly insignificant in her eyes. So Mia simply sidestepped and dodged the Crimson Boar's fireball attack. Then, he forcefully pulled out the short sword and slashed at the Crimson Flame Boar's eyes. They directly blinded the Crimson Porcupine's left eye. By this time, the Crimson Porcupine had calmed down from its rage and realized it couldn't defeat these people. He immediately used the ground spike technique again to force Mia back. Then he got up and fled north, and Li Wei happened to be to the north of the Crimson Flame Porcupine at that moment. So when Li Wei saw the Crimson Porcupine running in his direction, he was unhappy. It was obvious that the boar was looking down on him. He immediately drew his long sword and charged towards the Crimson Flame Boar, beginning to gather momentum for the triple flame slash. Just as it was about to approach the Crimson Porcupine, it suddenly burst into 3 times its speed and charged towards the Crimson Porcupine. He gripped the long sword with both hands in a reverse grip and thrust it downwards towards the head of the Crimson Flame Boar. Go to hell! Then, without hesitation, he stabbed her. Puff! The long sword pierced directly into the wounded left eye of the Crimson Flame Boar. After piercing the head of the Crimson Flame Boar, it was pinned to the ground. The Crimson Porcupine grunted a few times and then died. Then a ball of energy floated up from the Crimson Porcupine and entered Li Wei's body. Name, Levi Lewis. Basic skills. Flame breathing technique, second tier intermediate knight, 0 to 10,000. Energy essence, 245, requires upgrading base level for next awakening. 100 energy essences obtained. I originally thought I'd be entangled with this Crimson Flame Boar for a long time, but I didn't expect to kill it so easily, without even using magic. However, the biggest credit goes to Mia. Her calm and composed demeanor when dealing with the Crimson Flame Boar was just too cool. Facing the Crimson Flame Boar's fireball spell, he simply turned his body slightly without changing his expression. That was incredibly cool. After Mia walked over, Levi managed to refrain from praising her. Mia replied, My lord, it's nothing. These are all experiences I gained from slaughtering pigs when I was in the White Wolf tribe. Forehead. So he was a pig butcher. Chapter 68 Beetroot? Chapter 68 Beetroot? Li Wei shook his head vigorously. He really didn't want to associate such a beautiful and charming beasted girl with a pig butcher. This would ruin Li Wei's beautiful fantasies. Then Li Wei stopped discussing the pig slaughtering experience with Mia. Instead, he waved to Gaddy, Eric, and the others, signaling them to come over. This fiery porcupine was about the size of a water buffalo. Li Wei couldn't handle it. Besides, it would be a waste of Baron Levy's time to do the hard work. Mia wanted to do it, but Li Wei stopped her. A moment later, Gaddy and his two companions arrived. Gaddy was alright. He had witnessed Levi's sparring session with Mia, so he knew that Levi had broken through to the second-tier intermediate knight level, and he also knew how powerful Levi was. Eric and Thomas, however, were unaware of this, so when they arrived, they looked at Levi with disbelief. When did Lord Li Wei break through to the second-tier intermediate knight level? Wasn't he just breaking through to the first tier? How did he reach the second tier so quickly? The two were at a loss for words to express the shock they felt. Even the geniuses of the Marquis of Tulips didn't break through this quickly. Is Lord Li Wei a legendary top genius? What about before? Just as the two were lost in thought, Li Wei's voice suddenly rang out. Eric, go back immediately and tell Parker and the others to bring their cart over quickly. Thomas, retrieve the crystal core from this crimson porcupine. Yes, sir. The two men, snapping out of their daze, immediately obeyed. Eric then spurred his horse and galloped southwest. Thomas dismounted, walked to the carcass of the crimson porcupine, gripped Livy's long sword with both hands, and then forcefully pulled it out. After wiping the pig's blood off the long sword, he returned it to Li Wei and said, My lord, you may need to replace your long sword. This one seems to be deformed. Li Wei took the long sword and looked at it. It was indeed true. It was probably caused by the bone getting stuck when he pierced the head of the crimson flame porcupine. Sigh, it seems I'll have to sell some of the wolf fighting fire potion. Li Wei figured that since he was going to change weapons anyway, he might as well get enchanted weapons to avoid having to change them so often in the future. Then they saw Thomas pull a red and yellow crystal core out of the crimson porcupine's head. Li Wei picked it up and glanced at it, knowing that because the crimson flame boar had both earth and fire attributes, its crystal core was naturally red and yellow. After they finished, the group waited there for almost an hour before Parker and his crew's flatbed truck finally arrived. To Levi's surprise, John also came along. Li Wei first instructed several professionals to work together to lift the crimson flame porcupine onto the cart. Fortunately, the wood used in these large flatbed carts was of good quality, otherwise, they might not have been able to support this red porcupine weighing over a ton. After loading the crimson boar, the group began their return to Stormwind. At this point, Levy asked John, John, what brings you here? John smiled. Sir, I heard that a Tier 3 crimson flame boar has appeared, so I came to see if you need any help. Help? You? Li Wei gave him a look that said, You're kidding me. Just say what you need to say. Hee, sir, what are you planning to do with the magic beast core of this crimson flame boar? John asked sheepishly. Li Wei was taken aback. Crystal nuclei? Could it be that John is researching some new drug again? I was originally planning to sell it. If you have any medicine that needs to be tested, I can let you experiment with it. Sell them? That would be such a waste. You know, mages won't sell monster cores unless absolutely necessary. Monster cores can help mages replenish their magic power, and for training, their effects are even better than magic crystals. My lord, you haven't read magical biology yet, have you? You definitely need to take some time to review these basic magical concepts. As a magician, you can't be ignorant of these basic magical knowledge, John earnestly advised. Li Wei's lips twitched upon hearing this. He genuinely didn't want to read books. He only read that basic magic knowledge book because he needed it to become a magic apprentice, which forced him to. Haha, okay, I'll check it when I get back. Oh, right, John, aren't you a fire mage? Then this third-tier magical beast core is yours. However, you'll have to pay the compensation for the 2 soldiers who died in battle. To cover his embarrassment, Li Wei struggled to change the subject. Sure enough, after hearing that he would be given the monster core, John forgot to urge Levi to read the book. Just as the group drove to a point 1 kilometer northeast of the Arrow Grove, Li Wei suddenly noticed several soldiers walking along, picking wild vegetables from the roadside. Some they ate directly, while others they put inside their clothes. Li Wei immediately frowned and, quite displeased, called Parker over. Parker, is your squadron's food insufficient? Or are you skimping on the soldiers' rations? My lord, I didn't. I would never do such a thing. Parker was taken aback at first, then desperately tried to explain. Humph, no? Then why are these soldiers picking wild vegetables by the roadside, and some of them are even carefully stuffing them into their leather armor? Li Wei shouted, pointing at the soldiers picking wild vegetables in the distance. The commotion immediately alerted everyone, and they all turned to look at Li Wei. Then, following the direction Li Wei pointed, they saw that the soldiers did indeed have some unknown wild vegetables in their hands and mouths. The soldiers who were eating wild vegetables were so frightened that they immediately threw them all away. Parker was also extremely angry when he saw the soldiers' behavior. He then shouted loudly, "Boar, you bunch of bastards, get over here right now! And please gather your wild vegetables too." After yelling at the soldiers, Parker immediately explained to Levi, "Sir, these soldiers are all from serf backgrounds. They must have been terrified of hunger before. So whenever we go out for training, as long as we see edible wild vegetables, they were like reincarnated starving ghosts, not only eating wild vegetables directly, but also bringing them back to the military camp whenever needed. I've punished them many times already. They haven't done it in a long time, so I didn't find an opportunity this time." Li Wei's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed after hearing this. Then, after the soldiers who had been eating wild vegetables arrived, Li Wei asked them directly, "Didn't you guys eat enough in the barracks? Tell me the truth." Several serf soldiers immediately knelt on the ground in fear, begging for mercy. "My lord, I will never do it again. I ate my fill in the military camp." Hearing their incoherent words, Li Wei roughly believed that what Parker said was true. Then he dismounted, took the wild vegetables from the serf soldiers, and asked, "Since you've already eaten your fill, and Captain Parker has already given you instructions, why did you make the same mistake again? Is this wild vegetable really that delicious?" Li Wei had only asked casually, but the serf soldier named Boar immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, my lord, this wild vegetable is very sweet. I couldn't resist when I saw it, so—" "Sweet?" Li Wei was taken aback upon hearing this. He immediately put it in his mouth and took a bite. His eyes lit up immediately. "It's so sweet, even sweeter than sugarcane and beets." But before Li Wei could even rejoice, a figure suddenly appeared from the southwest, rushing towards them at breakneck speed. Upon hearing the sound of horses' hooves, Li Wei turned his head and his expression immediately turned serious. It was Clay, who should have been patrolling the wild mountains of the northwest, who was approached by enemies. Chapter 69, Another Battle Against the Pig-Headed Man. Chapter 69, Another Battle Against the Pig-Headed Men. Patrols near the northwestern wilderness mountains were always ongoing. When Li Wei emerged, Roger was still in Stormwind. So Clay wasn't rotated back. It must be that enemies came from the wild northwestern mountains. "I hope it's not a pack of wolves." Since the last pack of Gale Wolves was wiped out by the Naga and the black and white giant bears, the Gale Wolves sent another Tier 4 scout to investigate. Li Wei did not provoke the 4th Tier Gale Wolf. When the 4th Tier Gale Wolf explored the bay, it seemed to smell something and immediately ran back in fright. After that, the Gale Wolf never came to Stormhorn Peninsula again. "John, write down these wild vegetables and this location. The rest of you form ranks." After giving the instructions, Levi ran towards Clay's direction. "My lord, a large army of pig-headed men is approaching from the northwest, heading straight for Stormwind." As soon as they met, Clay couldn't wait to report. "Pig-headed man? They came straight for Stormwind?" Li Wei was stunned upon hearing this. He never expected that the enemy would be pig-headed men. According to the records of previous Stormwind barons, the only orc tribes relatively close to Stormwind Cape Peninsula seem to be a few goblins and pigs. Therefore, those who come to harass Stormwind are usually these two types of orcs. Why is it a pig-headed man this time? "My lord, I suspect that during the last annihilation of the pig-headed army, some may have escaped because we were in the woods at the time. So the plan was exposed, and this pig-headed man has probably come for revenge." Li Wei frowned slightly after hearing this. "Revenge? 600 pig-headed men, not too much trouble. Let's go back to the castle first. Parker, push the crimson porcupine into the woods and sprinkle some purifying potion on it." Then they marched quickly back to Stormwind. Having said that, he spurred his horse forward and headed back to Stormwind City ahead of everyone else. "Clay, how strong are the pig-headed men? How many of them are professionals?" On the way, Levi asked Clay about the details of the pig-headed man. Sir, they should be quite strong. The vanguard squadron of the pig-headed men is led by a 4th-tier pig-headed man, Clay replied with a somewhat solemn expression. 4th tier? Hopefully the leader isn't 5th tier, otherwise things will get complicated. An orc army with a 4th tier vanguard captain doesn't necessarily have a 5th tier leader, they could also be 4th tier. It depends on the size of the orc army. Generally, armies with fewer than 1,000 men don't have 5th tier leaders. However, since it's uncertain whether there's a tier 5, Li Wei can't rashly choose to engage in open-world combat. Otherwise, if there is a tier 5, Stormlands' army could suffer heavy losses. Therefore, Li Wei decided to return to the city and fight a defensive counterattack. How much longer until they reach Stormwind? When I got back, the pig-headed army was cutting down trees to make rafts to cross the river, so I estimated it would take at least 4 hours. Hearing that it would take another 4 hours to reach Stormwind, Li Wei pondered for a moment and then formulated a general battle plan. 4 hours? That'll be around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. We should make it in time. Then, on his way back, Li Wei sent messengers to inform all the serfs working outside to return to Stormwind, and emphasized that all ships in the bay should sail to the bay docks. An hour later, in the council chamber of the Baron's mansion. Apart from Diara, the deputy captain of the 2nd Squadron who was on duty at the mining island at the moment, all the squadron-level officers and professionals in Stormwind territory were gathered together. Gentlemen, as you already know, 600 pig-headed men are charging towards us. It seems to be the previous pig-headed tribe coming to retaliate, so this battle is inevitable. Moreover, we not only have to fight this battle, but we also have to severely damage this army of pig-headed men, preferably annihilate them completely. Otherwise, the autumn harvest will be in 2 months, and if they come then, we'll be in even more trouble. Aside from the Orcish invasions that occur every few years, Orcish tribes from the Wild Mountains generally do not damage crops such as wheat in cultivated fields when they invade human border territories. Because this grain was their primary target for looting, they planned to wait until the grain was ripe and then come back to steal some. Therefore, Li Wei is not worried that the pig-headed men will destroy farmland like the Naga did during this attack. Yes, sir. Just give the order, it's just 600 pig-headed men. We now have an army of 500 men, which is more than enough to deal with these pig-headed men. Yes, those pig-headed people probably still think our new territory is poor and barren. When they arrive, we must give them a surprise. Ha! Seeing that his officers were all full of confidence, Li Wei was very satisfied. However, one should not be overconfident. Gentlemen, although this army of pig-headed men is not large, we can still be cautious. If they have a 5th-tier pig-headed man leader, we will still be in some trouble. Yes, sir. The crowd immediately composed themselves. Li Wei then immediately began assigning tasks. Clay, Roger. Your 2 night squads will leave the city shortly and lie in ambush west of Stormwind Bay, awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Clay and Roger immediately stood up and accepted the order. They knew their night squad was better suited for open field charges, so staying outside and waiting for the right opportunity was the best course of action. Parker, Jenkins, you take your respective squadrons to Storm Bay, take a boat and hide on the nearest island in the western part of the bay, then land at night to meet up with Clay and the others, and then work together with them. The rest of the people stayed behind in Stormwind. Li Wei's order initially surprised everyone. After thinking about it carefully, they understood Li Wei's intention and praised him. Your Excellency is wise. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively and said, Whether it's wise or not, let's talk about it after this battle. Let's all get to work. Yes, sir. The Stormwind army then took their positions, with the night squads leading the way. Immediately afterwards, the 1st Infantry Company and the 1st Pike Company headed to the bay to board a ship and leave. Meanwhile, the soldiers who remained behind began carrying stones, logs, and other defensive weapons onto the city walls. At 3 p.m., the army of pig-headed men came into view through Li Wei's binoculars. At this point, Li Wei had not received any danger warnings, thus realizing that there were no 5th-tier beings among this army of pig-headed men. With Li Wei's current strength, the 4th-tier pig-headed man no longer poses a threat to him. Half an hour later, the pig-headed army arrived 1 kilometer outside Stormwind. They then rested and ate, followed by felling trees and building siege ladders. An hour later, the pig-headed army began their assault on the city. Because Stormwind is relatively small, the pig-headed men deployed 400 at once, attacking simultaneously from the east and south. The pig-headed man launched a full-scale attack from the start, not even bothering to probe, clearly looking down on Li Wei, the new lord who had only been there for 3 months. Chapter 70 Night Raid. Chapter 70 Night Raid. Seeing the pig-headed men's hasty attack, the underestimated Li Wei naturally couldn't let them down. He picked up the enchanted bow and aimed it at the pig-headed man charging at the front. Judging from the aura emanating from him, he was clearly a third-tier pig-headed man. Whoosh! Puff! The arrow struck the third-tier pig-headed man directly in the eye, killing him instantly. A ball of white light rose up and drifted towards Li Wei. 100 energy essences obtained. The war had barely begun when the pig-headed men lost the Tier 3 pig-headed general. This enraged the pig-headed leader at the rear, who immediately joined the siege himself, displaying an intent to kill Li Wei. However, Li Wei was not intimidated. He raised his hand and fired another arrow, slaying yet another second-tier pig-headed man. This startled the other pig-headed warriors, who immediately suppressed their aura and hid among the pig-headed army. Seeing this, Li Wei had no choice but to switch to ordinary bows and arrows and begin indiscriminately reaping the lives of ordinary pig-headed men. Once the pig-headed army was within 50 meters of the city walls, Lori, stationed on the south wall, immediately gave orders to his 4th and 5th archer squads. Release the arrows! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Puff puff puff. 5 or 6 of the pig-headed men at the very front fell instantly. Then the 2 archer squads fired another volley, taking down another 6 or 7 pig-headed men. Then, after the pig-headed man ran within 20 meters, Lowry immediately ordered the archers to retreat. Meanwhile, Creel gave orders to his 2nd Infantry Squadron. Shield-bearers, move forward to provide cover. Everyone else, take cover. As soon as he finished speaking, a whooshing sound came from below the city wall. Immediately afterwards, the sound of clattering echoed all over the city walls. At this point, the pig-headed men launched a grappling hook and stone attack when they were about 20 meters from the city wall, to provide cover for the pig-headed men carrying ladders up the wall. Once a row of 10 ladders was in place, the pig-headed men began to climb the city wall. At this moment, Lowry and Creel's commands rang out again. After 2 months of training and various drills, the command capabilities of several squadron-level officers in Stormlands City have reached the average level of a kingdom squadron. Meanwhile, Li Wei had switched back to his enchanted bow and arrows and began specifically targeting the 4th-tier orc leader and other orc professionals. Li Wei, a single sharpshooter, managed to defeat 7 or 8 professional pig-headed men, who dared not even raise their heads. Meanwhile, on the east city wall, Mia, Will, Russell, and Gady were also resisting the attack led by the 4th-tier orc vanguard captain. Compared to the pig-headed warriors on the south wall being suppressed by Li Wei's enchanted bow and arrow, the situation on the east wall was much more difficult. By this time, orc-headed professionals had already stormed the city walls, including several second-tier orcs. The eastern city wall was only held up by archers led by Will and 1st-tier magic crossbowmen in Gady's hands. Meanwhile, Mia was engaged in a fierce battle with the 4th-tier pig-headed vanguard captain. Both were 4th-tier great warriors, and it was difficult to determine a winner for the time being. While Li Wei was suppressing the southern city wall, he would occasionally keep an eye on the battle situation at the eastern city wall. Seeing that the situation there was more difficult, Li Wei also sent George there. And so the two sides fought fiercely until nightfall, when Pighead finally sounded the retreat, setting up camp 2 kilometers outside the eastern city wall to prepare for another attack the next day. Because Li Wei's side only had 2.5 squadrons participating today, and only Mia, a 4th-tier great warrior, and a few 1st-tier professionals, this gave the pig-headed man immense confidence. They believed that if they could find a way to kill Li Wei, the sharpshooter, tomorrow, taking Stormwind would be a piece of cake. Little did they know, they themselves would have a hard time getting through the night. Inside Stormwind, Li Wei was currently tallying the casualties. After a thorough count, the Imperial Guard and the 2nd Spear Company, stationed on the east wall, suffered the heaviest losses, 5 killed, 2 disabled, and 12 wounded. The main problem was the lack of sharpshooters like Li Wei on the eastern city wall, which resulted in a larger number of pig-headed men charging forward. In close combat, casualties were inevitable. In contrast, the casualties on the south wall, where Li Wei and the 2nd Infantry Company were stationed, were much smaller, with only 1 killed and 6 wounded. Looks like we need to get a good defensive weapon for the city. There are only a few pig-headed men, yet so many have charged up here. If this were a war where the orcs were marching south, the casualties would be unbearable, Li Wei thought to himself as he looked at the damage to the east city wall. After calming the soldiers down, Li Wei immediately arranged for everyone to take turns resting. At 1 a.m., Levi arranged for Mia to sneak down from the west city wall and informed Clay and the others. They were to launch a simultaneous raid from the west and south sides of the Pig-Headed Man camp at 3 a.m. Meanwhile, at 2 a.m., Li Wei had his personal guards and the 2nd Spear Company quietly leave the castle and arrive at the north side of the Pig-Headed Man camp. It was 3 in the morning. Suddenly, shouts of battle erupted from the west side of the Pig-Headed camp. Clay and Roger's 2 squads of knights, along with Mia, charged into the Pig-Headed camp. This immediately threw the entire Pig-Headed group into chaos. Parker and Jenkins then simultaneously stormed into the Pig-Headed camp from the southwest. Now the Pig-Headed camp was no longer in chaos, but in complete uproar. Just as the Pig-Headed men began to evacuate north, Livy also launched an attack from the north. The entire Pig-Headed camp was instantly filled with shouts of battle. Mia also successfully ambushed the 4th Tier Orc Vanguard captain and severely injured him. It was only a matter of time before he was killed. Li Wei, meanwhile, made his way to the vicinity of the Pig-Headed commander's tent, just in time to see the Pig-Headed leader gathering his personal guards, preparing to break out. Li Wei immediately fired an arrow. At such close range, with the enhancement of the 3rd Tier wind-chasing archery technique, the arrow's speed became extremely fast. Only a faint whooshing sound rang out. The arrow then struck the 4th Tier Orc leader squarely in the face. Although a 4th Tier warrior is extremely sensitive to danger, the arrow was faster than a magic crossbow, and he was hit before he could react. He then fell backward, his face filled with resentment. A ball of extremely pure white light flew out and entered Li Wei's body. However, Li Wei didn't have time to check if the energy essence generated by the 4th Tier professional was 1,000 points. Because the 4th Tier Pig-Headed leader died, the guards who had gathered around him did not flee, but instead angrily charged at Li Wei, including 1 3rd Tier Pig-Headed man. At such close range, Li Wei no longer had time to use his bow and arrow. So he drew his long sword to meet the enemy. His close combat skills were already quite formidable, and he wasn't afraid of this 3rd Tier Pig-Headed man at all. After Li Wei rushed over, he first used his speed advantage to entangle with the opponent, and then unleashed a 3-hit combo of the flaming triple slash, taking him down in one go. After Li Wei had dealt with the Orcish guards, the battles in other areas were almost over, and Mia had successfully killed the 4th Tier Orcish Vanguard captain. Then Levi ordered Gady to hold up the Pig-Headed leader's corpse and shout loudly, "Surrender, and you will not be killed." Then some of the Pig-Headed men who were unable to break through chose to surrender. Chapter 71 Pursuit. Chapter 71, The Pursuit of Li Wei, saw the raid on the Hoghead camp west of Stormwind end in just over an hour. After the Pig-Headed men were routed and scattered, it was time for Li Wei and his men to pursue them. They chased the escaped Pig-Headed men until dawn, finally killing all the Pig-Headed men who had fled in the east, south, and north directions. The Pig-Headed man who fled west was still being chased by Mia and Clay's Knight squad. After daybreak, Li Wei returned from the north with his personal guards. This was a direction Li Wei personally dealt with. When Li Wei returned to the Hog-Headed Manor camp west of Stormwind, Jenkins and his men had almost finished cleaning up the camp. Not long after, Parker and Roger returned as well. Li Wei then instructed everyone to quickly take stock of the army's losses and the results of this battle, while also sending Roger to continue patrolling the northwestern wilderness mountains, a place where vigilance could not be relaxed for a moment. Li Wei, meanwhile, opened the panel to check his energy essence points gains. Energy essence, 1456, requires upgrading base level for next awakening. Haha, my innate talent can be upgraded again. Li Wei killed a total of 1 4th tier, 2 3rd tier, 1 2nd tier, and 1 1st tier, gaining 1211 energy essence points. In other words, killing a 4th tier opponent yields 1000 energy essence points. Therefore, it can be basically confirmed that the energy essence gained increases tenfold for each level the opponent gains. As for which innate talent to upgrade, Li Wei thought for a moment and decided to upgrade the strongest life-saving ability, Super Foresight. So I added 1001 points of energy essence to the intermediate level prediction skill. The panel data changes accordingly. Name, Levi Lewis. Attribute points, 10. Innate talent. Super Precognition, Advanced Precognition, passively foresee danger 5 times a day, within a 5-kilometer radius, for 5 days, and also be able to sense the malice of others towards you within 1 kilometer. Energy Essence, 455, requires upgrading base level for next awakening. Advanced Precognition, 5 times, 5 kilometers, 5 days, this ability to protect oneself is absolutely okay. Unless a high-level professional comes to kill me, I can know in advance and run away if other 5th or 6th level professionals come to kill me. And this 1 kilometer malicious detection range is pretty good, much better than the previous 100 to 200 meters. It covers the entire Stormwind. If there's an undercover mole, hee. After checking the facial data and upgrading his innate talent, Li Wei saw that Parker and the others were still busy. So George was sent to retrieve the carcass of the Crimson Boar, while Levi led the rest of his personal guard back to Stormwind. The Royal Guard also suffered casualties this time, with 2 killed, 1 disabled, and 8 wounded on the Stormwind wall, while only 3 were wounded in the night raid. 2 hours after returning to the castle, Levi learned that Mia and Clay had not yet returned, and he couldn't help but worry. If it weren't for the fact that the enslavement ring sensed that Mia was safe and sound, Levi would have sent people out to search for her. Then, as noon approached, Parker and Jenkins came to report on the battle's outcome. Parker was the first to step forward and report. My lord, our losses this time were minimal. The archer squadron and the 2 knight squads suffered no casualties. The 1st Infantry Company suffered 1 killed and 5 wounded. The 1st Spear Company suffered 2 dead and 8 wounded. The 2nd Infantry Company suffered 1 killed and 6 wounded in the Battle of the City Walls. In the 2 battles, the 2nd Spear Company suffered a total of 5 dead, 1 disabled, and 8 wounded. Including your personal guard, the total number of casualties in the army was 51. Li Wei nodded. A 10% casualty rate was still within acceptable limits, especially since only 11 people were killed and 2 were disabled. The others who were injured could still return to the army. After the casualty figures for Stormwind were reported, Jenkins began to report the battle results. My lord, we've killed a total of 19 pig-headed professionals this time. It's definitely a great victory. Among them you, sir, killed 1 4th tier, 2 3rd tier, 1 2nd tier, and 1 1st tier. Ms. Mia killed 1 4th tier, 2 2nd tier, and 2 1st tier enemies. The Clay Knights squad killed 1 tier 2 and 1 tier 1. Roger's Knights squad killed 2 tier 1 enemies. Will's Archer squadron killed 1 tier 2 and 1 tier 1. Your personal guard has killed 1 tier 1 enemy. Parker's 1st Infantry squadron and my 1st Spear squadron each killed 1 tier 1 enemy. Then they killed 452 pig-headed men and captured 156. Therefore, the final battle merits obtainable in Stormwind territory are 2 6th class merits, 2 7th class merits, 4 8th class merits, and 35.49 class merits. In addition, you promised Clay and his team that their combat achievements would be 1 8th class merit and 5 9th class merits. However, specific statistics on individual combat achievements have not yet been compiled. After listening to Jenkins' report, Li Wei secretly gave him a thumbs up. It was so detailed that it seemed to have compiled everything Li Wei needed to know. Yes, very good. Future battle reports must be like this, and we must also work on recording individual battle achievements. In addition, let's count this collective battle achievement as 4 8th class merits. The territory doesn't have much money right now, so let's keep it low. But we've got 2,000 gold coins now, so let's divide them up. Mia and I will keep ours and share it with everyone. Parker and Jenkins were both stunned after hearing this. That's not all. Lord Li Wei is already the most generous and magnanimous lord they've ever met, more than 10 times better than other lords. The two immediately expressed their gratitude to Lord Li Wei. Then Levi inquired about Mia and Clay's situation. The two of them were unaware of this. Li Wei then sent the 2 men off to continue tallying individual battle achievements. As for Mia and Clay, news didn't arrive until noon on the 4th day. It was Eric who ran back to deliver the message. It turns out that Clay and Mia were actually tracking a 3rd-tier orc, searching for the orc's tribe. Chapter 72 The Pig-Headed Tribe. Chapter 72 The Orc Tribe. It turns out that while chasing a fleeing Tier 3 orc, Clay suddenly decided to track down the orc tribe's stronghold. This pig-headed tribe has now lost nearly a large force, and their stronghold should be quite vulnerable. If we can successfully find and conquer this pig-headed tribe, it will be another great achievement. Upon learning that Clay had taken Mia to investigate the orc tribe's lair, Levi couldn't help but chuckle. Clay must be obsessed with military achievements. He actually went to the Wild Mountains. So, what's the progress of your investigation? Are you able to take down that pig-headed tribe? My lord, the location of that pig-headed tribe is about 15 kilometers from where we were robbed last time, after entering the Wild Mountains. Moreover, the first 10 kilometers or so of the road were very easy to travel. Not only could horses travel it, but even carts and other vehicles could pass through. It was likely one of the main routes for the orcs to move south. Only the last kilometer of the path is slightly difficult to traverse, but it can still be done on horseback. As for the strength of the pig-headed men, Captain Clay checked through his binoculars and found that the tribe now had only about 200 or 300 able-bodied soldiers, plus about 1,000 elderly, women, and children. Later, in order to ascertain the exact strength of the pig-headed people, we drove a third-tier magical beast, the Azure Wind Ox, to ram the gate of the pig-headed people's stronghold. We discovered that they now consist of only an elderly fourth-tier warrior, the third-tier warrior who escaped back, and 7 or 8 first- or second-tier professional pig-headed men, Eric quickly reported. Upon hearing this, Li Wei immediately perked up. Over 1,000 elderly, weak, women, and children, most of them would likely be female pig-headed people and underage pig-headed children. After all, the tribes in the Wild Mountains didn't keep idle people. Female pig-headed humans and underage pig-headed cubs are very valuable, even more so than young male human serfs. Female pig-headed people and small pig-headed people are relatively easy to tame. Although they have a large appetite, pig-headed people have a good digestive system and can digest almost anything. When there was absolutely nothing left to eat, they would even eat grass. Furthermore, they are quite resilient and don't die easily even if overused. Therefore, it would be very good to use it as a slave. With that in mind, Li Wei decided to take over the pig-headed tribe. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Li Wei then convened another meeting with company-level officers to discuss the expedition. The final decision was to combine the 1st Infantry Squadron and the 1st Spear Squadron, with Jenkins leading one of the combined squadrons to remain in Stormwind. In addition, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Archer Squads remained behind, led by Will and Lowry, while the 1st and 2nd Archer Squads were led by Ron and Yuri respectively. The half of the 2nd Spear Company that suffered heavy casualties last time was rotated ahead of schedule. Russell led the half of the company with heavy casualties to garrison the mining island, while Diarra led the half of the company that was intact back to join the expedition. Furthermore, Levi specially brought John along this time, because John was knowledgeable and experienced, and it wouldn't be good to miss out on anything good. This made John start urging Levi to study again. The next morning, Li Wei led an army of over 300 men toward the pig-headed tribe. Li Wei also brought 50 nags, 30 carts, and 100 wheelbarrows. Li Wei's army rested for one night before entering the Wild Mountains. On the 3rd day at noon, I met up with Clay near the entrance to the alley. After hiding all the carts in the woods, Clay led everyone along a side path to the vicinity of the hog-headed tribe. Has the surrounding terrain been thoroughly scouted? Yes, the adults have figured it out. The terrain of this pig-headed tribe is a valley, with only one passage in and out on the west side. Moreover, ever since that 3rd-tier orc escaped back, the entire orc tribe has been on high alert. The valley entrance is now guarded by that level 3 pig-headed man and 200 soldiers. So if we want to minimize our losses, we must launch a surprise attack and quickly take this valley entrance, Clay reported. I see. Then Li Wei went to take a look himself and found that this valley entrance could only accommodate one company at a time for an attack. Any more than that would be too much for them to handle. So Li Wei decided to personally lead all the professionals and more than 70 elite soldiers in a surprise attack, followed by an archer squad. Finally, after breaching the gate, the other soldiers rushed in together. At 5 p.m., when the sun was almost setting in the west, Li Wei launched a surprise attack. If the pig-headed man guarding the valley entrance had looked west upon discovering the attack, he would have been blinded by the sunlight. This made it very advantageous for Li Wei, the sharpshooter, to attack. So when Mia, Clay, and others led the attack on the valley gate, Li Wei's pinpoint shots played a crucial role, killing 3 pig-headed professionals, 2 first-tier professionals, and the 3rd-tier professional who had escaped. Then Mia and Clay, along with other professionals, acted like a sharp knife, piercing directly into the gate of the pig-headed manor. They quickly opened a passage for the elite soldiers behind them and successfully captured the gate before the 4th-tier old pig-headed man arrived to rescue them. Then the entire army stormed into the pig-headed tribe, and what followed was almost a one-sided massacre. All the pig-headed people who refused to surrender and dared to continue resisting were killed. Li Wei also took the opportunity to collect the head of the 4th-tier old pig-headed man, successfully gaining 1,000 energy essence points. After the battle, Li Wei instructed everyone to clean up the battlefield and tidy up the pig-headed men's camp, as they would need to spend the night there and return the next day. After dealing with the post-war matters, Li Wei upgraded the extreme speed system. Innate talent. Ultimate speed, advanced speed, increases current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by 4 times. Energy Essence, 556, requires upgrading base level for next awakening. It's 4 times the speed, which is already faster than a normal 4th tier Great Knight. A 4th tier Great Knight shouldn't be a threat to me anymore. Even if I can't beat him, I can still run away. Chapter 73 Fiery Horses. After the fiery horses upgraded to ultimate speed in Chapter 73, Li Wei saw that everyone was still busy, so he took Mia to check out the terrain of the valley. They discovered that this was indeed a good place. The valley not only had natural underground springs but also vast tracts of arable land, enough to almost sustain a large army unit. If a fortress were built here, it would be extremely difficult to breach. However, Li Wei currently lacks the resources and population to develop the territory, and since he has developed it without the kingdom's approval, the land belongs to the kingdom. My lord, I've searched the surrounding area and found nothing of the sort, including potions. I knew it couldn't be such a coincidence. The outer reaches of this desolate mountain range have been searched countless times by your Alpha Kingdom's army. There's no way we'd get any good loot. After John finished scouting the area, he ran back to Levi and complained. He's incredibly busy right now, not only cultivating the Narcissus elixir but also developing his own second-tier sleeping potion. Now that he has the magical beast core of a third-tier Crimson Flame Boar, he needs to seize the time to meditate and cultivate, so he is extremely reluctant to come out. Levi found John's expression amusing. Haha, alright, stop complaining. I was just being prepared, and we're going back tomorrow, so it won't take up much of your time. Then that evening, Clay, Parker, Creel, and a few others came to report. My lord, our losses this time were not great. We only lost 3 elite soldiers in the fierce battle at the gate, and a total of 16 people were injured, including George, a first-level professional. Clay reported first. Li Wei nodded. Gaddy had already given a general overview of this beforehand, and there weren't any major discrepancies. Then Creel went on to report. We seized over 400 tons of grain and about 500 to 600 pieces of weaponry from the pig-headed tribe, but the quality was very poor and they needed to be melted down before they could be used. There were also over 400 human serfs, a total of about 500 gold coins, over 500 animal hides, and nothing else of value. They're really poor. Li Wei couldn't help but complain. Then I looked at Parker, who was in charge of the battle results statistics. That was the important part. My lord, we have killed another 12 pig-headed professional warriors this time. Besides the 4 you personally killed. Captain Clay and his knight squad killed 1 tier 2 and 1 tier 1. Ms. Mia killed 2 tier 2 enemies. The archer squad shot down 1 tier 1 enemy. Gady and his personal guard killed 2 tier 1 enemies. I killed 1 tier 1 here. In addition, 460 ordinary pig-headed people were killed and 880 were captured, including 780 female pig-headed people and little pig-headed people. Therefore, the combat merit data is 1 6th class merit, 1 7th class merit, 3 8th class merits, and 74 9th class merits. Among them, Captain Clay and his team can be awarded 1 8th class merit and 10 9th class merits. Clay, standing nearby, felt his eyelids twitch upon hearing this. The amount of merit they had accumulated was simply too fast. In just over 3 months, their group of 13, who had followed Lord Li Wei to this frontier region, had earned nearly 5 8th class merits. They are getting closer and closer to their goal of 12 8th class merits. Since Lord Levi promised them a year's worth of battle merits, they decided to first work together to exchange for 12 vials of life essence, allowing everyone to be promoted to full knights. Afterwards, any battle merits earned would belong to Clay. Since Clay was a formal knight, he should have received the majority of the battle merits. Li Wei nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. His military achievements were piling up, and this time he planned to personally make a trip to Grey Fortress to see what good things he could exchange for them. In addition, there were more than 1,000 pig-headed captives, especially the 780 female pig-headed men and baby pig-headed men, who were worth at least tens of thousands of gold coins. This time, they made another big purchase at Grey Fortress. This made Li Wei sigh. Just a few days ago, he was so poor that he couldn't even pay wages, but now he's rich again. It's true that murder and arson bring wealth. Then he said to Clay, Clay, you've accumulated quite a few battle merits now. The Wolf Fire Knight training potion you seized from the Divine Eye Society assassins has already been refined by John. My selling price is 200 gold coins per stick, but internally it's only worth 1 9th rank merit. You can exchange for 5 sticks to use for training. Clay was surprised to hear this. The mage John had refined it so quickly. It seemed that Lord Levi's rapid advancement to the second-tier intermediate knight was also due to the cultivation potion. "Thank you, sir. I'll take 5 then." Clay readily agreed, since the other trainee knights weren't yet at the point where they needed to use the life source fluid. Besides, they can now get an advance on the life source fluid from Li Wei, so he doesn't really need to worry too much now. "Okay, that's settled then. Go back and rest. We'll head back tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir." The next morning, the soldiers made 2 trips back and forth before dawn to move all the supplies from wheelbarrows onto the carts on the main road. Just as everyone was preparing to go back, John suddenly seemed to have spotted something by the roadside, and immediately ran over to investigate. "What's wrong, John? Did you find something?" Seeing John's actions, Levi immediately chased after him and asked. Upon seeing John poking at some unknown excrement on the ground with his finger, Levi immediately took a few steps back with a look of disgust. John, however, said with great excitement, "My lord, it seems we are indeed quite lucky. This is the droppings left by the magical beast horse, and it's fresh. It must have been left before I arrived this morning." "Warcraft horse?" Li Wei, who had just looked disgusted, immediately moved closer. "Are you sure?" "Confirmed, and judging from the surrounding tracks, it should be a herd of magical horse riders," John said, pointing to the surroundings. Upon hearing that it was a herd of magical horses, Li Wei immediately became excited. How about it, John? I told you I'd bring you out, otherwise we would have missed such a great opportunity." John smiled helplessly. No one can predict such luck. Otherwise, how could someone from the southern part of the continent end up in the northern part? Li Wei then immediately assigned tasks. Parker, along with all the soldiers, escorted the supplies and prisoners back to Stormwind as planned. Levi, along with 6 other professionals, Mia, John, Clay, Eric, Thomas, and Gaddy, and wearing shackles used to bind the pig-headed men, went to track down the herd of magical horses. After the group split up, John, tracking them, spotted the herd of magical horses in just 3 days. "My lord, it's a herd of flame horses." Clay recognized the species of the magical beast horses immediately upon seeing them. The flaming horse is a low-level magical beast, with a maximum rank of 3. Most are at the 1st or 2nd rank. At this point, Li Wei and his group discovered a small herd of fiery horses consisting of only 15 horses. John observed that, in addition to the Stallion King, which had reached Tier 2, there were also 4 Tier 1 adult stallions, 5 Tier 1 adult mares, and 5 foals. However, although a herd of fiery horses has been discovered, how to capture them has become a problem. Chapter 74 High-Level Mage. In Chapter 74, the advanced mage Li Wei suddenly realized that his few men were simply no match for the herd of fiery horses. So he looked at John. "John, is there any way to catch them?" John nodded. "My lord, everything else is negotiable. My current sleeping potion can already knock out 1st-tier magical beasts, but it might not be very effective against this 2nd-tier horse king. Therefore, you and Ms. Mia must keep a close eye on this Tier 2 horse king later." Upon hearing that it was another sleeping potion, Li Wei realized he'd used it to catch the fire-tailed duck last time, and now it could also catch the fiery horse. It seems to be a really good thing. I'll sponsor John with more funds later. This potion is very valuable. "Then you'd better get moving." "My lord, this cannot be rushed. We must wait for an opportunity." Upon hearing Levi's instructions, John did not act immediately, but instead continued to observe something through his binoculars. Seeing this, Li Wei didn't say anything. As long as he could capture this herd of fiery horses, waiting a little longer wouldn't matter. A full hour later, the group continued their pursuit. Just then, John suddenly noticed something through the telescope, and pointed into the distance, saying, "Sir, the opportunity has arrived. Do you see that patch of blue grass? That's orchid grass, one of the favorite foods of equine magical beasts. Have Ms. Mia quickly sneak over and sprinkle the sleeping potion on those orchids." Following John's gaze, Li Wei saw another patch of pale blue grass a little over a kilometer away. And they saw that the herd of fiery horses seemed to be leisurely walking in that direction as well. So he immediately instructed Mia to do so, and reminded Mia that after spraying the sleeping potion, she should not forget to spray the purifying potion on her route, as magical beasts have a very keen sense of smell. After Mia sprinkled the sleeping potion on the orchid grass, she retreated. The 7 then dispersed and surrounded the meadow of orchids. Levi and Mia each went in one direction, John and Clay went in another, and Eric, Thomas, and Gaddy went in the third. Mia followed the fiery steed herd the whole time. Half an hour later, the herd of fiery horses leisurely arrived at the orchid grassland and began to enjoy their meal without any hesitation. Just over 10 minutes later, the 5 foals began to feel drowsy and then collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the 5 mares became increasingly agitated. The second-tier stallion, King Horse, quickly stepped forward to investigate, and then, seemingly noticing something, immediately became alert. With a neigh, it led the herd of horses away. But after running only a few hundred meters, the 5 mares and 4 first-class stallions also staggered and collapsed to the ground. Moreover, the second-tier horse King also started to get a little confused, but then it immediately woke up after spitting out a ball of flame from its mouth. "My lord, do it quickly!" John, who was in the distance, saw the situation of the second-tier horse King and immediately shouted loudly. Without Li Wei needing to give any instructions, the 7 men immediately rushed towards the second-tier horse King from all directions. The second-tier horse King really knows how to pick its direction. By sheer coincidence, it ran towards Mia's direction. As a result, Mia snatched him with a lasso and then quickly pounced on him to subdue him. "Haha, Mia, well done!" Li Wei was immediately excited to see how easily Mia had defeated the second-tier horse King. After putting shackles on all the fiery horses, the 7 men began to drive back. These 15 fiery horses may need to be tamed for some time before they can be used. If sold, a Tier 1 flame horse would be worth 2,000 gold coins, but Li Wei would definitely not sell it, as the combat power of the beast horse rider team is much stronger than that of an ordinary knight squad. But just as everyone had been rushing back for half a day, Li Wei's warning of danger suddenly appeared. 10 people are tracking us from 5 kilometers to the north, 1 4th-tier Grand Knight, 1 3rd-tier high-level mage, 2 3rd-tier high-level warriors, 3 2nd-tier mid-level warriors, and 3 1st-tier low-level warriors. Danger! Upon seeing the danger warning, Li Wei immediately stopped and looked back with a serious expression. A combination of a Grand Knight and a high-level mage? That does seem rather dangerous. Since it was indicated by one's innate talent, it at least shows that the other party definitely does not have good intentions. Just like the black and white giant bear last time, that guy came with murderous intent from the start, only to change his mind and cooperate with me later. Moreover, the humans encountered in this desolate mountain range are far more dangerous than magical beasts, and with the fiery horses in his possession, it would be strange if the other party didn't take the bait. "Sir, what's wrong?" When Clay saw that Levi had stopped with a serious expression, he immediately became alert as well, knowing that the adult's perception talent was also very strong. "Someone is tracking us, and they must be quite strong, definitely at the 4th rank," Li Wei warned. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately drew their swords and became alert. Clay looked around and then pointed to a path to the side, saying, "Sir, let's take this side path instead. I'll take care of cleaning up the traces." Levi shook his head and looked at John. "John, if the other side has 2nd or 3rd-tier mages, can you help us get rid of them?" "The other side also has a mage?" John didn't know how Levi was certain someone was following them, but seeing Clay and the others' reactions, he knew it was true. So he said, "It probably won't work. I don't know any magic in this area, and all I have are purification potions. If the enemy mage is well prepared, we basically won't be able to get rid of them. It seems I have no choice but to fight," Li Wei thought to himself. He then gave the order. "Getty, John, you two lead the herd forward and do nothing else, just continue as usual. Clay, Eric, Thomas, the 3 of you, hide 300 meters ahead and await my instructions." "Yes, sir." Li Wei has already led everyone to several victories, and his combat skills have long been recognized by everyone. So everyone began to act on their own. Then Li Wei pointed to the west and said, "Mia, go forward 100 meters and hide in the woods over here. Wait for the right moment to act freely." Then Li Wei himself lay in wait in the woods to the east of the junction of the main road and the side road. 20 minutes later, the sound of horses' hooves came from the north side of the main road, and a group of 10 men on war horses came galloping towards them. When the 10 people reached the fork in the road, they immediately stopped, looked around. Then a man dressed as a magician quickly dismounted and examined the tracks on the main road and the side road. "A 3rd-tier high-level mage? You're the one!" Li Wei knew that the real reason the advanced precognitive system issued the warning was this magician. With a 4th-tier high-level mage protecting him, a 3rd-tier high-level mage is more than capable of dealing with a 5th-tier high-level warrior head-on. So, upon seeing the mage dismount and distance himself from the 4th-tier high knight, Levi drew his fully enchanted bow. Whoosh! The enchanted arrow, combined with the wind chaser archery technique, arrived before the third-tier high-level mage in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the mental perception of the third-tier high-level mage had already detected the approaching arrows. But he was a mage, slower than a third-tier orc, so how could he possibly dodge such a swift arrow? Puff! The magic arrow struck the third-tier mage directly in the head, killing him instantly. Chapter 75 Half-Elf. Chapter 75 Since the half-elf possessed the extraordinary talent of precognition, Li Wei naturally prioritized eliminating the most threatening and easily killed targets. Once this high-level third-tier mage is killed, the remaining enemies will pose virtually no threat to Li Wei. Even a fourth-tier Grand Knight, without powerful skills or innate talents, might not be a match for Li Wei. Lord Fick! Watch out! Just as Li Wei's arrow was about to strike the mage, the fourth-tier high knight behind him also sensed it. But besides offering reminders, there was nothing he could do. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the magician was shot and killed by arrows. Lord Fick? It seems this magician has some background. Then we can't let you go even more. Li Wei naturally heard the Grand Knight shout as well. Then Li Wei sent another Tier 3 advanced warrior away with an arrow. With his Tier 3 wind-chasing archery skill and Tier 3 enchanted bow, Li Wei's archery level has now reached that of an archer, making it much easier for him to shoot down ordinary beginner-level professionals. The fourth-tier Grand Knight had already stepped forward and lifted the mage's body onto his horse. Seeing that someone else had been killed by arrows, he immediately shouted, "Let's go, let's get out of here first!" He then took the lead and continued running towards the main road, with his men quickly following behind. However, Li Wei didn't hide far, so before these people ran out of Li Wei's attack range, Li Wei shot down one Tier 2 and one Tier 1 in succession. The remaining 6 men, as they ran into Mia's ambush position, were caught off guard by Mia's sudden attack. Because the standard ambush strategy usually involves lying in wait in one place, especially since archers need protection, the fourth-tier Grand Knight ordered the group to leave that area first. The concern was that the people lying in ambush in the woods might rush out and entangle them, making them easy targets for the archers. Therefore, the 6 people who were fleeing kept their attention focused on their rear, never expecting that another fourth-tier warrior would suddenly appear from the front. As a result, not only was the fourth-tier Grand Knight seriously injured and fell off his horse, but a second-tier warrior was also killed by Mia. The reason why the fourth-tier Grand Knight was seriously injured in one blow was mainly because he was carrying a corpse, which affected his own movement, allowing Mia to launch such a successful sneak attack so easily. The fourth-tier Grand Knight already knew he couldn't escape. As for seeking peace, Lord Fick was already dead, and the other side certainly wouldn't leave any survivors. So he immediately shouted to the others, "Buck, keep running! Go back and tell Lord Fees!" The remaining Tier 3 warriors, without hesitation, continued running forward. Mia wanted to mount her warhorse and give chase, but was stopped by the injured fourth-tier Grand Knight. Meanwhile, Li Wei had already caught up on a warhorse left behind by the enemy. As he approached the battlefield of Mia, he finished off the heavily wounded fourth-tier Grand Knight with a single arrow. Li Wei was overjoyed. His absolute defense could be upgraded again. "Let's go, Mia!" After shooting down the fourth-tier Grand Knight, Li Wei didn't forget to call Mia over. As for the last 4 enemies, they have already engaged in combat with Clay and his companions. Eric first used a first-tier magic crossbow to kill a first-tier warrior, then rushed forward and entangled the second-tier warrior. Thomas then dealt with the last Tier 1 warrior. Clay then charged at the third-tier warrior, who was wearing enchanted armor and iron armor, and was able to barely hold him off. Clay's goal was simple, to buy as much time as possible until Lord Levi and Mia arrived. The third-tier warrior clearly understood Clay's intentions, so he unleashed his full power the moment they clashed, sending Clay flying, and then accelerated away. He had already seen people chasing after them, and their captain, a fourth-tier Grand Knight, had already died in battle. If they delayed any longer, they would only face certain death. Li Wei rushed over without stopping, leaving Mia to handle the situation while he went alone to hunt down the last Tier 3 warrior. During the pursuit, Li Wei directly raised his riding skill level to the second tier. Riding skill, Tier 2 0 to 50. Attribute points, 63. After gradually closing the distance, Li Wei used an enchanted bow and arrow to wound the enemy's warhorse, causing it to fall off. The fleeing third-tier warriors, having lost their horses, ran into the woods. He had already discovered that the person chasing him was just a mid-level second-tier knight. Although his archery skills were excellent, he could kill the man if he hid in the woods. Seeing that the other person had already rushed into the woods, Li Wei followed without thinking. He knew, of course, that dense forests made it difficult to use a bow and arrow, and also made one vulnerable to ambushes. However, Li Wei wasn't afraid. His close combat skills were already enough to fight against the 4th-tier Grand Knight. A sneak attack was even more impossible. Li Wei hadn't been chasing them into the woods long when he sensed the strong malice emanating from a clump of grass. However, Li Wei did not use the enchanted bow and arrow to kill him, but instead prepared to ask who the other party was. So he put away the enchanted bow and arrows, then drew his long sword and slowly walked towards the 3rd-tier warrior. "Come out! I know where you're hiding. I've already placed my bow and arrows behind me. If you can defeat me, you can leave." The 3rd-tier warrior was taken aback, surprised that he had been discovered so easily. After a moment's hesitation, he still went out. Since the opponent was indeed a mid-level 2nd-tier knight, and didn't have anything like a magic crossbow, he naturally had no reason to be afraid. The 3rd-tier warrior, without uttering a word, charged straight ahead. He needed to finish the fight quickly to prevent the 4th-tier female demi-human from catching up. But in just a few rounds, Li Wei subdued his opponent, and then began to interrogate him about his identity. 20 minutes later, Li Wei emerged alone from the dense forest, carrying a blood-stained long sword and iron armor. "The Viscount Lanchi family, the eldest prince's maternal family. This is troublesome," Li Wei muttered to himself as he walked. Just after subduing the 3rd-tier warrior, before Li Wei could even begin interrogating him, the other party uttered a series of harsh words, naturally revealing his identity. "We can only take it one step at a time. Fortunately, this is a wild mountain range, and accidents happen from time to time. They won't be able to find me here for a while." Li Wei then found the 2 warhorses outside. Storm territory was in dire need of warhorses, so even the one he had wounded was one he planned to take back and treat properly. However, Li Wei found a large animal skin bag near the fallen warhorse, which must have fallen from the injured horse. So, out of curiosity, I walked up and carefully used my long sword to cut it open. With the sound of animal hide being torn, a woman who looked like a young girl emerged from the animal skin bag. Li Wei took a closer look. An elf! No, a half-elf! Chapter 76 Enchantment Notes. Chapter 76 Enchanting Notes. When Li Wei first saw the girl in the animal skin bag, with her pointed ears, he assumed she was an elf. But then they noticed her hair was brown, and they knew she was a half-elf. This is knowledge from the original owner's memories. Pure-blooded elves all have pure, flawless hair. The half-elf's hair was not only brown, but also mixed with other colors, which is why Li Wei judged that this was a half-elf. Are there still half-elf tribes in the Wild Mountains? Li Wei had no idea that there were half-elf tribes in the Wild Mountains. After all, there were no elves around the Alpha Kingdom. The elves all live in the elf forest in the western part of the continent, so far from the kingdom of Alpha that even the original owner of this body was unaware of it. Just as Li Wei was wondering, Mia and Clay arrived. They were also astonished when they saw the half-elf girl on the ground. "My lord, is this an elf?" Clay couldn't help but ask. "No, it should be a half-elf," Levi denied, then asked Mia. "Mia, are there any half-elf tribes in the Wild Mountains?" Mia nodded and replied. "Yes, sir, but there seem to be not many. They are usually hidden deep in the primeval forests of the Wild Mountains. They possess elven blood and are naturally drawn to the natural forest and certain magical beasts. Therefore, they can survive in primeval forests, making them very difficult for ordinary people to find, especially since primeval forests are home to powerful magical beasts. There really are some. Did they come here specifically to capture them for the eldest prince? Or is the Lanchi family something they need themselves?" Li Wei wondered to himself. After shifting his attention away from the half-elf girl, Clay walked up to Levi and said solemnly, "My lord, these people seem to be from the Viscount Lanchi family, that is, the eldest prince's men. We might." Levi raised his hand to stop Clay from saying anything more, then offered words of comfort. "I already know, but there's no need to worry too much. This is the Wild Mountains, and anything can happen. It won't be easy for them to trace it back to us." After stopping the conversation, Li Wei asked about the spoils. "That magician Fick from the Lanchi family should have something on him, right? Clay, how's the harvest on your end?" Seeing that Lord Levi wasn't worried about anything, Clay could only refrain from mentioning the Lanch family matter again. Instead, they reported their gains. "Sir, those warriors didn't have anything particularly valuable on them. The 4th tier Grand Knight possesses a sword technique called Dawn Sword, which can be cultivated to the 3rd tier. Besides a gold note worth 1,000 gold coins and a level 3 enchanted armor, the mage also had. Everything else is related to magic, and there seems to be a magic notebook as well. You should take a look for yourself. After saying that, he took out a pile of animal hides. After receiving them, Li Wei immediately began to examine them one by one. 0 ring spell Earthfall. Li Wei already has this. 0 ring spell Stone Smash allows you to control shattered stones to attack enemies. First level spell Earth Spikes allows you to control sharp spikes to suddenly emerge from the ground and attack enemies. The first circle spell, Earthquake, allows you to sense ground tremors and explore the surrounding area. Second circle spell Petrify, which can petrify objects. The second circle spell, Stone Skin, petrifies the surface of one's skin, enhancing its defensive capabilities. The third circle spell, Earth Wall, summons an earthen wall barrier on the ground for defense. That guy is an earth mage. Now our earth magic is sorted out. Seeing that all the spells were earth-based, Li Wei knew that the high-level mage, Fick, was an earth-based mage. However, there were only a few spells. There were no potion recipes or meditation techniques whatsoever, which disappointed Li Wei. The harvest wasn't great either. They at least have a 3rd-tier high-level mage from a Viscount family, and she's from the eldest prince's maternal family, and this is all they get? It doesn't feel as good as the items carried by the Divine Eye Assassin. Finally, Li Wei picked up the magic notebook again to examine it. The contents of the document stunned Li Wei. Enchanting? This contains information about enchanting. Is this guy an enchanting construct master? Li Wei quickly glanced at it, and found that it recorded some enchanting experiments in great detail, some successful and some unsuccessful. Then he asked Clay. Clay, did you search that guy thoroughly? Is there any possibility that you missed anything? Li Wei thought that since this guy could record enchanting knowledge, he should logically possess enchanting secrets. Sir, the search was absolutely thorough, nothing was missed, Clay affirmed. Oh, I see. Never mind then, Li Wei said regretfully. I wonder if I can learn enchanting constructs with these notes. I'll go back and study them with John, it's better than nothing. Let's go! We should hurry and catch up with John and the others, lest something happen to the fiery horse herd. My lord, what about this half-elf girl? What should we do with her? Clay suddenly asked, pointing to the half-elf girl on the ground. Emiya, you take her with you first. The half-elf girl was bound by magical shackles and was unconscious. Levi could not leave her unattended, so he had no choice but to take her with him. Then the group, carrying the 10 captured warhorses, chased after John and his men. Along the way, Li Wei also upgraded his absolute defense. Attribute points, 63. Innate talent. Absolute defense, advanced defense, increases current physical defense, battle aura defense, and magical mental defense by 4 times. Energy essence, 866, requires upgrading base level for next awakening. All of my innate talents have reached the advanced level. I wonder if I can fight against the 5th-tier warrior. I can level up my mage rank when I get back, Li Wei thought to himself as he looked at the data on the panel. Half an hour later, Levi and his companion caught up with John and his companion. Then Levi eagerly showed John the enchanting notes. John, do you think this will work? Seeing Levi's excited expression, John curiously took the enchanting notebook to examine it. Enchantment. John then became completely absorbed in the world of the enchanting notebook, and it wasn't until a full half-hour later that he closed it. My lord, we should be able to learn enchanting from this. At most, we can work backward from the success records here and at least master one enchanting technique. I'll try it when I get back. Chapter 77 Magic Crossbow. Chapter 77. The day after the ambush of the Lanch family's squad with the giant magical crossbow, Levi and his group successfully returned to Stormlands City with their herd of fiery steeds. Meanwhile, Parker and his companions successfully returned to Stormwind the day before, carrying the spoils and prisoners of the Orc tribe. John returned and couldn't wait to take the enchanting notes back to study them. Li Wei was also happy to see this happen, as it would save him the time of researching it. As a lord, he was very busy. Sure enough, as soon as he returned, Li Wei began to arrange various matters. First, there's the issue of exchanging war merits and capturing pig-headed men. Because of the Lanchi family incident, Levi had to change his plans. The original plan was to sell the 880 pig-headed people, the elderly, women, and children, to buy serfs, but now that's impossible. Otherwise, wouldn't this be telling everyone that Stormwind territory sent a large army into the Savage Mountains? Wouldn't the Lan Shi family and the eldest prince then become suspicious of them? Therefore, Li Wei had no choice but to assign the 880 pig-headed men, the elderly, women, and children, to the mining island to work in the mines. There's no need to worry about the pig-headed men escaping from the island, but we still sent Thomas, a first-tier knight, to guard it. Since there was no need to sell those valuable pig-headed men, Levi himself decided not to go to Grey Fortress. This time, Clay and Parker's 1st Infantry Squadron were dispatched to Fort Grey to earn battle merits and exchange for resources. In that case, adding the 0.69th class merits I saved last time, Li Wei had a total of 3 6th class merits, 4 7th class merits, 5 8th class merits, and 1 9th class merit. This also includes the battle merits of Clay and his team, but Levi had already exchanged the life essence they needed in advance, so they actually still owe him some battle merits. Li Wei planned to use these battle merits to exchange for 21 bottles of Phaeton potion, 10 Tier 1 magic crossbows, with 5 Tier 1 explosive arrows, 10 Tier 2 magic crossbows, with 5 Tier 2 explosive arrows, 1 Tier 4 magic giant crossbow, with 5 Tier 4 explosive arrows, 10 Tier 3 enchanted piercing arrows. This time, Li Wei really went all out, exchanging all his battle merits for a rain of magical arrows upon Stormwind. In addition, there's that 4th tier magical giant crossbow, a powerful defensive weapon. Even if a Tier 5 orc leads 2 large armies to attack Stormwind next time, we can still make them suffer a crushing defeat. In addition, Levi gave Klein the 22nd Fighting Wolf potion, asking him to sell it to Klein for 4,000 gold coins, essentially a buy 10 get 1 free deal. Klein would definitely agree. In addition to the 1,000 gold coins on the Magician Fic, plus the money from selling the 156 captured pig-headed soldiers, the total came to over 5,000 gold coins. Levi had Clay buy back more than 500 young and strong serfs, along with 100 ordinary grade contract scrolls, and Levi was preparing to expand his army again. After Clay and Parker rested for a day, Li led his troops out. Li Wei then continued processing the exchange of personal battle merits from the 2 pig-headed men wars. After discussing with their team members, the squadron leaders decided to exchange team merits for waiting potions, and the user would compensate all team members with gold coins. So this time, the deputy commander of the 1st Infantry Company, Irwin, and the commander of the 2nd Infantry Company, Creel, Ram, vice captain of the 1st Spear Company, and Russell, captain of the 2nd Spear Company. The archery squadron's vice captain was Lowry, the 1st platoon leader was Ron, and the 2nd platoon leader was Yuri. Lowry earned his position through his own merits. Hogg, the 1st squad leader of the guard company. A total of 8 people exchanged for Phaeton potion, and Li Wei happened to have only 8 Phaeton potion left. After dealing with these matters, Li Wei rested for one night. The next morning, Li Wei began to level up his magician rank. After adding another 71 attribute points to the lava meditation technique, Levi's head felt like it was about to explode. At this moment, Li Wei's mental strength began to rise rapidly, and his mental sea of consciousness also began to expand. At the same time, a seed of spiritual substance gradually appears in the sea of consciousness. This is the foundation of a magician, the spiritual seed, or the magic core. Once the seed of his spirit had stabilized, Li Wei successfully advanced to become a full-fledged mage. Name, Levi Lewis. Basic skills: Flame breathing technique, 2nd tier intermediate knight, 21 to 10,000. Lava meditation technique, 1st tier novice mage, 0 to 1,000. Triple flame slash, tier 3 limit. Earth collapse spell, 0 circle spell beginner, ultimate. Riding skill, tier 2 0 to 50. Wind chasing arrow technique, tier 4, levels 1 to 10 tier 3 limit. Attribute points 2. Innate talent. Super precognition, advanced precognition, passively foresee danger 5 times a day, within a 5-kilometer radius, for 5 days, and also be able to sense the malice of others towards you within 1 kilometer. Ultimate speed, advanced speed, increases current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by 4 times. Absolute defense, advanced defense, increases current physical defense, battle aura defense, and magical mental defense by 4 times. Energy essence, 866, requires upgrading base level for next awakening. Phew! I've reached the 1st level of magic. I'm going to be busy from now on. I need to drink water fairy potions, learn spells, learn potion making, learn enchanting constructs, and also learn sword skills. After being promoted to a formal mage, Li Wei planned to focus on developing his magical skills. Whether it was brewing potions or enchanting constructs, these were good ways to make money, and they could also quickly enhance the strength of his territory. After his promotion, Levi didn't rush to learn magic. He still needed to read through the books on basic magic that John had recommended. Otherwise, he would truly be an illiterate magician. However, before that, we need to plan and arrange the future development of the territory. The autumn harvest is in September, after which the serfs' workload will gradually decrease, and now the serfs on the mining island have also been recalled. Therefore, Livy planned to use the surplus labor force to build the castle. Stormwind is too small now to support Livy's future plans. The population growth alone necessitates the expansion of Stormwind. However, if Stormwind wants to expand now, the only option is to build an outer wall. However, this would not only involve a huge amount of work and take a long time, but the terrain to the south and east of Stormwind is also not suitable for expansion. So Li Wei carefully studied the situation and decided to build a castle each to the west and north of Stormwind, forming a triangular castle complex. Once the population and strength are sufficient, the three castles can be connected by high walls to form a single, massive castle. This year, we'll start by building a castle north of Stormwind. That will be a smaller undertaking. As for the exact location of the castle, we still need to conduct an on-site investigation. Just as Li Wei continued to study the castle construction, Gady suddenly came to report. My lord, the half-elf girl has awakened! Li Wei was taken aback. Oh right. He almost forgot about the half-elf. Chapter 78 Wet Nurse. Chapter 78 The wet nurse in a guest room of the Baron's mansion. The half-elf girl was curled up in a corner, sobbing pitifully. When Li Wei entered the room, the half-elf girl trembled with fear. She had long heard from the elders of her tribe that falling into the hands of human nobles would be extremely miserable, worse than death. She just went out to find some good food, and she got arrested. Now sob. When Li Wei entered the room, he saw the half-elf girl huddled there, sobbing. He knew she was afraid. So as not to frighten the adorable half-elf girl, he sat down in a slightly chosen spot and spoke softly. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. You may not know, but I saved you on the way. Otherwise, you might be in a bad guy's bed right now. Hearing Li Wei say this, the half-elf girl cried even harder. Am I really that scary? Levi asked Mia, amused. Sir, she was just in your bed, Mia explained earnestly. This isn't my bed, Li Wei immediately retorted. Mia declined to comment on this. However, Li Wei immediately laughed, surprised that Mia could be so amusing. It's worth noting that ever since Mia started working for Levi, she has always been very serious, never smiling, let alone joking. Although Mia was controlled by the enslavement ring, the ring's function was only to make her close to and obey Li Wei. Her other personality traits remained unchanged. Then he looked at the half-elf girl and tried to comfort her for a while, but it was no use at all. His expression hardened, and he said sternly, Sit on the bed and talk to me, or I won't be so polite. This terrified the half-elf girl even more, but she obeyed and immediately stood up. But as she stood up, the half-elf girl's figure was fully revealed. Li Wei was completely stunned. Wow, this is huge. What did it eat to grow so big? It's way too big. Previously, the half-elf girl had always been curled up in a leather bag, so Levi only noticed that she was very cute. I never expected her figure to be so outstanding. The half-elf girl then prepared to walk to the bedside, but perhaps because she was wearing magical shackles on her feet and hands. So I almost fell again as soon as I got up, but luckily I managed to grab the wall, and then slowly walked back to the bed and sat down. But this violent movement caused him to sway back and forth. Li Wei stared wide-eyed. Ahem. Mia coughed at the opportune moment. Li Wei immediately suppressed his curiosity. He said somewhat awkwardly, Mia, if your throat is sore, drink more water. Then he looked at the half-elf who was already sitting on the edge of the bed. Tongyen, oh no, what's your name? How old are you? The half-elf girl sobbed as she spoke. I'm Wendy, I'm 36 years old. 36 years old? A young married woman? Li Wei sat up straight in surprise. This startled the half-elf girl. My lord, elves generally reach adulthood at 72, while half-elves reach adulthood at 36. So this half-elf has only just come of age, Mia explained from the side. Oh, is that so? Li Wei then leaned back and said, "Yes, Wendy, what I just told you is true. I really did rescue her from someone else. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I was originally planning to let you go back, but it seems that's not possible now, so—" "My lord, I believe you. Please let me go back," the half-elf girl Wendy interrupted. Li Wei, who was interrupted, paused for a moment, and then began to instruct. "Little Wendy, don't interrupt others when they are speaking. It's very impolite, you know. You'll be punished for it." Little Wendy was immediately frightened and buried her head in her chest. After reading it, Li Wei immediately calmed down and said softly, "Tell me your identity first, and how were you arrested?" "My lord, I am just an ordinary half-elf from our tribe, a second-tier life mage. I was caught because I secretly ran away to find food," Wendy replied softly. "It's a life mage. That's a top-tier healer. Life mages are incredibly powerful in healing and support roles." Just as Li Wei was about to press for more information, suddenly a gurgling sound rang out. It was coming from the belly of Wendy, the half-elf girl. Little Wendy immediately buried her head in her chest in embarrassment, which Levi couldn't stand. He immediately shouted outside, "Gotti, go and get a loaf of bread, 2 salted duck eggs, half a fire-tailed duck, and a glass of milk. Be quick." As Li Wei called out the names of the foods one by one, little Wendy's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Li Wei saw all of this. "Is this person a glutton?" Li Wei couldn't help but think. Then he said, "The food will be here soon. You can continue talking about your second-tier life mage career." "A second-tier life master is a second-tier life mage, just like you human second-tier mages, except I only know life-healing spells," Wendy said, puzzled. Li Wei put one hand to his forehead. "What I mean is, what life spells do you know?" Oh, I know the zero-ring spells Flower Sea Purification and Minor Healing. The first circle spells Wind of Life and Sound of Life. The second circle spells Emerald Blessing and Starlight Tree. And that was it. By the way, I can also refine the Spring of Life, but I can only refine the first-tier one. Little Wendy said cutely, then looked towards the door. "The Fountain of Life! This is a wonderful thing!" Li Wei exclaimed happily, completely unaware that little Wendy was looking towards the door. The healing effects of Tier 1 Life Spring Water are far superior to those of Tier 1 healing potions for humans. Furthermore, the Fountain of Life has another important function. It can repair fatigue and damage, and alleviate mental stress. Taking it can extend the training time of knights and warriors, essentially accelerating their training. Furthermore, there is no limit to the number of times the Fountain of Life can be used. Therefore, although the Fountain of Life is not a cultivation potion, it is more popular than cultivation potions. This made Li Wei even more reluctant to let the half-elf go back. Then Li Wei looked at Mia and confirmed with her. Mia nodded. "She's wearing 3rd-tier magic shackles, so her magic level can't exceed 3rd tier. She's probably not lying." Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. "It's good that it's true." Just then, Gady walked in carrying a large plate of food. Then Wendy's eyes followed the food in Gady's hand without ever leaving it. "What a little foodie!" Li Wei chuckled after seeing it. But then the smile on Li Wei's face froze. Little Wendy ate faster than Levi. In less than 15 minutes, she had devoured all the food in front of her. Then, still wanting more, he looked at Li Wei. Li Wei looked down at Wendy's belly, which was still the same as before, but the top seemed to have grown a little. Chapter 79 The Recurve Cannon. Chapter 79 The Cannon. Li Wei then served Wendy 3 more meals, each containing a pound of crimson flame porcupine meat, which finally made her burp contentedly. "That's 3rd-tier magical beast meat. This girl is only 2nd tier. How can she eat so much?" Li Wei now truly believes what she said. With that kind of appetite, how could the tribes in the wild mountains possibly afford to feed themselves? It would be strange if they didn't come out to find food on their own. "Are you full?" "Burp. I'm full, thank you, sir," little Wendy said sincerely. Perhaps it was because she was full and emboldened, but little Wendy didn't seem so scared anymore. "Now that you've eaten, let's talk about your job duties and salary," Li Wei said. Sir, I don't want to work, can you let me go back? Little Wendy began to plead pitifully again. "We offer a variety of delicious food every day, including roast duck, sugar bread, seafood, and fish, all you can eat," Li Wei tempted. Gulp. Little Wendy swallowed. "In addition, I will pay you 10 gold coins every year. 1 gold coin can buy a cartload of grain. And we can sign a magic contract, and I promise I won't hurt you. Li Wei continued to tempt you. Little Wendy was immediately caught in a dilemma. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, Sir, could I not wear that collar? Can I make requests when signing the contract? Li Wei glanced back at Mia's enslavement ring. Of course, no problem. I will remove Mia's enslavement ring when I reach the 4th rank. I'm afraid she'll cause trouble if I remove it now. Hearing that Li Wei had agreed, Little Wendy immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, then I'll work for the adults. Very good, but you'll have to wait a bit. I don't have a second-tier contract scroll right now. Once I buy one, I'll remove your magic shackles. You should rest well for the next few days. Don't worry, there's plenty of food. Just tell the people outside what you want to eat. After saying that, Li Wei got up and left. Thank you, sir. Little Wendy quickly stood up to express her gratitude. After successfully gaining a little wet nurse, Li Wei returned home very happily. Then he summoned the craftsmen from the rammed earth factory and the brick kiln, as well as the many blacksmiths from the blacksmith shop, to discuss the construction of the new castle. Neither John nor he had time to develop cement, so Levi decided to just use a mixture of lime, sand, and clay to build the castle. After all, this adhesive worked quite well. Moreover, now that I have the petrification spell, once I advance to the 2nd-tier intermediate mage level and master the petrification spell, I should be able to use it to connect the blue bricks and stones into a whole piece. Another point is the blacksmith shop. Because Li Wei modified the blast furnace, and after numerous experiments by the blacksmiths, they have now successfully forged steel. Therefore, Li Wei planned to have the blacksmiths forge long steel bars or strips. If the craftsmanship wasn't up to par, they would forge short steel strips first. Adding these steel bars to the construction of the city wall would make it far more sturdy than Stormwind is now. Finally, Li Wei spent another 6 days exploring the western and northern parts of Stormwind before finally determining the location of the new castle. The location for North Castle was chosen 1.1 kilometers north of Stormwind City, which is very close to the Stormwind River. This allows the river to be channeled into North Castle, creating a moat. West Castle is located 900 meters west of Stormwind City, which is considered a high ground and is very advantageous for defense. Livy then added features such as ramparts, watchtowers, and barbicans to the new castle design, further enhancing its defensive capabilities. After all the plans were finalized, Li Wei ordered the blacksmiths, mortar and lime kilns, and brickyards to begin producing materials immediately. Stonemasons were also instructed to start carving stones, as the castle couldn't be built entirely of bricks. Stone was indispensable. Once all the materials were prepared, work began as soon as the autumn harvest was over. While Li Wei was busy building the new castle for 6 days, the 8 people who exchanged for the Radiant Potion had already used the potion and completed their advancement. Unfortunately, 2 people failed this time, Ron and Yuri, the first and second squad leaders of the archery squadron, while Lowry succeeded. Ron and Yuri were originally serf recruits, and their cultivation levels were nowhere near the peak of elite soldiers. Because of their good archery skills, and because Will and Lowry both have some leg disabilities, they are highly valued in the archery squadron. Will and Lowry asked the 2 to exchange for Phaeton potions because they were worried about running out, and wanted them to keep some for later use. Unexpectedly, the 2 couldn't resist the temptation and rashly used the Phaeton serum, resulting in a waste. After giving the 2 men a few words of admonition and encouragement, Li Wei moved on from the matter. Subsequently, a new order was issued. Those who had not reached the peak realm were not allowed to exchange for potions in advance. He also told everyone that as long as they made contributions in battle, they would never run out of waiting potion and life source liquid. However, 6 people succeeded this time. Including Wendy, the number of professionals in the territory has reached 18, and those fiery horses are still untamed. The day after Levi finished planning the castle, Clay and Parker returned to the castle safely. When Li Wei saw a 4th-tier magical giant crossbow being towed by a large cart, he was also stunned. This can no longer be called a giant crossbow. It should be called a magic ballista. The crossbow cord is over 2 meters long, and the bolts are over 5 meters long. No wonder this guy didn't dare to fight a 5th-tier warrior head-on. Even if it were just a regular ballista, let alone one enhanced by magic, it would probably make a 4th-tier warrior run away. Ordinary ballisti? I can build those. And trebuchets are the real killers, Li Wei suddenly thought. The trebuchet was an improved version of the ancient catapult on Earth, incorporating the lever and counterweight principle. It can launch boulders weighing over 150 kilograms with a range of 300 to 400 meters. It seems that the Mongols used it during Hui Jing's defense of Xianyang. He then immediately summoned several of the most skilled carpenters to the Baron's mansion. Fuxin, can you build catapults? The lead carpenter, Fuxin, nodded after hearing this. Sir, yes, I can. That's great. Li Wei then recounted the story of the Hui cannon. To throw a stone weighing 200 or 300 pounds? Sir, that's impossible. Being able to throw 20 or 30 pounds is already the absolute limit, Fuxin exclaimed in surprise. Yours is a regular catapult, but my trebuchet is different. After Li Wei finished speaking, he drew a simple diagram, and then explained the working principle in detail. The carpenters listened, completely bewildered. Finally, he still had doubts. Sir, is this really going to work? Whether it works or not, we'll know once we make it. You guys first build a Hui gun based on my design, adding your own modifications. Then you guys use the lever principle. Never mind, let's test it together later. What's the point of explaining the lever principle to these guys? Chapter 80 Fez. In Chapter 80, Fez Levy instructed the carpenter to build a prototype first, and then to experiment and improve upon it based on the actual object. He argued that it was pointless to discuss it here, as everyone seemed to be struggling to understand each other. So, over the next few days while the carpenters were making the trebuchet, while practicing the lava meditation technique using the Narcissus potion, Li Wei also learned basic magic and a first-level fire spell, Small Fireball. At the same time, he sent Clay to Grey Fortress again to purchase 3 Tier 2 contract scrolls. While Stormwind was busy within Shimatsuki City, the capital of Shimatsuki Province. Inside a luxurious mansion, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose was throwing a tantrum. A bunch of useless trash, all of them are useless trash. Not only could she not handle this pretty boy, she also got herself involved, and it took me a lot of effort to calm things down. Now they haven't caught a single elf or two, and they've even gone missing themselves. What use are you bunch of useless trash to me? The group of people who were being scolded all lowered their heads and dared not utter a sound. Among them was Odin, the former deputy captain of the 8th Battalion, who was tricked by Li Wei and forced to return from Grey Fortress. At this moment, Odin was hanging his head, trying hard to suppress his anger. Ever since he was banished back to Frostmoon City, Odin had been living a very frustrating life, constantly being ridiculed and ostracized, and now he was being publicly humiliated by Faith. Just then, an old man suddenly walked in from outside, smiling as he spoke to the man with the grizzly nose. Fizz, don't get agitated. The situation in the Wilderness Mountains is unpredictable. Maybe your brother and the others have gone to track down that half-elf. This hook-nosed man, Fizz, is Viscount Lanchi's eldest son, and the current Crown Prince's maternal uncle. However, the Crown Prince's mother, Fizz's sister, passed away unexpectedly many years ago. The current king of Alfalfa has long since married a new queen, and they have also had a second prince. Therefore, although the eldest prince is nominally the first in line to the throne, his situation has always been precarious. Over the years, he has not been definitively designated as the crown prince. The eldest prince then began to amass power everywhere, and tried every means to marry Angelus in order to gain the power of the Marquis of Tulips. The mage Fick who went to the Wild Mountains is the illegitimate son of the current Viscount Lanchi, who is also Fick's half-brother. The old man who walked in at this moment was the eldest prince's private butler. Butler Robert, I'm just so angry. None of these guys are capable of anything. They're just wasting His Highness's resources, Fizz said helplessly. You can't say that. At least that pretty boy is already in Stormwind territory. There will be plenty of opportunities to get rid of him. There's no need to rush. As for the half-elf, that's fine as it is. If we don't catch him, His Highness won't blame us, Butler Robert said with a smile. Fizz just smiled and didn't say anything. Then Robert the butler suddenly said to Odin, Odin, besides sending third-tier warrior thieves to do it last time, who else did you hire? Upon hearing this, Odin immediately panicked, his face turning slightly pale as he said, No, Lord Robert. Seeing Odin's answer, Robert the butler's expression remained unchanged. He simply said, The rest of you can go back. Odin, stay. Yes, Lord Robert. The group of guys who had been scolded quite a bit quickly left this place of trouble. Odin, who was left behind, was sweating profusely, while Fizz looked at Odin with a puzzled expression. Humph, Odin, aren't you going to tell the truth? Robert said angrily after everyone else had left. Lord Robert, I'm telling the truth, Odin said through gritted teeth. Robert the butler then stared at Odin for quite a while. Odin was so frightened that he was sweating profusely. Only then did Robert nod in satisfaction. Very well, if you had admitted it just now, I would have killed you on the spot. Bang. Upon hearing Robert's words, Odin was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Robert, what's going on? Fis couldn't help but ask from the side. Fis, you have no idea how audacious this guy is. He actually dared to hire assassins from the Divine Eye Society to assassinate that pretty boy. Robert sneered. What? Fis stood up in shock, then immediately looked around nervously, only relaxing when he saw no one was there. Then, in a fit of rage, he kicked Odin. You idiot, are you trying to kill us? Fis had no choice but to be afraid. Assassins from the Divine Eye Society were a taboo in the kingdom of Alpha, and an existence that the royal family could not tolerate. If Odin's collusion with the God Eye Society is exposed, then the eldest prince will be finished. None of the royal elders will support a prince who has any connection with the God Eye Society. Alright, Fis, this matter is all settled now, and I also have a plan for the next step. Robert the butler reassured Fis. Then he looked at Odin. Odin, we will kick you out of the first prince's camp next. Lord Robert, spare me. Odin immediately begged for mercy. Don't rush, let me finish. His Highness didn't say he wanted to kill you. You still need to continue contacting the Divine Eye Society, so you understand? As long as you are careful enough, you will naturally receive some credit after the eldest prince ascends the throne, understand? Odin kept his head down and didn't speak. He naturally knew what it meant. If he was exposed, he would become a pawn. What? You don't want to? Robert said unhappily. I am willing, Lord Robert. The assassin Odin had no other choice but to accept his fate. Very good, don't worry, your resources will double in the future, and when you need to use the Divine Eye Society, we will give you gold coins. Alright, you can go now. Odin then got up and left, looking dejected. Is this really okay? Fis was still a little worried as he watched Odin leave. Don't worry. Your Highness will make the arrangements. But you, Fis, His Highness seems rather displeased with you lately. You'd better focus on the tasks assigned to you. Once you've taken care of the half-elf matter, you don't need to worry about that pretty boy anymore. After Robert finished speaking, he patted Fis on the shoulder and then left. After everyone left, Fis's face darkened again. Humph! Just a steward or servant from now on. And what on earth is that good-for-nothing fake doing? Then Fis had no choice but to send another team to the wild forest to find Fis. Meanwhile, east of Stormwind, Li Wei and several carpenters were adjusting a massive trebuchet. This was crafted by carpenters over 6 days according to Li Wei's specifications. After some adjustments by Li Wei, the first stone, weighing 50 jin, 25 caddies, was placed on it. Then Li Wei gave an order. Put! Boom! With a loud bang, the 50-pound stone flew out. Everyone around was stunned. It actually works. Chapter 81 Army Reorganization. In Chapter 81, during the reorganization of the army, Li Wei used a newly built trebuchet to launch a 50-pound stone projectile about 100 meters away. Mia, Wendy, and the guards around them were all speechless with astonishment. The carpenters who had personally participated in building the trebuchet, after their initial shock, immediately became excited. My lord, it really works! This is truly amazing! Li Wei smiled. That's not enough. We need to continue the experiment. We need to launch the 200-pound boulder at least 300 meters away. Yes, sir! This time, the carpenters neither felt troubled nor thought it was impossible to succeed. Because the trebuchet is a projectile based on the lever principle, the principle is very simple. Simply attach a suitable load to one end, then pull down the other end and secure it. The load will then rise to the top. Then, load the stone into the pull-down end, and finally release the tension. The heavy object will then fall sharply, launching the loaded stone into the other end. As the length of the lever varies and the weight of the load differs, the size and distance of the projectiles will also vary. Although operating the trebuchet was extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive, Li Wei significantly increased its efficiency after installing a winch and pulleys on it. Furthermore, when lifting heavy objects, a crossbow can be used, and only manpower is needed to secure and load the stone projectiles. Li Wei's goal is to keep the number of auxiliary personnel for a trebuchet at 30 to 50, and the number of operators at around 10. Li Wei then clearly explained his requirements, and left behind 30 personal guards. Then he left with Mia and Wendy. 2 days ago, the half-elf Wendy signed a 20-year contract with Levi, the contents of which were roughly what Levi had mentioned. Wendy had only two demands. First, the pay had to include adequate food so she wouldn't go hungry, or she would strike. Second, the job didn't include sleeping with her, she wanted to sleep alone. Li Wei thought about it for a while and finally agreed. After all, he could do something else even if he didn't sleep. Clay, who had made a special trip to Grey Fortress for this purpose, had already been assigned by Levi to train using the wolf fighting fire potion. Clay has been a first-tier beginner knight for over 4 years. Even without the wolf fire potion, he should be able to break through to the second tier within a year. If I use 5 fighting wolf fire potions in a row this time, I should be able to advance immediately. As for the patrol of the Northwest Wild Mountains, Li Wei arranged for Eric to take turns with Roger. On the way back, little Wendy kept asking all sorts of questions. Ever since the contract was signed, this little girl had become incredibly outgoing, a complete change from when she was cowering in a corner trembling with fear. Sir, could that machine, which wasn't equipped with magic, really have been able to launch a 200-pound boulder 300 meters away? Can. My God, that's incredible. A 200-pound boulder would crush even a 6th-tier warrior. A 6th-tier warrior isn't made of wood, standing there for you to smash, Li Wei said irritably. That's true, but it's still very impressive. Sir, what shall we eat for lunch? Whatever. Let's have the fire-tailed duck then, it's so delicious. No, there aren't many fire-tailed ducks left. We need to keep them to lay eggs and hatch them. Could you do that one again? Stop! Li Wei couldn't take it anymore. Wendy, if you have nothing to do, why don't you go and refine some Tier 1 life spring water? I'd like to too, but the spring of life requires the essence of heaven and earth to refine, and the essence of heaven and earth needs a life array to condense. My first order life array isn't set up yet, Wendy replied, pouting. Then hurry up and set up the magic array. Li Wei was exasperated. He then took a deep breath. If it weren't for. All right then, I'll arrange another job for you. Oh, there are other jobs too? It wasn't mentioned in the contract. This will cost extra, Wendy said somewhat reluctantly. Fine, if you don't want to, then I'll assign the sugar-making work to someone else, Li Wei said with a shrug. The sweet wild vegetables that my soldiers ate during the last hunt for the Crimson Flame boar. Li Wei had already had some picked and personally tried to boil it into sugar, discovering that the sugar content was extremely high. Therefore, Li Wei plans to build a sugar factory. You see, sugar is a luxury item for the nobility in the kingdom of Alpha, and currently, the only type of sweet available is honey. If Li Wei could mass-produce brown sugar, or even white sugar, he could definitely earn a lot of gold coins. Candy! Is it the dark candy I ate yesterday? Upon hearing about sugar making, Wendy immediately widened her eyes and asked. Wendy saw Li Wei eating candy yesterday, so he gave her a piece. After Wendy tasted it, she begged Levi to give her all the candy. Yes, but it's red, not black, so it's called brown sugar. It can be further refined into white sugar and rock sugar, Li Wei explained. As Li Wei explained, Wendy looked like she was about to drool. Then he immediately said loudly, Do it for me, I'll take the job, no extra pay. All right, then come with me, Li Wei said with a smug smile. Finally, this chatterbox can be quieted down. Then Levi asked old Charlie to help little Wendy start a sugar factory. After getting rid of Wendy, that chatterbox, Li Wei summoned the captains and deputy captains of the infantry and pike companies. The decision was made to reorganize the army, combining infantry companies and spear companies. Previously, they were organized separately because there were too many new recruits. Separating them would be much simpler. Having gone through several battles, the soldiers' combat skills have improved, and mixed formations are more suitable for each company to operate independently. If there is a major battle, they can be reorganized and brought back. The Parker Squadron and Jenkins Squadron will now be combined and reorganized into the Stormfront 1st Infantry Squadron and 2nd Infantry Squadron. The Creel Squadron and Russell Squadron were combined and reorganized into the 3rd Infantry Squadron and the 4th Infantry Squadron. In the newly added 4th and 5th Infantry Companies, Owen and Ram, the deputy commanders of the 1st and 2nd Infantry Companies respectively, were reassigned to serve as commanders of the 2 new companies. In addition, 20 men each from the 1st and 2nd Infantry Companies, and 10 men each from the 3rd and 4th Infantry Companies, were transferred to the newly added 4th and 5th Companies. This approach minimizes damage to the veteran squadron's strength while allowing the new recruit squadron to quickly develop combat capabilities. Regarding the Knights Squad, Levi plans to expand by 2 more teams, led by Eric and Thomas. However, neither of them are currently in the territory, so Levi plans to assign them to teams after the autumn harvest. As for the archery squadron, since there weren't many new able-bodied men in the territory, Levi told Will and the others to find as many as they could with archery talent. Finally, Li also decided to establish a system of auxiliary troops, organizing all the able-bodied serfs in his territory and providing them with simple training in their spare time. This is far superior to any serf army, as it lays the foundation for expanding the army and provides manpower for the subsequent guerrilla artillery support troops, a win-win situation. As for the soldiers operating the trebuchet, Li planned to draw them directly from his personal guards once the trebuchet was built. After all, those personal guards were already involved in the experiment, so once it was built, he would select some of the best and have George command them. After being assigned the task of reorganizing the army, Li prepared to focus on practicing magic and swordsmanship until the autumn harvest was about to begin. Chapter 82 Warcraft Night Squad. Chapter 82 The Warcraft Night Squad. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and it was now September 1st. The autumn harvest was about to begin, and Li had been in this world for almost half a year. Li then prepared to end his cultivation session and opened the panel to check the results. Name, Levi Lewis. Basic skills. Lava meditation technique, first tier novice mage, 2141000. Pharmaceutics, second order, limit. Triple blazing slash, tier 3, limit, can be fused. Holy light cross slash, tier 3, limit, can be fusion. Dawn sword, tier 3, limited, can be fusion. Small fireball, first ring spell to 1, maximum. Attribute points, 173. Phew, all 3 sword techniques have reached their limits. 10 second-tier archery techniques can advance a third-tier archery technique. The 3 third-tier sword techniques should be able to be fused into a 4th-tier sword technique. Seeing that all 3 sword techniques had reached the 3rd-tier limit, Li prepared to fuse them together. Furthermore, during this month of training, Li also consumed 10 doses of Narcissus Potion, increasing his lava meditation skill attribute value by over 200 points. He also learned the basics of the fireball spell and alchemy, and used his attribute points to maximize them. Finally, I introduced the basic sword techniques Holy Light Cross Slash and Dawn Sword. Of all these skills, the one that gave Li the most trouble was potion making. He spent almost half of his time on it. Because mastering potion making requires learning so much basic magic, Levi was feeling completely overwhelmed. Fortunately, Li only needs to get to the basics. He can then simply use attribute points to level up. Li then fused 3 third-tier sword skills, Triple Flame Slash, Holy Light Cross Slash, and Dawn Sword. A new sword technique immediately appeared in his mind, along with the memory of how to use it. It took a full 10 minutes for the memory of the new sword technique to completely merge with Li's memory. Li quickly opened the panel to check. Extreme Flame 4 Direction Slash, Tier 3, 0, 500. Attribute points, 173. Li looked at the sword skill level of the newly appeared sword technique. Extreme Flame 4 Direction Slash. It really can be cultivated to the 4th level. But he went straight to Tier 3? No wonder it took so long to fuse the memories. Then, based on his memory, Li tested the power of the Extreme Flame 4 Direction Slash. It was discovered that although the 4 Direction Slash was only at the 3rd tier, its power was far greater than that of the strongest of the previous 3 sword techniques, the Triple Flame Slash. It seems that the higher the level of the secret technique, the greater its power. In the future, if we encounter the direct descendants of a great noble family, we need to be more careful, as those great noble families all possess top-level secret techniques. After testing the Extreme Flame 4 Direction Slash, Li ended his month-long arduous training and then had a good night's sleep. The next day, Li first summoned Old Charlie. Old Charlie, are things ready for the autumn harvest? It'll be a few more days before we can begin. Young master, everything is ready. We can start harvesting in about 2 or 3 days. This year we only have 2,000 mu of farmland to harvest, but we have over 1,600 young and strong men and over 1,100 young and strong women. If everyone participates in the autumn harvest, it might be finished in just a few days, Old Charlie reported. Alright, then let everyone participate in the autumn harvest and try to bring the grain into the castle before the orcs arrive, Li instructed. Yes, young master. Okay, go and make the arrangements. After understanding the situation, Li let Old Charlie leave. Next, Li needed to arrange defenses for the autumn harvest. because there will inevitably be war during the autumn harvest season. The first few days were probably fine, everyone was busy with the autumn harvest. But things got dangerous later. Some people had little food, and it was all harvested in no time. Then they would start eyeing other people's food. Especially the orcs, some of whom do not engage in production. This is the time when they like to rob the most. Judging from the situation in Stormwind territory a few years ago, the orcs will likely raid the bandit strongholds in the Grey Mountains first, since the bandits are far weaker than the noble lords. Once the Grey Mountains have been plundered enough, the orcs will return to Stormwind territory to steal more food. So Li Wei's first plan was to go and check on the trebuchet experiment. It had been a month already, so it should be quite close by now. If this powerful weapon is put into use, then no matter how many orcs come, they will be utterly defeated. But when Levi arrived at the west side of Stormwind, he suddenly saw Clay and his knight squad rushing past him with overwhelming force, and Levi was stunned. Mia, the fiery horse was tamed so quickly? Stormlands doesn't have dedicated beast tamers. Theoretically, these fiery horses should have to be tamed by the riders themselves. The members of the Kalai Knight squad were just apprentice knights. How could they possibly subdue a Tier 1 flame horse, let alone tame it slowly after subduing it? Yes, sir. This is all thanks to Wendy. Elven bloodlines naturally make it easier for them to connect with magical beasts, and coupled with Wendy's status as a life mage, it allows her to communicate well with the flame horse. So it only took a few days to tame these fiery horses, Mia replied. Such a good thing. This happiness came too suddenly. A short while later Clay returned with his knight squad, clearly having spotted Levi. My lord, have you finished your cultivation? At this moment, Levi also noticed that the aura emanating from Clay was that of a second-tier knight. Yes, it just ended. Congratulations on breaking through to the second tier. Levi congratulated Clay. Haha, I only broke through a few days ago too, and I have to thank the Master's Wolf Fighting Fire Potion for that. Clay was clearly very happy as well. Then he pointed to the second-tier Flame Horse King and said, My lord, would you like to try out your new mount? Riding the monster horse is truly wonderful. Li Wei glanced at the list and saw that, including the second-tier King Horse, the current 10 adult flame horses were just enough for Clay's knight squad. So he said, No need, this Tier 2 Flame Horse King is yours. Your knight squad will be the Beast Knight squad from now on. There are only so many Warcraft horses available right now. Instead of using them indiscriminately, it would be better to form a Warcraft Knight squad to fully unleash the power of the flame horses. Chapter 83 Autumn Harvest. Chapter 83 Autumn Harvest. Upon hearing that Lord Li Wei had given them all 10 of his existing adult fiery steeds, Clay and the knights behind him were taken aback at first, but then immediately bowed with excitement and said, Thank you, sir. There's nothing to thank me for. From now on, your Warcraft Knight squad will be responsible for the most challenging raids. I hope you're prepared. Don't worry, sir, we're not afraid of charging. The most honorable way for a knight to die is to die on the charge, Clay said nonchalantly. I didn't ask you to die gloriously in battle. I want you to win battles for me, understand? Li Wei suddenly said sternly. Understood, sir. Clay nodded humbly. Levi then had Clay and the others continue to familiarize themselves with the flame horse's fighting style. He himself continued on to the trebuchet manufacturing base. Bang! Boom! As soon as Li Wei arrived at the trebuchet manufacturing base, he saw a trebuchet fire a boulder weighing over 100 kilograms, which flew more than 200 meters away. Then came 2 more loud bangs. 2 more trebuchets fired, each launching boulders of varying weights. Moreover, the sizes of the loads on these 3 trebuchets were also different. However, Li Wei then noticed that these 3 trebuchets seemed to be much larger than the others, and the walls of Stormwind City couldn't possibly accommodate such a behemoth. George, first son, come here for a second. Li Wei then immediately summoned the 2 people in charge of the area. After George recovered from his injuries, Levi assigned him to take charge of the Hui artillery, and George subsequently led the Hui artillery unit. My lord! The 2 men immediately ran over. Firson, why are these 3 trebuchets so big? They can't fit on the city wall. Yes, sir, I know that too, but we've experimented many times. It was discovered that to launch a boulder weighing over 100 kilograms 200 to 300 meters, the trebuchet could only be made to this size. The smaller trebuchets over there could only fire stones weighing less than 80 pounds. However, we've tested it, and these 3 giant trebuchets can be positioned 30 to 50 meters behind the city wall to fire. It can also launch a boulder weighing over 100 pounds 200 meters outside the city wall. Fusen immediately explained. I see. Looking at the 3 giant trebuchets in front of him, Li Wei thought that the design of the new castle might need to be changed. Then he asked, Well, as long as we find a solution, the trebuchets we've manufactured have all passed the tests, right? Reporting to Your Excellency, they have all passed inspection. We have tested the 3 giant trebuchets and 6 large trebuchets here many times, and there are no problems. Furthermore, following the adult's instructions, I created a detailed range chart showing the distances at which stones of different weights and their loads could be launched. This time, George answered. After all, he was in charge of these tasks. Very good. In the next couple of days, go to Stormlands City to select a suitable location, set up these trebuchets, test them a few more times, and then report the number of support personnel needed, Li Wei finally instructed. Li Wei then inspected the other areas and ordered all factories outside the castle, including the brick kiln, the rammed earth factory, the seaside salt production base, and the shipyard, to cease operations. In preparation for the upcoming autumn harvest, the workers and serfs also needed to return to the castle to avoid the upcoming orc attacks. The next day, Li Wei issued a combat alert to all squadrons. This time, Li Wei didn't plan to have his troops lie in ambush outside, because there might be more than one orc army coming. If another orc army were to appear during the ambush, that would be troublesome. Therefore, the combat mission was very simple, to assign defensive duties to the city walls and to arrange reserve forces. Li Wei didn't even hold a combat meeting before directly assigning tasks to each company. At the same time, Levi also arranged for Clay's squad of magical beast riders to patrol. With the speed of the fiery steeds, this could reduce the time by 1/3, allowing Levi to make corresponding adjustments based on the number of invading orcs. Given Stormwind's current military strength and defenses, the orc tribes in the Savage Mountains are probably not worth the powerful foresight to issue a warning of danger. Then, on September 4th, the autumn harvest in Stormwind territory officially began, with all serfs participating except for the soldiers. In reality, the yield from these 2,000 mu of farmland is only about 210 tons, which is hardly of any use to the current population of Stormwind territory. The land's grain is currently being traded by Livy for salt and Klein. It may take several more years for the territory to become self-sufficient in food. But these farmlands and the meager harvests they produce are the hope of everyone in Stormwind. Li Wei also had to take this seriously. He couldn't neglect food production just because he had economic products. Li Wei was well aware that the cohesion and centripetal force generated by agricultural culture and commercial culture were completely different. To maintain a strong and lasting rule, agricultural culture must outweigh commercial culture, especially in the early stages of development. Therefore, even in terms of outward appearances, Li Wei had to do a good job. So, thanks to the efforts of all the people of Stormwind, all the grain was harvested and sent back to the castle in just 2 days. The remaining work can be carried out inside the castle, while the finishing touches on the farmland will have to wait until after the orc war ends. Sure enough, the orcs arrived at the perfect time. Li Wei had only brought the grain back to the castle the day after. Clay returned to the castle to report that a goblin battalion and a pigman battalion were heading towards Stormhold at the same time. 2 battalions? They must have come to the wrong place. With so little food, they want to send 2,000 men to rob me. Are they crazy? Li Wei exclaimed in surprise. He never expected that 2 orc squads would arrive at the same time. They must have just happened to be together. I saw they came from different directions, Clay replied helplessly. That's really bad luck. Notify all troops to prepare for battle, Li Wei immediately ordered. Chapter 84 Autumn Harvest Defense War. Chapter 84 Autumn Harvest Defense War. After Li Wei issued the battle order, the entire Stormwind city began to move. The veterans were ecstatic. Following Lord Li Wei in battle, they had never lost. The orcs were simply symbols of victory to them. This feeling even infected the more than 200 new recruits, making them less nervous and uneasy. Especially in the first 2 days, after the trebuchets were brought to the city walls and below, each one was tested several times to determine if its placement was suitable. This allowed most of the soldiers to witness the terrifying power of these catapults. Therefore, many soldiers now feel a great sense of security as soon as they see the giant catapult standing there. Soon, each squadron reached its designated position and prepared for battle. Parker's 1st Infantry Company and Irving's 5th Infantry Company scaled the south wall, along with 3 archer squads, the 1st and 2nd Infantry squads, and the newly formed 6th Infantry Squad. Jenkins' 2nd Infantry Company and Ram's 6th Infantry Company, together with the 3rd, 4th and 5th Archer platoons, defended the western wall. Creel's 3rd Infantry Company and Russell's 4th Infantry Company served as reserves, ready to provide support and rotation at any time. Because it was difficult to build siege ladders on the east and north walls, the orcs generally did not attack from those sides. Therefore, Li Wei only arranged for a dozen or so personal guards to patrol these two directions, and to send out signals immediately upon discovering enemy activity. In addition, the 11 Tier 1 magic crossbows, 10 Tier 2 magic crossbows, and 1 Tier 4 magic giant crossbow that Li Wei exchanged were also distributed to the east and south sides, with the Tier 4 magic giant crossbow being set up on the east side. The same applied to the Hui cannons. 3 large Hui cannons were deployed on each of the east and south city walls, 2 giant Hui cannons were deployed below the south city wall, and 1 was deployed below the east city wall. All the auxiliary serf soldiers were also in place. Each giant Hui cannon had more than 50 men, and each large Hui cannon had more than 20 men. In addition, Livy organized 200 serf auxiliary soldiers to transport wounded soldiers on the battlefield, and then Wendy and John were responsible for their treatment. When necessary, Wendy will also climb the city wall to cast the Zero Circle spell, Flower Sea Purification, and the second circle spell, Emerald Blessing, on the soldiers to boost morale and stamina. Meanwhile, Clay and Roger's Night Squad fought on the southern city wall, ready to quickly break out of the south gate at any time. Eric and Thomas were deployed on the east city wall, while the guard duty on the mining island was handed over to Hogg, a newly promoted Tier 1 warrior in the personal guard squadron. 3 hours later. Through Li Wei's telescope, he could already vaguely make out the orc army in the distance. By this time, the goblin and pig army had joined forces and were marching together, with some food supplies and human serfs following behind. According to Clay's report, those serfs were likely captured by the goblin caravan from the Grey Mountains, since the goblin caravan came from the direction of the Grey Mountains. Gradually, when the 2,000-strong orc army came into view of the Stormwind soldiers, it still caused a certain shock to the ordinary soldiers, especially the new recruits, because there were simply too many orcs. Therefore, Li Wei had no choice but to stand between the east and south ends of the city wall, and loudly encourage others. Soldiers, if you're scared, just look at these storm cannons. You've already seen their power. Do you think an orc's head can withstand the bombardment of a storm cannon? Li Wei temporarily gave the trebuchet a new name, Storm Cannon, to highlight the power of Stormwind City. Cannot! Clay, Parker, Jenkins, and other professional officers immediately responded loudly, inspiring all the soldiers to release their pent-up fear. No! No! Therefore, victory will surely belong to Stormwind, and to us. Soldiers, for the land, for yourselves, fight! Kill these despicable orcs! Kill! 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 As the shouts of battle rang out from all the soldiers, a solemn and murderous aura permeated the entire Stormwind city. Li Wei was very satisfied with this. Meanwhile, amidst the slowly approaching orc army, the goblin leader Gosha addressed the pig leader. Mok, how are we going to divide the spoils later? Naturally whoever grabs it gets to keep it, said pig leader Mok without any politeness. Mok, are you sure you want to do this? If you insist, how about we have a fight first? Goblin leader Gosha said coldly. Then how do you suggest we divide it? We've all attacked Stormwind before, and we know that only the east and south sides can be used to set up siege ladders. How about this? Each of us chooses one side, and we see who breaches the walls first. Whoever does that gets 1/3 of the spoils, and the one who breaches them later gets 1/3. What do you say? Kasa suggested. After listening, the pilgrim leader Mok pondered for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Humph, let's have a contest then. I'll choose the east side, and you can have the south gate. Koshin knew that although the south side was the city gate, it would definitely be heavily guarded, making the siege more difficult. However, the goblin tribe was stronger than the pig tribe, so Gosha didn't care about Mok's little scheme and readily agreed. Ha! Okay then. It's settled then. Goblin leader Gosha and pig leader Mok are both Tier 5 orc warriors who had previously attacked Stormwind. Although they never managed to breach Stormwind, they were aware of its weakness. Moreover, I've heard that the Stormwind Lord who came this time is just a very weak Tier 1 professional, significantly weaker than the previous lords. Moreover, the two tribes happened to arrive together this time, and with the combined forces of 2 Orcish battalions, it would be difficult for them not to breach Stormwind. After the 2 orc groups arrived at the foot of Stormwind, they split up and began their own operations. The goblin army began to slowly approach the southern wall of Stormwind. This time, the goblin leader Gosha is just as reckless as the previous pig-headed leader, or rather, just as disdainful of Stormwind. Therefore, without any reconnaissance or probing, they directly sent out a large army to launch a rash attack on Stormwind. First, they dispatched 3 squadrons, led by goblin professionals, to launch an attack on the south city wall. Meanwhile, 3 more squadrons were close behind, ready to take the south city wall in one fell swoop at any time. Once the goblin army entered the range of the storm cannons, Parker did not immediately use the catapults. Instead, he waited until the goblin army was within range of the archers. Parker had just given the order. "Archers, fire!" The 3 archer squads on the city wall were already poised and ready to fire. Upon hearing the command, they immediately released their arrows simultaneously. The first volley of 30 arrows flew swiftly, instantly hitting several goblins. Li Wei, who was also stationed on the south city wall, did not immediately use the enchanted bow and arrow, but instead planned to save it for a crucial moment to ambush the professionals. The archers continued firing, unleashing several more volleys of arrows before the goblins approached the city wall, felling more than 20 goblins. The archers immediately retreated, and the shield bearers stepped forward to block the goblin archers' counterattack. After firing several volleys of arrows, the goblins carrying siege ladders rushed to the base of the city wall and set up the ladders. Without any prompting from the professionals, the goblin soldiers were already howling and climbing upwards. They had only climbed halfway up the wall when a pile of logs was thrown down, knocking many goblins off. Several goblin-trained officers immediately gave orders. Frontline soldiers raise their shields and prepare for defense. Archers continue to retaliate. Upon hearing the sound, Li Wei immediately used a regular bow and arrow to shoot and kill 2 Tier 1 goblins who were giving orders. This immediately made the other goblin professionals afraid to give orders loudly. After the first 3 goblin squadrons' attack was thwarted, the second 3 goblin squadrons charged forward. Seeing this, Parker immediately ordered the storm cannon to prepare. Chapter 85 The Power of the Storm Cannon. Chapter 85 The Power of the Storm Cannon. Once the second batch of 3 goblin squadrons entered the range of the storm cannons, Parker immediately gave orders to the storm cannon soldiers. Large-scale storm cannon, loaded with 4 20-pound stone projectiles, with a range of 300 meters. The giant storm cannon, loaded with 2 100-pound stone projectiles, has a range of 250 meters. Preparation! Put! Boom! 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 Almost simultaneously, 5 loud explosions rang out, and 12 20-pound stone projectiles and 4 100-pound stone projectiles shot out at the same time, tracing an arc before accurately striking the goblin formation. The goblin formation was instantly thrown into chaos. Any goblin hit by a 100-pound stone projectile was instantly reduced to dust. Goblins hit by 20-pound stones either lose an arm or a leg, or have their heads explode like watermelons. Moreover, after these stone projectiles hit a goblin, their speed did not decrease, and they rolled on the ground, injuring a dozen or 20 more goblins. One of the 100-pound stone projectiles even killed a Tier 1 goblin and injured a Tier 3 goblin. This terrifying scene stunned the goblin army, especially the 4 100-pound boulders, which instilled fear in even the goblin warriors. Then another volley of stones came flying, causing even greater damage. Only then did the goblin leader realize what was happening, and immediately roared loudly. "Goro, what are you doing? Charge!" Upon hearing this, Goro, the 4th-tier goblin leader of the second wave of goblin troops, immediately woke up. Leading 3 goblin squadrons in a desperate dash, they endured 2 more volleys of stone projectiles before finally reaching the city walls. By this time, the 3 goblin squadrons had lost 1/5 of their men, and a large portion of these goblins had not died immediately. They lay on the ground, mangled and groaning. This severely damaged the goblins' morale. Moreover, while these 3 goblin squadrons were fleeing for their lives, Li Wei's enchanted bow once again displayed its power, shooting down 1 Tier 1 goblin and 1 Tier 2 goblin in succession. Even the 4th-tier goblin named Gro, while dodging the stone projectiles, was caught off guard by Li Wei, who shot him through the chest with a piercing arrow, leaving him severely wounded. After another arrow struck him, he was sent to his death. The killing of the 4th-tier goblin captain threw the besieging goblin army into chaos. Seeing this, the goblin leader, Gosha, had no choice but to reluctantly sound the retreat. As the goblin army retreated, they were attacked by 2 more rounds of stones. This time, all the stones were replaced with 20-pound stones, totaling 64 20-pound stones fired in the 2 rounds, inflicting heavy losses on the retreating goblin army once again. The 2 storm cannon attacks killed or maimed approximately 150 people. Among them, 1 Tier 1 and 1 Tier 2 professional were killed, and 1 Tier 2 and 1 Tier 3 professional were injured. Seeing the goblins retreat in such a sorry state, the Stormwind garrison cheered loudly, having just won another resounding victory. Shortly before the goblins on the south wall retreated, the pigs on the east wall were also driven back. Although there were no archers like Li Wei on the east city wall, there was a 4th tier magical giant crossbow, along with Mia, a 4th tier demi-human warrior, and the storm cannon. The pigmen's initial attack also resulted in heavy losses. The storm cannon attack resulted in approximately 180 pigmen casualties, including 2 Tier 1 pigmen and 1 Tier 3 pigmen who were killed by the impact. Will, operating the magical giant crossbow, successfully killed a 4th tier pigman with the help of Mia. Upon discovering that the battle on the eastern city wall had also ended, Livy immediately dispatched Triel's 3rd Infantry Company out of the city to clean up the battlefield and bring back the heads of the goblins, a significant achievement indeed. We should also burn the body. The weather is still quite hot. However, Li Wei also discovered a drawback of the storm cannon. It could easily smash the orcs' heads. The Alpha Kingdom typically determines an orc's level by the aura emanating from their brain, so orcs whose heads have been smashed cannot exchange for battle merits. Just as Li Wei was secretly regretting those military achievements, Clay ran over and said, "My lord, wouldn't it be dangerous to clean up the battlefield now? And it might anger the orcs." "Don't worry, everything's fine. The orcs are terrified by the storm cannons and definitely won't attack the city for the time being. As for enraging the orcs, that's exactly what I want. How can I make them lose their minds without provoking them? Go tell Creel to erect the heads of all orc professionals on the city wall later, so those orcs can see them clearly," Li Wei said domineeringly. Just as Clay had predicted, the goblins and pigs were furious when they saw Stormwind soldiers coming out to collect the heads of their people, but they dared not attack the city again. "Kosa, what do we do now?" When the piggy leader Mok arrived at the goblin camp, he immediately asked what to do next. "How am I supposed to know what to do?" Kosa roared angrily at first, then said helplessly, "When did this damned Stormwind city acquire such a terrifying magical catapult? I've never seen such a powerful catapult even in Grey Keep. Now that they have these terrifying magical catapults, our attempt to take Stormwind will suffer heavy losses. It's simply not worth it." "You want to withdraw your troops?" Mok frowned. "Otherwise what? You want to continue?" Gosa glanced at Mok. "What if I said those catapults weren't magical catapults?" Mok suddenly asked tentatively. "Huh? What do you mean?" "My men stormed the city walls and saw that the catapults didn't emit any magical fluctuations. You should have been able to sense that too," Mok said solemnly. "Really? I thought it was my imagination," Gosa said in surprise. "It's not an illusion, those are just ordinary catapults. I just don't know why they're so powerful and so accurate," Mok affirmed. After receiving Mok's confirmation, Gosa immediately fell silent, sitting there lost in thought with an uncertain expression. After a long silence, he stood up and said firmly, "I understand what you mean. I'll do it. After we obtain the secrets of those catapults, we'll present them to the Empire together and then. This is the Kasa I know. How could I miss such a great opportunity?" The two then began to devise a plan to breach Stormwind and seize the catapults. Chapter 86 Slaying a 5th rank individual. Chapter 86 Slaying a 5th tier goblin. Just as the goblin leader and the pig leader were discussing countermeasures, the goblin army and the pig army outside also began to set up camp. Seeing this, Li Wei knew that the orcs had no intention of giving up. He didn't know if they were truly angered by his actions or if they were just overconfident. However, Li Wei was happy to see this happen, since these were all achievements in battle. Li Wei then walked down the city wall and arrived at the temporary command post, where the battle results and casualties should have been tallied. "Let's talk about the battle losses first." Parker immediately stood up to report. "The 1st Infantry Company of the South City Wall suffered 2 dead and 8 wounded, the 5th Infantry Company suffered 4 dead and 12 wounded, and other units suffered no losses." After Parker finished his report, Jenkins immediately followed with his own. "The 2nd Infantry Company of the East City Wall suffered 3 dead and 11 wounded, the 6th Infantry Company suffered 6 dead and 13 wounded, and the Archer Company suffered 2 wounded. A total of 15 people were killed, which is not a big loss. Moreover, so far, the 21 first and second tier magic crossbows have not been used. After all, we can't reveal all our trump cards in the first battle." Then Li Wei continued to ask, How many have you captured? This time, it was Creel, who was in charge of cleaning up the battlefield outside the city, who stood up to report. My lord, we have captured a total of 213 goblins on the south city wall. Among them, there's 1 4th-tier professional, 2 2nd-tier professionals, and 6 1st-tier professionals. However, the heads of 1 1st-tier professional and 41 ordinary goblins have been smashed and cannot be exchanged for battle merits. The pigs on the east city wall captured a total of 241 people, including 1 4th-tier professional, 1 3rd-tier, 1 2nd-tier, and 4 1st-tier professionals. There was also 1 3rd-tier and 46 ordinary goblins who could not be exchanged for battle merits. Therefore, the total merits from both sides amounted to 26.6 9th class merits, 3 8th class merits, and 2 6th class merits. Li Wei nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. The military achievements were quite good, although some were wasted, but it was not worth mentioning. Li Wei then prepared to adjust the troop deployment, as the fighting tomorrow or tonight was expected to be more intense, and the 5th and 6th Infantry companies had suffered slightly heavier losses. Therefore, for tomorrow's or tonight's battle, the 3rd and 4th Infantry companies will switch missions with the 5th and 6th Infantry companies. Just as Li Wei issued the order to switch defenders, suddenly received a highly premonition-based danger warning. Stormwind is in danger. Tonight at midnight, orcs will launch a night attack. Tier 5 goblins and Tier 5 pigmen will sneak up the north wall to attack the rear. Danger! A night raid? Orcs aren't that stupid. Li Wei had actually anticipated the orcs' night raid, since night combat also offered an advantage in avoiding precise hits from the storm cannons. To Li Wei's surprise, the 2 5th-tier orc leaders actually risked their lives to sneak in. If you were ambushed by 2 level 5 players without your knowledge, it would be quite dangerous. However, now that Li Wei's innate talent has allowed him to foresee the future, those 2 5th-tier orc leaders are destined to be in trouble. Li Wei then immediately arranged the night battle deployment, maintaining the same troop rotation, but ensuring that night battle weapons were ready. First, all the whale oil is extracted. Then, some of the stone projectiles are ignited and launched. They can also be used to ignite rolling logs. Then, all the hay inside the city was moved out, and after dark, men were sent to secretly spread the hay at both ends of the 2 sections of the city wall, 10 to 300 meters apart, to avoid being detected by the orcs. Then, a little whale oil was mixed in. When the orcs launch a night raid, use lit stones and arrows to ignite the hay. This will not only disrupt the orc formation but also provide light for the archers and storm cannons, enabling them to fire accurately. Furthermore, Levi gave Parker and Jenkins instructions that the magic crossbow could be used freely tonight. These are the deployments for the main battlefield. Next is the deployment for the north city wall to deal with the 5th-tier orcs. Levi planned to mobilize Mia, Will's 4th-tier magic crossbowmen, Clay's monster knight squad, and the 1st archer squad, carrying 5 1st-tier magic crossbows and 5 2nd-tier magic crossbows, to ambush the 5th-tier orcs at the foot of the north city wall. After arranging these deployments, Levi and Clay went to the north city wall to select a suitable ambush position. As night fell, the 3rd and 4th infantry companies finished laying out the hay and then quietly waited for the orcs to walk right into their trap. At midnight, after fighting broke out on the east and south sides, flames immediately erupted. This made Goblin leader Gosha, who was already lurking outside the north city wall, somewhat uneasy. Mach, why is there such a huge fire in the east? Has Stormwind made preparations? Don't worry, this was expected. We all knew that catapults were not good for night fighting, so the humans must have thought of that too. It's normal that they've deployed them. As long as things go smoothly on our side, that's fine. Moke reassured him. They then took the lead in climbing up the city wall, each bringing with them 1 3rd-tier, 2 2nd-tier, and 2 1st-tier individuals. Seeing this, Kosa had no choice but to climb up as well. After all 12 orcs climbed the city wall, they found that there was indeed no one there, so they quietly entered Stormwind. Meanwhile, Li Wei, who was lying in ambush below the city wall, also sensed the growing hostility approaching. Then, in the dim light of the fire, they spotted the enemy. Li Wei immediately signaled everyone to prepare, then aimed at the 5th-tier goblin and unleashed his wind chaser archery technique to its fullest potential. Then came a sharp whooshing sound as it cut through the air. The 3rd-tier piercing arrow arrived at the chest of the 5th-tier goblin in the blink of an eye. Puff! The 3rd-tier piercing arrow pierced directly through the 5th-tier goblin, which was not wearing enchanted armor. Damn it, there's an ambush! Retreat! Upon seeing Gosha get shot, Mach didn't hesitate and turned to run. Mach, help me! the heavily wounded Kosha cried out to Mok for help. Unfortunately, Mok, who had already sensed the fluctuations of the magic crossbow, completely ignored Gasa and ran away without looking back. "Mok, you bastard!" Kosha shouted in grief and indignation. Then, after blocking Li Wei's second arrow, he was shot dead on the spot by a fourth-tier magic crossbow. Then the remaining orc warriors all perished under the magic crossbows of the archer squad and the iron hooves of the monster knight squad. Of the orcs that came to ambush, only the fifth-tier pigs, who decisively fled from the start, managed to escape. Chapter 87 Unexpected Gain. Chapter 87 Unexpected Gain. The ambush at the north city wall ended very quickly. With so many magic crossbows in place, the orcs didn't even have a chance to charge. After dealing with all the orcs, Levi immediately ordered Clay to return to reinforce the south wall, and Will's fourth-tier magical giant crossbow to reinforce the east wall. Then he led his archer squad up the north city wall to pursue the fifth-tier pig leader. "My lord, that fifth-tier pigman fled very decisively. Even though I am only fourth-tier, he has no intention of stopping the fight with me." As soon as Li Wei arrived, Mia, who had been chasing after them, immediately reported back. "He's quite the shrewd pigman. I should have killed him earlier." Li Wei still felt some regret about the escape of the fifth-order pigs. The fifth-tier goblin was ultimately killed by a magic crossbow bolt, so Levi did not obtain the energy essence of the fifth-tier orc. "I was originally planning to make up for it with the fifth-tier pigmen, but it seems I'll have to wait until next time." After carefully sensing the malicious intent, Li Wei confirmed that the fifth-tier pig was rapidly fleeing into the distance. He then summoned a squad of his personal guards to continue their watch. Then he took Mia and the archer squad back to support the battlefield on the south city wall. On the main battlefield at this time, Li Wei's night fighting tactics played a significant role. First, dozens of rockets and fireballs ignited the dry grass laid out outside, and a towering fire instantly illuminated an area within 300 meters of the city wall. This indeed left the orc boy who had sneaked in somewhat bewildered. Then came a barrage of stones, each weighing between 20 and 100 pounds, precisely striking the orc formation and plunging them back into the terror of being dominated by the storm cannons. Despite having a Tier 4 orc captain leading the battle, they quickly led their troops through the death zone of the storm cannon. However, by this time the orc army's morale had plummeted to rock bottom, making it completely unsuitable to continue the siege. However, given the orders of the fifth-tier orc leader, the fourth-tier orc captain had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue the siege, creating opportunities for the fifth-tier leader and his men. However, the orc army, which had been struggling to hold on, not only failed to receive reinforcements from the fifth-tier leader, but instead suffered a merciless blow from Li Wei. Furthermore, when Li Wei arrived at the south city wall, the pigs on the east side were already retreating. It was clearly the fifth-tier pigs who had fled back who gave the retreat order. This was within Levi's expectations, so Levi simply had Will reposition the fourth-tier magical giant crossbow on the east wall, while everyone else went to support the south wall. As the number of archers and professionals on the south city wall increased, the goblin army suffered heavier and heavier losses. Gradually, the fourth-tier goblin captain also noticed something was wrong. He discovered that the commotion to the east seemed to have subsided considerably, and it didn't feel like the city walls had been breached. They immediately dispatched a second-tier goblin to investigate, and soon received news of the pigs' retreat. The fourth-tier goblin immediately realized that their leader had likely failed and that their leader might have met with misfortune, and promptly ordered a retreat. Seeing this, Li Wei immediately ordered the already prepared Clay Beast Knight squad and Roger Knight squad to attack, chasing the orcs out of the firelight's range before returning. For those goblins who have lost all morale, using a knight squad to chase them down is much more efficient than using a storm cannon to retaliate, and it also avoids wasting resources. After the knight squad finished their pursuit, Li Wei sent men out of the city to clean up the battlefield, while he himself went back to rest. A host of post-battle matters awaited him the next day. As for the orcs who have become frightened, Li Wei estimates that they will leave Stormlands overnight. The next morning, Li Wei first climbed the city wall to inspect it, confirming that the orcs had withdrawn. They then went to the temporary command post to find out the situation. The place had not yet been evacuated. According to Parker and Jenkins, in last night's battle, Stormlords suffered only 7 dead and 11 wounded. However, a total of 398 goblins and 162 pigs were killed, excluding those that could not be exchanged for battle merits. Stormling once again earned 30.4 9th class merits, 6 8th class merits, 3 7th class merits, and 1 5th class merit. Including his daytime combat achievements, He has a total of 57 9th-class merits, 9 8th-class merits, 3 7th-class merits, 2 6th-class merits, and 1 5th-class merit. Clay and his team were awarded 4 8th-class merits, just 5 away from their goal. Have the individual combat merits of the soldiers been tallied? Li Wei continued to inquire. Not yet. Each squadron and platoon needs to report their own information, and then we'll calculate it. The platoons that were supposed to be on duty last night haven't reported yet, Parker replied. Okay, let's do it as soon as possible. Li Wei nodded, then realized that Clay wasn't there. Wasn't he supposed to be off patrolling the northwest? Creel immediately offered an explanation. Sir, it's like this. When we went to check out the goblin camp at dawn, we discovered something else. There's one trail leading northwest and another west in the goblin camp. The northwest trail is likely from when the goblins escaped. As for the traces heading west, Captain Clay went to investigate. West? In the direction of the coastline? Li Wei asked. Yes, there is a clear trail of a large group of people along the coastline, Creel confirmed. After pondering for a moment, Li Wei muttered to himself. It seems someone is taking advantage of the chaos. Are they thieves? Yesterday's goblin caravan came from the Grey Mountains, carrying their spoils, plundered grain and human serfs. Logically, goblins fleeing overnight shouldn't have brought along items that would slow down the army. Therefore, the traces pointing west indicate that someone stole these items. Thinking of this, Li Wei immediately gave the order. Parker, assemble your 1st Infantry Squadron and come with me to support Clay and the others. Yes, sir. Parker immediately went out to assemble the team. Suddenly, a novice knight ran in. It was Hill, Roger's most talented serf knight. Sir, when Captain Roger led us on our inspection tour of the Northwest, we discovered that the pigmen had just crossed the Cane River. Furthermore, we discovered many orc corpses on the side of the Cane River, mostly goblins with only a few pigs, including the escaped 4th-tier goblin. Hill's words stunned Jenkins, Creel, and the others present. Have the orcs been attacked again? However, Li Wei immediately knew what was going on. This must have been done by the escaped Tier 5 pig. He knew the Tier 5 goblin was dead. So he ambushed the goblin army on the way, thus rendering the goblin tribe in the Wild Mountains insignificant. After returning, he was able to easily conquer the goblin tribe and make up for the losses. There was even an unexpected bonus. This was practically free merit. So he immediately gave the order. Creel, immediately take your 3rd Infantry Squadron and set off to bring back the heads of those orcs. These are all meritorious achievements. However, what Li Wei didn't know was that the 5th-tier pigs ambushed the Goblin Brigade not only to conquer the Goblin tribe. His main purpose was to prevent the goblins from revealing the existence of the storm cannon in Stormwind, as he wanted to claim all the credit for it. Chapter 88 Trading Success. Chapter 88 Transaction and Military Achievements. Li Wei was unaware that someone had their eye on the storm cannon in his possession. After dispatching Creel's 3rd Infantry Company, he and Mia led the 1st Infantry Company along the coastline to pursue the thieves who dared to steal his spoils. When Li Wei led the 1st Infantry Company less than 5 kilometers, they encountered Sam, who had come back to report the news. Just as Li Wei had guessed, a group of thieves robbed the goblin camp of its food and serfs at night. This group of thieves consists of 150 people, including 1 Tier 2 intermediate warrior and 2 Tier 1 beginner warriors. Clay's squad of Warcraft Knights had caught up with them, but by the time they reached the banks of the Cane River. Upon discovering that a squad of monster knights was pursuing them, these thieves decisively abandoned the stolen grain and serfs. They quickly ran towards the rafts on the Cane River, but Clay and his men only managed to intercept a dozen or so bandits who couldn't cross the river in time. After the thieves crossed the Cane River on a raft, the Warcraft Knights were unable to continue their pursuit, so they immediately sent Sam back to report. Have you captured any survivors? Li Wei asked immediately. Yes, we captured 5 thieves alive, Sam replied. Very well, let's go. These thieves won't get away, Li Wei said coldly. The bandits in the Grey Mountains aren't particularly powerful. Their continued existence is mainly due to the sheer size of the Grey Mountains and the bandits' exceptional skill in hiding, making their strongholds extremely difficult to locate. But now that Li Wei has prisoners alive, if he can catch up quickly and find the thieves before they move, he can wipe them out in one fell swoop. After arriving at the Cairn River, Li Wei led 20 soldiers, escorting over 200 serfs and more than 80 tons of grain back to Stormwind. As for the task of pursuing and eliminating the thieves, that was left to Clay and Parker. Levi also assigned Mia to them, so dealing with some thieves shouldn't be a problem. Li Wei has no shortage of energy essence now, so there's absolutely no need for him to waste time on those few first and second tier thieves. It would be more worthwhile to go back and learn magic. That afternoon, Creel also returned to Stormwind, bringing back the heads of 426 goblins and 114 pigs. Among the professionals are 1 4th-tier goblin, 1 3rd-tier goblin, 2 2nd-tier goblins, 2 2nd-tier pigmen, 5 1st-tier goblins, and 3 1st-tier pigmen. Seeing the heads of the pigmen professionals, Li Wei guessed that the pigmen must have just finished fighting when Roger and his group arrived, otherwise they wouldn't have left the pigmen professionals' corpses behind. However, in this way, Li Wei essentially gained 35 9th class merits, 4 8th class merits, 1 7th class merit, and 1 6th class merit for free. Including his previous achievements, Li Wei has accumulated 1 5th class merit, 3 6th class merits, 4 7th class merits, 13 8th class merits, and 92 9th class merits. With such a large amount of merit, Li Wei needs to think carefully about whether he should continue to exchange it for magic crossbows and potions. On the third day, Clay and Parker returned to Stormwind, bringing with them over 300 serfs, over 50 captured thieves, over 60 rations, and some weapons and equipment of varying quality. During this period, the soldiers' individual combat achievements were also tallied, and many of them accumulated a 9th class merit. However, learning from the lessons of Ron and Yuri's previous encounter, Li Wei issued a policy stipulating that only those at the peak of their cultivation level could exchange for breakthrough potions. Therefore, only the deputy commanders of the 3rd and 4th Infantry Companies, D'Amico and Diarra, met the requirements this time. In addition, Sam from the Warcraft Knight Squad reached the peak of the Apprentice Knight level and took away a vial of life source liquid. Levi then dispatched Clyde to Grey Fortress to inform Klein, the commander of the 8th Battalion. She said she wanted to make a deal with him regarding military achievements, and if he was willing, she would have him come to the mouth of the Cairn River. After pondering for 2 days, Li Wei decided against using his battle merits to exchange for magic crossbows and potions. Now that we have the storm cannon, and can also manufacture the winch ballista, Stormlands' need for those powerful magical weapons is no longer so urgent. So Levi planned to ask Klein if he was willing to make a private deal involving military merit, that is, whether the Lincoln family behind him was willing to do so. As for why Clay had to make the trip and Klein had to come in person, it was because the kingdom severely cracked down on the private trading of war merits. If caught, the merits would be confiscated immediately, so Levi thought it was better to be careful. 2 days later, Klein returned from Grey Fortress riding his magical beast horse, saying that Klein had agreed and they were on their way, expected to arrive the next day. So Li Wei immediately ordered Parker's 1st Infantry Squadron to set off with all the orc heads to the mouth of the Cairn River for the trade. He also brought some brown sugar and distilled liquor. Li Wei doesn't have his own caravan right now, so he plans to find an agent to help him sell them, which will just mean sharing a portion of the profits. The next day at noon, after waiting all day, Li Wei finally met Captain Klein. "Brother Li Wei, it seems you've really reaped quite a harvest this time." As soon as Klein arrived, he saw a row of large flatbed carts behind Levi, and obviously knew what was loaded on them. "Captain Klein, I really got a great deal this time." Li Wei started making up stories again, not caring whether others believed him or not. "Alright, tell me, how many battle merits have you accumulated? You actually want to make a private deal with me?" Klein gets a toothache just hearing Levi mention picking up bargains. That guy had sent people to Grey Fortress a few times before to exchange for war merits. Their explanations were remarkably consistent, either they were lucky, or they got a bargain. Klein no longer believed any of that. However, his family told him not to delve too deeply into anything concerning Li Wei, nor to tell Li Wei anything about the capital. All you need to do is make a deal with him, don't worry about anything else. Of course it's a bit too much, otherwise Captain Klein wouldn't have had to make the trip himself. I have a total of 1 5th class merit, 3 6th class merits, 4 7th class merits, 13 8th class merits, and 92 9th class merits, Li Wei said slowly. Hiss! Klein gasped. This is even more than the victory he achieved at the fortress last time, which, you have to understand, was the result of an entire battalion's efforts. Li Wei knew the situation in Stormwind all too well, and besides, this guy had only been there for half a year. Is this guy from the Tulip family? Klein wondered to himself. However, after glancing at the old man beside him, he did not ask any further questions. Instead, he asked directly, "What do you want to trade?" 1 1st-tier warrior cultivation potion recipe, 1 2nd-tier knight cultivation potion recipe, and 1 second-tier mage cultivation potion recipe, and there can be no additional conditions," Li Wei said slowly. Chapter 89 Wendy's Self-Enrichment. In Chapter 89, Wendy Levi, who was lining her own pockets, went to such lengths to find Klein and engage in a private deal to gain merit in battle. This is because the kingdom's war merits can only be exchanged for potions, not potion recipes, or there are many strict conditions for exchanging for them. However, Levi needed to take far too many potions, and the territory also required them. Both he and John were second-tier potion masters. Therefore, exchanging for unconditional potion recipes is the most cost-effective option. However, both Klein and the old man beside him frowned upon hearing Levi's trade request. Klein then shook his head. "I'm sorry, Brother Li Wei, this really won't work." "So it really won't work?" Li Wei muttered to himself. Li Wei also had some suspicions. These nobles and royalty only wanted to control these potion formulas. This way they can sell potions continuously. "That won't work. If you want to exchange for the potion, we can offer double the price from the kingdom," Klein added. But Li Wei shook his head and continued to ask. "What if we switch? I have a first-tier mage training potion recipe, a first-tier knight training potion recipe, and a second-tier warrior training potion recipe. How about we trade it along with my battle merits?" This was Li Wei's second-best solution, but it felt like a huge loss. Li Wei essentially traded his numerous battle merits and the first-tier Narcissus potion recipe for a second-tier potion master's cultivation potion recipe. It was such a huge loss, so Li Wei added another clause. "In addition, I need 3 5th-tier magic crossbow bolts, 5 4th-tier magic crossbow bolts, and 10 3rd-tier magic crossbow bolts." Before Klein could speak, the old man beside him spoke up. "Do you have the main ingredient seed for your first-tier mage cultivation potion recipe?" Just as Levi looked puzzled, Klein promptly explained. "This is Horde Lincoln, my uncle. Brother Li Wei, you can rest assured." Li Wei didn't take it seriously. He figured Klein wouldn't go so far as to plot against him for such a small amount of merit, especially since he had the Tulip family backing him. So he nodded. "Have." After some consideration, Horde agreed to Levi's deal. He then produced a magical contract and had Levi and Klein sign it. The Lincoln family's magic formula will later be sent to Grey Keep. Levi can retrieve it himself, or he can have Klein deliver it to Stormwind. The same goes for the magic crossbow bolts. Li Wei had no objection to this and directly handed over the 3 potion recipes, the Narcissus potion seeds, and the orc head behind him to Klein. After completing the transaction of war merits, Li Wei quickly took out the distilled liquor and brown sugar. "Captain Klein, Lord Horde, to celebrate our successful deal, please try our Stormlands specialty, Stormbringer Spirit." "Oh, strong liquor? Brother Li Wei can brew strong liquor? I'd like to try some." Klein immediately grabbed the liquor upon hearing about it, clearly a connoisseur of spirits. But when Klein took a big gulp of the strong liquor, his eyes widened immediately, and he couldn't help but spit it out, followed by a violent cough. Pfft. Cough, cough. This left everyone around looking puzzled. "Is it really that bad?" Li Wei found it amusing. "Captain Klein, this liquor is really strong, you'd better drink it slowly." Cough, cough. "Brother Li Wei, what kind of wine is this? It's way too strong." Hearing their conversation, Horde, who was standing nearby, curiously took a bowl and tried it. His eyes lit up immediately, and he couldn't help but praise him. "What fine wine! Baron Levi, is this brewed on your territory?" "Yes, and my price here is 1 silver coin per pound," Li Wei said meaningfully. When Hod heard Levi quote the price, he knew what Levi meant. "Baron Levi wants to trade this wine with us?" "Yes, not only the strong liquor, but also this brown sugar." As he spoke, Li Wei took out a few more pieces of brown sugar. "Sugar? This is sugar?" Seeing the brown sugar they had never seen before, the two immediately picked it up and tasted it. Then the two of them were speechless. After a long silence, Horde asked seriously, "Baron Levi, is the production volume of this sugar high? And what is your selling price?" Sugar was a luxury item for the nobility, so its price was always very high, and the profit margin was considerable. 1 gold coin equals 1 gene, 500 grams, and the monthly output is approximately 800 gene for 100 grams. If the Lincoln family wants, I can provide you with 500 gene of brown sugar and 30 tons of Storm Spirit liquor every month. But the Lincoln family needs to sell me grain, which I need to use to brew wine," Levi said. Hod was taken aback upon hearing this. He was surprised to find that this brown sugar only cost 1 gold coin per pound. He figured that if he took it to the capital, he could definitely sell it for 5 gold coins per pound. So he immediately agreed. Okay, we'll take it. But I hope that when Baron Levy expands production in the future, he will give priority to selling to the Lincoln family. Li Wei shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't promise you that, because I can't make that decision yet. However, I can assure you one thing, as long as we remain friends, the current supply will absolutely not decrease. After thinking for a moment, Hod could only agree for now. Okay. This will do for now. The two parties then finalized some details of the transaction, thus completing the deal. From now on, Li Wei only needs to deliver the storm brew and brown sugar to Grey Fortress. When they parted ways, Li Wei gave Klein and Hod to the brown sugar and storm spirits he had brought, and the two were very happy. The day after Li Wei returned to Stormwind, he oversaw the construction of North Keep, and construction officially began. In this way, the entire workforce of Stormwind territory could be concentrated on the construction of North Castle. But now that the trade in brown sugar and storm spirits has been completed, both regions will need a large workforce. Especially for brown sugar, although there are still many wild beets, maintaining a stable yield is crucial. Artificial cultivation is necessary, so Li Wei urgently needs people to reclaim some dry land for sugar beets, while at the same time not delaying the construction of North Castle. So Levi went to Wendy's sugar factory to check on the situation. Wendy, how much brown sugar does the sugar factory have right now? Huh? Why do you ask that, sir? Wendy asked warily. Because Levi was watching the sugar-making process, he didn't notice Wendy's expression. Oh, the territory is short of people right now. I need to sell the sugar and then buy some serfs. Sell them all? Wendy exclaimed. Yes, otherwise what's the point of keeping it? To eat it ourselves? Li Wei said irritably. I'll go check how much brown sugar we have right now. Wait here for me. After Wendy finished speaking, she rushed off to the warehouse where the sugar was stored. Watching Wendy's retreating figure as if she were running away, Levi finally realized what was happening. Is this girl planning to hide the candy because she doesn't want to sell it? Mia and old Charlie, who were following behind, remained silent, clearly thinking the same thing. Chapter 90 Changes in the Baby Narwhal. Chapter 90 The changes in the little narwhal. Just as Li Wei had suspected, Wendy, that glutton, really had gone to hide her brown sugar. When Li Wei arrived at the warehouse, he saw Wendy loading boxes of brown sugar onto a carriage. This strenuous exercise left her drenched in sweat, her clothes completely soaked, making her already impressive figure appear even more alarming. Old Charlie had already taken his leave, and Mia did not follow him in. So Li Wei didn't say anything to stop it, but just quietly enjoyed the beautiful scenery. Wendy only stopped after the carriage was completely packed full. He then immediately shouted, Grandpa Walker, we can go now. We'll leave through the back door. Oh, okay, Miss Wendy. It wasn't until Walker spoke up that Levi realized there was actually another person sitting in the carriage. It was Walker, the coachman who had followed him from Tulip territory. Seeing Walker preparing to drive away, Levi spoke up to stop him. Walker, stop! Upon hearing the sound, Walker immediately stopped the carriage and bowed to Levi. Grown-ups! Walker, you're still working as a carriage driver? Yes, sir, Walker said respectfully. Then you should change jobs. Some people say you're prone to accidents while driving. Looking at Walker, who was quite old, Levi felt it was time to find him a new job. Ah, but sir, all old Walker knows is how to drive. Hearing that he was going to be fired, old Walker almost choked up. Upon hearing that old Walker was going to lose his job, Wendy, who had been hiding, immediately stood up. Sir, this has nothing to do with Grandpa Walker. He didn't know I was stealing candy. Punish me if you must. Wendy thought Levi was punishing old Walker, so she stepped forward to take responsibility out of a sense of loyalty. When Li Wei saw Wendy's heroic, death-defying appearance, he was instantly amused. So he decided to tease this big little girl. Really? You said it yourself? Now let me think about how to punish you. As he spoke, he began to look Wendy up and down, paying particular attention to her impressive figure. This startled Wendy quite a bit, and she immediately crossed her arms and said angrily, This won't do! Ha! Looking at Wendy's impressive figure, which she couldn't hide no matter how she tried, Li Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Old Walker is getting old and really isn't suited to driving anymore. I'm planning to find him an easier job so he can start enjoying his retirement. Really? Wendy asked in surprise. Certainly, Li Wei affirmed, then said to old Walker. Walker, from now on you'll be in charge of guarding the brown sugar warehouse gate. Your pay will be doubled. But if any brown sugar is lost, I'll throw you into the sugar jar to extract the sugar, understand? When old Walker heard that he had really just changed jobs and even doubled his salary, he immediately kowtowed to Levi in excitement. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Old Walker will definitely keep a close watch on this door. All right, go outside and call a squad of soldiers in. Have them load the sugar onto the carts and take it away, Li Wei instructed. No! This is all sugar that I painstakingly made. At this point, Wendy got upset again, lying on the carriage and trying to protect the candy. All right, Wendy, I told you these candies are needed to exchange for serfs. This is the only way to grow sugar beets, otherwise, there won't be any sugar beets next year. Then your sugar factory will have to close down, Li Wei advised. Really? Wendy asked, somewhat incredulously. Really, all the serfs in the territory have gone to build the North Castle. Haven't you noticed that your sugar factory is short-handed? Wendy reluctantly let go of his hands after hearing this. All right, it is indeed not enough. After you exchange the serfs back, you should first send more people to the sugar factory. After deducting the sugar needed to be distributed as rewards to the soldiers, there are about 10,000 jin, 5,000 caddies, of sugar left over. 10,000 jin? That should be enough. Add in the strong liquor, fine salt, and seafood. That should be enough to get back about 1,000 able-bodied male serfs and 500 young female serfs, which should be just about enough, Li Wei estimated in his mind. And they planned to send Parker's 1st Infantry Company with goods to Fort Gray tomorrow to exchange for serfs with Klein, while waiting for the Lincoln family's potion recipe and magic crossbow bolts. By the way, Wendy, how's your life magic circle coming along? Li Wei suddenly realized that Wendy hadn't given him the fountain of life yet. Oh, that? It's all set up now. I can now refine 10 bottles of life spring water a month, Wendy replied somewhat absent-mindedly. 10 pieces, that's not bad. Just as Li Wei was about to give Wendy some reward, the magic core suddenly sensed something. He then immediately pulled Wendy outside. All right, stop looking at the candy. Come with me to the beach. We'll go see Little Cullen and pick out a few big, fat abalone for you to eat. Sure enough, Wendy's mood immediately improved after hearing about food. Through his mental imprint, Li Wei sensed that the little narwhal seemed to be undergoing some kind of change in its magical core. So they took Wendy along to check it out. It just so happened that Wendy had a good relationship with the little narwhal and also knew about life sciences. When Li Wei and his companions reached the middle of the bay by boat, they clearly sensed that the little narwhal's spirit seemed to have strengthened. The baby narwhal has advanced? Wasn't it just born? At this moment, after Wendy called out twice, the little narwhal immediately swam happily up from the seabed. Then they swam around Wendy's little boat. My lord, it seems that Little Quinn has advanced to the next level, and I feel something is very strange. What's so strange? Li Wei asked, puzzled. Wendy didn't answer immediately. Instead, she summoned the baby narwhal closer and stroked its horn, carefully sensing something. A moment later, Wendy opened her eyes and said incredulously, I feel like Xiao Kun has the power of a dragon within him. Is Xiao Kun a descendant of a dragon? Li Wei was taken aback. The power of a dragon? A descendant of a dragon? I don't know. Wendy rolled her eyes at Levi after hearing this, then began to talk to the little narwhal. After waiting for a long time, Wendy finally let the baby narwhal leave. Then he slowly said, Little Kun is not a descendant of dragons, but he does have the power of a dragon within him. He says it may have been given to him by his father, the Whale King. Whale King? A 7th-tier Whale King, with the power of a dragon? An 8th-tier sea dragon? It can't be such a coincidence. Li Wei secretly wondered if the treasures he had seized during the whale-shark battle had been placed inside the Little Kun by the Whale King. And that treasure is very likely related to the 8th-tier sea dragon that John encountered. Chapter 91 Dragon Ball. Chapter 91 Dragon Ball. Li Wei couldn't help but feel worried when he thought about how this little narwhal was connected to both the 7th-tier Whale King and the 8th-tier Sea Dragon. The 7th-tier Whale King is easy to deal with. After all, he saved the little narwhal and didn't mistreat it. If it's found, he can simply remove the mental imprint. Besides, even if the 7th-tier Whale King is unreasonable and insists on causing trouble, he can just leave it to the black and white giant bear to deal with. Anyway, the 7th tier whale king can't go ashore or fly. Then I can temporarily give up the interests in the bay. Now the territory has economic industries such as arrow forest, brown sugar and storm liquor, and the annual income is enough to cover the territory's expenses. What truly worried Levi was the dragon power within the baby narwhal. If it was indeed related to the 8th tier sea dragon John had encountered, then things would be in serious trouble. Even the current black and white giant bears can't stop the 8th tier sea dragon. So he immediately asked Mia. Mia, go and fetch John. If he doesn't come, bring him here. Levi knew John was busy with experiments, and was worried that the guy wouldn't come, so he had to send Mia over. Yes, sir. Mia then boarded a fishing boat and headed towards the shore. Wendy, what's going on with the dragon power inside Xiao Kun? Can you be more specific? This is very important. If we don't understand this, our lives could be in danger. Levi asked Wendy very seriously. Oh, is it that serious? Let me take a closer look, Wendy said in surprise. Wendy then began calling for the baby narwhal, and at this moment, Levi recounted the whale-shark battle and some events involving the 8th tier sea dragon. I explained everything to Wendy, hoping to give her some hints. An 8th tier sea dragon! My God! If it discovers Little Kun will be in big trouble. The issue now isn't whether Little Kun is in a bad situation, but whether the entire territory is likely to be destroyed. At this point, Li Wei already had the idea of releasing the Little Kun back into the sea. After all, this place is less than 10 kilometers from the area where the whale-shark battle took place. If the dragon power within Xiao Kun is indeed related to that 8th tier sea dragon, when the 8th tier sea dragon returns, it will be very likely to sense the dragon power within Xiao Kun's body. At that time, Xiao Kun and everyone in Stormlands City may enter the belly of the 8th tier sea dragon. While Wendy was repeatedly examining the dragon power within the baby narwhal, Mia brought John to the beach, then forcibly threw him onto the boat and rowed towards Levi and the others. John kept shouting something. As they drew closer, Levi finally heard what John was shouting. Let me go, Mia! Let me go! My enchanting technique is almost complete. Since John obtained the enchanting notebook from Viscount Ranch's family mage, Fick, aside from occasionally brewing potions and participating in the last autumn harvest defense battle, I spent the rest of my time diligently studying enchanting techniques, and I never expected to see results so quickly. Is this guy about to unleash his enchanting technique? That would be great! However, the matter of the dragon's power within the little narwhal is more important now, Li Wei thought to himself. Before John could even speak, John had already jumped onto Levy's boat and was yelling at him. My lord Li Wei, what's wrong with you? Do you know I almost finished a tier 1 enchanted longsword? I almost completed my enchanting technique. This was the first time Levi had seen John so distraught. Keep in mind, although John wasn't a nobleman, but he was a magician, so he maintained the rigid etiquette of the southern continent, always speaking with utmost respect. It seems that this incident did indeed interrupt a very important experiment of his. This made Levi a little embarrassed, and he could only cover John's big mouth with his hand to prevent the spittle from spraying onto his face. After John finished venting, Levi comforted him. John, we can talk about enchanting later. Right now, there's a really important thing that needs to be dealt with, or we'll be in big trouble. John was about to launch into another tirade after hearing this, saying that he would explain the enchanting thing later, but that enchanting was very important. To avoid being spat on again, Li Wei quickly said in one breath. Wendy discovered that the baby narwhal possesses the power of a dragon. I suspect it's related to the 8th tier dragon you encountered. You should take a look quickly. Enchantment. John, who was about to get angry, was immediately stunned when he heard about the 8th order dragon. What did you say? You should go see the baby narwhal for yourself. Li Wei was too lazy to say anything more, so he simply pointed to the little narwhal and told him to go see for himself. John didn't dare delay and immediately went to Wendy's side to check on the baby narwhal. Only then did he realize that the little narwhal had already advanced to the next level. How could it have been so long? Could it really be related to the 8th level dragon? He then used his mental power to carefully sense the baby narwhal. It truly possesses the power of a dragon. John was instantly thrown into a panic. He could never forget how terrifying that 8th tier dragon was. After Wendy comforted the baby narwhal, she let it leave. The little guy probably sensed the tense atmosphere and was too scared to make a sound. Then asked John, Uncle John, can you tell me about the 8th tier dragon you've ever seen? Ah, well, I only caught a glimpse of it from afar. I was hiding in the cabin before that. That terrifying aura almost knocked me unconscious, John recalled. When you looked at it from a distance, did you notice any damage or charred marks on the dragon's wings or body, or signs of being struck by lightning? Wendy continued to ask. John began to think back carefully after hearing this, realizing that he had been too scared to pay attention to these things at the time. Wendy, have you discovered something? Li Wei asked gravely. Wendy nodded. Yes, I suspect that what Uncle John saw was not an 8th order sea dragon. Isn't it rank 8? Then, Wendy, it seems like those situations you mentioned are true. Before Levi could finish asking, John remembered and immediately replied. Even Wendy started to get serious. That's right. What's right? Wendy, just say it, Li Wei said seriously. Uncle John must have encountered a 9th tier holy dragon, and a peak 9th tier holy dragon at that. He must have failed during his tribulation to become a legendary being, and his cultivation level dropped to the 8th rank, Wendy affirmed. 9th rank? Legendary? John was shocked. Wendy, you didn't see wrong, did you? Back then. There's no mistake, there's a dragon pearl inside Little Quin's body. Only 9th tier holy dragons have dragon pearls. Chapter 92 The Morbid Eldest Prince. Chapter 92 The Morbid Eldest Prince. Upon hearing Wendy say that the little narwhal contained a dragon pearl, John and Levi had no further questions. Dragon balls are only created by dragons that have reached the 9th rank of Holy Dragon. Even 8th rank dragons cannot create dragon balls. Furthermore, based on John's experience, it can be determined that this dragon ball belongs to the sea dragon that John encountered. It must have been their ship that suddenly drifted into the territory of the sea dragon who failed its tribulation, which led to the outbreak of the Great Battle. Or perhaps the 7th tier Earth Knight and the 6th tier Archmage on John's ship deliberately provoked the battle. They must have realized it was a 9th tier holy dragon that had failed its tribulation. That's why the sea dragon was so enraged that it recklessly gave chase. After all, it was a peak 9th tier holy dragon, and it was naturally not going to let a group of 6th or 7th tier humans provoke it. Why they never returned remains